In a Glass Darkly by J. Sheridan Fanu. Carmilla prologue upon a paper attached to the narrative which follows. Dr. Hecelius has written a rather elaborate note, which he accompanies with a reference to his essay on the strange subject which the MS illuminates. This mysterious subject he treats in that essay with his usual learning and acumen, and with remarkable directness and condensation. It will form but one volume of the series of that extraordinary man's collected papers. As I publish the case in these volumes, simply to interest the laity, I shall forestall the intelligent lady, who relates it, in nothing. And after due consideration, I have determined, therefore, to abstain from presenting any praises of the learned doctor's reasoning, or extract from his statement on a subject which he describes as involving, not improbably, some of the profoundest arcana of our dual existence and its intermediates. I was anxious, on discovering this paper, to reopen the correspondence commenced by Dr. Hecelius, so many years before, with a person so clever and careful as his informant seems to have been. Much to my regret, however, I found that she had died in the interval. She probably could have added little to the narrative which she communicates in the following pages, with, so far as I can pronounce, such a conscientious particularity. I an early fright in Styria, we, though by no means magnificent people, inhabit a castle or schloss. A small income in that part of the world goes a great way. 800 or 900 a year does wonders. Scantily enough ours would have answered among wealthy people at home. My father is English, and I bear an English name, although I never saw England. But here, in this lonely and primitive place, where everything is so marvelously cheap, I really don't see how ever so much more money would at all materially add to our comforts or even luxuries. My father was in the Austrian service, and retired upon a pension and his patrimony, and purchased this feudal residence and the small estate on which it stands, a bargain. Nothing can be more picturesque or solitary. It stands on a slight eminence in a forest. The road, very old and narrow, passes in front of its drawbridge, never raised in my time, and its moat, stocked with perch and sailed over by many swans, and floating on its surface white fleets of water lilies. Over all this, the schloss shows its many-windowed front, its towers, and its Gothic chapel. The forest opens in an irregular and very picturesque glade before its gate, and at the right a steep Gothic bridge carries the road over a stream that winds in deep shadow through the wood. I have said that this is a very lonely place. Judge whether I say truth. Looking from the hall door towards the road, the forest in which our castle stands extends 15 miles to the right, and 12 to the left. The nearest inhabited village is about 7 of your English miles to the left. The nearest inhabited schloss of any historic associations is that of old General Spielstoff, nearly 20 miles away to the right. I have said the nearest inhabited village, because there is, only 3 miles westward, that is to say in the direction of General Spielstoff's schloss, a ruined village, with its quaint little church, now roofless, in the aisle of which are the mouldering tombs of the proud family of Constein, now extinct, who once owned the equally desolate chateau which, in the thick of the forest, overlooks the silent ruins of the town. Respecting the cause of the desertion of this striking and melancholy spot, there is a legend which I shall relate to you another time. I must tell you now, how very small is the party who constitute the inhabitants of our castle. I don't include servants or those dependents who occupy rooms in the buildings attached to the schloss. Listen and wonder. My father, who is the kindest man on earth but growing old, and I, at the date of my story, only 19. 8 years have passed since then. I and my father constituted the family at the schloss. My mother, a Styrian lady, died in my infancy, but I had a good-natured governess who had been with me from, I might almost say, my infancy. I could not remember the time when her fat, benignant face was not a familiar picture in my memory. This was Madame Perrodon, a native of Berne, whose care and good nature in part supplied to me the loss of my mother, whom I do not even remember, so early I lost her. She made a third at our little dinner party. There was a fourth, Mademoiselle de La Fontaine, a lady such as you term, I believe, a finishing governess. She spoke French and German, Madame Perrodon French and broken English, to which my father and I added English, which, partly to prevent its becoming a lost language among us, and partly from patriotic motives, we spoke every day. The consequence was a babel, at which strangers used to laugh, and which I shall make no attempt to reproduce in this narrative. And there were 2 or 3 young lady friends besides, pretty nearly of my own age, who were occasional visitors, for longer or shorter terms, and these visits I sometimes returned. These were our regular social resources, but of course there were chance visits from neighbors of only 5 or 6 leagues distance. My life was, notwithstanding, rather a solitary one, I can assure you. My gouvernantes had just so much control over me as you might conjecture such sage persons would have in the case of a rather spoiled girl, whose only parent allowed her pretty nearly her own way in everything. The first occurrence in my existence, which produced a terrible impression upon my mind, which, in fact, never has been effaced, was one of the very earliest incidents of my life which I can recollect. Some people will think it so trifling that it should not be recorded here. You will see, however, by and by, why I mention it. The nursery, as it was called, though I had it all to myself, was a large room in the upper story of the castle, with a steep oak roof. I can't have been more than 6 years old, when one night I awoke, and looking round the room from my bed, failed to see the nursery maid. Neither was my nurse there, and I thought myself alone. I was not frightened, for I was one of those happy children who are studiously kept in ignorance of ghost stories, of fairy tales, and of all such lore as makes us cover up our heads when the door creaks suddenly, or the flicker of an expiring candle makes the shadow of a bedpost dance upon the wall, nearer to our faces. I was vexed and insulted at finding myself, as I conceived, neglected, and I began to whimper, preparatory to a haughty bout of roaring, when to my surprise I saw a solemn but very pretty face looking at me from the side of the bed. It was that of a young lady who was kneeling, with her hands under the coverlet. I looked at her with a kind of pleased wonder, and ceased whimpering. She caressed me with her hands, and lay down beside me on the bed, and drew me towards her, smiling. I felt immediately delightfully soothed, and fell asleep again. I was wakened by a sensation, as if 2 needles ran into my breast very deep at the same moment, and I cried loudly. The lady started back, with her eyes fixed on me, and then slipped down upon the floor, and, as I thought, hid herself under the bed. I was now for the first time frightened, and I yelled with all my might and main. Nurse, nursery maid, housekeeper, all came running in, and hearing my story, they made light of it, soothing me all they could meanwhile. But child as I was, I could perceive that their faces were pale with an unwonted look of anxiety, and I saw them look under the bed, and about the room, and peep under tables and pluck open cupboards, and the housekeeper whispered to the nurse, "Lay your hand along that hollow in the bed. Someone did lie there, so sure as you did not. The place is still warm." I remember the nursery maid petting me, and all 3 examining my chest, where I told them I felt the puncture, and pronouncing that there was no sign visible that any such thing had happened to me. The housekeeper and the 2 other servants who were in charge of the nursery remained sitting up all night, and from that time a servant always sat up in the nursery until I was about 14. I was very nervous for a long time after this. A doctor was called in. He was pallid and elderly. How well I remember his long saturnine face, slightly pitted with smallpox, and his chestnut wig. For a good while, every second day, he came and gave me medicine, which of course I hated. The morning after I saw this apparition, I was in a state of terror, and could not bear to be left alone, daylight though it was, for a moment. I remember my father coming up and standing at the bedside, and talking cheerfully, and asking the nurse a number of questions, and laughing very heartily at one of the answers, and patting me on the shoulder, and kissing me, and telling me not to be frightened, that it was nothing but a dream and could not hurt me. But I was not comforted, for I knew the visit of the strange woman was not a dream, and I was awfully frightened. I was a little consoled by the nursery maid's assuring me that it was she who had come and looked at me, and lain down beside me in the bed, and that I must have been half dreaming not to have known her face. But this, though supported by the nurse, did not quite satisfy me. I remember, in the course of that day, a venerable old man, in a black cassock, coming into the room with the nurse and housekeeper, and talking a little to them, and very kindly to me. His face was very sweet and gentle, and he told me they were going to pray, and join my hands together, and desired me to say, softly, while they were praying, "Lord, hear all good prayers for us, for Jesus' sake." I think these were the very words, for I often repeated them to myself, and my nurse used for years to make me say them in my prayers. I remember so well the thoughtful, sweet face of that white-haired old man, in his black cassock, as he stood in that rude, lofty, brown room, with the clumsy furniture of a fashion 300 years old about him, and the scanty light entering its shadowy atmosphere through the small lattice. He kneeled, and the 3 women with him, and he prayed aloud with an earnest, quavering voice for, what appeared to me, a long time. I forget all my life preceding that event, and for some time after it is all obscure also. But the scenes I have just described stand out vivid as the isolated pictures of the phantasmagoria surrounded by darkness. Roman 2, a guest, I am now going to tell you something so strange that it will require all your faith in my veracity to believe my story. It is not only true, nevertheless, but truth of which I have been an eyewitness. It was a sweet summer evening, and my father asked me, as he sometimes did, to take a little ramble with him along that beautiful forest vista which I have mentioned as lying in front of the Schloss. General Spielstoff cannot come to us so soon as I had hoped, said my father, as we pursued our walk. He was to have paid us a visit of some weeks, and we had expected his arrival next day. He was to have brought with him a young lady, his niece and ward, Mademoiselle Reinfeldt, whom I had never seen, but whom I had heard described as a very charming girl, and in whose society I had promised myself many happy days. I was more disappointed than a young lady living in a town, or a bustling neighborhood can possibly imagine. This visit, and the new acquaintance it promised, had furnished my daydream for many weeks. "And how soon does he come?" I asked. "Not till autumn. Not for 2 months, I dare say," he answered. "And I am very glad now, dear, that you never knew Mademoiselle Reinfeldt." "And why?" I asked, both mortified and curious. "Because the poor young lady is dead," he replied. "I quite forgot I had not told you, but you were not in the room when I received the General's letter this evening." I was very much shocked. General Spielstoff had mentioned in his first letter, 6 or 7 weeks before, that she was not so well as he would wish her, but there was nothing to suggest the remotest suspicion of danger. "Here is the General's letter," he said, handing it to me. "I am afraid he is in great affliction. The letter appears to me to have been written very nearly in distraction." We sat down on a rude bench, under a group of magnificent lime trees. The sun was setting with all its melancholy splendor behind the sylvan horizon, and the stream that flows beside our home, and passes under the steep old bridge I have mentioned, wound through many a group of noble trees, almost at our feet, reflecting in its current the fading crimson of the sky. General Spielstoff's letter was so extraordinary, so vehement, and in some places so self-contradictory, that I read it twice over, the second time aloud to my father, and was still unable to account for it, except by supposing that grief had unsettled his mind. It said, "I have lost my darling daughter, for as such I loved her. During the last days of dear Bertha's illness I was not able to write to you. Before then I had no idea of her danger. I have lost her, and now learn all, too late. She died in the peace of innocence and in the glorious hope of a blessed futurity. The fiend who betrayed our infatuated hospitality has done it all. I thought I was receiving into my house innocence, gaiety, a charming companion for my lost Bertha. Heavens! What a fool have I been! I thank God my child died without a suspicion of the cause of her sufferings. She is gone without so much as conjecturing the nature of her illness, and the accursed passion of the agent of all this misery. I devote my remaining days to tracking and extinguishing a monster. I am told I may hope to accomplish my righteous and merciful purpose. At present there is scarcely a gleam of light to guide me. I curse my conceited incredulity, my despicable affectation of superiority, my blindness, my obstinacy, all too late. I cannot write or talk collectedly now. I am distracted. So soon as I shall have a little recovered, I mean to devote myself for a time to inquiry, which may possibly lead me as far as Vienna. Sometime in the autumn, 2 months hence or earlier if I live, I will see you, that is, if you permit me. I will then tell you all that I scarce dare put upon paper now. Farewell. Pray for me, dear friend. In these terms ended this strange letter. Though I had never seen Bertha Reinfeldt, my eyes filled with tears at the sudden intelligence. I was startled, as well as profoundly disappointed. The sun had now set, and it was twilight by the time I had returned the General's letter to my father. It was a soft, clear evening, and we loitered, speculating upon the possible meanings of the violent and incoherent sentences which I had just been reading. We had nearly a mile to walk before reaching the road that passes the Schloss in front, and by that time the moon was shining brilliantly. At the drawbridge we met Madame Perrodon and Mademoiselle de Lafontaine, who had come out, without their bonnets, to enjoy the exquisite moonlight. We heard their voices gabbling in animated dialogue as we approached. We joined them at the drawbridge, and turned about to admire with them the beautiful scene. The glade through which we had just walked lay before us. At our left, the narrow road wound away under clumps of lordly trees, and was lost to sight amid the thickening forest. At the right, the same road crosses the steep and picturesque bridge, near which stands a ruined tower which once guarded that pass. and beyond the bridge an abrupt eminence rises, covered with trees, and showing in the shadows some gray, ivy-clustered rocks. Over the sward and low grounds, a thin film of mist was stealing, like smoke, marking the distances with a transparent veil, and here and there we could see the river faintly flashing in the moonlight. No softer, sweeter scene could be imagined. The news I had just heard made it melancholy, but nothing could disturb its character of profound serenity and the enchanted glory and vagueness of the prospect. My father, who enjoyed the picturesque, and I, stood looking in silence over the expanse beneath us. The two good governesses, standing a little way behind us, discoursed upon the scene and were eloquent upon the moon. Madame Perrodon was fat, middle-aged, and romantic, and talked and sighed poetically. Mademoiselle de Lafontaine, in right of her father, who was a German, assumed to be psychological, metaphysical, and something of a mystic, now declared that when the moon shone with a light so intense it was well known that it indicated a special spiritual activity. The effect of the full moon in such a state of brilliancy was manifold. It acted on dreams, it acted on lunacy, it acted on nervous people, it had marvelous physical influences connected with life. Mademoiselle related that her cousin, who was mate of a merchant ship, having taken a nap on deck on such a night, lying on his back, with his face full in the light of the moon, had wakened after a dream of an old woman clawing him by the cheek, with his features horribly drawn to one side, and his countenance had never quite recovered its equilibrium. The moon, this night, she said, is full of idyllic and magnetic influence. And see, when you look behind you at the front of the Schloss, how all its windows flash and twinkle with that silvery splendor, as if unseen hands had lighted up the rooms to receive fairy guests. There are indolent states of the spirits in which, indisposed to talk ourselves, the talk of others is pleasant to our listless ears, and I gazed on, pleased with the tinkle of the ladies' conversation. I have got into one of my moping moods tonight, said my father, after a silence, and quoting Shakespeare, whom, by way of keeping up our English, he used to read aloud, he said, "In truth I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me. You say it wearies you, but how I got it came by it. I forget the rest, but I feel as if some great misfortune were hanging over us. I suppose the poor General's afflicted letter has had something to do with it." At this moment, the unwonted sound of carriage wheels and many hoofs upon the road arrested our attention. They seemed to be approaching from the high ground overlooking the bridge, and very soon the equipage emerged from that point. Two horsemen first crossed the bridge, then came a carriage drawn by 4 horses, and 2 men rode behind. It seemed to be the traveling carriage of a person of rank, and we were all immediately absorbed in watching that very unusual spectacle. It became, in a few moments, greatly more interesting, for just as the carriage had passed the summit of the steep bridge, one of the leaders, taking fright, communicated his panic to the rest, and after a plunge or two, the whole team broke into a wild gallop together, and dashing between the horsemen who rode in front, came thundering along the road towards us with the speed of a hurricane. The excitement of the scene was made more painful by the clear, long-drawn screams of a female voice from the carriage window. We all advanced in curiosity and horror, my father in silence, the rest with various ejaculations of terror. Our suspense did not last long. Just before you reach the castle drawbridge, on the route they were coming, there stands by the roadside a magnificent lime tree. On the other stands an ancient stone cross, at sight of which the horses, now going at a pace that was perfectly frightful, swerved so as to bring the wheel over the projecting roots of the tree. I knew what was coming. I covered my eyes, unable to see it out, and turned my head away. At the same moment, I heard a cry from my lady friends, who had gone on a little. Curiosity opened my eyes, and I saw a scene of utter confusion. 2 of the horses were on the ground, the carriage lay upon its side with 2 wheels in the air. The men were busy removing the traces, and a lady, with a commanding air and figure, had got out, and stood with clasped hands, raising the handkerchief that was in them every now and then to her eyes. Through the carriage door was now lifted a young lady, who appeared to be lifeless. My dear old father was already beside the elder lady, with his hat in his hand, evidently tendering his aid and the resources of his Schloss. The lady did not appear to hear him, or to have eyes for anything but the slender girl who was being placed against the slope of the bank. I approached. The young lady was apparently stunned, but she was certainly not dead. My father, who piqued himself on being something of a physician, had just had his fingers to her wrist and assured the lady, who declared herself her mother, that her pulse, though faint and irregular, was undoubtedly still distinguishable. The lady clasped her hands and looked upward, as if in a momentary transport of gratitude. But immediately she broke out again in that theatrical way which is, I believe, natural to some people. She was what is called a fine-looking woman for her time of life, and must have been handsome. She was tall, but not thin, and dressed in black velvet, and looked rather pale, but with a proud and commanding countenance, though now agitated strangely. Was ever being so born to calamity? I heard her say, with clasped hands as I came up. Here am I, on a journey of life and death, in prosecuting which to lose an hour is possibly to lose all. My child will not have recovered sufficiently to resume her route for who can say how long. I must leave her, I cannot, dare not delay. How far on, sir, can you tell, is the nearest village? I must leave her there, and shall not see my darling, or even hear of her till my return, 3 months hence. I plucked my father by the coat and whispered earnestly in his ear. Oh, papa, pray ask her to let her stay with us. It would be so delightful. Do, pray. If madam will entrust her child to the care of my daughter, and of her good gouvernante, Madame Perrodon, and permit her to remain as our guest, under my charge, until her return, it will confer a distinction and an obligation upon us, and we shall treat her with all the care and devotion which so sacred a trust deserves. I cannot do that, sir. It would be to task your kindness and chivalry too cruelly, said the lady, distractedly. It would, on the contrary, be to confer on us a very great kindness at the moment when we most need it. My daughter has just been disappointed by a cruel misfortune, in a visit from which she had long anticipated a great deal of happiness. If you confide this young lady to our care, it will be her best consolation. The nearest village on your route is distant, and affords no such inn as you could think of placing your daughter at. You cannot allow her to continue her journey for any considerable distance without danger. If, as you say, you cannot suspend your journey, you must part with her tonight, and nowhere could you do so with more honest assurances of care and tenderness than here. There was something in this lady's air and appearance so distinguished, and even imposing, and in her manner so engaging as to impress one, quite apart from the dignity of her equipage, with a conviction that she was a person of consequence. By this time, the carriage was replaced in its upright position, and the horses, quite tractable, in the traces again. The lady threw on her daughter a glance which I fancied was not quite so affectionate as one might have anticipated from the beginning of the scene. Then she beckoned slightly to my father, and withdrew 2 or 3 steps with him out of hearing, and talked to him with a fixed and stern countenance, not at all like that with which she had hitherto spoken. I was filled with wonder that my father did not seem to perceive the change, and also unspeakably curious to learn what it could be that she was speaking, almost in his ear, with so much earnestness and rapidity. 2 or 3 minutes at most I think she remained thus employed, then she turned, and a few steps brought her to where her daughter lay, supported by Madame Perrodon. She kneeled beside her for a moment and whispered, as Madame supposed, a little benediction in her ear, then hastily kissing her she stepped into her carriage. The door was closed. The footmen in stately liveries jumped up behind, the outriders spurred on, the postilions cracked their whips, the horses plunged and broke suddenly into a furious canter that threatened soon again to become a gallop, and the carriage whirled away, followed at the same rapid pace by the 2 horsemen in the rear. Roman 3, we compare notes, we followed the cortege with our eyes, until it was swiftly lost to sight in the misty wood, and the very sound of the hoofs and the wheels died away in the silent night air. Nothing remained to assure us that the adventure had not been an illusion of a moment, but the young lady, who just at that moment opened her eyes. I could not see, for her face was turned from me, but she raised her head, evidently looking about her, and I heard a very sweet voice ask complainingly, "Where is Mamma?" Our good Madame Perrodon answered tenderly, and added some comfortable assurances. I then heard her ask, "Where am I? What is this place?" And after that she said, "I don't see the carriage, and Matska, where is she?" Madame answered all her questions in so far as she understood them, and gradually the young lady remembered how the misadventure came about, and was glad to hear that no one in, or in attendance on, the carriage was hurt, and on learning that her mamma had left her here, till her return in about 3 months, she wept. I was going to add my consolations to those of Madame Perrodon, when Mademoiselle de Lafontaine placed her hand upon my arm, saying, "Don't approach, one at a time is as much as she can at present converse with. A very little excitement would possibly overpower her now. As soon as she is comfortably in bed, I thought, I will run up to her room and see her." My father in the meantime had sent a servant on horseback for the physician, who lived about 2 leagues away, and a bedroom was being prepared for the young lady's reception. The stranger now rose, and leaning on Madame's arm, walked slowly over the drawbridge and into the castle gate. In the hall, servants waited to receive her, and she was conducted forthwith to her room. The room we usually sat in as our drawing room is long, having far windows that looked over the moat and drawbridge, upon the forest scene I have just described. It is furnished in old carved oak, with large carved cabinets, and the chairs are cushioned with crimson Utrecht velvet. The walls are covered with tapestry, and surrounded with great gold frames, the figures being as large as life, in ancient and very curious costume, and the subjects represented are hunting, hawking, and generally festive. It is not too stately to be extremely comfortable. And here we had our tea, for with his usual patriotic leanings, he insisted that the national beverage should make its appearance regularly with our coffee and chocolate. We sat here this night, and with candles lighted, were talking over the adventure of the evening. Madame Perrodon and Mademoiselle de Lafontaine were both of our party. The young stranger had hardly lain down in her bed when she sank into a deep sleep, and those ladies had left her in the care of a servant. "How do you like our guest?" I asked, as soon as Madame entered. "Tell me all about her." "I like her extremely," answered Madame. "She is, I almost think, the prettiest creature I ever saw, about your age, and so gentle and nice. She is absolutely beautiful," threw in Mademoiselle, who had peeped for a moment into the stranger's room. "And such a sweet voice?" added Madame Perrodon. "Did you remark a woman in the carriage after it was set up again, who did not get out?" inquired Mademoiselle, but only looked from the window. "No, we had not seen her." Then she described a hideous black woman with a sort of colored turban on her head, who was gazing all the time from the carriage window, nodding and grinning derisively towards the ladies, with gleaming eyes and large white eyeballs, and her teeth set as if in fury. "Did you remark what an ill-looking pack of men the servants were?" asked Madame. "Yes," said my father, who had just come in. "Ugly, hangdog-looking fellows, as ever I beheld in my life. I hope they mayn't rob the poor lady in the forest. They are clever rogues, however. They got everything to rights in a minute." "I dare say they are worn out with too long traveling," said Madame. "Besides looking wicked, their faces were so strangely lean, and dark, and sullen. I am very curious, I own, but I dare say the young lady will tell us all about it tomorrow, if she is sufficiently recovered." "I don't think she will," said my father, with a mysterious smile, and a little nod of his head, as if he knew more about it than he cared to tell us. This made me all the more inquisitive as to what had passed between him and the lady in the black velvet, in the brief but earnest interview that had immediately preceded her departure. We were scarcely alone, when I entreated him to tell me. He did not need much pressing. "There is no particular reason why I should not tell you." She expressed a reluctance to trouble us with the care of her daughter, saying she was in delicate health and nervous, but not subject to any kind of seizure. She volunteered that, not to any illusion, being in fact perfectly sane. "How very odd to say all that," I interpolated. "It was so unnecessary." "At all events it was said," he laughed, "and as you wish to know all that passed, which was indeed very little, I tell you." She then said, "I am making a long journey of vital importance." She emphasized the word, rapid and secret. "I shall return for my child in 3 months. In the meantime, she will be silent as to who we are, whence we come, and whither we are traveling." That is all she said. She spoke very pure French. When she said the word secret, she paused for a few seconds, looking sternly, her eyes fixed on mine. I fancy she makes a great point of that. You saw how quickly she was gone. I hope I have not done a very foolish thing in taking charge of the young lady. For my part, I was delighted. I was longing to see and talk to her, and only waiting till the doctor should give me leave. You, who live in towns, can have no idea how great an event the introduction of a new friend is, in such a solitude as surrounded us. The doctor did not arrive till nearly 1 o'clock, but I could no more have gone to my bed and slept than I could have overtaken, on foot, the carriage in which the princess in black velvet had driven away. When the physician came down to the drawing-room, it was to report very favorably upon his patient. She was now sitting up, her pulse quite regular, apparently perfectly well. She had sustained no injury, and the little shock to her nerves had passed away quite harmlessly. There could be no harm certainly in my seeing her, if we both wished it, and with this permission I sent forthwith to know whether she would allow me to visit her for a few minutes in her room. The servant returned immediately to say that she desired nothing more. You may be sure I was not long in availing myself of this permission. Our visitor lay in one of the handsomest rooms in the Schloss. It was, perhaps, a little stately. There was a sombre piece of tapestry opposite the foot of the bed, representing Cleopatra with the asps to her bosom, and other solemn classic scenes were displayed, a little faded, upon the other walls. But there was gold carving and rich and varied color enough in the other decorations of the room to mar than redeem the gloom of the old tapestry. There were candles at the bedside. She was sitting up, her slender pretty figure enveloped in the soft silk dressing gown, embroidered with flowers, and lined with thick quilted silk, which her mother had thrown over her feet as she lay upon the ground. What was it that, as I reached the bedside and had just begun my little greeting, struck me dumb in a moment, and made me recoil a step or two from before her? I will tell you. I saw the very face which had visited me in my childhood at night, which remained so fixed in my memory, and on which I had for so many years so often ruminated with horror, when no one suspected of what I was thinking. It was pretty, even beautiful, and when I first beheld it, wore the same melancholy expression, but this almost instantly lighted into a strange fixed smile of recognition. There was a silence of fully a minute, and then at length she spoke. I could not. "How wonderful!" she exclaimed. "12 years ago I saw your face in a dream, and it has haunted me ever since." "Wonderful indeed?" I repeated, overcoming with an effort the horror that had for a time suspended my utterances. 12 years ago, in vision or reality, I certainly saw you. I could not forget your face. It has remained before my eyes ever since. Her smile had softened. Whatever I had fancied strange in it was gone, and it and her dimpling cheeks were now delightfully pretty and intelligent. I felt reassured, and continued more in the vein which hospitality indicated, to bid her welcome, and to tell her how much pleasure her accidental arrival had given us all, and especially what a happiness it was to me. I took her hand as I spoke. I was a little shy, as lonely people are, but the situation made me eloquent and even bold. She pressed my hand, she laid hers upon it, and her eyes glowed, as looking hastily into mine, she smiled again and blushed. She answered my welcome very prettily. I sat down beside her, still wondering, and she said, "I must tell you my vision about you. It is so very strange that you and I should have had, each of the other so vivid a dream, that each should have seen, I you and you me, looking as we do now, when of course we both were mere children. I was a child about 6 years old, and I awoke from a confused and troubled dream, and found myself in a room, unlike my nursery, wainscoted clumsily in some dark wood, and with cupboards and bedsteads and chairs and benches placed about it. The beds were, I thought, all empty, and the room itself without anyone but myself in it, and I, after looking about me for some time, and admiring especially an iron candlestick, with 2 branches, which I should certainly know again, crept under one of the beds to reach the window. But as I got from under the bed, I heard someone crying, and looking up while I was still upon my knees, I saw you, most assuredly you, as I see you now, a beautiful young lady, with golden hair and large blue eyes and lips, your lips, you as you are here. Your looks won me. I climbed on the bed and put my arms about you, and I think we both fell asleep. I was aroused by a scream. You were sitting up screaming. I was frightened and slipped down upon the ground, and it seemed to me, lost consciousness for a moment, and when I came to myself, I was again in my nursery at home. Your face I have never forgotten since. I could not be misled by mere resemblance. You are the lady whom I then saw. It was now my turn to relate my corresponding vision, which I did, to the undisguised wonder of my new acquaintance. I don't know which should be most afraid of the other, she said, again smiling. If you were less pretty, I think I should be very much afraid of you, but being as you are, and you and I both so young, I feel only that I have made your acquaintance 12 years ago, and have already a right to your intimacy. At all events, it does seem as if we were destined, from our earliest childhood, to be friends. I wonder whether you feel as strangely drawn towards me as I do to you. I have never had a friend. Shall I find one now? She sighed, and her fine dark eyes gazed passionately on me. Now the truth is, I felt rather unaccountably towards the beautiful stranger. I did feel, as she said, drawn towards her, but there was also something of repulsion. In this ambiguous feeling, however, the sense of attraction immensely prevailed. She interested and won me. She was so beautiful and so indescribably engaging. I perceived now something of languor and exhaustion stealing over her, and hastened to bid her good night. The doctor thinks, I added, that you ought to have a maid to sit up with you tonight. One of ours is waiting, and you will find her a very useful and quiet creature. How kind of you, but I could not sleep. I never could with an attendant in the room. I shan't require any assistance. And shall I confess my weakness? I am haunted with a terror of robbers. Our house was robbed once, and 2 servants murdered, so I always lock my door. It has become a habit, and you look so kind I know you will forgive me. I see there is a key in the lock. She held me close in her pretty arms for a moment and whispered in my ear, "Good night, darling. It is very hard to part with you, but good night. Tomorrow, but not early, I shall see you again." She sank back on the pillow with a sigh, and her fine eyes followed me with a fond and melancholy gaze, and she murmured again, "Good night, dear friend." Young people like and even love on impulse. I was flattered by the evident, though as yet undeserved, fondness she showed me. I liked the confidence with which she at once received me. She was determined that we should be very near friends. Next day came and we met again. I was delighted with my companion, that is to say, in many respects. Her looks lost nothing in daylight. She was certainly the most beautiful creature I had ever seen, and the unpleasant remembrance of the face presented in my early dream had lost the effect of the first unexpected recognition. She confessed that she had experienced a similar shock on seeing me, and precisely the same faint antipathy that had mingled with my admiration of her. We now laughed together over our momentary horrors. Roman for her habits, a saunter I told you that I was charmed with her in most particulars. There were some that did not please me so well. She was above the middle height of women. I shall begin by describing her. She was slender and wonderfully graceful. Except that her movements were languid, very languid, indeed, there was nothing in her appearance to indicate an invalid. Her complexion was rich and brilliant. Her features were small and beautifully formed, her eyes large, dark, and lustrous. Her hair was quite wonderful. I never saw hair so magnificently thick and long when it was down about her shoulders. I have often placed my hands under it, and laughed with wonder at its weight. It was exquisitely fine and soft, and in color a rich, very dark brown, with something of gold. I loved to let it down, tumbling with its own weight, as in her room, she lay back in her chair talking, in her sweet low voice. I used to fold and braid it, and spread it out and play with it. Heavens, if I had but known all! I said there were particulars which did not please me. I have told you that her confidence won me the first night I saw her, but I found that she exercised with respect to herself, her mother, her history, everything in fact connected with her life, plans, and people, an ever-wakeful reserve. I dare say I was unreasonable, perhaps I was wrong. I dare say I ought to have respected the solemn injunction laid upon my father by the stately lady in black velvet. But curiosity is a restless and unscrupulous passion, and no one girl can endure, with patience, that hers should be baffled by another. What harm could it do anyone to tell me what I so ardently desired to know? Had she no trust in my good sense or honor? Why would she not believe me when I assured her, so solemnly, that I would not divulge one syllable of what she told me to any mortal breathing? There was a coldness, it seemed to me, beyond her years, in her smiling, melancholy, persistent refusal to afford me the least ray of light. I cannot say we quarreled upon this point, for she would not quarrel upon any. It was, of course, very unfair of me to press her, very ill-bred, but I really could not help it, and I might just as well have let it alone. What she did tell me amounted, in my unconscionable estimation, to nothing. It was all summed up in 3 very vague disclosures. First, her name was Camilla. Second, her family was very ancient and noble. Third, her home lay in the direction of the west. She would not tell me the name of her family, nor their armorial bearings, nor the name of their estate, nor even that of the country they lived in. You are not to suppose that I worried her incessantly on these subjects. I watched opportunity, and rather insinuated than urged my inquiries. Once or twice, indeed, I did attack her more directly. But no matter what my tactics, utter failure was invariably the result. Reproaches and caresses were all lost upon her. But I must add this, that her evasion was conducted with so pretty a melancholy and deprecation, with so many, and even passionate declarations of her liking for me, and trust in my honor, and with so many promises that I should at last know all, that I could not find it in my heart long to be offended with her. She used to place her pretty arms about my neck, draw me to her, and laying her cheek to mine, murmur with her lips near my ear, "Dearest, your little heart is wounded. Think me not cruel because I obey the irresistible law of my strength and weakness. If your dear heart is wounded, my wild heart bleeds with yours. In the rapture of my enormous humiliation I live in your warm life, and you shall die, sweetly die, into mine. I cannot help it. As I draw near to you, you, in your turn, will draw near to others and learn the rapture of that cruelty, which yet is love. So, for a while, seek to know no more of me and mine, but trust me with all your loving spirit." And when she had spoken such a rhapsody, she would press me more closely in her trembling embrace, and her lips in soft kisses gently glow upon my cheek. Her agitations and her language were unintelligible to me, From these foolish embraces, which were not of very frequent occurrence, I must allow, I used to wish to extricate myself, but my energies seemed to fail me. Her murmured words sounded like a lullaby in my ear, and soothed my resistance into a trance, from which I only seemed to recover myself when she withdrew her arms. In these mysterious moods I did not like her. I experienced a strange, tumultuous excitement that was pleasurable, ever and anon, mingled with a vague sense of fear and disgust. I had no distinct thoughts about her while such scenes lasted, but I was conscious of a love growing into adoration, and also of abhorrence. This I know is paradox, but I can make no other attempt to explain the feeling. I now write, after an interval of more than 10 years, with a trembling hand, with a confused and horrible recollection of certain occurrences and situations, in the ordeal through which I was unconsciously passing, though with a vivid and very sharp remembrance of the main current of my story. But I suspect, in all lives there are certain emotional scenes, those in which our passions have been most wildly and terribly roused, that are of all others the most vaguely and dimly remembered. Sometimes after an hour of apathy, my strange and beautiful companion would take my hand and hold it with a fond pressure, renewed again and again, blushing softly, gazing in my face with languid and burning eyes, and breathing so fast that her dress rose and fell with the tumultuous respiration. It was like the ardor of a lover. It embarrassed me. It was hateful and yet overpowering, and with gloating eyes she drew me to her, and her hot lips traveled along my cheek in kisses, and she would whisper, almost in sobs, "You are mine, you shall be mine, you and I are one forever." Then she has thrown herself back in her chair, with her small hands over her eyes, leaving me trembling. "Are we related?" I used to ask. "What can you mean by all this? I remind you perhaps of someone whom you love, but you must not. I hate it. I don't know you. I don't know myself when you look so and talk so." She used to sigh at my vehemence, then turn away and drop my hand. Respecting these very extraordinary manifestations, I strove in vain to form any satisfactory theory. I could not refer them to affectation or trick. It was unmistakably the momentary breaking out of suppressed instinct and emotion. Was she, notwithstanding her mother's volunteered denial, subject to brief visitations of insanity, or was there here a disguise and a romance? I had read in old story books of such things. What if a boyish lover had found his way into the house, and sought to prosecute his suit in masquerade, with the assistance of a clever old adventuress? But there were many things against this hypothesis, highly interesting as it was to my vanity. I could boast of no little attentions such as masculine gallantry delights to offer. Between these passionate moments there were long intervals of commonplace, of gaiety, of brooding melancholy, during which, except that I detected her eyes so full of melancholy fire, following me, at times I might have been as nothing to her. Except in these brief periods of mysterious excitement her ways were girlish, and there was always a languor about her, quite incompatible with a masculine system in a state of health. In some respects her habits were odd, perhaps not so singular in the opinion of a town lady like you, as they appeared to us rustic people. She used to come down very late, generally not till 1 o'clock. She would then take a cup of chocolate, but eat nothing. We then went out for a walk, which was a mere saunter, and she seemed, almost immediately, exhausted, and either returned to the schloss or sat on one of the benches that were placed, here and there, among the trees. This was a bodily languor in which her mind did not sympathize. She was always an animated talker, and very intelligent. She sometimes alluded for a moment to her own home, or mentioned an adventure or situation, or an early recollection, which indicated a people of strange manners, and described customs of which we knew nothing. I gathered from these chance hints that her native country was much more remote than I had at first fancied. As we sat thus one afternoon under the trees, a funeral passed us by. It was that of a pretty young girl, whom I had often seen, the daughter of one of the rangers of the forest. The poor man was walking behind the coffin of his darling. She was his only child, and he looked quite heartbroken. Peasants walking 2 and 2 came behind. They were singing a funeral hymn. I rose to mock my respect as they passed, and joined in the hymn they were very sweetly singing. My companion shook me a little roughly, and I turned surprised. She said brusquely, "Don't you perceive how discordant that is?" "I think it very sweet, on the contrary," I answered, vexed at the interruption, and very uncomfortable, lest the people who composed the little procession should observe and resent what was passing. I resumed, therefore, instantly, and was again interrupted. "You pierce my ears," said Camilla, almost angrily, and stopping her ears with her tiny fingers. "Besides, how can you tell that your religion and mine are the same? Your farms wound me and I hate funerals. What a fuss, why you must die, everyone must die, and all are happier when they do. Come home. My father has gone on with the clergyman to the churchyard. I thought you knew she was to be buried today. She? I don't trouble my head about peasants. I don't know who she is, answered Carmilla, with a flash from her fine eyes. She is the poor girl who fancied she saw a ghost a fortnight ago, and has been dying ever since till yesterday, when she expired. Tell me nothing about ghosts. I shan't sleep tonight if you do. I hope there is no plague or fever coming. All this looks very like it, I continued. The swineherd's young wife died only a week ago, and she thought something seized her by the throat as she lay in her bed, and nearly strangled her. Papa says such horrible fancies do accompany some forms of fever. She was quite well the day before. She sank afterwards and died before a week. Well, her funeral is over, I hope, and her hymn sung, and our ears shan't be tortured with that discord and jargon. It has made me nervous. Sit down here beside me, sit close, hold my hand, press it hard, harder. We had moved a little back and had come to another seat. She sat down. Her face underwent a change that alarmed and even terrified me for a moment. It darkened and became horribly livid. Her teeth and hands were clenched, and she frowned and compressed her lips, while she stared down upon the ground at her feet, and trembled all over with a continued shudder as irrepressible as ague. All her energies seemed strained to suppress a fit, with which she was then breathlessly tugging, and at length a low convulsive cry of suffering broke from her, and gradually the hysteria subsided. There, that comes of strangling people with hymns? She said at last. Hold me still, it is passing away. And so gradually it did, and perhaps to dissipate the somber impression which the spectacle had left upon me, she became unusually animated and chatty, and so we got home. This was the first time I had seen her exhibit any definable symptoms of that delicacy of health which her mother had spoken of. It was the first time, also, I had seen her exhibit anything like temper. Both passed away like a summer cloud, and never but once afterwards did I witness on her part a momentary sign of anger. I will tell you how it happened. She and I were looking out of one of the long drawing-room windows when there entered the courtyard, over the drawbridge, a figure of a wanderer whom I knew very well. He used to visit the Schloss generally twice a year. It was the figure of a hunchback, with the sharp, lean features that generally accompany deformity. He wore a pointed black beard, and he was smiling from ear to ear, showing his white fangs. He was dressed in buff, black, and scarlet, and crossed with more straps and belts than I could count, from which hung all manner of things. Behind, he carried a magic lantern, and 2 boxes, which I well knew, in one of which was a salamander, and in the other a mandrake. These monsters used to make my father laugh. They were compounded of pots of monkeys, parrots, squirrels, fish, and hedgehogs, dried and stitched together with great neatness and startling effect. He had a fiddle, a box of conjuring apparatus, a pair of foils and masks attached to his belt, several other mysterious cases dangling about him, and a black staff with copper ferrules in his hand. His companion was a rough spare dog that followed at his heels, but stopped short, suspiciously at the drawbridge, and in a little while began to howl dismally. In the meantime, the mountebank, standing in the midst of the courtyard, raised his grotesque hat and made us a very ceremonious bow, paying his compliments very volubly in execrable French, and German not much better. Then, disengaging his fiddle, he began to scrape a lively air, to which he sang with a merry discord, dancing with ludicrous airs and activity that made me laugh, in spite of the dog's howling. Then he advanced to the window with many smiles and salutations, and his hat in his left hand, his fiddle under his arm, and with a fluency that never took breath, he gabbled a long advertisement of all his accomplishments and the resources of the various arts which he placed at our service, and the curiosities and entertainments which it was in his power, at our bidding, to display. Will your ladyships be pleased to buy an amulet against the upaya, which is going like the wolf, I hear, through these woods? He said, dropping his hat on the pavement. They are dying of it right and left, and here is a charm that never fails, only pinned to the pillow, and you may laugh in his face. These charms consisted of oblong slips of vellum, with cabalistic ciphers and diagrams upon them. Camilla instantly purchased one, and so did I. He was looking up, and we were smiling down upon him, amused, at least I can answer for myself. His piercing black eye, as he looked up in our faces, seemed to detect something that fixed for a moment his curiosity. In an instant he unrolled a leather case, full of all manner of odd little steel instruments. See here, my lady, he said, displaying it, and addressing me. I profess, among other things less useful, the art of dentistry. plague take the dog, he interpolated. Silence, beast, he howls so that your ladyships can scarcely hear a word. Your noble friend, the young lady at your right, has the sharpest tooth, long, thin, pointed like an awl, like a needle. Ha, ha, with my sharp and long sight as I look up. I have seen it distinctly. Now if it happens to hurt the young lady, and I think it must, here am I, here are my file, my punch, my nippers. I will make it round and blunt if her ladyship pleases. No longer the tooth of a fish, but of a beautiful young lady as she is. Hey, is the young lady displeased? Have I been too bold? Have I offended her? The young lady, indeed, looked very angry as she drew back from the window. How dares that mountebank insult us so? Where is your father? I shall demand redress from him. My father would have had the wretch tied up to the pump and flogged with a cart whip and burnt to the bones with the castle brand. She retired from the window a step or two, and sat down, and had hardly lost sight of the offender, when her wrath subsided as suddenly as it had risen, and she gradually recovered her usual tone, and seemed to forget the little hunchback and his follies. My father was out of spirits that evening. On coming in, he told us that there had been another case very similar to the two fatal ones which had lately occurred. The sister of a young peasant on his estate, only a mile away, was very ill, had been, as she described it, attacked very nearly in the same way, and was now slowly but steadily sinking. All this, said my father, is strictly referable to natural causes. These poor people infect one another with their superstitions, and so repeat in imagination the images of terror that have infested their neighbors. But that very circumstance frightens one horribly, said Camilla. How so? Inquired my father. I am so afraid of fancying I see such things, I think it would be as bad as reality. We are in God's hands, nothing can happen without his permission, and all will end well for those who love him. He is our faithful creator, he has made us all, and will take care of us. Creator? Nature, said the young lady in answer to my gentle father. And this disease that invades the country is natural. Nature. All things proceed from nature, don't they? All things in the heaven, in the earth, and under the earth, act and live as nature ordains? I think so. The doctor said he would come here today, said my father, after a silence. I want to know what he thinks about it and what he thinks we had better do. Doctors never did me any good, said Camilla. Then you have been ill? I asked. More ill than ever you were, she answered. Long ago? Yes, a long time. I suffered from this very illness, but I forget all but my pain and weakness, and they were not so bad as I suffered in other diseases. You were very young then? I dare say. Let us talk no more of it. You would not wound a friend. She looked languidly in my eyes and passed her arm round my waist lovingly, and led me out of the room. My father was busy over some papers near the window. Why does your papa like to frighten us? Said the pretty girl, with a sigh and a little shudder. He doesn't, dear Camilla, it is the very furthest thing from his mind. Are you afraid, dearest? I should be very much if I fancied there was any real danger of my being attacked as those poor people were. You are afraid to die? Yes, everyone is. But to die as lovers may, to die together, so that they may live together. Girls are caterpillars while they live in the world, to be finally butterflies when the summer comes. But in the meantime there are grubs and larvae, don't you see? Each with their peculiar propensities, necessities, and structure. So says Monsieur Buffon in his big book in the next room. Later in the day the doctor came, and was closeted with papa for some time. He was a skilful man, of 60 and upwards, he wore powder, and shaved his pale face as smooth as a pumpkin. He and papa emerged from the room together, and I heard papa laugh, and say as they came out, "Well, I do wonder at a wise man like you. What do you say to hippogriffs and dragons?" The doctor was smiling, and made answer, shaking his head. Nevertheless, life and death are mysterious states, and we know little of the resources of either. And so they walked on, and I heard no more. I did not then know what the doctor had been broaching, but I think I guess it now. Via wonderful likeness this evening there arrived from Gratz the grave, dark-faced son of the picture cleaner, with a horse and cart laden with 2 large packing cases, having many pictures in each. It was a journey of 10 leagues, and whenever a messenger arrived at the Schloss from our little capital of Gratz, we used to crowd about him in the hall, to hear the news. This arrival created in our secluded quarters quite a sensation. The cases remained in the hall, and the messenger was taken charge of by the servants till he had eaten his supper. Then with assistants and armed with hammer, ripping chisel, and turn-screw, he met us in the hall, where we had assembled to witness the unpacking of the cases. Camilla sat looking listlessly on, while one after the other the old pictures, nearly all portraits, which had undergone the process of renovation, were brought to light. My mother was of an old Hungarian family, and most of these pictures, which were about to be restored to their places, had come to us through her. My father had a list in his hand from which he read, as the artist rummaged out the corresponding numbers. I don't know that the pictures were very good, but they were, undoubtedly, very old, and some of them very curious also. They had, for the most part, the merit of being now seen by me, I may say, for the first time, for the smoke and dust of time had all but obliterated them. "There is a picture that I have not seen yet," said my father. "In one corner, at the top of it, is the name, as well as I could read, Masha Konstein, and the date 1698, and I am curious to see how it has turned out." I remembered it. It was a small picture, about 1.5 feet high, and nearly square without a frame, but it was so blackened by age that I could not make it out. The artist now produced it with evident pride. It was quite beautiful, it was startling, it seemed to live. It was the effigy of Carmilla. "Carmilla, dear, here is an absolute miracle. Here you are, living, smiling, ready to speak in this picture. Isn't it beautiful, Papa? And see, even the little mole on her throat." My father laughed and said certainly it is a wonderful likeness, but he looked away, and to my surprise seemed but little struck by it, and went on talking to the picture cleaner, who was also something of an artist, and discoursed with intelligence about the portraits or other works, which his art had just brought into light and color, while I was more and more lost in wonder the more I looked at the picture. "Will you let me hang this picture in my room, Papa?" I asked. "Certainly, dear," said he, smiling. "I'm very glad you think it so like. It must be prettier even than I thought it, if it is." The young lady did not acknowledge this pretty speech, did not seem to hear it. She was leaning back in her seat, her fine eyes under their long lashes gazing on me in contemplation, and she smiled in a kind of rapture. "And now you can read quite plainly the name that is written in the corner. It is not Masha, it looks as if it was done in gold. The name is Mircalla, Countess Konstein, and this is a little coronet over it, and underneath AD 1698. I am descended from the Konsteins, that is, Mamma was." "Ah," said the lady, languidly. "So am I think. A very long descent, very ancient. Are there any Konsteins living now?" "None who bear the name, I believe. The family were ruined, I believe, in some civil wars long ago, but the ruins of the castle are only about 3 miles away." "How interesting," she said, languidly. "But see what beautiful moonlight." She glanced through the hall door, which stood a little open. "Suppose you take a little ramble round the cot and look down at the road and river. It is so like the night you came to us," I said. She sighed, smiling. She rose, and each with her arm about the other's waist, we walked out upon the pavement. In silence, slowly we walked down to the drawbridge, where the beautiful landscape opened before us. "And so you were thinking of the night I came here?" she almost whispered. "Are you glad I came?" "Delighted, dear Carmilla," I answered. "And you asked for the picture you think like me to hang in your room," she murmured with a sigh, as she drew her arm closer about my waist, and let her pretty head sink upon my shoulder. "How romantic you are, Camilla," I said. "Whenever you tell me your story, it will be made up chiefly of someone great romance." She kissed me silently. "I am sure, Camilla, you have been in love, that there is, at this moment, an affair of the heart going on." "I have been in love with no one, and never shall," she whispered. "Unless it should be with you?" How beautiful she looked in the moonlight. Shy and strange was the look with which she quickly hid her face in my neck and hair, with tumultuous sighs that seemed almost to sob, and pressed in mine a hand that trembled. Her soft cheek was glowing against mine. "Darling, darling," she murmured, "I live in you, and you would die for me, I love you so." I started from her. She was gazing on me with eyes from which all fire, all meaning had flown, and a face colorless and apathetic. "Is there a chill in the air, dear?" she said drowsily. "I almost shiver. Have I been dreaming? Let us come in. Come in. You look ill, Camilla, a little faint. You certainly must take some wine," I said. "Yes, I will. I'm better now. I shall be quite well in a few minutes. Yes, do give me a little wine," answered Camilla, as we approached the door. "Let us look again for a moment. It is the last time, perhaps. I shall see the moonlight with you." "How do you feel now, dear Camilla? Are you really better?" I asked. I was beginning to take alarm, lest she should have been stricken with the strange epidemic that they said had invaded the country about us. "Papa would be grieved beyond measure," I added, "if he thought you were ever so little ill, without immediately letting us know. We have a very skillful doctor near this, the physician who was with Papa today." "I'm sure he is. I know how kind you all are, but, dear child, I am quite well again. There is nothing ever wrong with me but a little weakness. People say I am languid, I am incapable of exertion. I can scarcely walk as far as a child of 3 years old, and every now and then the little strength I have falters, and I become as you have just seen me. But after all I am very easily set up again. In a moment I am perfectly myself. See how I have recovered. So, indeed, she had, and she and I talked a great deal, and very animated she was, and the remainder of that evening passed without any recurrence of what I called her infatuations. I mean her crazy talk and looks, which embarrassed, and even frightened me. But there occurred that night an event which gave my thoughts quite a new turn, and seemed to startle even Camilla's languid nature into momentary energy. A very strange agony when we got into the drawing-room, and had sat down to our coffee and chocolate. Although Camilla did not take any, she seemed quite herself again, and Madame and Mademoiselle de Lafontaine joined us, and made a little card party, in the course of which Papa came in for what he called his dish of tea. When the game was over, he sat down beside Camilla on the sofa, and asked her, a little anxiously, whether she had heard from her mother since her arrival. She answered, no. He then asked whether she knew where a letter would reach her at present. I cannot tell, she answered ambiguously, but I have been thinking of leaving you. You have been already too hospitable and too kind to me. I have given you an infinity of trouble, and I should wish to take a carriage tomorrow, and post in pursuit of her. I know where I shall ultimately find her, although I dare not yet tell you. But you must not dream of any such thing, exclaimed my father, to my great relief. We can't afford to lose you so, and I won't consent to your leaving us, except under the care of your mother, who was so good as to consent to your remaining with us till she should herself return. I should be quite happy if I knew that you heard from her. But this evening the accounts of the progress of the mysterious disease that has invaded our neighborhood grow even more alarming, and my beautiful guest, I do feel the responsibility, unaided by advice from your mother, very much. But I shall do my best, and one thing is certain, that you must not think of leaving us without her distinct direction to that effect. We should suffer too much in parting from you to consent to it easily. Thank you, sir, 1,000 times for your hospitality, she answered, smiling bashfully. You have all been too kind to me. I have seldom been so happy in all my life before, as in your beautiful chateau, under your care, and in the society of your dear daughter. So he gallantly, in his old-fashioned way, kissed her hand, smiling and pleased at her little speech. I accompanied Camilla as usual to her room, and sat and chatted with her while she was preparing for bed. Do you think, I said at length, that you will ever confide fully in me? She turned round smiling, but made no answer, only continued to smile on me. You won't answer that? I said. You can't answer pleasantly. I ought not to have asked you. You were quite right to ask me that or anything. You do not know how dear you are to me, or you could not think any confidence too great to look for. But I am under vows, no none half so awfully, and I dare not tell my story yet, even to you. The time is very near when you shall know everything. You will think me cruel, very selfish, but love is always selfish. The more ardent, the more selfish. How jealous I am you cannot know. You must come with me, loving me, to death, or else hate me and still come with me, and hating me through death and after. There is no such word as indifference in my apathetic nature. Now, Camilla, you are going to talk your wild nonsense again, I said hastily. Not I, silly little fool as I am, and full of whims and fancies. For your sake I'll talk like a sage. Were you ever at a ball? No, how you do run on. What is it like? How charming it must be. I almost forget, it is years ago. I laughed. You are not so old, your first ball can hardly be forgotten yet. I remember everything about it with an effort. I see it all, as divers see what is going on above them, through a medium, dense, rippling, but transparent. There occurred that night what has confused the picture and made its colors faint. I was all but assassinated in my bed, wounded here. She touched her breast, and never was the same since. Were you near dying? Yes, very, a cruel love, strange love that would have taken my life. Love will have its sacrifices. No sacrifice without blood. Let us go to sleep now, I feel so lazy. How can I get up just now and lock my door? She was lying with her tiny hands buried in her rich wavy hair, under her cheek, her little head upon the pillow, and her glittering eyes followed me wherever I moved, with a kind of shy smile that I could not decipher. I bid her good night, and crept from the room with an uncomfortable sensation. I often wondered whether our pretty guest ever said her prayers. I certainly had never seen her upon her knees. In the morning she never came down until long after our family prayers were over, and at night she never left the drawing-room to attend our brief evening prayers in the hall. If it had not been that it had casually come out in one of our careless talks that she had been baptized, I should have doubted her being a Christian. Religion was a subject on which I had never heard her speak a word. If I had known the world better, this particular neglect or antipathy would not have so much surprised me. The precautions of nervous people are infectious, and persons of a like temperament are pretty sure, after a time, to imitate them. I had adopted Camilla's habit of locking her bedroom door, having taken into my head all her whimsical alarms about midnight invaders and prowling assassins. I had also adopted her precaution of making a brief search through her room to satisfy herself that no lurking assassin or robber was ensconced. These wise measures taken, I got into my bed and fell asleep. A light was burning in my room. This was an old habit, of very early date, and which nothing could have tempted me to dispense with. Thus fortified, I might take my rest in peace. But dreams come through stone walls, light up dark rooms, or darken light ones, and their persons make their exits and their entrances as they please, and laugh at locksmiths. I had a dream that night that was the beginning of a very strange agony. I cannot call it a nightmare, for I was quite conscious of being asleep. But I was equally conscious of being in my room, and lying in bed, precisely as I actually was. I saw, or fancied I saw, the room and its furniture just as I had seen it last, except that it was very dark, and I saw something moving round the foot of the bed, which at first I could not accurately distinguish. But I soon saw that it was a sooty black animal that resembled a monstrous cat. It appeared to me about 4 or 5 feet long, for it measured fully the length of the hearthrug as it passed over it, and it continued toing and froing with the lithe, sinister restlessness of a beast in a cage. I could not cry out, although, as you may suppose, I was terrified. Its pace was growing faster, and the room rapidly darker and darker, and at length so dark that I could no longer see anything of it but its eyes. I felt it spring lightly on the bed. The 2 broad eyes approached my face, and suddenly I felt a stinging pain as if 2 large needles darted, an inch or 2 apart, deep into my breast. I waked with a scream. The room was lighted by the candle that burnt there all through the night, and I saw a female figure standing at the foot of the bed, a little at the right side. It was in a dark, loose dress, and its hair was down and covered its shoulders. A block of stone could not have been more still. There was not the slightest stir of respiration. As I stared at it, the figure appeared to have changed its place, and was now nearer the door. Then, close to it, the door opened, and it passed out. I was now relieved and able to breathe and move. My first thought was that Camilla had been playing me a trick, and that I had forgotten to secure my door. I hastened to it, and found it locked as usual on the inside. I was afraid to open it. I was horrified. I sprang into my bed and covered my head up in the bedclothes, and lay there more dead than alive till morning. Romans 7, descending it would be vain my attempting to tell you the horror with which, even now, I recall the occurrence of that night. It was no such transitory terror as a dream leaves behind it. It seemed to deepen by time, and communicated itself to the room and the very furniture that had encompassed the apparition. I could not bear next day to be alone for a moment. I should have told Papa, but for 2 opposite reasons. At one time, I thought he would laugh at my story, and I could not bear its being treated as a jest. And at another, I thought he might fancy that I had been attacked by the mysterious complaint which had invaded our neighborhood. I had myself no misgivings of the kind, and as he had been rather an invalid for some time, I was afraid of alarming him. I was comfortable enough with my good-natured companions, Madame Sheridan, and the vivacious Mademoiselle Lafontaine. They both perceived that I was out of spirits and nervous, and at length I told them what lay so heavy at my heart. Mademoiselle laughed, but I fancied that Madame Sheridan looked anxious. "By the by," said Mademoiselle, laughing, "the long lime-tree walk, behind Camilla's bedroom window, is haunted." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Madame, who probably thought the theme rather inopportune. "And who tells that story, my dear?" "Martin says that he came up twice, when the old yard gate was being repaired, before sunrise, and twice saw the same female figure walking down the lime-tree avenue." "So he well might, as long as there are cows to milk in the river fields," said Madame. "I dare say, but Martin chooses to be frightened, and never did I see fool more frightened." "You must not say a word about it to Camilla, because she can see down that walk from her room window," I interposed, "and she is, if possible, a greater coward than I. Camilla came down rather later than usual that day. I was so frightened last night," she said, so soon as we were together, "and I am sure I should have seen something dreadful if it had not been for that charm I bought from the poor little hunchback whom I called such hard names. I had a dream of something black coming round my bed, and I awoke in a perfect horror, and I really thought, for some seconds, I saw a dark figure near the chimney-piece. But I felt under my pillow for my charm, and the moment my fingers touched it, the figure disappeared, and I felt quite certain, only that I had it by me, that something frightful would have made its appearance and, perhaps, throttled me, as it did those poor people we heard of. Well, listen to me, I began, and recounted my adventure, at the recital of which she appeared horrified. And had you the charm near you? She asked, earnestly. No, I had dropped it into a china vase in the drawing room, but I shall certainly take it with me tonight, as you have so much faith in it. At this distance of time I cannot tell you, or even understand, how I overcame my horror so effectually as to lie alone in my room that night. I remember distinctly that I pinned the charm to my pillow. I fell asleep almost immediately and slept even more soundly than usual all night. Next night I passed as well. My sleep was delightfully deep and dreamless, but I wakened with a sense of lassitude and melancholy, which, however, did not exceed a degree that was almost luxurious. Well, I told you so, said Camilla, when I described my quiet sleep. I had such delightful sleep myself last night. I pinned the charm to the breast of my nightdress. It was too far away the night before. I am quite sure it was all fancy, except the dreams. I used to think that evil spirits made dreams, but our doctor told me it is no such thing. Only a fever passing by, or some other malady, as they often do, he said, knocks at the door, and not being able to get in, passes on with that alarm. And what do you think the charm is? Said I. It has been fumigated or immersed in some drug, and is an antidote against the malaria, she answered. Then it acts only on the body? Certainly. You don't suppose that evil spirits are frightened by bits of ribbon, or the perfumes of a druggist's shop? No, these complaints, wandering in the air, begin by trying the nerves and so infect the brain, but before they can seize upon you, the antidote repels them. That I am sure is what the charm has done for us. It is nothing magical, it is simply natural. I should have been happier if I could have quite agreed with Camilla, but I did my best, and the impression was a little losing its force. For some nights I slept profoundly, but still every morning I felt the same lassitude, and a languor weighed upon me all day. I felt myself a changed girl. A strange melancholy was stealing over me, a melancholy that I would not have interrupted. Dim thoughts of death began to open, and an idea that I was slowly sinking took gentle, and, somehow, not unwelcome, possession of me. If it was sad, the tone of mind which this induced was also sweet. Whatever it might be, my soul acquiesced in it. I would not admit that I was ill, I would not consent to tell my papa, or to have the doctor sent for. Camilla became more devoted to me than ever, and her strange paroxysms of languid adoration more frequent. She used to gloat on me with increasing ardor the more my strength and spirits waned. This always shocked me like a momentary glare of insanity. Without knowing it, I was now in a pretty advanced stage of the strangest illness under which mortal ever suffered. There was an unaccountable fascination in its earlier symptoms that more than reconciled me to the incapacitating effect of that stage of the malady. This fascination increased for a time, until it reached a certain point, when gradually a sense of the horrible mingled itself with it, deepening, as you shall hear, until it discolored and perverted the whole state of my life. The first change I experienced was rather agreeable. It was very near the turning point from which began the descent of Avernus. Certain vague and strange sensations visited me in my sleep. The prevailing one was of that pleasant, peculiar cold thrill which we feel in bathing when we move against the current of a river. This was soon accompanied by dreams that seemed interminable and were so vague that I could never recollect their scenery and persons, or any one connected portion of their action. But they left an awful impression and a sense of exhaustion, as if I had passed through a long period of great mental exertion and danger. After all these dreams, there remained on waking a remembrance of having been in a place very nearly dark, and of having spoken to people whom I could not see, and especially of one clear voice, of a female's, very deep, that spoke as if at a distance, slowly, and producing always the same sensation of indescribable solemnity and fear. Sometimes there came a sensation as if a hand was drawn softly along my cheek and neck. Sometimes it was as if warm lips kissed me, and longer and more lovingly as they reached my throat, but there the caress fixed itself. My heart beat faster, my breathing rose and fell rapidly and full-drawn, a sobbing that rose into a sense of strangulation, supervened, and turned into a dreadful convulsion, in which my senses left me, and I became unconscious. It was now 3 weeks since the commencement of this unaccountable state. My sufferings had, during the last week, told upon my appearance. I had grown pale, my eyes were dilated and darkened underneath, and the languor which I had long felt began to display itself in my countenance. My father asked me often whether I was ill, but, with an obstinacy which now seems to me unaccountable, I persisted in assuring him that I was quite well. In a sense, this was true. I had no pain, I could complain of no bodily derangement. My complaints seemed to be one of the imagination, all the nerves, and horrible as my sufferings were, I kept them, with a morbid reserve, very nearly to myself. It could not be that terrible complaint which the peasants called the upaya, for I had now been suffering for 3 weeks, and they were seldom ill for much more than 3 days, when death put an end to their miseries. Camilla complained of dreams and feverish sensations, but by no means of so alarming a kind as mine. I say that mine were extremely alarming. Had I been capable of comprehending my condition, I would have invoked aid and advice on my knees. The narcotic of an unsuspected influence was acting upon me, and my perceptions were benumbed. I am going to tell you now of a dream that led immediately to an odd discovery. One night, instead of the voice I was accustomed to hear in the dark, I heard one, sweet and tender, and at the same time terrible, which said, "Your mother warns you to beware of the assassin." At the same time a light unexpectedly sprang up, and I saw Camilla, standing, near the foot of my bed, in her white night-dress, bathed from her chin to her feet in one great stain of blood. I wakened with a shriek, possessed with the one idea that Camilla was being murdered. I remember springing from my bed, and my next recollection is that of standing on the lobby, crying for help. Madame and Mademoiselle came scurrying out of their rooms in alarm. A lamp burned always on the lobby, and seeing me, they soon learned the cause of my terror. I insisted on our knocking at Camilla's door. Our knocking was unanswered. It soon became a pounding and an uproar. We shrieked her name, but all was vain. We all grew frightened, for the door was locked. We hurried back in panic to my room. There we rang the bell long and furiously. If my father's room had been at that side of the house, we would have called him up at once to our aid. But alas, he was quite out of hearing, and to reach him involved an excursion for which we none of us had courage. Servants, however, soon came running up the stairs. I had got on my dressing gown and slippers meanwhile, and my companions were already similarly furnished. Recognizing the voices of the servants on the lobby, we sallied out together, and having renewed, as fruitlessly, our summons at Camilla's door, I ordered the men to force the lock. They did so, and we stood, holding our lights aloft in the doorway, and so stared into the room. We called her by name, but there was still no reply. We looked round the room. Everything was undisturbed. It was exactly in the state in which I had left it on bidding her good night. But Camilla was gone. Roman 8 search at sight of the room, perfectly undisturbed except for our violent entrance. We began to cool a little, and soon recovered our senses sufficiently to dismiss the men. It had struck Mademoiselle that possibly Camilla had been wakened by the uproar at her door, and in her first panic had jumped from her bed, and hid herself in a press, all behind a curtain, from which she could not, of course, emerge until the majordomo and his myrmidons had withdrawn. We now recommenced our search, and began to call her by name again. It was all to no purpose. Our perplexity and agitation increased. We examined the windows, but they were secured. I implored of Camilla, if she had concealed herself, to play this cruel trick no longer, to come out, and to end our anxieties. It was all useless. I was by this time convinced that she was not in the room, nor in the dressing-room, the door of which was still locked on this side. She could not have passed it. I was utterly puzzled. Had Camilla discovered one of those secret passages which the old housekeeper said were known to exist in the Schloss, although the tradition of their exact situation had been lost? A little time would, no doubt, explain all, utterly perplexed as, for the present, we were. It was past 4 o'clock, and I preferred passing the remaining hours of darkness in Madame's room. Daylight brought no solution of the difficulty. The whole household, with my father at its head, was in a state of agitation next morning. Every part of the chateau was searched. The grounds were explored. Not a trace of the missing lady could be discovered. The stream was about to be dragged. My father was in distraction. What a tale to have to tell the poor girl's mother on her return. I, too, was almost beside myself, though my grief was quite of a different kind. The morning was passed in alarm and excitement. It was now 1 o'clock and still no tidings. I ran up to Camilla's room and found her standing at her dressing-table. I was astounded. I could not believe my eyes. She beckoned me to her with her pretty finger in silence. Her face expressed extreme fear. I ran to her in an ecstasy of joy. I kissed and embraced her again and again. I ran to the bell and rang it vehemently, to bring others to the spot who might at once relieve my father's anxiety. "Dear Camilla, what has become of you all this time? We have been in agonies of anxiety about you," I exclaimed. "Where have you been? How did you come back?" "Last night has been a night of wonders," she said. For mercy's sake, explain all you can. It was past 2 last night, she said, when I went to sleep as usual in my bed with my doors locked, that of the dressing room, and that opening upon the gallery. My sleep was uninterrupted and, so far as I know, dreamless. But I awoke just now on the sofa in the dressing room there, and I found the door between the rooms open, and the other door fast. How could all this have happened without my being wakened? It must have been accompanied with a great deal of noise, and I am particularly easily wakened. And how could I have been carried out of my bed without my sleep having been interrupted, I whom the slightest stir startles? By this time, Mademoiselle, my father, and a number of the servants were in the room. Camilla was, of course, overwhelmed with inquiries, congratulations, and welcomes. She had but one story to tell, and seemed the least able of all the party to suggest any way of accounting for what had happened. My father took a turn up and down the room, thinking. I saw Camilla's eye follow him for a moment with a sly, dark glance. When my father had sent the servants away, Mademoiselle having gone in search of a little bottle of valerian and sal volatile, and there being no one now in the room with Camilla, except my father, Madame, and myself, he came to her thoughtfully, took her hand very kindly, led her to the sofa, and sat down beside her. Will you forgive me, my dear, if I risk a conjecture and ask a question? Who can have a better right? She said. Ask what you please, and I will tell you everything. But my story is simply one of bewilderment and darkness. I know absolutely nothing. Put any question you please. But you know, of course, the limitations Mamma has placed me under. Perfectly, my dear child. I need not approach the topics on which she desires our silence. Now, the marvel of last night consists in your having been removed from your bed and your room, without being wakened, and this removal having occurred apparently while the windows were still secured, and the 2 doors locked upon the inside. I will tell you my theory, and first ask you a question. Camilla was leaning on her hand dejectedly. Madame and I were listening breathlessly. Now, my question is this: have you ever been suspected of walking in your sleep? Never, since I was very young indeed. But you did walk in your sleep when you were young? Yes, I know I did. I have been told so often by my old nurse. My father smiled and nodded. Well, what has happened is this. You got up in your sleep, unlocked the door, not leaving the key, as usual, in the lock, but taking it out and locking it on the outside. You again took the key out and carried it away with you to some one of the 25 rooms on this floor, or perhaps upstairs or downstairs. There are so many rooms and closets, so much heavy furniture, and such accumulations of lumber, that it would require a week to search this old house thoroughly. Do you see now what I mean? I do, but not all, she answered. And how, Papa, do you account for her finding herself on the sofa in the dressing room, which we had searched so carefully? She came there after you had searched it, still in her sleep, and at last awoke spontaneously, and was as much surprised to find herself where she was as anyone else. I wish all mysteries were as easily and innocently explained as yours, Camilla, he said, laughing. And so we may congratulate ourselves on the certainty that the most natural explanation of the occurrence is one that involves no drugging, no tampering with locks, no burglars, or poisoners, or witches, nothing that need alarm Camilla or anyone else for our safety. Camilla was looking charmingly. Nothing could be more beautiful than her tints. Her beauty was, I think, enhanced by that graceful languor that was peculiar to her. I think my father was silently contrasting her looks with mine, for he said, I wish my poor Laura was looking more like herself. And he sighed. So our alarms were happily ended, and Camilla restored to her friends. Roman 9, the doctor, as Camilla would not hear of an attendant sleeping in her room, my father arranged that a servant should sleep outside her door, so that she could not attempt to make another such excursion without being arrested at her own door. That night passed quietly, and next morning early, the doctor, whom my father had sent for without telling me a word about it, arrived to see me. Madame accompanied me to the library, and there the grave little doctor, with white hair and spectacles, whom I mentioned before, was waiting to receive me. I told him my story, and as I proceeded he grew graver and graver. We were standing, he and I, in the recess of one of the windows, facing one another. When my statement was over, he leaned with his shoulders against the wall, and with his eyes fixed on me earnestly, with an interest in which was a dash of horror. After a minute's reflection, he asked Madame if he could see my father. He was sent for accordingly, and as he entered, smiling, he said, I dare say, doctor, you are going to tell me that I am an old fool for having brought you here. I hope I am. But his smile faded into shadow as the doctor, with a very grave face, beckoned him to him. He and the doctor talked for some time in the same recess where I had just conferred with the physician. It seemed an earnest and argumentative conversation. The room is very large, and I and Madam stood together, burning with curiosity, at the further end. Not a word could we hear, however, for they spoke in a very low tone, and the deep recess of the window quite concealed the doctor from view, and very nearly my father, whose foot, arm, and shoulder only could we see. And the voices were, I suppose, all the less audible for the sort of closet which the thick wall and window formed. After a time my father's face looked into the room. It was pale, thoughtful, and I fancied, agitated. "Laura, dear, come here for a moment. Madam, we shan't trouble you, the doctor says, at present." Accordingly I approached, for the first time a little alarmed, for although I felt very weak, I did not feel ill, and strength, one always fancies, is a thing that may be picked up when we please. My father held out his hand to me as I drew near, but he was looking at the doctor, and he said, "It certainly is very odd. I don't understand it quite. Laura, come here, dear. Now attend to Dr. Spielsberg and recollect yourself. You mentioned a sensation like that of 2 needles piercing the skin, somewhere about your neck, on the night when you experienced your first horrible dream. Is there still any soreness?" "None at all," I answered. "Can you indicate with your finger about the point at which you think this occurred?" "Very little below my throat here," I answered. I wore a morning dress which covered the place I pointed to. "Now you can satisfy yourself," said the doctor. "You won't mind your papa's lowering your dress a very little. It is necessary to detect a symptom of the complaint under which you have been suffering." I acquiesced. It was only an inch or 2 below the edge of my collar. "God bless me, so it is," exclaimed my father, growing pale. "You see it now with your own eyes," said the doctor with a gloomy triumph. "What is it?" I exclaimed, beginning to be frightened. "Nothing, my dear young lady, but a small blue spot about the size of the tip of your little finger. And now," he continued, turning to papa, "the question is what is best to be done." "Is there any danger?" I urged in great trepidation. "I trust not, my dear," answered the doctor. "I don't see why you should not recover. I don't see why you should not begin immediately to get better. That is the point at which the sense of strangulation begins." "Yes," I answered. "And recollect as well as you can, the same point was a kind of center of that thrill which you described just now, like the current of a cold stream running against you?" "It may have been, I think it was." "Ah, you see," he added, turning to my father. "Shall I say a word to Madam?" "Certainly," said my father. He called Madam to him and said, "I find my young friend here far from well. It won't be of any great consequence, I hope, but it will be necessary that some steps be taken, which I will explain by and by. But in the meantime, Madam, you will be so good as not to let Miss Laura be alone for one moment. That is the only direction I need give for the present. It is indispensable." "We may rely upon your kindness, Madam, I know," added my father. Madam satisfied him eagerly. "And you, dear Laura, I know you will observe the doctor's direction. I shall have to ask your opinion upon another patient, whose symptoms slightly resemble those of my daughter, that have just been detailed to you, very much milder in degree, but I believe quite of the same sort. She is a young lady, our guest, but as you say you will be passing this way again this evening, you can't do better than take your supper here, and you can then see her. She does not come down till the afternoon." "I thank you," said the doctor. "I shall be with you then, at about 7 this evening." And then they repeated their directions to me and to Madam, and with this parting charge my father left us and walked out with the doctor, and I saw them pacing together up and down between the road and the moat, on the grassy platform in front of the castle, evidently absorbed in earnest conversation. The doctor did not return. I saw him mount his horse there, take his leave, and ride away eastward through the forest. Nearly at the same time, I saw the man arrive from Dranfeld with the letters, and dismount and hand the bag to my father. In the meantime, Madam and I were both busy, lost in conjecture as to the reasons of the singular and earnest direction which the doctor and my father had concurred in imposing. Madam, as she afterwards told me, was afraid the doctor apprehended a sudden seizure, and that, without prompt assistance, I might either lose my life in a fit, or at least be seriously hurt. This interpretation did not strike me, and I fancied, perhaps luckily for my nerves, that the arrangement was prescribed simply to secure a companion, who would prevent my taking too much exercise, or eating unripe fruit, or doing any of the 50 foolish things to which young people are supposed to be prone. About half an hour after my father came in, he had a letter in his hand, and said, this letter had been delayed. It is from General Spielstoff. He might have been here yesterday, he may not come till tomorrow, or he may be here today. He put the open letter into my hand, But he did not look pleased as he used when a guest, especially one so much loved as the general, was coming. On the contrary, he looked as if he wished him at the bottom of the Red Sea. There was plainly something on his mind which he did not choose to divulge. "Papa, darling, will you tell me this?" said I, suddenly laying my hand on his arm and looking, I am sure, imploringly in his face. "Perhaps," he answered, smoothing my hair caressingly over my eyes. "Does the doctor think me very ill?" "No, dear, he thinks if right steps are taken, you will be quite well again, at least, on the high road to a complete recovery in a day or two," he answered, a little dryly. "I wish our good friend the general had chosen any other time, that is, I wish you had been perfectly well to receive him. But do tell me, Papa," I insisted. "What does he think is the matter with me?" "Nothing, you must not plague me with questions," he answered, with more irritation than I ever remember him to have displayed before, and seeing that I looked wounded, I suppose, he kissed me, and added, "You shall know all about it in a day or two, that is, all that I know. In the meantime you are not to trouble your head about it." He turned and left the room, but came back before I had done wondering and puzzling over the oddity of all this. It was merely to say that he was going to Karnstein, and had ordered the carriage to be ready at 12, and that I and Madame should accompany him. He was going to see the priest who lived near those picturesque grounds upon business, and as Carmilla had never seen them, she could follow, when she came down, with Mademoiselle, who would bring materials for what you call a picnic, which might be laid for us in the ruined castle. At 12 o'clock, accordingly, I was ready, and not long after, my father, Madame, and I set out upon our projected drive. Passing the drawbridge, we turned to the right, and follow the road over the steep Gothic bridge, westward, to reach the deserted village and ruined castle of Karnstein. No sylvan drive can be fancied prettier. The ground breaks into gentle hills and hollows, all clothed with beautiful wood, totally destitute of the comparative formality which artificial planting and early culture and pruning impart. The irregularities of the ground often lead the road out of its course, and cause it to wind beautifully round the sides of broken hollows and the steeper sides of the hills, among varieties of ground almost inexhaustible. Turning one of these points, we suddenly encountered our old friend, the general, riding towards us, attended by a mounted servant. His portmanteaus were following in a hired wagon, such as we term a cart. The general dismounted as we pulled up, and, after the usual greetings, was easily persuaded to accept the vacant seat in the carriage, and send his horse on with his servant to the Schloss. Bereaved, it was about 10 months since we had last seen him, but that time had sufficed to make an alteration of years in his appearance. He had grown thinner. Something of gloom and anxiety had taken the place of that cordial serenity which used to characterize his features. His dark blue eyes, always penetrating, now gleamed with a sterner light from under his shaggy gray eyebrows. It was not such a change as grief alone usually induces, and angrier passions seemed to have had their share in bringing it about. We had not long resumed our drive, when the general began to talk, with his usual soldierly directness, of the bereavement, as he termed it, which he had sustained in the death of his beloved niece and ward. And he then broke out in a tone of intense bitterness and fury, inveighing against the hellish arts to which she had fallen a victim, and expressing, with more exasperation than piety, his wonder that heaven should tolerate so monstrous an indulgence of the lusts and malignity of hell. My father, who saw at once that something very extraordinary had befallen, asked him, if not too painful to him, to detail the circumstances which he thought justified the strong terms in which he expressed himself. "I should tell you all with pleasure," said the general, "but you would not believe me." "Why should I not?" he asked. "Because," he answered testily, "you believe in nothing but what consists with your own prejudices and illusions. I remember when I was like you, but I have learned better." "Try me," said my father. "I am not such a dogmatist as you suppose. Besides which, I very well know that you generally require proof for what you believe, and am therefore very strongly predisposed to respect your conclusions. You are right in supposing that I have not been led lightly into a belief in the marvelous, for what I have experienced is marvelous, and I have been forced by extraordinary evidence to credit that which ran counter, diametrically, to all my theories. I have been made the dupe of a preternatural conspiracy." Notwithstanding his professions of confidence in the general's penetration, I saw my father, at this point, glance at the general, with, as I thought, a mocked suspicion of his sanity. The general did not see it, luckily. He was looking gloomily and curiously into the glades and vistas of the woods that were opening before us. "You are going to the ruins of Karnstein," he said. Yes, it is a lucky coincidence. Do you know I was going to ask you to bring me there to inspect them? I have a special object in exploring. There is a ruined chapel, ain't there, with a great many tombs of that extinct family? So there are, highly interesting, said my father. I hope you are thinking of claiming the title and estates. My father said this gaily, but the general did not recollect the laugh, or even the smile, which courtesy exacts for a friend's joke. On the contrary, he looked grave and even fierce, ruminating on a matter that stirred his anger and horror. Something very different, he said, gruffly. I mean to unearth some of those fine people. I hope, by God's blessing, to accomplish a pious sacrilege here, which will relieve our earth of certain monsters, and enable honest people to sleep in their beds without being assailed by murderers. I have strange things to tell you, my dear friend, such as I myself would have scouted as incredible a few months since. My father looked at him again, but this time not with a glance of suspicion, with an eye, rather, of keen intelligence and alarm. The House of Constein, he said, has been long extinct, 100 years at least. My dear wife was maternally descended from the Consteins, but the name and title have long ceased to exist. The castle is a ruin, the very village is deserted. It is 50 years since the smoke of a chimney was seen there, not a roof left. Quite true. I have heard a great deal about that since I last saw you, a great deal that will astonish you, but I had better relate everything in the order in which it occurred, said the general. You saw my dear Wad. My child, I may call her. No creature could have been more beautiful, and only 3 months ago none more blooming. Yes, poor thing. When I saw her last she certainly was quite lovely, said my father. I was grieved and shocked more than I can tell you, my dear friend. I knew what a blow it was to you. He took the general's hand, and they exchanged a kind pressure. Tears gathered in the old soldier's eyes. He did not seek to conceal them. He said, We have been very old friends. I knew you would feel for me, childless as I am. She had become an object of very near interest to me, and repaid my care by an affection that cheered my home and made my life happy. That is all gone. The years that remain to me on earth may not be very long, but by God's mercy, I hope to accomplish a service to mankind before I die, and to subserve the vengeance of heaven upon the fiends who have murdered my poor child in the spring of her hopes and beauty. You said, just now, that you intended relating everything as it occurred, said my father. Pray do. I assure you that it is not mere curiosity that prompts me. By this time we had reached the point at which the Drunstall road, by which the general had come, diverges from the road which we were traveling to Constein. How far is it to the ruins? Inquired the general, looking anxiously forward. About half a league, answered my father. Pray let us hear the story you were so good as to promise. Roman 11, the story with all my heart, said the general, with an effort, and after a short pause in which to arrange his subject, he commenced one of the strangest narratives I ever heard. My dear child was looking forward with great pleasure to the visit you had been so good as to arrange for her to your charming daughter. Here he made me a gallant but melancholy bow. In the meantime, we had an invitation to my old friend the Count Kalsfeld, whose schloss is about 6 leagues to the other side of Constein. It was to attend the series of fêtes which, you remember, were given by him in honor of his illustrious visitor, the Grand Duke Charles. Yes, and very splendid I believe they were, said my father. Princely, but then his hospitalities are quite regal. He has Aladdin's lamp. The night from which my sorrow dates was devoted to a magnificent masquerade. The grounds were thrown open, the trees hung with colored lamps. There was such a display of fireworks as Paris itself had never witnessed. And such music. Music, you know, is my weakness, such ravishing music. The finest instrumental band, perhaps, in the world, and the finest singers who could be collected from all the great operas in Europe. As you wandered through these fantastically illuminated grounds, the moon-lighted chateau throwing a rosy light from its long rows of windows, you would suddenly hear these ravishing voices stealing from the silence of some grove, or rising from boats upon the lake. I felt myself, as I looked and listened, carried back into the romance and poetry of my early youth. When the fireworks were ended, and the ball beginning, we returned to the noble suite of rooms that were thrown open to the dances. A masked ball, you know, is a beautiful sight, but so brilliant a spectacle of the kind I never saw before. It was a very aristocratic assembly. I was myself almost the only nobody present. My dear child was looking quite beautiful. She wore no mask. Her excitement and delight added an unspeakable charm to her features, always lovely. I remarked a young lady, dressed magnificently, but wearing a mask, who appeared to me to be observing my ward with extraordinary interest. I had seen her, earlier in the evening, in the great hall, and again, for a few minutes, walking near us, on the terrace under the castle windows, similarly employed. A lady, also masked, richly and gravely dressed, and with a stately air, like a person of rank, accompanied her as a chaperone. Had the young lady not worn a mask, I could, of course, have been much more certain upon the question whether she was really watching my poor darling. I am now well assured that she was. We were now in one of the salons. My poor dear child had been dancing, and was resting a little in one of the chairs near the door. I was standing near. The two ladies I have mentioned had approached, and the younger took the chair next my ward, while her companion stood beside me, and for a little time addressed herself, in a low tone, to her charge. Availing herself of the privilege of her mask, she turned to me, and in the tone of an old friend, and calling me by my name, opened a conversation with me, which piqued my curiosity a good deal. She referred to many scenes where she had met me, at court, and at distinguished houses. She alluded to little incidents which I had long ceased to think of, but which, I found, had only lain in abeyance in my memory, for they instantly started into life at her touch. I became more and more curious to ascertain who she was, every moment. She parried my attempts to discover very adroitly and pleasantly. The knowledge she showed of many passages in my life seemed to me all but unaccountable, and she appeared to take a not unnatural pleasure in foiling my curiosity, and in seeing me flounder, in my eager perplexity, from one conjecture to another. In the meantime the young lady, whom her mother called by the odd name of Milaka, when she once or twice addressed her, had, with the same ease and grace, got into conversation with my ward. She introduced herself by saying that her mother was a very old acquaintance of mine. She spoke of the agreeable audacity which a mask rendered practicable. She talked like a friend. She admired her dress, and insinuated very prettily her admiration of her beauty. She amused her with laughing criticisms upon the people who crowded the ballroom, and laughed at my poor child's fun. She was very witty and lively when she pleased, and after a time they had grown very good friends, and the young stranger lowered her mask, displaying a remarkably beautiful face. I had never seen it before, neither had my dear child. But though it was new to us, the features were so engaging, as well as lovely, that it was impossible not to feel the attraction powerfully. My poor girl did so. I never saw anyone more taken with another at first sight, unless, indeed, it was the stranger herself, who seemed quite to have lost her heart to her. In the meantime, availing myself of the license of a masquerade, I put not a few questions to the elder lady. "You have puzzled me utterly," I said, laughing. "Is that not enough? Won't you now consent to stand on equal terms and do me the kindness to remove your mask? Can any request be more unreasonable?" She replied. "Ask a lady to yield an advantage? Beside, how do you know you should recognize me? Years make changes." "As you see," I said with a bow, and, I suppose, a rather melancholy little laugh. "As philosophers tell us," she said, "and how do you know that a sight of my face would help you?" "I should take chance for that," I answered. "It is vain trying to make yourself out an old woman. Your figure betrays you. Years, nevertheless, have passed since I saw you, rather since you saw me, for that is what I am considering. Milaka, there, is my daughter. I cannot then be young, even in the opinion of people whom time has taught to be indulgent, and I may not like to be compared with what you remember me. You have no mask to remove. You can offer me nothing in exchange. My petition is to your pity to remove it, and mine to yours to let it stay where it is," she replied. "Well then, at least you will tell me whether you are French or German. You speak both languages so perfectly." "I don't think I shall tell you that, General. You intend a surprise, and are meditating the particular point of attack. At all events, you won't deny this," I said, "that being honored by your permission to converse, I ought to know how to address you. Shall I say Madame la Comtesse?" She laughed, and she would, no doubt, have met me with another evasion, if, indeed, I can treat any occurrence in an interview every circumstance of which was prearranged, as I now believe, with the profoundest cunning, as liable to be modified by accident. "As to that," she began, but she was interrupted, almost as she opened her lips, by a gentleman, dressed in black, who looked particularly elegant and distinguished, with this drawback, that his face was the most deadly pale I ever saw, except in death. He was in no masquerade, in the plain evening dress of a gentleman, and he said without a smile, but with a courtly and unusually low bow, "Will Madame la Comtesse permit me to say a very few words which may interest her?" The lady turned quickly to him, and touched her lip in token of silence. She then said to me, "Keep my place for me, General. I shall return when I have said a few words." And with this injunction, playfully given, she walked a little aside with the gentleman in black, and talked for some minutes, apparently very earnestly. They then walked away slowly together in the crowd, and I lost them for some minutes. I spent the interval in cudgelling my brains for a conjecture as to the identity of the lady who seemed to remember me so kindly. And I was thinking of turning about and joining in the conversation between my pretty wad and the Countess's daughter, and trying whether, by the time she returned, I might not have a surprise in store for her, by having her name, title, chateau, and estates at my fingers' ends. But at this moment she returned, accompanied by the pale man in black, who said, "I shall return and inform Madame la Comtesse when her carriage is at the door." He withdrew with a bow. Roman 12 a petition, then we are to lose Madame la Comtesse, but I hope only for a few hours, I said with a low bow. It may be that only, or it may be a few weeks. It was very unlucky his speaking to me just now as he did. Do you now know me? I assured her I did not. You shall know me, she said, but not at present. We are older and better friends than, perhaps, you suspect. I cannot yet declare myself. I shall in 3 weeks pass your beautiful Schloss, about which I have been making inquiries. I shall then look in upon you for an hour or two, and renew a friendship which I never think of without 1,000 pleasant recollections. This moment a piece of news has reached me like a thunderbolt. I must set out now, and travel by a devious route, nearly 100 miles, with all the dispatch I can possibly make. My perplexities multiply. I am only deterred by the compulsory reserve I practice as to my name from making a very singular request of you. My poor child has not quite recovered her strength. Her horse fell with her, at a hunt which she had ridden out to witness. Her nerves have not yet recovered the shock, and our physician says that she must on no account exert herself for some time to come. We came here, in consequence, by very easy stages, hardly 6 leagues a day. I must now travel day and night, on a mission of life and death, a mission the critical and momentous nature of which I shall be able to explain to you when we meet, as I hope we shall, in a few weeks, without the necessity of any concealment. She went on to make her petition, and it was in the tone of a person from whom such a request amounted to conferring, rather than seeking a favor. This was only in manner, and, as it seemed, quite unconsciously. Than the terms in which it was expressed, nothing could be more deprecatory. It was simply that I would consent to take charge of her daughter during her absence. This was, all things considered, a strange, not to say, an audacious request. She in some sort disarmed me, by stating and admitting everything that could be urged against it, and throwing herself entirely upon my chivalry. At the same moment, by a fatality that seems to have predetermined all that happened, my poor child came to my side, and, in an undertone, besought me to invite her new friend, Milaka, to pay us a visit. She had just been sounding her, and thought, if her mamma would allow her, she would like it extremely. At another time I should have told her to wait a little, until, at least, we knew who they were, but I had not a moment to think in. The two ladies assailed me together, and I must confess the refined and beautiful face of the young lady, about which there was something extremely engaging, as well as the elegance and fire of high birth, determined me, and, quite overpowered, I submitted and undertook, too easily, the care of the young lady, whom her mother called Milaka. The Countess beckoned to her daughter, who listened with grave attention while she told her, in general terms, how suddenly and peremptorily she had been summoned, and also of the arrangement she had made for her under my care, adding that I was one of her earliest and most valued friends. I made, of course, such speeches as the case seemed to call for, and found myself, on reflection, in a position which I did not half like. The gentleman in black returned, and very ceremoniously conducted the lady from the room. The demeanor of this gentleman was such as to impress me with the conviction that the Countess was a lady of very much more importance than her modest title alone might have led me to assume. Her last charge to me was that no attempt was to be made to learn more about her than I might have already guessed, until her return. Our distinguished host, whose guest she was, knew her reasons. But here, she said, neither I nor my daughter could safely remain for more than a day. I removed my mask imprudently for a moment, about an hour ago, and too late, I fancied you saw me. So I resolved to seek an opportunity of talking a little to you. Had I found that you had seen me, I should have thrown myself on your high sense of honor to keep my secret for some weeks. As it is, I am satisfied that you did not see me, but if you now suspect, or, on reflection, should suspect, who I am, I commit myself, in like manner, entirely to your honor. My daughter will observe the same secrecy, and I well know that you will, from time to time, remind her, lest she should thoughtlessly disclose it. She whispered a few words to her daughter, kissed her hurriedly twice, and went away, accompanied by the pale gentleman in black, and disappeared in the crowd. "In the next room," said Milaka, "there is a window that looks upon the hall door. I should like to see the last of Mamma, and to kiss my hand to her." We assented, of course, and accompanied her to the window. We looked out and saw a handsome, old-fashioned carriage with a troop of couriers and footmen. We saw the slim figure of the pale gentleman in black, as he held a thick velvet cloak and placed it about her shoulders and threw the hood over her head. She nodded to him and just touched his hand with hers. He bowed low repeatedly as the door closed and the carriage began to move. "She is gone," said Milaka, with a sigh. "She is gone," I repeated to myself for the first time, in the hurried moments that had elapsed since my consent, reflecting upon the folly of my act. "She did not look up," said the young lady, plaintively. "The Countess had taken off her mask, perhaps, and did not care to show her face," I said, "and she could not know that you were in the window." She sighed and looked in my face. She was so beautiful that I relented. I was sorry I had for a moment repented of my hospitality, and I determined to make her amends for the unavowed churlishness of my reception. The young lady, replacing her mask, joined my ward in persuading me to return to the grounds, where the concert was soon to be renewed. We did so, and walked up and down the terrace that lies under the castle windows. Milaka became very intimate with us, and amused us with lively descriptions and stories of most of the great people whom we saw upon the terrace. I liked her more and more every minute. Her gossip, without being ill-natured, was extremely diverting to me, who had been so long out of the great world. I thought what life she would give to our sometimes lonely evenings at home. This ball was not over until the morning sun had almost reached the horizon. It pleased the Grand Duke to dance till then, so loyal people could not go away, or think of bed. We had just got through a crowded saloon, when my ward asked me what had become of Milaka. I thought she had been by her side, and she fancied she was by mine. The fact was, we had lost her. All my efforts to find her were vain. I feared that she had mistaken, in the confusion of a momentary separation from us, other people for her new friends, and had, possibly, pursued and lost them in the extensive grounds which were thrown open to us. Now, in its full force, I recognized a new folly in my having undertaken the charge of a young lady without so much as knowing her name, and fettered as I was by promises, of the reasons for imposing which I knew nothing. I could not even point my inquiries by saying that the missing young lady was the daughter of the Countess who had taken her departure a few hours before. Morning broke. It was clear daylight before I gave up my search. It was not till near 2 o'clock next day that we heard anything of my missing charge. At about that time, a servant knocked at my niece's door to say that he had been earnestly requested by a young lady, who appeared to be in great distress, to make out where she could find the General Baron Spielstoff and the young lady his daughter, in whose charge she had been left by her mother. There could be no doubt, notwithstanding the slight inaccuracy, that our young friend had turned up, and so she had. Would to heaven we had lost her. She told my poor child a story to account for her having failed to recover us for so long. Very late, she said, she had got to the housekeeper's bedroom in despair of finding us, and had then fallen into a deep sleep which, long as it was, had hardly sufficed to recruit her strength after the fatigues of the ball. That day Milaka came home with us. I was only too happy, after all, to have secured so charming a companion for my dear girl. Roman 13 the woodman there soon, however, appeared some drawbacks. In the first place, Milaka complained of extreme languor, the weakness that remained after her late illness, and she never emerged from her room till the afternoon was pretty far advanced. In the next place, it was accidentally discovered, although she always locked her door on the inside, and never disturbed the key from its place till she admitted the maid to assist at her toilet, that she was undoubtedly sometimes absent from her room in the very early morning, and at various times later in the day, before she wished it to be understood that she was stirring. She was repeatedly seen from the windows of the Schloss, in the first faint grey of the morning, walking through the trees, in an easterly direction, and looking like a person in a trance. This convinced me that she walked in her sleep, but this hypothesis did not solve the puzzle. How did she pass out from her room, leaving the door locked on the inside? How did she escape from the house without unbarring door or window? In the midst of my perplexities, an anxiety of a far more urgent kind presented itself. My dear child began to lose her looks and health, and that in a manner so mysterious, and even horrible, that I became thoroughly frightened. She was at first visited by appalling dreams, then, as she fancied, by a spectre, sometimes resembling Milaka, sometimes in the shape of a beast, indistinctly seen, walking round the foot of her bed, from side to side. lastly came sensations. One not unpleasant but very peculiar, she said, resembled the flow of an icy stream against her breast. At a later time, she felt something like a pair of large needles pierce her, a little below the throat, with a very sharp pain. A few nights after, followed a gradual and convulsive sense of strangulation. Then came unconsciousness. I could hear distinctly every word the kind old general was saying, because by this time we were driving upon the short grass that spreads on either side of the road as you approach the roofless village which had not shown the smoke of a chimney for more than half a century. You may guess how strangely I felt as I heard my own symptoms so exactly described in those which had been experienced by the poor girl who, but for the catastrophe which followed, would have been at that moment a visitor at my father's chateau. You may suppose, also, how I felt as I heard him detail habits and mysterious peculiarities, which were, in fact, those of our beautiful guest, Carmilla. A vista opened in the forest. We were on a sudden under the chimneys and gables of the ruined village, and the towers and battlements of the dismantled castle, round which gigantic trees are grouped, overhung us from a slight eminence. In a frightened dream, I got down from the carriage, and in silence, for we had each abundant matter for thinking, we soon mounted the ascent, and were among the spacious chambers, winding stairs, and dark corridors of the castle. "And this was once the palatial residence of the Constines," said the old general at length, as from a great window he looked out across the village, and saw the wide, undulating expanse of forest. "It was a bad family, and here its blood-stained annals were written," he continued. "It is hard that they should, after death, continue to plague the human race with their atrocious lusts. That is the chapel of the Constines, down there." He pointed down to the grey walls of the Gothic building, partly visible through the foliage, a little way down the steep. "And I hear the axe of a woodman," he added, "busy among the trees that surround it. He possibly may give us the information of which I am in search, and point out the grave of Mircalla, Countess of Constine. These rustics preserve the local traditions of great families, whose stories die out among the rich and titled so soon as the families themselves become extinct. We have a portrait at home of Mircalla, the Countess Constine. Should you like to see it?" asked my father. "Time enough, dear friend," replied the general. "I believe that I have seen the original, and one motive which has led me to you earlier than I at first intended was to explore the chapel which we are now approaching." "What, see the Countess Mircalla?" exclaimed my father. "Why, she has been dead more than a century." "Not so dead as you fancy, I am told," answered the general. "I confess, General, you puzzle me utterly," replied my father, looking at him, I fancied, for a moment with a return of the suspicion I detected before. But although there was anger and detestation, at times, in the old general's manner, there was nothing flighty. "There remains to me," he said, as we passed under the heavy arch of the Gothic church, for its dimensions would have justified its being so styled, but one object which can interest me during the few years that remain to me on earth, and that is to wreak on her the vengeance which, I thank God, may still be accomplished by a mortal arm." "What vengeance can you mean?" asked my father, in increasing amazement. "I mean to decapitate the monster," he answered, with a fierce flush and a stamp that echoed mournfully through the hollow ruin, and his clenched hand was at the same moment raised, as if it grasped the handle of an axe, while he shook it ferociously in the air. "What?" exclaimed my father, more than ever bewildered. "To strike her head off. Cut her head off. Aye, with a hatchet, with a spade, or with anything that can cleave through her murderous throat. You shall hear," he answered, trembling with rage. And hurrying forward, he said, "That beam will answer for a seat. Your dear child is fatigued. Let her be seated, and I will, in a few sentences, close my dreadful story." The squared block of wood, which lay on the grass-grown pavement of the chapel, formed a bench on which I was very glad to seat myself, and in the meantime, the general called to the woodman, who had been removing some boughs which leaned upon the old walls, and, axe in hand, the haughty old fellow stood before us. He could not tell us anything of these monuments, but there was an old man, he said, a ranger of this forest, at present sojourning in the house of the priest, about 2 miles away, who could point out every monument of the old Constine family, and for a trifle he undertook to bring him back with him, if we would lend him one of our horses, in little more than half an hour. "Have you been long employed about this forest?" asked my father of the old man. "I have been a woodman here," he answered in his patois, "under the forester, all my days, so has my father before me, and so on, as many generations as I can count up. I could show you the very house in the village here, in which my ancestors lived." "How came the village to be deserted?" asked the general. It was troubled by revenants, sir. Several were tracked to their graves, they're detected by the usual tests, and extinguished in the usual way, by decapitation, by the stake, and by burning, but not until many of the villagers were killed. But after all these proceedings according to law, he continued, so many graves opened, and so many vampires deprived of their horrible animation, the village was not relieved. But a Moravian nobleman, who happened to be traveling this way, heard how matters were, and being skilled, as many people are in his country, in such affairs, he offered to deliver the village from its tormentor. He did so thus. There being a bright moon that night, he ascended, shortly after sunset, the towers of the chapel here, from whence he could distinctly see the churchyard beneath him. You can see it from that window. From this point he watched until he saw the vampire come out of his grave, and place near it the linen clothes in which he had been folded, and then glide away towards the village to plague its inhabitants. The stranger, having seen all this, came down from the steeple, took the linen wrappings of the vampire, and carried them up to the top of the tower, which he again mounted. When the vampire returned from his prowlings and missed his clothes, he cried furiously to the Moravian, whom he saw at the summit of the tower, and who, in reply, beckoned him to ascend and take them. Whereupon the vampire, accepting his invitation, began to climb the steeple, and so soon as he had reached the battlements, the Moravian, with a stroke of his sword, clove his skull in twain, hurling him down to the churchyard. Whither, descending by the winding stairs, the stranger followed and cut his head off, and next day delivered it and the body to the villagers, who duly impaled and burnt them. This Moravian nobleman had authority from the then head of the family to remove the tomb of Merkala, Countess Konstein, which he did effectually, so that in a little while its site was quite forgotten. Can you point out where it stood? Asked the general, eagerly. The forester shook his head and smiled. Not a soul living could tell you that now, he said. Besides, they say her body was removed, but no one is sure of that either. Having thus spoken, as time pressed, he dropped his axe and departed, leaving us to hear the remainder of the general's strange story. Roman 14, the meeting my beloved child, he resumed, was now growing rapidly worse. The physician who attended her had failed to produce the slightest impression upon her disease, for such I then supposed it to be. He saw my alarm and suggested a consultation. I called in an abler physician from Graz. Several days elapsed before he arrived. He was a good and pious as well as a learned man. Having seen my poor ward together, they withdrew to my library to confer and discuss. I, from the adjoining room, where I awaited their summons, heard these two gentlemen's voices raised in something sharper than a strictly philosophical discussion. I knocked at the door and entered. I found the old physician from Graz maintaining his theory. His rival was combating it with undisguised ridicule, accompanied with bursts of laughter. This unseemly manifestation subsided, and the altercation ended on my entrance. Sir, said my first physician, my learned brother seems to think that you want a conjurer, and not a doctor. Pardon me, said the old physician from Graz, looking displeased, I shall state my own view of the case in my own way another time. I grieve, Monsieur le Général, that by my skill and science I can be of no use. Before I go I shall do myself the honor to suggest something to you. He seemed thoughtful, and sat down at a table and began to write. Profoundly disappointed, I made my bow, and as I turned to go, the other doctor pointed over his shoulder to his companion who was writing, and then, with a shrug, significantly touched his forehead. This consultation, then, left me precisely where I was. I walked out into the grounds, all but distracted. The doctor from Graz, in 10 or 15 minutes, overtook me. He apologized for having followed me, but said that he could not conscientiously take his leave without a few words more. He told me that he could not be mistaken. No natural disease exhibited the same symptoms, and that death was already very near. There remained, however, a day, or possibly 2, of life. If the fatal seizure were at once arrested, with great care and skill her strength might possibly return. But all hung now upon the confines of the irrevocable. One more assault might extinguish the lost spark of vitality which is, every moment, ready to die. And what is the nature of the seizure you speak of? I entreated. I have stated all fully in this note, which I place in your hands upon the distinct condition that you send for the nearest clergyman, and open my letter in his presence, and on no account read it till he is with you. You would despise it else, and it is a matter of life and death. Should the priest fail you, then, indeed, you may read it. He asked me, before taking his leave finally, whether I would wish to see a man curiously learned upon the very subject, which, after I had read his letter, would probably interest me above all others, and he urged me earnestly to invite him to visit him there, and so took his leave. The ecclesiastic was absent, and I read the letter by myself. At another time, or in another case, it might have excited my ridicule. But into what quackeries will not people rush for a last chance, where all accustomed means have failed, and the life of a beloved object is at stake? Nothing, you will say, could be more absurd than the learned man's letter. It was monstrous enough to have consigned him to a madhouse. He said that the patient was suffering from the visits of a vampire. The punctures which she described as having occurred near the throat were, he insisted, the insertion of those two long, thin, and sharp teeth which, it is well known, are peculiar to vampires. And there could be no doubt, he added, as to the well-defined presence of the small livid mark which all concurred in describing as that induced by the demon's lips, and every symptom described by the sufferer was in exact conformity with those recorded in every case of a similar visitation. Being myself wholly skeptical as to the existence of any such portent as the vampire, the supernatural theory of the good doctor furnished, in my opinion, but another instance of learning and intelligence oddly associated with some hallucination. I was so miserable, however, that rather than try nothing, I acted upon the instructions of the letter. I concealed myself in the dark dressing-room that opened upon the poor patient's room, in which a candle was burning, and watched there till she was fast asleep. I stood at the door, peeping through the small crevice my sword laid on the table beside me, as my directions prescribed, until, a little after one, I saw a large black object, very ill-defined, crawl, as it seemed to me, over the foot of the bed, and swiftly spread itself up to the poor girl's throat, where it swelled in a moment into a great, palpitating mass. For a few moments I had stood petrified. I now sprang forward, with my sword in my hand. The black creature suddenly contracted toward the foot of the bed, glided over it, and standing on the floor about a yard below the foot of the bed, with a glare of skulking ferocity and horror fixed on me, I saw Milaka. Speculating I know not what, I struck at her instantly with my sword, but I saw her standing near the door, unscathed. Horrified, I pursued and struck again. She was gone, and my sword flew to shivers against the door. I can't describe to you all that passed on that horrible night. The whole house was up and stirring. The spectre Milaka was gone, but her victim was sinking fast, and before the morning dawned, she died. The old general was agitated. We did not speak to him. My father walked to some little distance and began reading the inscriptions on the tombstones, and thus occupied, he strolled into the door of a side chapel to prosecute his researches. The general leaned against the wall, dried his eyes, and sighed heavily. I was relieved on hearing the voices of Camilla and Madame, who were at that moment approaching. The voices died away. In this solitude, having just listened to so strange a story, connected, as it was, with the great and titled dead, whose monuments were mouldering among the dust and ivy round us, and every incident of which bore so awfully upon my own mysterious case, in this haunted spot, darkened by the towering foliage that rose on every side, dense and high above its noiseless walls, a horror began to steal over me, and my heart sank as I thought that my friends were, after all, not about to enter and disturb this triste and ominous scene. The old general's eyes were fixed on the ground, as he leaned with his hand upon the basement of a shattered monument. Under a narrow, arched doorway, surmounted by one of those demoniacal grotesques in which the cynical and ghastly fancy of old Gothic carving delights, I saw very gladly the beautiful face and figure of Camilla enter the shadowy chapel. I was just about to rise and speak, and nodded smiling, in answer to her peculiarly engaging smile, when with a cry, the old man by my side caught up the woodman's hatchet, and started forward. On seeing him, a brutalized change came over her features. It was an instantaneous and horrible transformation, as she made a crouching step backwards. Before I could utter a scream, he struck at her with all his force, but she dived under his blow, and unscathed, caught him in her tiny grasp by the wrist. He struggled for a moment to release his arm, but his hand opened, the axe fell to the ground, and the girl was gone. He staggered against the wall. His gray hair stood upon his head, and a moisture shone over his face, as if he were at the point of death. The frightful scene had passed in a moment. The first thing I recollect after is Madame standing before me and impatiently repeating again and again the question, "Where is Mademoiselle Camilla?" I answered at length, "I don't know. I can't tell she went there," and I pointed to the door through which Madame had just entered, only a minute or two since. But I have been standing there in the passage ever since Mademoiselle Camilla entered, and she did not return. She then began to call Camilla through every door and passage and from the windows, but no answer came. "She called herself Carmilla?" asked the general, still agitated. "Carmilla, yes," I answered. "Aye," he said, "that is Milaka. That is the same person who long ago was called Mircalla, Countess Constein. Depart from this accursed ground, my poor child, as quickly as you can. Drive to the clergyman's house and stay there till we come. Begone, may you never behold Carmilla more, you will not find her here." Roman 15 Ordeal and execution. As he spoke, one of the strangest-looking men I ever beheld entered the chapel at the door through which Carmilla had made her entrance and her exit. He was tall, narrow-chested, stooping, with high shoulders, and dressed in black. His face was brown and dried in with deep furrows. He wore an oddly shaped hat with a broad leaf. His hair, long and grizzled, hung on his shoulders. He wore a pair of gold spectacles and walked slowly, with an odd shambling gait, with his face sometimes turned up to the sky, and sometimes bowed down toward the ground, seemed to wear a perpetual smile. His long, thin arms were swinging, and his lank hands, in old black gloves ever so much too wide for them, waving and gesticulating in utter abstraction. "The very man!" exclaimed the general, advancing with manifest delight. "My dear Baron, how happy I am to see you. I had no hope of meeting you so soon." He signed to my father, who had by this time returned, and leading the fantastic old gentleman, whom he called the Baron, to meet him. He introduced him formally, and they at once entered into earnest conversation. The stranger took a roll of paper from his pocket and spread it on the wan surface of a tomb that stood by. He had a pencil case in his fingers, with which he traced imaginary lines from point to point on the paper, which from their often glancing from it together, at certain points of the building, I concluded to be a plan of the chapel. He accompanied what I may term his lecture, with occasional readings from a dirty little book, whose yellow leaves were closely written over. They sauntered together down the side aisle, opposite to the spot where I was standing, conversing as they went. Then they began measuring distances by paces, and finally they all stood together, facing a piece of the side wall, which they began to examine with great minuteness, pulling off the ivy that clung over it, and rapping the plaster with the ends of their sticks, scraping here and knocking there. At length they ascertained the existence of a broad marble tablet, with letters carved in relief upon it. With the assistance of the woodman, who soon returned, a monumental inscription and carved escutcheon were disclosed. They proved to be those of the long-lost monument of Mircalla, Countess Constein. The old general, though not I fear given to the praying mood, raised his hands and eyes to heaven, in mute thanksgiving for some moments. "Tomorrow," I heard him say, "the commissioner will be here, and the inquisition will be held according to law." Then turning to the old man with the gold spectacles, whom I have described, he shook him warmly by both hands and said, "Baron, how can I thank you? How can we all thank you? You will have delivered this region from a plague that has scourged its inhabitants for more than a century. The horrible enemy, thank God, is at last tracked." My father led the stranger aside, and the general followed. I knew that he had led them out of hearing, that he might relate my case, and I saw them glance often quickly at me, as the discussion proceeded. My father came to me, kissed me again and again, and leading me from the chapel, said, "It is time to return, but before we go home, we must add to our party the good priest, who lives but a little way from this, and persuade him to accompany us to the Schloss." In this quest we were successful, and I was glad, being unspeakably fatigued when we reached home, but my satisfaction was changed to dismay on discovering that there were no tidings of Carmilla. Of the scene that had occurred in the ruined chapel, no explanation was offered to me, and it was clear that it was a secret which my father for the present determined to keep from me. The sinister absence of Carmilla made the remembrance of the scene more horrible to me. The arrangements for that night were singular. 2 servants and madam were to sit up in my room that night, and the ecclesiastic with my father kept watch in the adjoining dressing room. The priest had performed certain solemn rites that night, the purport of which I did not understand any more than I comprehended the reason of this extraordinary precaution taken for my safety during sleep. I saw all clearly a few days later. The disappearance of Carmilla was followed by the discontinuance of my nightly sufferings. You have heard, no doubt, of the appalling superstition that prevails in Upper and Lower Styria, in Moravia, Silesia, in Turkish Serbia, in Poland, even in Russia. The superstition, so we must call it, of the vampire. If human testimony, taken with every care and solemnity, judicially, before commissions innumerable, each consisting of many members, all chosen for integrity and intelligence, and constituting reports more voluminous perhaps than exist upon any one other class of cases, is worth anything, it is difficult to deny, or even to doubt the existence of such a phenomenon as the vampire. For my part, I have heard no theory by which to explain what I myself have witnessed and experienced, other than that supplied by the ancient and well-attested belief of the country. The next day, the formal proceedings took place in the chapel of Karnstein. The grave of the Countess Merkala was opened, and the general and my father recognized each his perfidious and beautiful guest, in the face now disclosed to view. The features, though 150 years had passed since her funeral, were tinted with the warmth of life. Her eyes were open. No cadaverous smell exhaled from the coffin. The two medical men, one officially present, the other on the part of the promoter of the inquiry, attested the marvelous fact that there was a faint but appreciable respiration and a corresponding action of the heart. The limbs were perfectly flexible, the flesh elastic, and the leaden coffin floated with blood, in which to a depth of 7 inches the body lay immersed. Here, then, were all the admitted signs and proofs of vampirism. The body, therefore, in accordance with the ancient practice, was raised, and a sharp stake driven through the heart of the vampire, who uttered a piercing shriek at the moment, in all respects such as might escape from a living person in the last agony. Then the head was struck off, and a torrent of blood flowed from the severed neck. The body and head were next placed on a pile of wood, and reduced to ashes, which were thrown upon the river and borne away, and that territory has never since been plagued by the visits of a vampire. My father has a copy of the report of the Imperial Commission, with the signatures of all who were present at these proceedings, attached in verification of the statement. It is from this official paper that I have summarized my account of this last shocking scene. Romans 16 conclusion, I write all this you suppose with composure. But far from it, I cannot think of it without agitation. Nothing but your earnest desire so repeatedly expressed could have induced me to sit down to a task that has unstrung my nerves for months to come, and reinduced a shadow of the unspeakable horror, which years after my deliverance continued to make my days and nights dreadful, and solitude insupportably terrific. Let me add a word or two about that quaint Baron Vardenberg, to whose curious law we were indebted for the discovery of the Countess Merkala's grave. He had taken up his abode in Graz, where, living upon a mere pittance, which was all that remained to him of the once princely estates of his family, in Upper Styria, he devoted himself to the minute and laborious investigation of the marvelously authenticated tradition of vampirism. He had at his fingers' ends all the great and little works upon the subject. Magia Posthuma, Phlegon de Mirabilibus, Augustinus de Cura pro Mortuis, Philosophici et Christii Cogitations de Vampiris, by John Christopher Hienberg, and 1,000 others, among which I remember only a few of those which he lent to my father. He had a voluminous digest of all the judicial cases, from which he had extracted a system of principles that appear to govern, some always, and others occasionally only, the condition of the vampire. I may mention, in passing, that the deadly pallor attributed to that sort of revenants is a mere melodramatic fiction. They present, in the grave, and when they show themselves in human society, the appearance of healthy life. When disclosed to light in their coffins, they exhibit all the symptoms that are enumerated as those which proved the vampire life of the long-dead Countess Karnstein. How they escape from their graves and return to them for certain hours every day, without displacing the clay, or leaving any trace of disturbance in the state of the coffin or the cerements, has always been admitted to be utterly inexplicable. The amphibious existence of the vampire is sustained by daily renewed slumber in the grave. Its horrible lust for living blood supplies the vigor of its waking existence. The vampire is prone to be fascinated with an engrossing vehemence, resembling the passion of love, by particular persons. In pursuit of these, it will exercise inexhaustible patience and stratagem, for access to a particular object may be obstructed in 100 ways. It will never desist until it has satiated its passion and drained the very life of its coveted victim. But it will, in these cases, husband and protract its murderous enjoyment with the refinement of an epicure, and heighten it by the gradual approaches of an artful courtship. In these cases, it seems to yearn for something like sympathy and consent. In ordinary ones, it goes direct to its object, overpowers with violence, and strangles, and exhausts often at a single feast. The vampire is, apparently, subject, in certain situations, to special conditions. In the particular instance of which I have given you a relation, Merkala seemed to be limited to a name which, if not her real one, should at least reproduce, without the omission or addition of a single letter, those, as we say, anagrammatically, which compose it. Camilla did this, so did Milaka. My father related to the Baron Vardenberg, who remained with us for 2 or 3 weeks after the expulsion of Camilla. The story about the Moravian nobleman and the vampire at Constein churchyard, and then he asked the Baron how he had discovered the exact position of the long-concealed tomb of the Countess Milaka. The Baron's grotesque features puckered up into a mysterious smile. He looked down, still smiling on his wand spectacle case, and fumbled with it. Then looking up, he said, "I have many journals and other papers written by that remarkable man. The most curious among them is one treating of the visit of which you speak to Constein. The tradition, of course, discolors and distorts a little. He might have been termed a Moravian nobleman, for he had changed his abode to that territory, and was beside a noble. But he was, in truth, a native of Upper Styria. It is enough to say that in very early youth he had been a passionate and favored lover of the beautiful Merkala, Countess Constein. Her early death plunged him into inconsolable grief. It is the nature of vampires to increase and multiply, but according to an ascertained and ghostly law. Assume, at starting, a territory perfectly free from that pest. How does it begin, and how does it multiply itself? I will tell you. A person, more or less wicked, puts an end to himself. A suicide, under certain circumstances, becomes a vampire. That spectre visits living people in their slumbers, they die, and almost invariably, in the grave, develop into vampires. This happened in the case of the beautiful Merkala, who was haunted by one of those demons. My ancestor, Vardenberg, whose title I still bear, soon discovered this, and in the course of the studies to which he devoted himself, learned a great deal more. Among other things, he concluded that suspicion of vampirism would probably fall, sooner or later, upon the dead countess, who in life had been his idol. He conceived a horror, be she what she might, of her remains being profaned by the outrage of a posthumous execution. He has left a curious paper to prove that the vampire, on its expulsion from its amphibious existence, is projected into a far more horrible life, and he resolved to save his once beloved Merkala from this. He adopted the stratagem of a journey here, a pretended removal of her remains, and a real obliteration of her monument. When age had stolen upon him, and from the veil of years he looked back on the scenes he was leaving, he considered, in a different spirit, what he had done, and a horror took possession of him. He made the tracings and notes which have guided me to the very spot, and drew up a confession of the deception that he had practiced. If he had intended any further action in this matter, death prevented him, and the hand of a remote descendant has, too late for many, directed the pursuit to the lair of the beast. We talked a little more, and among other things he said was this: one sign of the vampire is the power of the hand. The slender hand of Merkala closed like a vice of steel on the general's wrist when he raised the hatchet to strike, but its power is not confined to its grasp. It leaves a numbness in the limb it seizes, which is slowly, if ever, recovered from. The following spring, my father took me on a tour through Italy. We remained away for more than a year. It was long before the terror of recent events subsided, and to this hour the image of Camilla returns to memory with ambiguous alternations, sometimes the playful, languid, beautiful girl, sometimes the writhing fiend I saw in the ruined church, and often from a reverie I have started, fancying I heard the light step of Camilla at the drawing-room door. Table of Contents Landmarks, Colophon in a Glass Darkly, was published in 1872 by J. Sheridan Fanu. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Kenneth Williams, and is based on transcriptions produced in 2011 by Andrea Ball, Christine Bell, and Mark de Hoog for Project Gutenberg, and on digital scans from Google Books. The cover page is adapted from Still Life with Glass and Porcelain Bowl, a painting completed in 1662 by Willem Kalf. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudi typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on April 2, 2025, 4:01 p.m., and is based on revision A2 Dec 86. The first edition of this ebook was released on December 29, 2017, 12:46 a.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, Or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksog/ebooks/jsheridanlefanu/inaglassdarkly. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksog. Green Tea Prologue. Martin Hesselius, the German physician, though carefully educated in medicine and surgery, I have never practiced either. The study of each continues, nevertheless, to interest me profoundly. Neither idleness nor caprice caused my secession from the honorable calling which I had just entered. The cause was a very trifling scratch inflicted by a dissecting knife. This trifle cost me the loss of 2 fingers, amputated promptly, and the more painful loss of my health, for I have never been quite well since, and have seldom been 12 months together in the same place. In my wanderings, I became acquainted with Dr. Martin Hesselius, a wanderer like myself, like me a physician, and like me an enthusiast in his profession. Unlike me in this, that his wanderings were voluntary, and he a man, if not of fortune, as we estimate fortune in England, at least in what our forefathers used to term easy circumstances. He was an old man when I first saw him, nearly 35 years my senior. In Dr. Martin Hesselius I found my master. His knowledge was immense, his grasp of a case was an intuition. He was the very man to inspire a young enthusiast, like me, with awe and delight. My admiration has stood the test of time and survived the separation of death. I am sure it was well-founded. For nearly 20 years I acted as his medical secretary. His immense collection of papers he has left in my care, to be arranged, indexed, and bound. His treatment of some of these cases is curious. He writes in 2 distinct characters. He describes what he saw and heard as an intelligent layman might, and when in this style of narrative he had seen the patient either through his own hall door, to the light of day, or through the gates of darkness to the caverns of the dead, he returns upon the narrative, and in the terms of his art, and with all the force and originality of genius, proceeds to the work of analysis, diagnosis, and illustration. Here and there a case strikes me as of a kind to amuse or horrify a lay reader with an interest quite different from the peculiar one which it may possess for an expert. With slight modifications, chiefly of language, and of course a change of names, I copy the following. The narrator is Dr. Martin Hesselius. I find it among the voluminous notes of cases which he made during a tour in England about 64 years ago. It is related in a series of letters to his friend Professor Van Loo of Leyden. The professor was not a physician, but a chemist, and a man who read history and metaphysics and medicine, and had, in his day, written a play. The narrative is therefore, if somewhat less valuable as a medical record, necessarily written in a manner more likely to interest an unlearned reader. These letters, from a memorandum attached, appear to have been returned on the death of the professor, in 1819, to Dr. Hesselius. They are written, some in English, some in French, but the greater part in German. I am a faithful, though I am conscious, by no means a graceful translator, and although here and there I omit some passages and shorten others and disguise names, I have interpolated nothing. Dr. Hesselius relates how he met the Rev. Mr. Jennings the Rev. Mr. Jennings is tall and thin. He is middle-aged and dresses with a natty, old-fashioned, high-church precision. He is naturally a little stately, but not at all stiff. His features, without being handsome, are well-formed, and their expression extremely kind, but also shy. I met him one evening at Lady Mary Hayduke's. The modesty and benevolence of his countenance are extremely prepossessing. We were but a small party, and he joined agreeably enough in the conversation. He seems to enjoy listening very much more than contributing to the talk, but what he says is always to the purpose and well said. He is a great favorite of Lady Mary's, who, it seems, consults him upon many things, and thinks him the most happy and blessed person on earth. Little knows she about him. The Rev. Mr. Jennings is a bachelor, and has, they say, £60,000 in the funds. He is a charitable man. He is most anxious to be actively employed in his sacred profession, and yet though always tolerably well elsewhere, when he goes down to his vicarage in Warwickshire, to engage in the actual duties of his sacred calling his health soon fails him, and in a very strange way. So says Lady Mary. There is no doubt that Mr. Jennings' health does break down in, generally a sudden and mysterious way, sometimes in the very act of officiating in his old and pretty church at Kenleys. It may be his heart, it may be his brain. But so it has happened 3 or 4 times or oftener, that after proceeding a certain way in the service, he has on a sudden stopped short, and after a silence, apparently quite unable to resume, He has fallen into solitary, inaudible prayer, his hands and eyes uplifted, and then pale as death, and in the agitation of a strange shame and horror, descended trembling, and got into the vestry room, leaving his congregation, without explanation, to themselves. This occurred when his curate was absent. When he goes down to Kenley's, now, he always takes care to provide a clergyman to share his duty, and to supply his place on the instant should he become thus suddenly incapacitated. When Mr. Jennings breaks down quite, and beats a retreat from the vicarage, and returns to London, where, in a dark street off Piccadilly, he inhabits a very narrow house, Lady Mary says that he is always perfectly well. I have my own opinion about that. There are degrees of course, we shall see. Mr. Jennings is a perfectly gentlemanlike man. People, however, remark something odd. There is an impression a little ambiguous. One thing which certainly contributes to it, people I think don't remember, or perhaps distinctly remark, but I did, almost immediately. Mr. Jennings has a way of looking sidelong upon the carpet, as if his eye followed the movements of something there. This, of course, is not always. It occurs only now and then, but often enough to give a certain oddity, as I have said, to his manner, and in this glance traveling along the floor, there is something both shy and anxious. A medical philosopher, as you are good enough to call me, elaborating theories by the aid of cases sought out by himself, and by him watched and scrutinized with more time at command, and consequently infinitely more minuteness than the ordinary practitioner can afford, falls insensibly into habits of observation, which accompany him everywhere, and are exercised, as some people would say, impertinently, upon every subject that presents itself with the least likelihood of rewarding inquiry. There was a promise of this kind in the slight, timid, kindly, but reserved gentleman, whom I met for the first time at this agreeable little evening gathering. I observed, of course, more than I here set down, but I reserve all that borders on the technical for a strictly scientific paper. I may remark that when I here speak of medical science, I do so, as I hope some day to see it more generally understood, in a much more comprehensive sense than its generally material treatment would warrant. I believe the entire natural world is but the ultimate expression of that spiritual world from which, and in which alone, it has its life. I believe that the essential man is a spirit, that the spirit is an organized substance, but as different in point of material from what we ordinarily understand by matter, as light or electricity is, that the material body is, in the most literal sense, a vesture, and death, consequently no interruption of the living man's existence, but simply his extrication from the natural body, a process which commences at the moment of what we term death, and the completion of which, at furthest a few days later, is the resurrection in power. The person who weighs the consequences of these positions will probably see their practical bearing upon medical science. This is, however, by no means the proper place for displaying the proofs and discussing the consequences of this too generally unrecognized state of facts. In pursuance of my habit, I was covertly observing Mr. Jennings with all my caution. I think he perceived it, and I saw plainly that he was as cautiously observing me. Lady Mary happening to address me by my name, as Dr. Hesselius, I saw that he glanced at me more sharply, and then became thoughtful for a few minutes. After this, as I conversed with the gentleman at the other end of the room, I saw him look at me more steadily, and with an interest which I thought I understood. I then saw him take an opportunity of chatting with Lady Mary, and was, as one always is, perfectly aware of being the subject of a distant inquiry and answer. This tall clergyman approached me by and by, and in a little time we had got into conversation. When two people, who like reading, and know books and places, having travelled, wish to converse, it is very strange if they can't find topics. It was not accident that brought him near me, and led him into conversation. He knew German, and had read my essays on metaphysical medicine, which suggest more than they actually say. This courteous man, gentle, shy, plainly a man of thought and reading, who moving and talking among us, was not altogether of us, and whom I already suspected of leading a life whose transactions and alarms were carefully concealed, with an impenetrable reserve from, not only the world, but his best beloved friends, was cautiously weighing in his own mind the idea of taking a certain step with regard to me. I penetrated his thoughts without his being aware of it, and was careful to say nothing which could betray to his sensitive vigilance my suspicions respecting his position, or my surmises about his plans respecting myself. We chatted upon indifferent subjects for a time, but at last he said, I was very much interested by some papers of yours, Dr. Heselius, upon what you term metaphysical medicine. I read them in German, 10 or 12 years ago. Have they been translated? No, I'm sure they have not. I should have heard. They would have asked my leave, I think. I asked the publishers here a few months ago to get the book for me in the original German, but they tell me it is out of print. So it is, and has been for some years, but it flatters me as an author to find that you have not forgotten my little book, although, I added, laughing, 10 or 12 years is a considerable time to have managed without it, but I suppose you have been turning the subject over again in your mind, or something has happened lately to revive your interest in it. At this remark, accompanied by a glance of inquiry, a sudden embarrassment disturbed Mr. Jennings, analogous to that which makes a young lady blush and look foolish. He dropped his eyes and folded his hands together uneasily, and looked oddly, and you would have said, guiltily for a moment. I helped him out of his awkwardness in the best way, by appearing not to observe it, and going straight on, I said. Those revivals of interest in a subject happen to me often. One book suggests another, and often sends me back a wild goose chase over an interval of 20 years. But if you still care to possess a copy, I shall be only too happy to provide you. I have still got 2 or 3 by me, and if you allow me to present one I shall be very much honored. You are very good indeed, he said, quite at his ease again in a moment. I almost despaired. I don't know how to thank you. Pray don't say a word. The thing is really so little worth that I am only ashamed of having offered it, and if you thank me any more I shall throw it into the fire in a fit of modesty. Mr. Jennings laughed. He inquired where I was staying in London, and after a little more conversation on a variety of subjects, he took his departure. Roman II. The doctor questions Lady Mary, and she answers, I like your vicar so much, Lady Mary, said I, so soon as he was gone. He has read, travelled, and thought, and having also suffered, he ought to be an accomplished companion. So he is, and better still, he is a really good man, said she. His advice is invaluable about my schools, and all my little undertakings at Dalbridge, and he's so painstaking. He takes so much trouble, you have no idea, wherever he thinks he can be of use. He's so good-natured and so sensible. It is pleasant to hear so good an account of his neighbourly virtues. I can only testify to his being an agreeable and gentle companion, and in addition to what you have told me, I think I can tell you 2 or 3 things about him, said I. Really? Yes, to begin with, he's unmarried. Yes, that's right, go on. He has been writing, that is he was, but for 2 or 3 years perhaps he has not gone on with his work, and the book was upon some rather abstract subject, perhaps theology. Well, he was writing a book, as you say. I'm not quite sure what it was about, but only that it was nothing that I cared for. Very likely you are right, and he certainly did stop, yes. And although he only drank a little coffee here tonight, he likes tea, at least did like it extravagantly. Yes, that's quite true. He drank green tea a good deal, didn't he? I pursued. Well, that's very odd. Green tea was a subject on which we used almost to quarrel. But he has quite given that up, said I. So he has. And now one more fact. His mother or his father, did you know them? Yes, both. His father is only 10 years dead, and their place is near Dalbridge. We knew them very well, she answered. Well, either his mother or his father. I should rather think his father saw a ghost, said I. Well, you really are a conjurer, Dr. Heselius. Conjurer or no, haven't I said right? I answered merrily. You certainly have, and it was his father. He was a silent, whimsical man, and he used to bawl my father about his dreams, and at last he told him a story about a ghost he had seen and talked with, and a very odd story it was. I remember it particularly, because I was so afraid of him. This story was long before he died, when I was quite a child, and his ways were so silent and moping, and he used to drop in, sometimes in the dusk, when I was alone in the drawing-room, and I used to fancy there were ghosts about him. I smiled and nodded. And now, having established my character as a conjurer, I think I must say good night, said I. But how did you find it out? By the planets of Kos, as the gypsies do, I answered, and so, gaily, we said good night. Next morning I sent the little book he had been inquiring after, and a note to Mr. Jennings, and on returning late that evening, I found that he had called at my lodgings and left his card. He asked whether I was at home, and asked at what hour he would be most likely to find me. Does he intend opening his case and consulting me professionally, as they say? I hope so. I have already conceived a theory about him. It is supported by Lady Mary's answers to my parting questions. I should like much to ascertain from his own lips. But what can I do consistently with good breeding to invite a confession? Nothing. I rather think he meditates one. At all events, my dear Van L., I shan't make myself difficult of access. I mean to return his visit tomorrow. It will be only civil in return for his politeness to ask to see him. Perhaps something may come of it. Whether much, little, or nothing, my dear Van L., you shall hear. Roman 3 Dr. Hesselius picks up something in Latin books. Well, I have called at Blank Street. On inquiring at the door, the servant told me that Mr. Jennings was engaged very particularly with a gentleman, a clergyman from Kenleys, his parish in the country. Intending to reserve my privilege and to call again, I merely intimated that I should try another time, and had turned to go, when the servant begged my pardon, and asked me, looking at me a little more attentively than well-bred persons of his order usually do, whether I was Dr. Hesselius. And on learning that I was, he said, "Perhaps then, sir, you would allow me to mention it to Mr. Jennings, for I am sure he wishes to see you." The servant returned in a moment with a message from Mr. Jennings, asking me to go into his study, which was in effect his back drawing-room, promising to be with me in a very few minutes. This was really a study, almost a library. The room was lofty, with 2 tall slender windows and rich dark curtains. It was much larger than I had expected, and starred with books on every side, from the floor to the ceiling. The upper carpet, far to my tread it felt that there were 2 or 3, was a Turkey carpet. My steps fell noiselessly. The bookcases standing out placed the windows, particularly narrow ones, in deep recesses. The effect of the room was, although extremely comfortable and even luxurious, decidedly gloomy, and aided by the silence, almost oppressive. Perhaps, however, I ought to have allowed something for association. My mind had connected peculiar ideas with Mr. Jennings. I stepped into this perfectly silent room, of a very silent house, with a peculiar foreboding, and its darkness and solemn clothing of books, for except where 2 narrow looking-glasses were set in the wall, they were everywhere, helped this somber feeling. While awaiting Mr. Jennings' arrival, I amused myself by looking into some of the books with which his shelves were laden. Not among these, but immediately under them, with their backs upward, on the floor, I lighted upon a complete set of Swedenborg's Arcana Caelestia, in the original Latin, a very fine folio set, bound in the natty livery which theology affects, pure vellum, namely, gold letters and carmine edges. There were paper markers in several of these volumes. I raised and placed them, one after the other, upon the table, and opening where these papers were placed, I read in the solemn Latin phraseology, a series of sentences indicated by a penciled line at the margin. Of these, I copy here a few, translating them into English. When man's interior sight is opened, which is that of his spirit, then there appear the things of another life, which cannot possibly be made visible to the bodily sight. By the internal sight, it has been granted me to see the things that are in the other life, more clearly than I see those that are in the world. From these considerations, it is evident that external vision exists from interior vision, and this from a vision still more interior, and so on. There are with every man at least 2 evil spirits. With wicked genii there is also a fluent speech, but harsh and grating. There is also among them a speech which is not fluent, wherein the descent of the thoughts is perceived as something secretly creeping along within it. The evil spirits associated with man are, indeed, from the hells, but when with man they are not then in hell, but are taken out thence. The place where they then are is in the midst between heaven and hell, and is called the world of spirits. When the evil spirits who are with man are in that world, they are not in any infernal torment, but in every thought and affection of the man, and so, in all that the man himself enjoys. But when they are remitted into their hell, they return to their former state. If evil spirits could perceive that they were associated with man, and yet that they were spirits separate from him, and if they could flow into the things of his body, they would attempt by 1,000 means to destroy him, for they hate man with a deadly hatred. Knowing, therefore, that I was a man in the body, they were continually striving to destroy me, not as to the body only, but especially as to the soul, for to destroy any man or spirit is the very delight of the life of all who are in hell, but I have been continually protected by the Lord. Hence it appears how dangerous it is for man to be in a living consort with spirits, unless he be in the good of faith. Nothing is more carefully guarded from the knowledge of associate spirits than their being thus conjoint with a man, for if they knew it they would speak to him, with the intention to destroy him. The delight of hell is to do evil to man, and to hasten his eternal ruin. A long note, written with a very sharp and fine pencil, in Mr. Jennings' neat hand, at the foot of the page, caught my eye. Expecting his criticism upon the text, I read a word or two, and stopped, for it was something quite different and began with these words, Deus miserita me, may God compassionate me. Thus warned of its private nature, I averted my eyes and shut the book, replacing all the volumes as I had found them, except one which interested me, and in which, as men studious and solitary in their habits will do, I grew so absorbed as to take no cognizance of the outer world, nor to remember where I was. I was reading some pages which refer to representatives and correspondence, in the technical language of Swedenborg, and had arrived at a passage, the substance of which is that evil spirits, when seen by other eyes than those of their infernal associates, present themselves, by correspondence, in the shape of the beast, Fira, which represents their particular lust and life, in aspect direful and atrocious. This is a long passage and particularizes a number of those bestial forms. Roman 4 eyes were reading the passage. I was running the head of my pencil case along the line as I read it, and something caused me to raise my eyes. Directly before me was one of the mirrors I have mentioned, in which I saw reflected the tall shape of my friend Mr. Jennings leaning over my shoulder, and reading the page at which I was busy, and with a face so dark and wild that I should hardly have known him. I turned and rose. He stood erect also, and with an effort laughed a little, saying, I came in and asked you how you did, but without succeeding in awaking you from your book. So I could not restrain my curiosity, and very impertinently, I'm afraid, peeped over your shoulder. This is not your first time of looking into those pages. You have looked into Swedenborg, no doubt, long ago? Oh dear, yes. I owe Swedenborg a great deal. You will discover traces of him in the little book on metaphysical medicine, which you were so good as to remember. Although my friend affected a gaiety of manner, there was a slight flush in his face, and I could perceive that he was inwardly much perturbed. I'm scarcely yet qualified. I know so little of Swedenborg. I've only had them a fortnight, he answered, and I think they are rather likely to make a solitary man nervous. That is, judging from the very little I have read. I don't say that they have made me so, he laughed. And I'm so very much obliged for the book. I hope you got my note. I made all proper acknowledgments and modest disclaimers. I never read a book that I go with so entirely as that of yours, he continued. I saw at once there is more in it than is quite unfolded. Do you know Dr. Hawley? He asked, rather abruptly. In passing, the editor remarks that the physician here named was one of the most eminent who had ever practiced in England. I did, having had letters to him, and had experienced from him great courtesy and considerable assistance during my visit to England. I think that man one of the very greatest fools I ever met in my life, said Mr. Jennings. This was the first time I had ever heard him say a sharp thing of anybody, and such a term applied to so high a name a little startled me. Really? And in what way? I asked. In his profession, he answered. I smiled. I mean this, he said. He seems to me one half blind. I mean one half of all he looks at is dark, preternaturally bright and vivid all the rest, and the worst of it is, it seems willful. I can't get him. I mean he won't. I've had some experience of him as a physician, but I look on him as in that sense no better than a paralytic mind, an intellect half dead, I'll tell you. I know I shall some time, all about it, he said, with a little agitation. You stay some months longer in England. If I should be out of town during your stay for a little time, would you allow me to trouble you with a letter? I should be only too happy, I assured him. Very good of you. I am so utterly dissatisfied with Hawley. A little leaning to the materialistic school, I said. A mere materialist, he corrected me. You can't think how that sort of thing worries one who knows better. You won't tell anyone, any of my friends you know, that I am hippish. Now, for instance, no one knows, not even Lady Mary, that I have seen Dr. Hawley or any other doctor. So pray don't mention it, and if I should have any threatening of an attack, you'll kindly let me write, or, should I be in town, have a little talk with you. I was full of conjecture, and unconsciously I found I had fixed my eyes gravely on him, for he lowered his for a moment, and he said, I see you think I might as well tell you now, or else you are forming a conjecture, but you may as well give it up. If you were guessing all the rest of your life, you will never hit on it. He shook his head smiling, and over that wintry sunshine a black cloud suddenly came down, and he drew his breath in, through his teeth as men do in pain. Sorry, of course, to learn that you apprehend occasion to consult any of us, but command me when and how you like, and I need not assure you that your confidence is sacred. He then talked of quite other things, and in a comparatively cheerful way, and after a little time, I took my leave. Dr. Hesselius is summoned to Richmond. We parted cheerfully, but he was not cheerful, nor was I. There are certain expressions of that powerful organ of spirit, the human face, which, although I have seen them often and possess a doctor's nerve, yet disturb me profoundly. One look of Mr. Jennings haunted me. It had seized my imagination with so dismal a power that I changed my plans for the evening and went to the opera, feeling that I wanted a change of ideas. I heard nothing of or from him for 2 or 3 days, when a note in his hand reached me. It was cheerful and full of hope. He said that he had been for some little time so much better, quite well, in fact, that he was going to make a little experiment and run down for a month or so to his parish, to try whether a little work might not quite set him up. There was in it a fervent religious expression of gratitude for his restoration, as he now almost hoped he might call it. A day or 2 later I saw Lady Mary, who repeated what his note had announced, and told me that he was actually in Warwickshire, having resumed his clerical duties at Kenley's. And she added, "I begin to think that he is really perfectly well, and that there never was anything the matter, more than nerves and fancy. We are all nervous, but I fancy there is nothing like a little hard work for that kind of weakness, and he has made up his mind to try it. I should not be surprised if he did not come back for a year." Notwithstanding all this confidence, only 2 days later I had this note, dated from his house off Piccadilly. "Dear Sir, I have returned disappointed. If I should feel at all able to see you, I shall write to ask you kindly to call. At present I am too low, and in fact simply unable to say all I wish to say. Pray don't mention my name to my friends. I can see no one. By and by, please God, you shall hear from me. I mean to take a run into Shropshire, where some of my people are. God bless you. May we, on my return, meet more happily than I can now write." About a week after this, I saw Lady Mary at her own house, the last person, she said, left in town, and just on the wing for Brighton, for the London season was quite over. She told me that she had heard from Mr. Jennings' niece, Martha, in Shropshire. There was nothing to be gathered from her letter, more than that he was low and nervous. In those words, of which healthy people think so lightly, what a world of suffering is sometimes hidden. Nearly 5 weeks passed without any further news of Mr. Jennings. At the end of that time, I received a note from him. He wrote, "I have been in the country and have had change of air, change of scene, change of faces, change of everything and in everything, but myself. I have made up my mind, so far as the most irresolute creature on earth can do it, to tell my case fully to you. If your engagements will permit, pray come to me today, tomorrow, or the next day, but pray defer as little as possible. You know not how much I need help. I have a quiet house at Richmond where I now am. Perhaps you can manage to come to dinner, or to luncheon, or even to tea. You shall have no trouble in finding me out. The servant at Blank Street who takes this note will have a carriage at your door at any hour you please, and I am always to be found. You will say that I ought not to be alone. I have tried everything. Come and see." I called up the servant and decided on going out the same evening, which accordingly I did. He would have been much better in a lodging-house or hotel, I thought, as I drove up through a short double row of somber elms to a very old-fashioned brick house, darkened by the foliage of these trees, which overtopped and nearly surrounded it. It was a perverse choice, for nothing could be imagined more triste and silent. The house, I found, belonged to him. He had stayed for a day or 2 in town, and finding it for some cause insupportable, had come out here, probably because being furnished and his own, he was relieved of the thought and delay of selection by coming here. The sun had already set, and the red reflected light of the western sky illuminated the scene with the peculiar effect with which we are all familiar. The hall seemed very dark, but, getting to the back drawing-room, whose windows command the west, I was again in the same dusky light. I sat down, looking out upon the richly wooded landscape that glowed in the grand and melancholy light which was every moment fading. The corners of the room were already dark. All was growing dim, and the gloom was insensibly toning my mind, already prepared for what was sinister. I was waiting alone for his arrival, which soon took place. The door communicating with the front room opened, and the tall figure of Mr. Jennings, faintly seen in the ruddy twilight, came, with quiet, stealthy steps, into the room. We shook hands, and taking a chair to the window, where there was still light enough to enable us to see each other's faces, he sat down beside me, and placing his hand upon my arm, with scarcely a word of preface began his narrative. Vi how Mr. Jennings met his companion, the faint glow of the west, the pomp of the then lonely woods of Richmond, were before us, behind and about us the darkening room, and on the stony face of the sufferer. For the character of his face, though still gentle and sweet, was changed, rested that dim, odd glow which seems to descend and produce, where it touches, lights, sudden though faint, which are lost, almost without gradation, in darkness. The silence, too, was utter, not a distant wheel or bark or whistle from without, and within the depressing stillness of an invalid bachelor's house. I guessed well the nature, though not even vaguely the particulars of the revelations I was about to receive, from that fixed face of suffering that so oddly flushed stood out, like a portrait of Shawkins, before its background of darkness. "It began," he said, "on the 15th of October, 3 years and 11 weeks ago, and 2 days. I keep very accurate count, for every day is torment. If I leave anywhere a chasm in my narrative, tell me. About 4 years ago I began a work which had cost me very much thought and reading. It was upon the religious metaphysics of the ancients. I know," said I, "the actual religion of educated and thinking paganism, quite apart from symbolic worship, a wide and very interesting field. Yes, but not good for the mind, the Christian mind, I mean. Paganism is all bound together in essential unity, and, with evil sympathy, their religion involves their art, and both their manners, and the subject is a degrading fascination and the nemesis sure. God forgive me? I wrote a great deal. I wrote late at night. I was always thinking on the subject, walking about, wherever I was, everywhere. It thoroughly infected me. You ought to remember that all the material ideas connected with it were more or less of the beautiful, the subject itself delightfully interesting, and I then, without a care." He sighed heavily. "I believe that everyone who sets about writing in earnest does his work, as a friend of mine phrased it, on something, tea or coffee or tobacco. I suppose there is a material waste that must be hourly supplied in such occupations, or that we should grow too abstracted, and the mind, as it were, pass out of the body, unless it were reminded often of the connection by actual sensation. At all events, I felt the want, and I supplied it. Tea was my companion. At first the ordinary black tea, made in the usual way, not too strong, but I drank a good deal, and increased its strength as I went on. I never experienced an uncomfortable symptom from it. I began to take a little green tea. I found the effect pleasanter, it cleared and intensified the power of thought so. I had come to take it frequently, but not stronger than one might take it for pleasure. I wrote a great deal out here, it was so quiet, and in this room. I used to sit up very late, and it became a habit with me to sip my tea, green tea, every now and then as my work proceeded. I had a little kettle on my table that swung over a lamp and made tea 2 or 3 times between 11 o'clock and 2 or 3 in the morning, my hours of going to bed. I used to go into town every day. I was not a monk, and although I spent an hour or 2 in a library, hunting up authorities and looking out lights upon my theme, I was in no morbid state as far as I can judge. I met my friends pretty much as usual, and enjoyed their society, and on the whole, existence had never been, I think, so pleasant before. I had met with a man who had some odd old books, German editions in medieval Latin, and I was only too happy to be permitted access to them. This obliging person's books were in the city, a very out-of-the-way part of it. I had rather outstayed my intended hour, and on coming out, seeing no cab near, I was tempted to get into the omnibus which used to drive past this house. It was darker than this by the time the bus had reached an old house, you may have remarked, with 4 poplars at each side of the door, and there the last passenger but myself got out. We drove along rather faster. It was twilight now. I leaned back in my corner next the door ruminating pleasantly. The interior of the omnibus was nearly dark. I had observed in the corner opposite to me at the other side, and at the end next the horses, 2 small circular reflections, as it seemed to me, of a reddish light. They were about 2 inches apart, and about the size of those small brass buttons that yachting men used to put upon their jackets. I began to speculate, as listless men will, upon this trifle, as it seemed. From what centre did that faint but deep red light come, and from what glass beads, buttons, toy decorations, was it reflected? We were lumbering along gently, having nearly a mile still to go. I had not solved the puzzle, and it became in another minute more odd, for these 2 luminous points, with a sudden jerk, descended near the flaw, keeping still their relative distance and horizontal position, and then, as suddenly, they rose to the level of the seat on which I was sitting, and I saw them no more. My curiosity was now really excited, and before I had time to think, I saw again these 2 dull lamps, again together near the flaw, again they disappeared, and again in their old corner I saw them. So, keeping my eyes upon them, I edged quietly up my own side, towards the end at which I still saw these tiny discs of red. There was very little light in the bus. It was nearly dark. I leaned forward to aid my endeavor to discover what these little circles really were. They shifted their position a little as I did so. I began now to perceive an outline of something black, and I soon saw with tolerable distinctness the outline of a small black monkey, pushing its face forward in mimicry to meet mine. Those were its eyes, and I now dimly saw its teeth grinning at me. I drew back, not knowing whether it might not meditate a spring. I fancied that one of the passengers had forgot this ugly pet, and wishing to ascertain something of its temper, though not caring to trust my fingers to it, I poked my umbrella softly towards it. It remained immovable, up to it, through it, for through it, and back and forward, it passed, without the slightest resistance. I can't, in the least, convey to you the kind of horror that I felt. When I had ascertained that the thing was an illusion, as I then supposed, there came a misgiving about myself and a terror that fascinated me in impotence to remove my gaze from the eyes of the brute for some moments. As I looked, it made a little skip back, quite into the corner, and I, in a panic, found myself at the door, having put my head out, drawing deep breaths of the outer air, and staring at the lights and trees we were passing, too glad to reassure myself of reality. I stopped the bus and got out. I perceived the man look oddly at me as I paid him. I dare say there was something unusual in my looks and manner, for I had never felt so strangely before. Roman 7 The journey, first stage when the omnibus drove on, and I was alone upon the road, I looked carefully round to ascertain whether the monkey had followed me. To my indescribable relief, I saw it nowhere. I can't describe easily what a shock I had received, and my sense of genuine gratitude on finding myself, as I supposed, quite rid of it. I had got out a little before we reached this house, 200 or 300 steps. A brick wall runs along the footpath, and inside the wall is a hedge of yew or some dark evergreen of that kind, and within that again, the row of fine trees which you may have remarked as you came. This brick wall is about as high as my shoulder, and happening to raise my eyes, I saw the monkey, with that stooping gait, on all fours, walking or creeping, close beside me on top of the wall. I stopped looking at it with a feeling of loathing and horror. As I stopped, so did it. It sat up on the wall with its long hands on its knees looking at me. There was not light enough to see it much more than an outline, nor was it dark enough to bring the peculiar light of its eyes into strong relief. I still saw, however, that red foggy light plainly enough. It did not show its teeth, nor exhibit any sign of irritation, but seemed jaded and sulky, and was observing me steadily. I drew back into the middle of the road. It was an unconscious recoil, and there I stood, still looking at it. It did not move. With an instinctive determination to try something, anything, I turned about and walked briskly towards town with a scant look, all the time, watching the movements of the beast. It crept swiftly along the wall, at exactly my pace. Where the wall ends, near the turn of the road, it came down and with a wiry spring or two brought itself close to my feet, and continued to keep up with me as I quickened my pace. It was at my left side, so close to my leg that I felt every moment as if I should tread upon it. The road was quite deserted and silent, and it was darker every moment. I stopped dismayed and bewildered, turning as I did so the other way, I mean, towards this house, away from which I had been walking. When I stood still, the monkey drew back to a distance of, I suppose, about 5 or 6 yards, and remained stationary, watching me. I had been more agitated than I have said. I had read, of course, as everyone has, something about spectral illusions, as you physicians term the phenomena of such cases. I considered my situation, and looked my misfortune in the face. These affections, I had read, are sometimes transitory and sometimes obstinate. I had read of cases in which the appearance, at first harmless, had step by step degenerated into something direful and insupportable, and ended by wearing its victim out. Still as I stood there, but for my bestial companion, quite alone, I tried to comfort myself by repeating again and again the assurance, the thing is purely disease, a well-known physical affection, as distinctly as smallpox or neuralgia. Doctors are all agreed on that, philosophy demonstrates it. I must not be a fool. I've been sitting up too late, and I dare say my digestion is quite wrong, and with God's help, I shall be all right, and this is but a symptom of nervous dyspepsia. Did I believe all this? Not one word of it, no more than any other miserable being ever did who was once seized and riveted in this satanic captivity. Against my convictions, I might say my knowledge, I was simply bullying myself into a false courage. I now walked homeward. I had only a few hundred yards to go. I had forced myself into a sort of resignation, but I had not got over the sickening shock and the flurry of the first certainty of my misfortune. I made up my mind to pass the night at home. The brute moved close beside me, and I fancied there was the sort of anxious drawing toward the house, which one sees in tired horses or dogs, sometimes as they come toward home. I was afraid to go into town. I was afraid of anyone seeing and recognizing me. I was conscious of an irrepressible agitation in my manner. Also, I was afraid of any violent change in my habits, such as going to a place of amusement, or walking from home in order to fatigue myself. At the hall door it waited till I mounted the steps, and when the door was opened entered with me. I drank no tea that night. I got cigars and some brandy and water. My idea was that I should act upon my material system, and by living for a while in sensation apart from thought, send myself forcibly, as it were, into a new groove. I came up here to this drawing room. I sat just here. The monkey then got upon a small table that then stood there. It looked dazed and languid. An irrepressible uneasiness as to its movements kept my eyes always upon it. Its eyes were half closed, but I could see them glow. It was looking steadily at me. In all situations, at all hours, it is awake and looking at me. That never changes. I shall not continue in detail my narrative of this particular night. I shall describe, rather, the phenomena of the first year, which never varied, essentially. I shall describe the monkey as it appeared in daylight. In the dark, as you shall presently hear, there are peculiarities. It is a small monkey, perfectly black. It had only one peculiarity, a character of malignity, unfathomable malignity. During the first year it looked sullen and sick. But this character of intense malice and vigilance was always underlying that surly languor. During all that time, it acted as if on a plan of giving me as little trouble as was consistent with watching me. Its eyes were never off me. I have never lost sight of it, except in my sleep, light or dark, day or night, since it came here, excepting when it withdraws for some weeks at a time, unaccountably. In total dark it is visible as in daylight. I do not mean merely its eyes. It is all visible distinctly in a halo that resembles a glow of red embers, and which accompanies it in all its movements. When it leaves me for a time, it is always at night in the dark, and in the same way. It grows at first uneasy, and then furious, and then advances towards me, grinning and shaking its paws clenched, and at the same time, there comes the appearance of fire in the grate. I never have any fire. I can't sleep in the room where there is any, and it draws nearer and nearer to the chimney, quivering, it seems, with rage, and when its fury rises to the highest pitch, it springs into the grate and up the chimney, and I see it no more. When first this happened, I thought I was released. I was a new man. A day passed, a night, and no return, and a blessed week, another week. I was always on my knees, Dr. Hacelius, always, thanking God and praying. A whole month passed of liberty, but on a sudden, it was with me again. Roman 8, the second stage it was with me, and the malice which before was topid under a sullen exterior was now active. It was perfectly unchanged in every other respect. This new energy was apparent in its activity and its looks, and soon in other ways. For a time, you will understand, the change was shown only in an increased vivacity and an air of menace, as if it was always brooding over some atrocious plan. Its eyes, as before, were never off me. "Is it here now?" I asked. "No," he replied. "It has been absent exactly a fortnight and a day 15 days. It has sometimes been away so long as nearly 2 months, once for 3. Its absence always exceeds a fortnight, although it may be but by a single day. 15 days having passed since I saw it last, it may return now at any moment." "Is its return," I asked, "accompanied by any peculiar manifestation?" "Nothing, no," he said. "It is simply with me again. On lifting my eyes from a book or turning my head, I see it as usual, looking at me, and then it remains as before, for its appointed time. I have never told so much and so minutely before to anyone." I perceived that he was agitated and looking like death, and he repeatedly applied his handkerchief to his forehead. I suggested that he might be tired, and told him that I would call, with pleasure, in the morning, but he said, "No, if you don't mind hearing it all now. I have got so far, and I should prefer making one effort of it. When I spoke to Dr. Hawley, I had nothing like so much to tell. You are a philosophic physician. You give spirit its proper rank. If this thing is real," he paused, looking at me with agitated inquiry, "we can discuss it by and by and very fully. I will give you all I think," I answered after an interval. "Well, very well. If it is anything real, I say, it is prevailing little by little and drawing me more interiorly into hell. Optic nerves he talked of. Ah, well, there are other nerves of communication. May God Almighty help me? You shall hear. Its power of action, I tell you, had increased. Its malice became, in a way, aggressive. About 2 years ago, some questions that were pending between me and the bishop having been settled, I went down to my parish in Warwickshire, anxious to find occupation in my profession. I was not prepared for what happened, although I have since thought I might have apprehended something like it. The reason of my saying so is this." He was beginning to speak with a great deal more effort and reluctance, and sighed often, and seemed at times nearly overcome. But at this time his manner was not agitated. It was more like that of a sinking patient who has given himself up. Yes, but I will first tell you about Kenley's, my parish. It was with me when I left this place for Dalbridge. It was my silent traveling companion, and it remained with me at the vicarage. When I entered on the discharge of my duties, another change took place. The thing exhibited an atrocious determination to thwart me. It was with me in the church, in the reading desk, in the pulpit, within the communion rails. At last, it reached this extremity that while I was reading to the congregation, it would spring upon the open book and squat there, so that I was unable to see the page. This happened more than once. I left Dalbridge for a time. I placed myself in Dr. Hawley's hands. I did everything he told me. He gave my case a great deal of thought. It interested him, I think. He seemed successful. For nearly 3 months I was perfectly free from a return. I began to think I was safe. With his full assent I returned to Dalbridge. I traveled in a chaise. I was in good spirits, I was more. I was happy and grateful. I was returning, as I thought delivered from a dreadful hallucination, to the scene of duties which I longed to enter upon. It was a beautiful sunny evening. Everything looked serene and cheerful, and I was delighted. I remember looking out of the window to see the spire of my church at Kenley's among the trees, at the point where one has the earliest view of it. It is exactly where the little stream that bounds the parish passes under the road by a culvert, and where it emerges at the roadside, a stone with an old inscription is placed. As we passed this point, I drew my head in and sat down, and in the corner of the chaise was the monkey. For a moment I felt faint, and then quite wild with despair and horror. I called to the driver and got out and sat down at the roadside and prayed to God silently for mercy. A despairing resignation supervened. My companion was with me as I re-entered the vicarage. The same persecution followed. After a short struggle I submitted, and soon I left the place. "I told you," he said, "that the beast has before this become in certain ways aggressive. I will explain a little. It seemed to be actuated by intense and increasing fury whenever I said my prayers or even meditated prayer. It amounted at last to a dreadful interruption. You will ask, how could a silent, immaterial phantom affect that? It was thus, whenever I meditated praying, it was always before me, and nearer and nearer. It used to spring on a table, on the back of a chair, on the chimney-piece, and slowly to swing itself from side to side, looking at me all the time. There is in its motion an indefinable power to dissipate thought, and to contract one's attention to that monotony, till the ideas shrink, as it were, to a point, and at last to nothing. And unless I had started up and shook off the catalepsy, I have felt as if my mind were on the point of losing itself. There are other ways," he sighed heavily. "Thus, for instance, while I pray with my eyes closed, it comes closer and closer, and I see it. I know it is not to be accounted for physically, but I do actually see it, though my lids are closed, and so it rocks my mind, as it were, and overpowers me, and I am obliged to rise from my knees. If you had ever yourself known this, you would be acquainted with desperation. Roman 9, the third stage. I see, Dr. Heselius, that you don't lose one word of my statement. I need not ask you to listen specially to what I am now going to tell you. They talk of the optic nerves and of spectral illusions, as if the organ of sight was the only point assailable by the influences that have fastened upon me. I know better. For 2 years in my direful case that limitation prevailed. But as food is taken in softly at the lips, and then brought under the teeth, as the tip of the little finger caught in a mill crank will draw in the hand, and the arm, and the whole body, so the miserable mortal who has been once caught firmly by the end of the finest fibre of his nerve is drawn in and in by the enormous machinery of hell, until he is as I am. Yes, doctor, as I am, for while I talk to you and implore relief, I feel that my prayer is for the impossible and my pleading with the inexorable." I endeavored to calm his visibly increasing agitation, and told him that he must not despair. While we talked, the night had overtaken us. The filmy moonlight was wide over the scene which the window commanded, and I said, "Perhaps you would prefer having candles. This light, you know, is odd. I should wish you as much as possible under your usual conditions while I make my diagnosis, shall I call it? Otherwise I don't care." "All lights are the same to me," he said. "Except when I read or write, I care not if night were perpetual. I am going to tell you what happened about a year ago." The thing began to speak to me. "Speak? How do you mean, speak as a man does, do you mean?" "Yes, speak in words and consecutive sentences, with perfect coherence and articulation, but there is a peculiarity. It is not like the tone of a human voice. It is not by my ears it reaches me, it comes like a singing through my head. This faculty, the power of speaking to me, will be my undoing. It won't let me pray. It interrupts me with dreadful blasphemies. I dare not go on, I could not. Oh, doctor, can the skill and thought and prayers of man avail me nothing? You must promise me, my dear sir, not to trouble yourself with unnecessarily exciting thoughts. Confine yourself strictly to the narrative of facts, and recollect, above all, that even if the thing that infests you be, as you seem to suppose, a reality with an actual independent life and will, yet it can have no power to hurt you, unless it be given from above. Its access to your senses depends mainly upon your physical condition. This is, under God, your comfort and reliance. We are all alike environed. It is only that in your case the paries, the veil of the flesh, the screen, is a little out of repair, and sights and sounds are transmitted. We must enter on a new course, sir. Be encouraged. I'll give tonight to the careful consideration of the whole case. You are very good, sir. You think it worth trying. You don't give me quite up. But, sir, you don't know. It is gaining such an influence over me. It orders me about. It is such a tyrant, and I'm growing so helpless. May God deliver me. It orders you about, of course you mean by speech? Yes, it is always urging me to crimes, to injure others or myself. You see, doctor, the situation is urgent. It is indeed. When I was in Shropshire a few weeks ago, Mr. Jennings was speaking rapidly and trembling now, holding my arm with one hand and looking in my face. I went out one day with a party of friends for a walk. My persecutor, I tell you, was with me at the time. I lagged behind the rest. The country near the Dee, you know, is beautiful. Our path happened to lie near a coal mine, and at the verge of the wood is a perpendicular shaft, they say, 150 feet deep. My niece had remained behind with me. She knows, of course, nothing of the nature of my sufferings. She knew, however, that I had been ill and was low, and she remained to prevent my being quite alone. As we loitered slowly on together, the brute that accompanied me was urging me to throw myself down the shaft. I tell you now, oh, sir, think of it. The one consideration that saved me from that hideous death was the fear lest the shock of witnessing the occurrence should be too much for the poor girl. I asked her to go on and take her walk with her friends, saying that I could go no further. She made excuses, and the more I urged her the firmer she became. She looked doubtful and frightened. I suppose there was something in my looks or manner that alarmed her, but she would not go, and that literally saved me. You had no idea, sir, that a living man could be made so abject a slave of Satan, he said, with a ghastly groan and a shudder. There was a pause here, and I said, You were preserved nevertheless. It was the act of God. You are in his hands and in the power of no other being. Be therefore confident for the future. Home I made him have candles lighted, and saw the room looking cheery and inhabited before I left him. I told him that he must regard his illness strictly as one dependent on physical, though subtle physical, causes. I told him that he had evidence of God's care and love in the deliverance which he had just described, and that I had perceived with pain that he seemed to regard its peculiar features as indicating that he had been delivered over to spiritual reprobation. Than such a conclusion nothing could be. I insisted, less warranted. And not only so, but more contrary to facts, as disclosed in his mysterious deliverance from that murderous influence during his Shropshire excursion. First, his niece had been retained by his side without his intending to keep her near him, and secondly, there had been infused into his mind an irresistible repugnance to execute the dreadful suggestion in her presence. As I reasoned this point with him, Mr. Jennings wept. He seemed comforted. One promise I exacted, which was that should the monkey at any time return, I should be sent for immediately, and repeating my assurance that I would give neither time nor thought to any other subject, until I had thoroughly investigated his case, and that tomorrow he should hear the result, I took my leave. Before getting into the carriage, I told the servant that his master was far from well, and that he should make a point of frequently looking into his room. My own arrangements I made with a view to being quite secure from interruption. I merely called at my lodgings, and with a traveling desk and carpet-bag, set off in a hackney carriage for an inn about 2 miles out of town, called the Hans, a very quiet and comfortable house, with good thick walls. And there I resolved, without the possibility of intrusion or distraction, to devote some hours of the night, in my comfortable sitting-room, to Mr. Jennings' case, and so much of the morning as it might require. There occurs here a careful note of Dr. Hesselius' opinion upon the case and of the habits, dietary, and medicines which he prescribed. It is curious, some persons would say mystical, but on the whole, I doubt whether it would sufficiently interest a reader of the kind I am likely to meet with, to warrant its being here reprinted. The whole letter was plainly written at the inn where he had hid himself for the occasion. The next letter is dated from his town lodgings. I left town for the inn where I slept last night at 9:30, and did not arrive at my room in town until 1 o'clock this afternoon. I found a letter in Mr. Jennings' hand upon my table. It had not come by post, and on inquiry, I learned that Mr. Jennings' servant had brought it, and on learning that I was not to return until today, and that no one could tell him my address, he seemed very uncomfortable, and said that his orders from his master were that he was not to return without an answer. I opened the letter and read, "Dear Dr. Hesselius, it is here. You had not been an hour gone when it returned. It is speaking. It knows all that has happened. It knows everything. It knows you and is frantic and atrocious. It reviles. I send you this. It knows every word I have written, I write. This I promised, and I therefore write, but I feel very confused, very incoherently. I am so interrupted. Disturbed. Ever yours, sincerely yours, Robert Linda Jennings." "When did this come?" I asked. "About 11 last night. The man was here again, and has been here 3 times today. The last time is about an hour since." Thus answered, and with the notes I had made upon his case in my pocket, I was in a few minutes driving towards Richmond to see Mr. Jennings. I by no means, as you perceive, despaired of Mr. Jennings' case. He had himself remembered and applied, though quite in a mistaken way, the principle which I lay down in my metaphysical medicine, and which governs all such cases. I was about to apply it in earnest. I was profoundly interested, and very anxious to see and examine him while the enemy was actually present. I drove up to the sombre house and ran up the steps and knocked. The door, in a little time, was opened by a tall woman in black silk. She looked ill, and as if she had been crying. She curtsied, and heard my question, but she did not answer. She turned her face away, extending her hand towards 2 men who were coming downstairs, and thus having, as it were, tacitly made me over to them, she passed through a side door hastily and shut it. The man who was nearest the hall, I at once accosted, but being now close to him, I was shocked to see that both his hands were covered with blood. I drew back a little, and the man passing downstairs merely said in a low tone, "Here's the servant, sir." The servant had stopped on the stairs, confounded and dumb at seeing me. He was rubbing his hands in a handkerchief, and it was steeped in blood. "Jones, what is it? What has happened?" I asked, while a sickening suspicion overpowered me. The man asked me to come up to the lobby. I was beside him in a moment, and frowning and pallid, with contracted eyes, he told me the horror which I already half guessed. His master had made away with himself. I went upstairs with him to the room. What I saw there I won't tell you. He had cut his throat with his razor. It was a frightful gash. The 2 men had laid him on the bed and composed his limbs. It had happened as the immense pool of blood on the floor declared, at some distance between the bed and the window. There was carpet round his bed, and a carpet under his dressing-table, but none on the rest of the floor, for the man said he did not like a carpet on his bedroom. In this sombre, and now terrible room, one of the great elms that darkened the house was slowly moving the shadow of one of its great boughs upon this dreadful floor. I beckoned to the servant, and we went downstairs together. I turned off the hall into an old-fashioned panelled room, and there standing, I heard all the servant had to tell. It was not a great deal. "I concluded, sir, from your words and looks, sir, as you left last night, that you thought my master seriously ill. I thought it might be that you were afraid of a fit or something. So I attended very close to your directions. He sat up late, till past 3 o'clock. He was not writing or reading. He was talking a great deal to himself, but that was nothing unusual. At about that hour I assisted him to undress, and left him in his slippers and dressing-gown. I went back softly in about half an hour. He was in his bed, quite undressed, and a pair of candles lighted on the table beside his bed. He was leaning on his elbow and looking out at the other side of the bed when I came in. I asked him if he wanted anything, and he said no. I don't know whether it was what you said to me, sir, or something a little unusual about him, but I was uneasy, uncommon uneasy about him last night. In another half hour, or it might be a little more, I went up again. I did not hear him talking as before. I opened the door a little. The candles were both out, which was not usual. I had a bedroom candle, and I let the light in, a little bit, looking softly round. I saw him sitting in that chair beside the dressing-table with his clothes on again. He turned round and looked at me. I thought it strange he should get up and dress, and put out the candles to sit in the dark, that way, but I only asked him again if I could do anything for him. He said, no, rather sharp, I thought. I asked if I might light the candles, and he said, "Do as you like, Jones," so I lighted them, and I lingered about the room, and he said, "Tell me truth, Jones, why did you come again? You did not hear anyone cursing?" No, sir, I said, wondering what he could mean. No, said he after me, of course no, and I said to him, wouldn't it be well, sir, you went to bed. It's just 5 o'clock, and he said nothing but very likely. Good night, Jones. So I went, sir, but in less than an hour I came again. The door was fast, and he heard me, and called as I thought from the bed to know what I wanted, and he desired me not to disturb him again. I lay down and slept for a little. It must have been between 6 and 7 when I went up again. The door was still fast, and he made no answer, so I did not like to disturb him, and thinking he was asleep, I left him till 9. It was his custom to ring when he wished me to come, and I had no particular hour for calling him. I tapped very gently, and getting no answer, I stayed away a good while, supposing he was getting some rest then. It was not till 11 o'clock I grew really uncomfortable about him, for at the latest he was never, that I could remember, later than 10:30. I got no answer. I knocked and called, and still no answer. So not being able to force the door, I called Thomas from the stables, and together we forced it, and found him in the shocking way you saw. Jones had no more to tell. Poor Mr. Jennings was very gentle and very kind. All his people were fond of him. I could see that the servant was very much moved. So, dejected and agitated, I passed from that terrible house, and its dark canopy of elms, and I hope I shall never see it more. While I write to you, I feel like a man who is but half waked from a frightful and monotonous dream. My memory rejects the picture with incredulity and horror. Yet I know it is true. It is the story of the process of a poison which excites the reciprocal action of spirit and nerve, and paralyzes the tissue that separates those cognate functions of the senses, the external and the interior. Thus we find strange bedfellows, and the mottle and immortal prematurely make acquaintance. Conclusion, a word for those who suffer, my dear Van L. You have suffered from an affection similar to that which I have just described. You twice complained of a return of it. Who, under God, cured you? Your humble servant, Martin Hesselius. Let me rather adopt the more emphasized piety of a certain good old French surgeon of 300 years ago. I treated, and God cured you. Come, my friend, you are not to be hippish. Let me tell you a fact. I have met with and treated, as my book shows, 57 cases of this kind of vision, which I term indifferently sublimated, precocious, and interior. There is another class of affections which are truly termed, though commonly confounded with those which I describe, spectral illusions. These latter I look upon as being no less simply curable than a cold in the head or a trifling dyspepsia. It is those which rank in the first category that test our promptitude of thought. 57 such cases have I encountered, neither more nor less, and in how many of these have I failed? In no one single instance. There is no one affliction of mortality more easily and certainly reducible, with a little patience and a rational confidence in the physician. With these simple conditions, I look upon the cure as absolutely certain. You ought to remember that I had not even commenced to treat Mr. Jennings' case. I have not any doubt that I should have cured him perfectly in 18 months, or possibly it might have extended to 2 years. Some cases are very rapidly curable, others extremely tedious. Every intelligent physician who will give thought and diligence to the task will effect a cure. You know my tract on the cardinal functions of the brain. I there, by the evidence of innumerable facts, prove, as I think, the high probability of a circulation arterial and venous in its mechanism, through the nerves. Of this system, thus considered, the brain is the heart. The fluid, which is propagated hence through one class of nerves, returns in an altered state through another. And the nature of that fluid is spiritual, though not immaterial, any more than, as I before remarked, light or electricity are so. By various abuses, among which the habitual use of such agents as green tea is one, this fluid may be affected as to its quality, but it is more frequently disturbed as to equilibrium, this fluid being that which we have in common with spirits, a congestion found upon the masses of brain or nerve, connected with the interior sense, forms a surface unduly exposed, on which disembodied spirits may operate. Communication is thus more or less effectually established. Between this brain circulation and the heart circulation, there is an intimate sympathy. The seat, or rather the instrument of exterior vision, is the eye. The seat of interior vision is the nervous tissue and brain, immediately about and above the eyebrow. You remember how effectually I dissipated your pictures by the simple application of iced eau de cologne. Few cases, however, can be treated exactly alike with anything like rapid success. Cold acts powerfully as a repellent of the nervous fluid. Long enough continued, It will even produce that permanent insensibility, which we call numbness, and a little longer, muscular as well as sensational paralysis. I have not, I repeat, the slightest doubt that I should have first dimmed and ultimately sealed that inner eye which Mr. Jennings had inadvertently opened. The same senses are opened in delirium tremens, and entirely shut up again when the overaction of the cerebral heart, and the prodigious nervous congestions that attend it, are terminated by a decided change in the state of the body. It is by acting steadily upon the body, by a simple process, that this result is produced, and inevitably produced. I have never yet failed. Poor Mr. Jennings made away with himself, but that catastrophe was the result of a totally different malady, which, as it were, projected itself upon that disease which was established. His case was in the distinctive manner a complication, and the complaint under which he really succumbed was hereditary suicidal mania. Poor Mr. Jennings I cannot call a patient of mine, for I had not even begun to treat his case, and he had not yet given me, I am convinced, his full and unreserved confidence. If the patient do not array himself on the side of the disease, his cure is certain. Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard eBooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on transcriptions from Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from Google Books. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at Standard Books.org. Mr. Justice Harbottle prologue on this case, Dr. Hesselius has inscribed nothing more than the words, Harmon's Report, and a simple reference to his own extraordinary essay on the interior sense and the conditions of the opening thereof. The reference is to Vol. I, Section 317, Note ZA. The note to which reference is thus made simply says, there are two accounts of the remarkable case of the Honorable Mr. Justice Harbottle, one furnished to me by Mrs. Trimmer of Tunbridge Wells, June, 1805, the other at a much later date by Anthony Harmon, Esq. I much prefer the former, in the first place, because it is minute and detailed, and written, it seems to me, with more caution and knowledge, and in the next, because the letters from Dr. Headstone, which are embodied in it, furnish matter of the highest value to a right apprehension of the nature of the case. It was one of the best declared cases of an opening of the interior sense, which I have met with. It was affected, too, by the phenomenon, which occurs so frequently as to indicate a law of these eccentric conditions. That is to say, it exhibited, what I may term, the contagious character of this sort of intrusion of the spirit world upon the proper domain of matter. So soon as the spirit action has established itself in the case of one patient, its developed energy begins to radiate, more or less effectually, upon others. The interior vision of the child was opened, as was also that of its mother, Mrs. Pineweck, and both the interior vision and hearing of the scullery maid were opened on the same occasion. After appearances are the result of the law explained in Vol. Roman 2, Section 17 to 49. The common center of association, simultaneously recalled, unites or reunites as the case may be, for a period measured, as we see in Section 37. The maximum will extend to days, the minimum is little more than a second. We see the operation of this principle perfectly displayed in certain cases of lunacy, of epilepsy, of catalepsy, and of mania, of a peculiar and painful character, though unattended by incapacity of business. The memorandum of the case of Judge Harbottle, which was written by Mrs. Trimmer of Tunbridge Wells, which Dr. Hesselius thought the better of the two, I have been unable to discover among his papers. I found in his escritoire a note to the effect that he had lent the report of Judge Harbottle's case, written by Mrs. Trimmer to Dr. F. Hayne. To that learned and able gentleman accordingly I wrote, and received from him, in his reply, which was full of alarms and regrets on account of the uncertain safety of that valuable MS. A line written long since by Dr. Hesselius, which completely exonerated him, inasmuch as it acknowledged the safe return of the papers. The narrative of Mr. Harmon is, therefore, the only one available for this collection. The late Dr. Hesselius, in another passage of the note that I have cited, says, "As to the facts non-medical of the case, the narrative of Mr. Harmon exactly tallies with that furnished by Mrs. Trimmer." The strictly scientific view of the case would scarcely interest the popular reader, and possibly, for the purposes of this selection, I should, even had I both papers to choose between, have preferred that of Mr. Harmon, which is given in full in the following pages. I the judge's house 30 years ago, an elderly man, to whom I paid quarterly a small annuity charged on some property of mine, came on the quarter day to receive it. He was a dry, sad, quiet man, who had known better days, and had always maintained an unexceptionable character. No better authority could be imagined for a ghost story. He told me one, though with a manifest reluctance. He was drawn into the narration by his choosing to explain what I should not have remarked, that he had called 2 days earlier than that week after the strict day of payment, which he had usually allowed to elapse. His reason was a sudden determination to change his lodgings, and the consequent necessity of paying his rent a little before it was due. He lodged in a dark street in Westminster, in a spacious old house, very warm, being wainscoted from top to bottom, and furnished with no undue abundance of windows, and those fitted with thick sashes and small panes. This house was, as the bills upon the windows testified, offered to be sold or let. But no one seemed to care to look at it. A thin matron, in rusty black silk, very taciturn, with large, steady, alarmed eyes that seemed to look in your face, to read what you might have seen in the dark rooms and passages through which you had passed, was in charge of it, with a solitary maid-of-all-work under her command. My poor friend had taken lodgings in this house, on account of their extraordinary cheapness. He had occupied them for nearly a year without the slightest disturbance, and was the only tenant, under rent, in the house. He had 2 rooms, a sitting-room, and a bedroom with a closet opening from it, in which he kept his books and papers locked up. He had gone to his bed, having also locked the outer door. Unable to sleep, he had lighted a candle, and after having read for a time, had laid the book beside him. He heard the old clock at the stairhead strike 1, and very shortly after, to his alarm, he saw the closet door, which he thought he had locked, open stealthily, and a slight dark man, particularly sinister, and somewhere about 50, dressed in mourning of a very antique fashion, such a suit as we see in Hogarth, entered the room on tiptoe. He was followed by an elder man, stout, and blotched with scurvy, and whose features, fixed as a corpse's, were stamped with dreadful farce with a character of sensuality and villainy. This old man wore a flowered silk dressing-gown and ruffles, and he remarked a gold ring on his finger, and on his head a cap of velvet, such as in the days of perukes gentlemen wore in undress. This direful old man carried in his ringed and ruffled hand a coil of rope, and these 2 figures crossed the floor diagonally, passing the foot of his bed, from the closet door at the farther end of the room, at the left, near the window, to the door opening upon the lobby, close to the bed's head, at his right. He did not attempt to describe his sensations as these figures passed so near him. He merely said that so far from sleeping in that room again, no consideration the world could offer would induce him so much as to enter it again alone, even in the daylight. He found both doors, that of the closet, and that of the room opening upon the lobby, in the morning fast locked, as he had left them before going to bed. In answer to a question of mine, he said that neither appeared the least conscious of his presence. They did not seem to glide, but walked as living men do, but without any sound, and he felt a vibration on the floor as they crossed it. He so obviously suffered from speaking about the apparitions that I asked him no more questions. There were in his description, however, certain coincidences so very singular as to induce me, by that very post, to write to a friend much my senior, then living in a remote part of England, for the information which I knew he could give me. He had himself more than once pointed out that old house to my attention, and told me, though very briefly, the strange story which I now asked him to give me in greater detail. His answer satisfied me, and the following pages convey its substance. "Your letter," he wrote, "tells me you desire some particulars about the closing years of the life of Mr. Justice Harbottle, one of the judges of the Court of Common Pleas. You refer, of course, to the extraordinary occurrences that made that period of his life long after a theme for winter tales and metaphysical speculation. I happen to know perhaps more than any other man living of those mysterious particulars. The old family mansion, when I revisited London, more than 30 years ago, I examined for the last time. During the years that have passed since then, I hear that improvement, with its preliminary demolitions, has been doing wonders for the quarter of Westminster in which it stood. If I were quite certain that the house had been taken down, I should have no difficulty about naming the street in which it stood. As what I have to tell, however, is not likely to improve its letting value, and as I should not care to get into trouble, I prefer being silent on that particular point. How old the house was, I can't tell. People said it was built by Roger Harbottle, a Turkey merchant in the reign of King James I. I am not a good opinion upon such questions, but having been in it, though in its fallen and deserted state, I can tell you in a general way what it was like. It was built of dark red brick, and the door and windows were faced with stone that had turned yellow by time. It receded some feet from the line of the other houses in the street, and it had a florid and fanciful rail of iron about the broad steps that invited your ascent to the hall door, in which were fixed, under a file of lamps, among scrolls and twisted leaves, 2 immense extinguishers, like the conical caps of fairies, into which, in old times, the footmen used to thrust their flambeaux when the chairs or coaches had set down their great people, in the hall or at the steps, as the case might be. That hall is panelled up to the ceiling and has a large fireplace. 2 or 3 stately old rooms open from it at each side. The windows of these are tall, with many small panes. Passing through the arch at the back of the hall, you come upon the wide and heavy well staircase. There is a back staircase also. The mansion is large and has not as much light, by any means, in proportion to its extent, as modern houses enjoy. When I saw it, it had long been untenanted, and had the gloomy reputation beside of a haunted house. Cobwebs floated from the ceilings or spanned the corners of the cornices, and dust lay thick over everything. The windows were stained with the dust and rain of 50 years, and darkness had thus grown darker. When I made it my first visit, it was in company with my father, when I was still a boy, in the year 1808. I was about 12 years old, and my imagination impressible, as it always is at that age. I looked about me with great awe. I was here in the very center, and scene of those occurrences which I had heard recounted at the fireside at home, with so delightful a horror. My father was an old bachelor of nearly 60 when he married. He had, when a child, seen Judge Harbottle on the bench in his robes and wig a dozen times at least before his death, which took place in 1748, and his appearance made a powerful and unpleasant impression, not only on his imagination, but upon his nerves. The judge was at that time a man of some 67 years. He had a great mulberry-colored face, a big, carbuncled nose, fierce eyes, and a grim and brutal mouth. My father, who was young at the time, thought it the most formidable face he had ever seen, for there were evidences of intellectual power in the formation and lines of the forehead. His voice was loud and harsh, and gave effect to the sarcasm, which was his habitual weapon on the bench. This old gentleman had the reputation of being about the wickedest man in England. Even on the bench he now and then showed his scorn of opinion. He had carried cases his own way, it was said, in spite of counsel, authorities, and even of juries, by a sort of cajolery, violence, and bamboozling, that somehow confused and overpowered resistance. He had never actually committed himself. He was too cunning to do that. He had the character of being, however, a dangerous and unscrupulous judge, but his character did not trouble him. The associates he chose for his hours of relaxation cared as little as he did about it. Roman II missed Peter's one night during the session of 1746. This old judge went down in his chair to wait in one of the rooms of the House of Lords for the result of a division in which he and his order were interested. This over, he was about to return to his house close by, in his chair, but the night had become so soft and fine that he changed his mind, sent it home empty, and with 2 footmen, each with a flambeau, set out on foot in preference. Gout had made him rather a slow pedestrian. It took him some time to get through the 2 or 3 streets he had to pass before reaching his house. In one of those narrow streets of tall houses, perfectly silent at that hour, he overtook, slowly as he was walking, a very singular-looking old gentleman. He had a bottle-green coat on, with a cape to it, and large stone buttons, a broad-leafed low-crowned hat, from under which a big powdered wig escaped. He stooped very much, and supported his bending knees with the aid of a crutch-handled cane, and so shuffled and tottered along painfully. "I ask your pardon, sir," said this old man in a very quavering voice, as the burly judge came up with him, and he extended his hand feebly towards his arm. Mr. Justice Harbottle saw that the man was by no means poorly dressed, and his manner that of a gentleman. The judge stopped short and said, in his harsh peremptory tones, "Well, sir, how can I serve you? Can you direct me to Judge Harbottle's house? I have some intelligence of the very last importance to communicate to him." "Can you tell it before witnesses?" asked the judge. "By no means, it must reach his ear only," quavered the old man earnestly. "If that be so, sir, you have only to accompany me a few steps farther to reach my house, and obtain a private audience, for I am Judge Harbottle." With this invitation, the infirm gentleman in the white wig complied very readily, and in another minute the stranger stood in what was then termed the front parlor of the judge's house, tete-a-tete with that shrewd and dangerous functionary. He had to sit down, being very much exhausted, and unable for a little time to speak, and then he had a fit of coughing, and after that a fit of gasping, and thus 2 or 3 minutes passed, during which the judge dropped his roquelaure on an armchair and threw his cocked hat over that. The venerable pedestrian in the white wig quickly recovered his voice. With closed doors they remained together for some time. There were guests waiting in the drawing-rooms, and the sound of men's voices laughing, and then of a female voice singing to a harpsichord, were heard distinctly in the hall over the stairs. For old Judge Harbottle had arranged one of his dubious jollifications, such as might well make the hair of godly men's heads stand upright, for that night. This old gentleman in the powdered white wig that rested on his stooped shoulders must have had something to say that interested the judge very much, for he would not have parted on easy terms with the 10 minutes and upwards which that conference filched from the sort of revelry in which he most delighted, and in which he was the roaring king, and in some sort the tyrant also, of his company. The footman who showed the aged gentleman out observed that the judge's mulberry-colored face, pimples and all, were bleached to a dingy yellow, and there was the abstraction of agitated thought in his manner, as he bid the stranger good night. The servant saw that the conversation had been of serious import, and that the judge was frightened. Instead of stumping upstairs forthwith to his scandalous hilarities, his profane company, and his great china bowl of punch, the identical bowl from which a bygone Bishop of London, good easy man, had baptized this judge's grandfather, now clinking round the rim with silver ladles, and hung with scrolls of lemon peel. Instead, I say, of stumping and clambering up the great staircase to the cavern of his Circean enchantment, he stood with his big nose flattened against the window-pane, watching the progress of the feeble old man, who clung stiffly to the iron rail as he got down, step by step, to the pavement. The hall door had hardly closed when the old judge was in the hall bawling hasty orders, with such stimulating expletives as old colonels under excitement sometimes indulge in nowadays, with a stamp or two of his big foot and a waving of his clenched fist in the air. He commanded the footman to overtake the old gentleman in the white wig, to offer him his protection on his way home, and in no case to show his face again without having ascertained where he lodged, and who he was, and all about him. "By the, sirrah, if you fail me in this, you doff my livery tonight." Forth bounced the stalwart footman with his heavy cane under his arm, and skipped down the steps and looked up and down the street after the singular figure, so easy to recognize. What were his adventures I shall not tell you just now. The old man, in the conference to which he had been admitted in that stately panelled room, had just told the judge a very strange story. He might be himself a conspirator, he might possibly be crazed, or possibly his whole story was straight and true. The aged gentleman in the bottle-green coat, on finding himself alone with Mr. Justice Harbottle, had become agitated. He said, "There is, perhaps you are not aware, my lord, a prisoner in Shrewsbury jail, charged with having forged a bill of exchange for £120, and his name is Louis Pineweck, a grocer of that town." "Is there?" says the judge, who knew well that there was. "Yes, my lord," says the old man. "Then you had better say nothing to affect this case. If you do, I'll commit you, for I'm to try it," says the judge, with his terrible look and tone. "I am not going to do anything of the kind, my lord. Of him or his case I know nothing, and care nothing. But a fact has come to my knowledge which it behoves you to well consider." "And what may that fact be?" inquired the judge. "I'm in haste, sir, and beg you will use dispatch." "It has come to my knowledge, my lord, that a secret tribunal is in process of formation, the object of which is to take cognizance of the conduct of the judges, and first of your conduct, my lord. It is a wicked conspiracy." "Who are of it?" demands the judge. "I know not a single name as yet, I know but the fact, my lord, it is most certainly true. I'll have you before the Privy Council, sir, says the judge. That is what I most desire, but not for a day or two, my lord. And why so? I have not as yet a single name, as I told your lordship, but I expect to have a list of the most forward men in it, and some other papers connected with the plot, in 2 or 3 days. You said 1 or 2 just now. About that time, my lord. Is this a Jacobite plot? In the main I think it is, my lord. Why then, it is political. I have tried no state prisoners, nor am like to try any such. How then, doth it concern me? From what I can gather, my lord, there are those in it who desire private revenges upon certain judges. What do they call their cabal? The High Court of Appeal, my lord. Who are you, sir? What is your name? Hugh Peters, my lord. That should be a Whig name. It is, my lord. Where do you lodge, Mr. Peters? In Thames Street, my lord, over against the sign of the 3 Kings. 3 Kings? Take care one be not too many for you, Mr. Peters. How come you, an honest Whig, as you say, to be privy to a Jacobite plot? Answer me that. My lord, a person in whom I take an interest has been seduced to take a part in it, and being frightened at the unexpected wickedness of their plans, he is resolved to become an informer for the crown. He resolves like a wise man, sir. What does he say of the persons who are in the plot? Doth he know them? Only 2, my lord, but he will be introduced to the club in a few days, and he will then have a list, and more exact information of their plans, and above all of their oaths, and their hours and places of meeting, with which he wishes to be acquainted before they can have any suspicions of his intentions. And being so informed, to whom, think you, my lord, had he best go then? To the King's Attorney General straight. But you say this concerns me, sir, in particular. How about this prisoner, Louis Pienueck? Is he one of them? I can't tell, my lord, but for some reason, it is thought your lordship will be well advised if you try him not. For if you do, it is feared 'twill shorten your days. So far as I can learn, Mr. Peters, this business smells pretty strong of blood and treason. The King's Attorney General will know how to deal with it. When shall I see you again, sir? If you give me leave, my lord, either before your lordship's court sits or after it rises tomorrow, I should like to come and tell your lordship what has passed. Do so, Mr. Peters, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and see you play me no trick, sir, in this matter. If you do, sir, I'll lay you by the heels. You need fear no trick from me, my lord. Had I not wished to serve you and acquit my own conscience, I never would have come all this way to talk with your lordship. I'm willing to believe you, Mr. Peters. I'm willing to believe you, sir. And upon this they parted. He has either painted his face, or he is consumedly sick, thought the old judge. The light had shone more effectually upon his features as he turned to leave the room with a low bow, and they looked, he fancied, unnaturally chalky. Him? Said the judge ungraciously, as he began to scale the stairs. He has half spoiled my supper. But if he had, no one but the judge himself perceived it, and the evidence was all, as anyone might perceive, the other way. Roman 3 Louis Pienueck in the meantime, the footman dispatched in pursuit of Mr. Peters, speedily overtook that feeble gentleman. The old man stopped when he heard the sound of pursuing steps, but any alarms that may have crossed his mind seemed to disappear on his recognizing the livery. He very gratefully accepted the proffered assistance, and placed his tremulous arm within the servant's for support. They had not gone far, however, when the old man stopped suddenly, saying, "Dear me, as I live, I have dropped it. You heard it fall. My eyes, I fear, won't serve me, and I'm unable to stoop low enough. But if you will look, you shall have half the find. It is a guinea. I carried it in my glove." The street was silent and deserted. The footman had hardly descended to what he termed his hunkas, and begun to search the pavement about the spot which the old man indicated, when Mr. Peters, who seemed very much exhausted and breathed with difficulty, struck him a violent blow from above, over the back of the head with a heavy instrument, and then another, and leaving him bleeding and senseless in the gutter, ran like a lamplighter down a lane to the right, and was gone. When, an hour later, the watchman brought the man in livery home, still stupid and covered with blood, Judge Hobottle cursed his servant roundly, swore he was drunk, threatened him with an indictment for taking bribes to betray his master, and cheered him with a perspective of the broad street leading from the Old Bailey to Tyburn, the Cot's Tail, and the Hangman's Lash. Notwithstanding this demonstration, the judge was pleased. It was a disguised, affidavit man, off footpad, no doubt, who had been employed to frighten him. The trick had fallen through. A court of appeal, such as the false Hugh Peters had indicated, with assassination for its sanction, would be an uncomfortable institution for a hanging judge, like the Honorable Justice Hobottle. That sarcastic and ferocious administrator of the Criminal Code of England, at that time, a rather pharisaical, bloody, and heinous system of justice, had reasons of his own for choosing to try that very Louis Pienuek, on whose behalf this audacious trick was devised. Try him he would. No man living should take that morsel out of his mouth. Of Louis Pienuek of Kos, so far as the outer world could see, he knew nothing. He would try him after his fashion, without fear, favor, or affection. But did he not remember a certain thin man, dressed in mourning, in whose house in Shrewsbury the judge's lodgings used to be, until a scandal of his ill-treating his wife came suddenly to light? A grocer with a demure look, a soft step, and a lean face as dark as mahogany, with a nose sharp and long, standing ever so little awry, and a pair of dark, steady brown eyes under thinly traced black brows, a man whose thin lips wore always a faint, unpleasant smile. Had not that scoundrel an account to settle with the judge? Had he not been troublesome lately? And was not his name Louis Pienuek, sometime grocer in Shrewsbury, and now prisoner in the jail of that town? The reader may take it, if he pleases, as a sign that Judge Harbottle was a good Christian, that he suffered nothing ever from remorse. That was undoubtedly true. He had nevertheless done this grocer, Fodger, what you will, some 5 or 6 years before, a grievous wrong. But it was not that, but a possible scandal and possible complications that troubled the learned judge now. Did he not, as a lawyer, know that to bring a man from his shop to the dock, the chances must be at least 99 out of 100 that he is guilty? A weak man like his learned brother Withershins was not a judge to keep the high roads safe and make crime tremble. Old Judge Harbottle was the man to make the evil-disposed quiver, and to refresh the world with showers of wicked blood, and thus save the innocent. To the refrain of the ancient saw he loved to quote, "Foolish pity ruins a city." In hanging that fellow, he could not be wrong. The eye of a man accustomed to look upon the dock could not fail to read villain, written sharp and clear in his plotting face. Of course he would try him, and no one else should. A saucy-looking woman, still handsome, in a mob-cap gay with blue ribbons, in a sack of flowered silk with lace and rings on, much too fine for the judge's housekeeper, which nevertheless she was, peeped into his study next morning, and seeing the judge alone, stepped in. "Here's another letter from him, come by the post this morning. Can't you do nothing for him?" she said wheedlingly, with her arm over his neck, and her delicate finger and thumb fiddling with the lobe of his purple ear. "I'll try," said Judge Harbottle, not raising his eyes from the paper he was reading. "I knew you'd do what I asked you," she said. The judge clapped his gouty claw over his heart and made her an ironical bow. "What," she asked, "will you do?" "Hang him," said the judge with a chuckle. "You don't mean to." "No, you don't, my little man," said she, surveying herself in a mirror on the wall. "I'm D, but I think you're falling in love with your husband at last," said Judge Harbottle. "I'm blessed, but I think you're growing jealous of him," replied the lady with a laugh. "But no, he was always a bad one to me. I've done with him long ago." "And he with you, by George? When he took your fortune and your spoons and your earrings, he had all he wanted of you. He drove you from his house, and when he discovered you had made yourself comfortable and found a good situation, he'd have taken your guineas and your silver and your earrings over again, and then allowed you 6 years more to make a new harvest for his mill. You don't wish him good. If you say you do, you lie." She laughed a wicked, saucy laugh, and gave the terrible Rhadamanthus a playful tap on the chops. "He wants me to send him money to fee a counselor," she said, while her eyes wandered over the pictures on the wall, and back again to the looking-glass. And certainly she did not look as if his jeopardy troubled her very much. "Confound his impudence, the scoundrel!" thundered the old judge, throwing himself back in his chair, as he used to do in furore on the bench, and the lines of his mouth looked brutal, and his eyes ready to leap from their sockets. "If you answer his letter from my house to please yourself, you'll write your next from somebody else's to please me. You understand, my pretty witch, I'll not be pestered. Come, no pouting, whimpering won't do. You don't care a brass farthing for the villain, body or soul. You came here but to make a row. You are one of Mother Carey's chickens, and where you come, the storm is up. Get you gone, baggage, get you gone," he repeated with a stamp, for a knock at the hall door made her instantaneous disappearance indispensable. I need hardly say that the venerable Hugh Peters did not appear again. The judge never mentioned him. But oddly enough, considering how he laughed to scorn the weak invention which he had blown into dust at the very first puff, his white-wigged visitor and the conference in the dark front parlor was often in his memory. His shrewd eye told him that, allowing for change of tints and such disguises as the playhouse affords every night, the features of this false old man, who had turned out too hard for his tall footman, were identical with those of Louis Pienuek. Judge Harbottle made his registrar call upon the Crown Solicitor and tell him that there was a man in town who bore a wonderful resemblance to a prisoner in Shrewsbury jail named Louis Pineywek, and to make inquiry through the post forthwith whether anyone was personating Pineywek in prison, and whether he had thus or otherwise made his escape. The prisoner was safe, however, and no question as to his identity. Roman IV interruption in caught in due time, Judge Harbottle went circuit, and in due time the judges were in Shrewsbury. News traveled slowly in those days, and newspapers, like the wagons and stagecoaches, took matters easily. Mrs. Pineywek in the judge's house, with a diminished household, the greater part of the judge's servants having gone with him, for he had given up riding circuit and traveled in his coach in state, kept house rather solitarily at home. In spite of quarrels, in spite of mutual injuries, some of them, inflicted by herself, enormous, in spite of a married life of spited bickerings, a life in which there seemed no love or liking or forbearance, for years, now that Pineywek stood in near danger of death, something like remorse came suddenly upon her. She knew that in Shrewsbury were transacting the scenes which were to determine his fate. She knew she did not love him, but she could not have supposed, even a fortnight before, that the hour of suspense could have affected her so powerfully. She knew the day on which the trial was expected to take place. She could not get it out of her head for a minute. She felt faint as it drew towards evening. 2 or 3 days passed, and then she knew that the trial must be over by this time. There were floods between London and Shrewsbury, and news was long delayed. She wished the floods would last forever. It was dreadful waiting to hear, dreadful to know that the event was over, and that she could not hear till self-willed rivers subsided, dreadful to know that they must subside and the news come at last. She had some vague trust in the judge's good nature, and much in the resources of chance and accident. She had contrived to send the money he wanted. He would not be without legal advice and energetic and skilled support. At last the news did come, a long arrear all in a gush, a letter from a female friend in Shrewsbury, a return of the sentences sent up for the judge, and most important because most easily got at, being told with great aplomb and brevity, the long-deferred intelligence of the Shrewsbury Assizes in the Morning Advertiser. Like an impatient reader of a novel, who reads the last page first, she read with dizzy eyes the list of the executions. 2 were respited, 7 were hanged, and in that capital catalogue was this line, Louis Pineywek, forgery. She had to read it half a dozen times over before she was sure she understood it. Here was the paragraph, sentence, death, 7. Executed accordingly on Friday the 13th instant to wit, Thomas Primer, alias Duck, highway robbery. Flora Guy, stealing to the value of 11s, 6d. Arthur Poundon, burglary. Matilda Mummery, riot. Louis Pineywek, forgery, bill of exchange, and when she reached this, she read it over and over, feeling very cold and sick. This buxom housekeeper was known in the house as Mrs. Cawell being her maiden name, which she had resumed. No one in the house except its master knew her history. Her introduction had been managed craftily. No one suspected that it had been concerted between her and the old reprobate in scarlet and ermine. Flora Cawell ran up the stairs now, and snatched her little girl, hardly 7 years of age, whom she met on the lobby, hurriedly up in her arms, and carried her into her bedroom, without well knowing what she was doing, and sat down, placing the child before her. She was not able to speak. She held the child before her, and looked in the little girl's wondering face, and burst into tears of horror. She thought the judge could have saved him. I dare say he could. For a time she was furious with him, and hugged and kissed her bewildered little girl, who returned her gaze with large round eyes. That little girl had lost her father, and knew nothing of the matter. She had been always told that her father was dead long ago. A woman, coarse, uneducated, vain, and violent, does not reason, or even feel, very distinctly, but in these tears of consternation were mingling a self-upbraiding. She felt afraid of that little child. But Mrs. Cawell was a person who lived not upon sentiment, but upon beef and pudding. She consoled herself with punch. She did not trouble herself long, even with resentments. She was a gross and material person, and could not mourn over the irrevocable for more than a limited number of hours, even if she would. Judge Harbottle was soon in London again. Except the gout, this savage old Epicurean never knew a day's sickness. He laughed and coaxed and bullied away the young woman's faint upbraidings, and in a little time, Louis Pineywek troubled her no more, and the judge secretly chuckled over the perfectly fair removal of a beau, who might have grown little by little into something very like a tyrant. It was the lot of the judge, whose adventures I am now recounting, to try criminal cases at the Old Bailey shortly after his return. He had commenced his charge to the jury in a case of forgery, and was, after his wont, thundering dead against the prisoner, with many a hard aggravation and cynical jibe, when suddenly all died away in silence, and, instead of looking at the jury, the eloquent judge was gaping at some person in the body of the cot. Among the persons of small importance who stand and listen at the sides was one tall enough to show with a little prominence, a slight mean figure, dressed in seedy black, lean and dark of visage. He had just handed a letter to the crier, before he caught the judge's eye. That judge descried, to his amazement, the features of Louis Pinuek. He has the usual faint, thin-lipped smile, and with his blue chin raised in air, and as it seemed quite unconscious of the distinguished notice he has attracted, he was stretching his low cravat with his crooked fingers, while he slowly turned his head from side to side, a process which enabled the judge to see distinctly a stripe of swollen blue round his neck, which indicated, he thought, the grip of the rope. This man, with a few others, had got a footing on a step, from which he could better see the cot. He now stepped down, and the judge lost sight of him. His lordship signed energetically with his hand in the direction in which this man had vanished. He turned to the tipstaff. His first effort to speak ended in a gasp. He cleared his throat, and told the astounded official to arrest that man who had interrupted the cot. "He's but this moment gone down there. Bring him in custody before me, within 10 minutes' time, or I'll strip your gown from your shoulders and fine the sheriff," he thundered, while his eyes flashed round the cot in search of the functionary. Attorneys, counselors, idle spectators, gazed in the direction in which Mr. Justice Harbottle had shaken his gnarled old hand. They compared notes. Not one had seen anyone making a disturbance. They asked one another if the judge was losing his head. Nothing came of the search. His lordship concluded his charge a great deal more tamely, and when the jury retired, he stared round the cot with a wondering mind, and looked as if he would not have given sixpence to see the prisoner hanged. V. Caleb's searcher the judge had received the letter. Had he known from whom it came, he would no doubt have read it instantaneously. As it was, he simply read the direction, to the Honourable, the Lord Justice Elijah Harbottle, one of His Majesty's Justices of the Honourable Court of Common Pleas. It remained forgotten in his pocket till he reached home. When he pulled out that and others from the capacious pocket of his coat, it had its turn, as he sat in his library in his thick silk dressing-gown. And then he found its contents to be a closely written letter, in a clerk's hand, and an enclosure in secretary hand, as I believe the angular scrivenery of law writings in those days was termed, engrossed on a bit of parchment about the size of this page. The letter said, "Mr. Justice Harbottle, my lord, I am ordered by the High Court of Appeal to acquaint your lordship, in order to your better preparing yourself for your trial, that a true bill hath been sent down, and the indictment lieth against your lordship for the murder of one Louis Pinuek of Shrewsbury, citizen, wrongfully executed for the forgery of a bill of exchange, on the th day of last, by reason of the wilful perversion of the evidence, and the undue pressure put upon the jury, together with the illegal admission of evidence by your lordship, well knowing the same to be illegal, by all which the promoter of the prosecution of the said indictment, before the High Court of Appeal, hath lost his life. And the trial of the said indictment, I am farther ordered to acquaint your lordship, is fixed for the 10th day of, next ensuing, by the Right Honourable, the Lord Chief Justice Twofold, of the Court aforesaid, to wit, the High Court of Appeal, on which day it will most certainly take place. And I am farther to acquaint your lordship, to prevent any surprise or miscarriage, that your case stands first for the said day, and that the said High Court of Appeal sits day and night, and never rises. And herewith, by order of the said court, I furnish your lordship with a copy extract of the record in this case, except of the indictment, whereof, notwithstanding, the substance and effect is supplied to your lordship in this notice. And farther I am to inform you, that in case the jury then to try your lordship should find you guilty, the Right Honourable the Lord Chief Justice will, in passing sentence of death upon you, fix the day of execution for the 10th day of N, being 1 calendar month from the day of your trial. It was signed by Caleb Searcher, officer of the Crown Solicitor in the Kingdom of Life and Death. The judge glanced through the parchment. Blood. Do they think a man like me is to be bamboozled by their buffoonery? The judge's cross features were wrung into one of his sneers, but he was pale. Possibly, after all, there was a conspiracy on foot. It was queer. Did they mean to pistol him in his carriage, or did they only aim at frightening him? Judge Harbottle had more than enough of animal courage. He was not afraid of highwaymen, and he had fought more than his share of duels, being a foul-mouthed advocate while he held briefs at the bar. No one questioned his fighting qualities. But with respect to this particular case of Painuek, he lived in a house of glass. Was there not his pretty, dark-eyed, overdressed housekeeper, Mrs. Flora Carwell? Very easy for people who knew Shrewsbury to identify Mrs. Painuek, if once put upon the scent, and had he not stormed and worked hard in that case? Had he not made it hard sailing for the prisoner? Did he not know very well what the bar thought of it? It would be the worst scandal that ever blasted Judge. So much there was intimidating in the matter, but nothing more. The judge was a little bit gloomy for a day or two after, and more testy with everyone than usual. He locked up the papers, and about a week after he asked his housekeeper one day, in the library, "Had your husband never a brother?" Mrs. Carwell squalled on this sudden introduction of the funereal topic, and cried exemplary, piggins full, as the judge used pleasantly to say. But he was in no mood for trifling now, and he said sternly, "Come, madam, this wearies me, do it another time, and give me an answer to my question." So she did. Painuek had no brother living. He once had one, but he died in Jamaica. "How do you know he is dead?" asked the judge. "Because he told me so." "Not the dead man. Painuek told me so." "Is that all?" sneered the judge. He pondered this matter, and time went on. The judge was growing a little morose and less enjoying. The subject struck nearer to his thoughts than he fancied it could have done. But so it is with most undivulged vexations, and there was no one to whom he could tell this one. It was now the 9th, and Mr. Justice Harbottle was glad. He knew nothing would come of it. Still it bothered him, and tomorrow would see it well over. What of the paper I have cited? No one saw it during his life, no one after his death. He spoke of it to Dr. Headstone, and what purported to be a copy in the old judge's handwriting was found. The original was nowhere. Was it a copy of an illusion, incident to brain disease? Such is my belief. V.I. arrested Judge Harbottle went this night to the play at Drury Lane. He was one of those old fellows who care nothing for late hours, and occasional knocking about in pursuit of pleasure. He had appointed with 2 cronies of Lincoln's Inn to come home in his coach with him to sup after the play. They were not in his box, but were to meet him near the entrance, and to get into his carriage there. And Mr. Justice Harbottle, who hated waiting, was looking a little impatiently from the window. The judge yawned. He told the footman to watch for Counsellor Thavies and Counsellor Bella, who were coming. And with another yawn, he laid his cocked hat on his knees, closed his eyes, leaned back in his corner, wrapped his mantle closer about him, and began to think of pretty Mrs. Abington. And being a man who could sleep like a sailor at a moment's notice, he was thinking of taking a nap. Those fellows had no business to keep a judge waiting. He heard their voices now. Those Raquel counsellors were laughing and bantering and sparring after their wont. The carriage swayed and jerked as one got in, and then again as the other followed. The door clapped, and the coach was now jogging and rumbling over the pavement. The judge was a little bit sulky. He did not care to sit up and open his eyes. Let them suppose he was asleep. He heard them laugh with more malice than good humor, he thought, as they observed it. He would give them a hard knock or two when they got to his door, and till then he would counterfeit his nap. The clocks were chiming 12. Bella and Thavies were silent as tombstones. They were generally loquacious and merry rascals. The judge suddenly felt himself roughly seized and thrust from his corner into the middle of the seat, and opening his eyes, instantly he found himself between his 2 companions. Before he could blurt out the oath that was at his lips, he saw that they were 2 strangers, evil-looking fellows, each with a pistol in his hand, and dressed like Bow Street officers. The judge clutched at the check-string. The coach pulled up. He stared about him. They were not among houses, but through the windows, under a broad moonlight, he saw a black moor stretching lifelessly from right to left, with rotting trees, pointing fantastic branches in the air, standing here and there in groups, as if they held up their arms and twigs like fingers, in horrible glee at the judge's coming. A footman came to the window. He knew his long face and sunken eyes. He knew it was Dingley Chuff, 15 years ago a footman in his service, whom he had turned off at a moment's notice in a burst of jealousy and indicted for a missing spoon. The man had died in prison of the jail fever. The judge drew back in utter amazement. His armed companions signed mutely, and they were again gliding over this unknown moor. The bloated and gouty old man, in his horror, considered the question of resistance. But his athletic days were long over. This moor was a desert. There was no help to be had. He was in the hands of strange servants, even if his recognition turned out to be a delusion, and they were under the command of his captors. There was nothing for it but submission, for the present. Suddenly, the coach was brought nearly to a standstill, so that the prisoner saw an ominous sight from the window. It was a gigantic gallows beside the road. It stood three-sided, and from each of its three broad beams at top depended in chains some 8 or 10 bodies, from several of which the cere-clothes had dropped away, leaving the skeletons swinging lightly by their chains. A tall ladder reached to the summit of the structure, and on the peat beneath lay bones. On top of the dark transverse beam facing the road, from which, as from the other two completing the triangle of death, dangled a row of these unfortunates in chains, a hangman, with a pipe in his mouth, much as we see him in the famous print of the Idle Apprentice, though here his perch was ever so much higher, was reclining at his ease and listlessly shying bones, from a little heap at his elbow, at the skeletons that hung round, bringing down now a rib or two, now a hand, now half a leg. A long-sighted man could have discerned that he was a dark fellow, lean, and from continually looking down on the earth from the elevation over which, in another sense, he always hung, his nose, his lips, his chin were pendulous and loose, and drawn down into a monstrous grotesque. This fellow took his pipe from his mouth on seeing the coach, stood up, and cut some solemn capers high on his beam, and shook a new rope in the air, crying with a voice high and distant, as the caw of a raven hovering over a gibbet, "A rope for Judge Hobbitle?" The coach was now driving on at its old swift pace. So high a gallows as that, the judge had never, even in his most hilarious moments, dreamed of. He thought he must be raving. And the dead footman, he shook his ears and strained his eyelids, but if he was dreaming, he was unable to awake himself. There was no good in threatening these scoundrels. A brutum fulman might bring a real one on his head. Any submission to get out of their hands, and then heaven and earth he would move to unearth and hunt them down. Suddenly they drove round a corner of a vast white building, and under a potcotcher. Roman 7 Chief Justice, twofold the judge found himself in a corridor lighted with dingy oil lamps, the walls of bare stone. It looked like a passage in a prison. His guards placed him in the hands of other people. Here and there he saw bony and gigantic soldiers passing to and fro, with muskets over their shoulders. They looked straight before them, grinding their teeth in bleak fury, with no noise but the clank of their shoes. He saw these by glimpses, round corners, and at the ends of passages, but he did not actually pass them by. And now, passing under a narrow doorway, he found himself in the dock, confronting a judge in his scarlet robes, in a large court-house. There was nothing to elevate this temple of Themis above its vulgar kind elsewhere. Dingy enough it looked, in spite of candles lighted in decent abundance. A case had just closed, and the last juror's back was seen escaping through the door in the wall of the jury box. There were some dozen barristers, some fiddling with pen and ink, others buried in briefs, some beckoning, with the plumes of their pens to their attorneys, of whom there were no lack. There were clocks toing and froing, and the offices of the court and the registrar, who was handing up a paper to the judge, and the tipstaff, who was presenting a note at the end of his wand to a king's counsel over the heads of the crowd between. If this was the High Court of Appeal, which never rose day or night, it might account for the pale and jaded aspect of everybody in it. An air of indescribable gloom hung upon the pallid features of all the people here. No one ever smiled. All looked more or less secretly suffering. "The king against Elijah Hobbitle?" shouted the officer. "Is the appellant Louis Pinewick in court?" asked Chief Justice Twofold, in a voice of thunder that shook the woodwork of the court and boomed down the corridors. Up stood Pinewick from his place at the table. "Arraign the prisoner," roared the chief, and Judge Hobbitle felt the panels of the dock round him, and the floor, and the rails quiver in the vibrations of that tremendous voice. The prisoner, in limine, objected to this pretended court as being a sham and non-existent in point of law, and then that, even if it were a court constituted by law, the judge was growing dazed. It had not and could not have any jurisdiction to try him for his conduct on the bench. Whereupon the Chief Justice laughed suddenly, and everyone in court, turning round upon the prisoner, laughed also, till the laugh grew and roared all round like a deafening acclamation. He saw nothing but glittering eyes and teeth, a universal stare and grin, but though all the voices laughed, not a single face of all those that concentrated their gaze upon him looked like a laughing face. The mirth subsided as suddenly as it began. The indictment was read. Judge Hobbitle actually pleaded? He pleaded not guilty. A jury were sworn. The trial proceeded. Judge Hobbitle was bewildered. This could not be real. He must be either mad or going mad, he thought. One thing could not fail to strike even him. This Chief Justice Twofold, who was knocking him about at every turn with sneer and jibe, and roaring him down with his tremendous voice, was a dilated effigy of himself, an image of Mr. Justice Harbottle, at least double his size, and with all his fierce coloring, and his ferocity of eye and visage, enhanced awfully. Nothing the prisoner could argue, cite, or state was permitted to retard for a moment the march of the case towards its catastrophe. The Chief Justice seemed to feel his power over the jury, and to exult and riot in the display of it. He glared at them, he nodded to them, he seemed to have established an understanding with them. The lights were faint in that part of the cot. The jurors were mere shadows, sitting in rows. The prisoner could see a dozen pair of white eyes shining, coldly, out of the darkness. And whenever the judge in his charge, which was contemptuously brief, nodded and grinned and jibed, the prisoner could see, in the obscurity, by the dip of all these rows of eyes together, that the jury nodded in acquiescence. And now the charge was over, the huge Chief Justice leaned back panting and gloating on the prisoner. Everyone in the cot turned about, and gazed with steadfast hatred on the man in the dock. From the jury box where the 12 swan brethren were whispering together, a sound in the general stillness like a prolonged hiss ss was heard, and then, in answer to the challenge of the officer, "How say you, gentlemen of the jury, guilty or not guilty?" came in a melancholy voice the finding, "Guilty." The place seemed to the eyes of the prisoner to grow gradually darker and darker, till he could discern nothing distinctly but the lumen of the eyes that were turned upon him from every bench and side and corner and gallery of the building. The prisoner doubtless thought that he had quite enough to say, and conclusive, why sentence of death should not be pronounced upon him. But the Lord Chief Justice puffed it contemptuously away, like so much smoke, and proceeded to pass sentence of death upon the prisoner, having named the 10th of the ensuing month for his execution. Before he had recovered the stun of this ominous farce, in obedience to the mandate, removed the prisoner, he was led from the dock. The lamps seemed all to have gone out, and there were stoves and charcoal fires here and there that threw a faint crimson light on the walls of the corridors through which he passed. The stones that composed them looked now enormous, cracked and unhewn. He came into a vaulted smithy where 2 men, naked to the waist, with heads like bulls, round shoulders, and the arms of giants, were welding red-hot chains together with hammers that pelted like thunderbolts. They looked on the prisoner with fierce red eyes, and rested on their hammers for a minute, and said the elder to his companion, "Take out Elijah Harbottle's gyves." And with the pincers he plucked the end which lay dazzling in the fire from the furnace. "One end locks," said he, taking the cool end of the iron in one hand, while with the grip of a vice he seized the leg of the judge, and locked the ring round his ankle. "The other," he said with a grin, "is welded." The iron band that was to form the ring for the other leg lay still red-hot upon the stone floor, with brilliant sparks spotting up and down its surface. His companion in his gigantic hands seized the old judge's other leg, and pressed his foot immovably to the stone floor, while his senior in a twinkling, with a masterly application of pincers and hammer, sped the glowing bar round his ankle so tight that the skin and sinews smoked and bubbled again, and old Judge Harbottle uttered a yell that seemed to chill the very stones, and make the iron chains quiver on the wall. Chains, vaults, smiths, and smithy all vanished in a moment, but the pain continued. Mr. Justice Harbottle was suffering torture all round the ankle on which the infernal smiths had just been operating. His friends Thavies and Bella were startled by the judge's roar in the midst of their elegant trifling about a marriage a la mode case which was going on. The judge was in panic as well as pain. The street lamps and the light of his own hall door restored him. "I'm very bad," growled he between his set teeth. "My foot's blazing. Who was he that hurt my foot? 'Tis the gout, 'tis the gout," he said, awaking completely. "How many hours have we been coming from the playhouse? Blood, what has happened on the way? I've slept half the night." There had been no hitch or delay, and they had driven home at a good pace. The judge, however, was in gout. He was feverish too, and the attack, though very short, was sharp. And when, in about a fortnight, it subsided, his ferocious joviality did not return. He could not get this dream, as he chose to call it, out of his head. Roman 8 somebody has got into the house. People remarked that the judge was in the vapors. His doctor said he should go for a fortnight to Buxton. Whenever the judge fell into a brown study, he was always conning over the terms of the sentence pronounced upon him in his vision, in 1 calendar month from the date of this day, and then the usual form, "And you shall be hanged by the neck till you are dead," etc. That will be the 10th. I'm not much in the way of being hanged. I know what stuff dreams are, and I laugh at them, but this is continually in my thoughts, as if it forecast misfortune of some sort. I wish the day my dream gave me were past and over. I wish I were well purged of my gout. I wish I were as I used to be. 'Tis nothing but vapors, nothing but a maggot. The copy of the parchment and letter, which had announced his trial with many a snot and sneer, he would read over and over again, and the scenery and people of his dream would rise about him in places the most unlikely, and steal him in a moment from all that surrounded him into a world of shadows. The judge had lost his iron energy and banter. He was growing taciturn and morose. The bar remarked the change, as well they might. His friends thought him ill. The doctor said he was troubled with hypochondria, and that his gout was still lurking in his system, and ordered him to that ancient haunt of crutches and chalk stones, Buxton. The judge's spirits were very low. He was frightened about himself, and he described to his housekeeper, having sent for her to his study to drink a dish of tea, his strange dream in his drive home from Drury Lane Playhouse. He was sinking into the state of nervous dejection in which men lose their faith in orthodox advice and in despair consult quacks, astrologers, and nursery storytellers. Could such a dream mean that he was to have a fit and so die on the 10th? She did not think so. On the contrary, it was certain some good luck must happen on that day. The judge kindled, and for the first time for many days he looked for a minute or two like himself, and he tapped her on the cheek with the hand that was not in flannel. "Odd Spud, odd shot, you dear rogue, I had forgot. There is young Tom, Yellow Tom, my nephew, you know, lies sick at Harrogate. Why shouldn't he go that day as well as another, and if he does I get an estate by it? Why, look'ee, I asked Dr. Headstone yesterday if I was like to take a fit any time, and he laughed, and swore I was the last man in town to go off that way." The judge sent most of his servants down to Buxton to make his lodgings and all things comfortable for him. He was to follow in a day or two. It was now the 9th, and the next day well over, he might laugh at his visions and auguries. On the evening of the 9th, Dr. Headstone's footman knocked at the judge's door. The doctor ran up the dusky stairs to the drawing-room. It was a March evening, near the hour of sunset, with an east wind whistling sharply through the chimney stacks. A wood fire blazed cheerily on the hearth, and Judge Harbottle, in what was then called a brigadier wig, with his red roquelaure on, helped the glowing effect of the darkened chamber, which looked red all over like a room on fire. The judge had his feet on a stool, and his huge grim purple face confronted the fire and seemed to pant and swell, as the blaze alternately spread upward and collapsed. He had fallen again among his blue devils, and was thinking of retiring from the bench, and of 50 other gloomy things. But the doctor, who was an energetic son of Aesculapius, would listen to no croaking, told the judge he was full of gout, and in his present condition no judge even of his own case, but promised him leave to pronounce on all those melancholy questions a fortnight later. In the meantime, the judge must be very careful. He was overcharged with gout, and he must not provoke an attack, till the waters of Buxton should do that office for him, in their own salutary way. The doctor did not think him perhaps quite so well as he pretended, for he told him he wanted rest, and would be better if he went forthwith to his bed. Mr. Jerningham, his valet, assisted him, and gave him his drops, and the judge told him to wait in his bedroom till he should go to sleep. 3 persons that night had specially odd stories to tell. The housekeeper had got rid of the trouble of amusing her little girl, at this anxious time, by giving her leave to run about the sitting-rooms, and look at the pictures and china, on the usual condition of touching nothing. It was not until the last gleam of sunset had for some time faded, and the twilight had so deepened, that she could no longer discern the colors on the china figures on the chimney-piece, or in the cabinets, that the child returned to the housekeeper's room to find her mother. To her, she related, after some prattle about the china, and the pictures, and the judge's 2 grand wigs in the dressing-room off the library, an adventure of an extraordinary kind. In the hall was placed, as was customary in those times, the sedan chair which the master of the house occasionally used, covered with stamped leather, and studded with gilt nails, and with its red silk blinds down. In this case, the doors of this old-fashioned conveyance were locked, the windows up, and, as I said, the blinds down, but not so closely that the curious child could not peep underneath one of them and see into the interior. A parting beam from the setting sun, admitted through the window of a back room, shot obliquely through the open door, and lighting on the chair, shone with a dull transparency through the crimson blind. To her surprise, the child saw in the shadow a thin man dressed in black seated in it. He had sharp, dark features. His nose, she fancied, a little awry, and his brown eyes were looking straight before him. His hand was on his thigh, and he stirred no more than the waxen figure she had seen at Southwark Fair. A child is so often lectured for asking questions, and on the propriety of silence, and the superior wisdom of its elders, that it accepts most things at last in good faith. And the little girl acquiesced respectfully in the occupation of the chair by this mahogany-faced person as being all right and proper. It was not until she asked her mother who this man was, and observed her scared face as she questioned her more minutely upon the appearance of the stranger, that she began to understand that she had seen something unaccountable. Mrs. Carwell took the key of the chair from its nail over the footman's shelf, and led the child by the hand up to the hall, having a lighted candle in her other hand. She stopped at a distance from the chair, and placed the candlestick in the child's hand. "Peep in, Marjorie, again, and try if there's anything there," she whispered. "Hold the candle near the blind so as to throw its light through the curtain." The child peeped, this time with a very solemn face, and intimated at once that he was gone. "Look again and be sure," urged her mother. The little girl was quite certain, and Mrs. Carwell, with her mob-cap of lace and cherry-colored ribbons and her dark brown hair, not yet powdered, over a very pale face, unlocked the door, looked in and beheld emptiness. "All a mistake, child, you see." "There, ma'am, see there, he's gone round the corner," said the child. "Where?" said Mrs. Carwell, stepping backward a step. "Into that room." "Tut, child, 'twas the shadow," cried Mrs. Carwell angrily, because she was frightened. "I moved the candle." But she clutched one of the poles of the chair, which leant against the wall in the corner, and pounded the floor furiously with one end of it, being afraid to pass the open door the child had pointed to. The cook and 2 kitchen maids came running upstairs, not knowing what to make of this unwanted alarm. They all searched the room, but it was still and empty, and no sign of anyone's having been there. Some people may suppose that the direction given to her thoughts by this odd little incident will account for a very strange illusion which Mrs. Carwell herself experienced about 2 hours later. Roman 9, the judge leaves his house. Mrs. Flora Carwell was going up the great staircase with a posset for the judge in a china bowl, on a little silver tray. Across the top of the well staircase there runs a massive oak rail, and, raising her eyes accidentally, she saw an extremely odd-looking stranger, slim and long, leaning carelessly over with a pipe between his finger and thumb. Nose, lips, and chin seemed all to droop downward into extraordinary length, as he leant his odd peering face over the banister. In his other hand he held a coil of rope, one end of which escaped from under his elbow and hung over the rail. Mrs. Carwell, who had no suspicion at the moment that he was not a real person, and fancied that he was someone employed in carting the judge's luggage, called to know what he was doing there. Instead of answering, he turned about and walked across the lobby, at about the same leisurely pace at which she was ascending, and entered a room, into which she followed him. It was an uncarpeted and unfurnished chamber. An open trunk lay upon the floor empty, and beside it the coil of rope, but except herself, there was no one in the room. Mrs. Carwell was very much frightened, and now concluded that the child must have seen the same ghost that had just appeared to her. Perhaps, when she was able to think it over, it was a relief to believe so, for the face, figure, and dress described by the child were awfully like Painuek, and this certainly was not he. Very much scared and very hysterical, Mrs. Carwell ran down to her room, afraid to look over her shoulder, and got some companions about her, and wept and talked, and drank more than one cordial, and talked and wept again, and so on, until, in those early days, it was 10 o'clock, and time to go to bed. A scullery maid remained up finishing some of her scouring and scolding for some time after the other servants, who, as I said, were few in number, that night had got to their beds. This was a low-browed, broad-faced, intrepid wench with black hair, who did not vally a ghost not a button, and treated the housekeeper's hysterics with measureless scorn. The old house was quiet now. It was near 12 o'clock. No sounds were audible except the muffled wailing of the wintry winds, piping high among the roofs and chimneys, or rumbling at intervals, in under gusts, through the narrow channels of the street. The spacious solitudes of the kitchen level were awfully dark, and this skeptical kitchen wench was the only person now up and about in the house. She hummed tunes to herself for a time, and then stopped and listened, and then resumed her work again. At last, she was destined to be more terrified than even was the housekeeper. There was a back kitchen in this house, and from this she heard, as if coming from below its foundations, a sound like heavy strokes that seemed to shake the earth beneath her feet, sometimes a dozen in sequence at regular intervals, sometimes fewer. She walked out softly into the passage and was surprised to see a dusky glow issuing from this room, as if from a charcoal fire. The room seemed thick with smoke. Looking in, she very dimly beheld a monstrous figure, over a furnace, beating with a mighty hammer the rings and rivets of a chain. The strokes, swift and heavy as they looked, sounded hollow and distant. The man stopped and pointed to something on the floor that, through the smoky haze, looked, she thought, like a dead body. She remarked no more, but the servants in the room close by, startled from their sleep by a hideous scream, found her in a swoon on the flags close to the door, where she had just witnessed this ghastly vision. Startled by the girl's incoherent asseverations that she had seen the judge's corpse on the floor, two servants, having first searched the lower part of the house, went rather frightened upstairs to inquire whether their master was well. They found him, not in his bed, but in his room. He had a table with candles burning at his bedside, and was getting on his clothes again, and he swore and cursed at them roundly in his old style, telling them that he had business, and that he would discharge on the spot any scoundrel who should dare to disturb him again. So the invalid was left to his quietude. In the morning it was rumored here and there in the street that the judge was dead. A servant was sent from the house 3 doors away, by Councillor Traverse, to inquire at Judge Hobbittle's hall door. The servant who opened it was pale and reserved, and would only say that the judge was ill. He had had a dangerous accident. Dr. Headstone had been with him at 7 o'clock in the morning. There were averted looks, short answers, pale and frowning faces, and all the usual signs that there was a secret that sat heavily upon their minds, and the time for disclosing which had not yet come. That time would arrive when the coroner had arrived, and the mortal scandal that had befallen the house could be no longer hidden. For that morning, Mr. Justice Hobbitle had been found hanging by the neck from the banister at the top of the great staircase, and quite dead. There was not the smallest sign of any struggle or resistance. There had not been heard a cry or any other noise in the slightest degree indicative of violence. There was medical evidence to show that, in his atrabilious state, it was quite on the cards that he might have made away with himself. The jury found accordingly that it was a case of suicide, but to those who were acquainted with the strange story which Judge Hobbitle had related to at least 2 persons, the fact that the catastrophe occurred on the morning of the 10th March seemed a startling coincidence. A few days after, the pomp of a great funeral attended him to the grave, and so, in the language of Scripture, the rich man died and was buried. The familiar prologue, out of about 230 cases, more or less nearly akin to that I have entitled Green Tea, I select the following, which I call the familiar. To this MS, Dr. Hesselius has, after his wont, attached some sheets of letter paper, on which are written, in his hand nearly as compact as print, his own remarks upon the case. He says, in point of conscience, no more unexceptionable narrator than the venerable Irish clergyman who has given me this paper on Mr. Barton's case could have been chosen. The statement is, however, medically imperfect. The report of an intelligent physician who had marked its progress and attended the patient from its earliest stages to its close, would have supplied what is wanting to enable me to pronounce with confidence. I should have been acquainted with Mr. Barton's probable hereditary predispositions. I should have known, possibly, by very early indications, something of a remoter origin of the disease than can now be ascertained. In a rough way, we may reduce all similar cases to 3 distinct classes. They are founded on the primary distinction between the subjective and the objective. Of those whose senses are alleged to be subject to supernatural impressions, some are simply visionaries, and propagate the illusions of which they complain, from diseased brain or nerves. Others are, unquestionably, infested by, as we term them, spiritual agencies exterior to themselves. Others, again, owe their sufferings to a mixed condition. The interior sense, it is true, is opened, but it has been and continues open by the action of disease. This form of disease may, in one sense, be compared to the loss of the scarf skin, and a consequent exposure of surfaces for whose excessive sensitiveness nature has provided a muffling. The loss of this covering is attended by an habitual impassibility, by influences against which we were intended to be guarded. But in the case of the brain, and the nerves immediately connected with its functions and its sensuous impressions, the cerebral circulation undergoes periodically that vibratory disturbance, which, I believe, I have satisfactorily examined and demonstrated in my MS. Essay A. 17. This vibratory disturbance differs, as I there prove, essentially from the congestive disturbance, the phenomena of which are examined in A. 19. It is, when excessive, invariably accompanied by illusions. Had I seen Mr. Barton, and examined him upon the points in his case which need elucidation, I should have without difficulty referred those phenomena to their proper disease. My diagnosis is now, necessarily, conjectural. Thus writes Dr. Hesselius, and adds a great deal which is of interest only to a scientific physician. The narrative of the Rev. Thomas Herbert, which furnishes all that is known of the case, will be found in the chapters that follow. I was a young man at the time, and intimately acquainted with some of the actors in this strange tale. The impression which its incidents made on me, therefore, were deep and lasting. I shall now endeavor, with precision, to relate them all, combining, of course, in the narrative, whatever I have learned from various sources, tending, however imperfectly, to illuminate the darkness which involves its progress and termination. Somewhere about the year 1794, the younger brother of a certain baronet, whom I shall call Sir James Barton, returned to Dublin. He had served in the navy with some distinction, having commanded one of His Majesty's frigates during the greater part of the American War. Captain Barton was apparently some 2 or 43 years of age. He was an intelligent and agreeable companion when he pleased it, though generally reserved, and occasionally even moody. In society, however, he deported himself as a man of the world and a gentleman. He had not contracted any of the noisy brusqueness sometimes acquired at sea. On the contrary, his manners were remarkably easy, quiet, and even polished. He was in person about the middle size, and somewhat strongly formed. His countenance was marked with the lines of thought, and on the whole wore an expression of gravity and melancholy. Being, however, as I have said, a man of perfect breeding, as well as of good family, and in affluent circumstances, he had, of course, ready access to the best society of Dublin, without the necessity of any other credentials. In his personal habits, Mr. Barton was unexpensive. He occupied lodgings in one of the then fashionable streets in the south side of the town, kept but one horse and one servant, and though a reputed freethinker, yet lived an orderly and moral life, indulging neither in gaming, drinking, nor any other vicious pursuit, living very much to himself, without forming intimacies, or choosing any companions, and appearing to mix in gay society rather for the sake of its bustle and distraction than for any opportunities it offered of interchanging thought or feeling with its votaries. Barton was therefore pronounced a saving, prudent, unsocial sort of fellow, who bid fair to maintain his celibacy alike against stratagem and assault, and was likely to live to a good old age, die rich, and leave his money to an hospital. It was now apparent, however, that the nature of Mr. Barton's plans had been totally misconceived. A young lady, whom I shall call Miss Montague, was at this time introduced into the gay world by her aunt, the Dowager Lady L. Miss Montague was decidedly pretty and accomplished, and having some natural cleverness, and a great deal of gaiety, became for a while a reigning toast. Her popularity, however, gained her, for a time, nothing more than that unsubstantial admiration which, however, pleasant as an incense to vanity, is by no means necessarily antecedent to matrimony, for, unhappily for the young lady in question, it was an understood thing that beyond her personal attractions, she had no kind of earthly provision. Such being the state of affairs, it will readily be believed that no little surprise was consequent upon the appearance of Captain Barton as the avowed lover of the penniless Miss Montague. His suit prospered, as might have been expected, and in a short time it was communicated by old Lady L. to each of her 150 particular friends in succession, that Captain Barton had actually tendered proposals of marriage, with her approbation, to her niece, Miss Montague, who had, moreover, accepted the offer of his hand, conditionally upon the consent of her father, who was then upon his homeward voyage from India, and expected in 2 or 3 weeks at the furthest. About this consent there could be no doubt. The delay, therefore, was one merely of form. They were looked upon as absolutely engaged, and Lady L., with a rigor of old-fashioned decorum with which her niece would, no doubt, gladly have dispensed, withdrew her thenceforward from all further participation in the gaieties of the town. Captain Barton was a constant visitor, as well as a frequent guest at the house, and was permitted all the privileges of intimacy which a betrothed suitor is usually accorded. Such was the relation of parties, when the mysterious circumstances which darken this narrative first begun to unfold themselves. Lady L. resided in a handsome mansion at the north side of Dublin, and Captain Barton's lodgings, as we have already said, were situated at the south. The distance intervening was considerable, and it was Captain Barton's habit generally to walk home without an attendant, as often as he passed the evening with the old lady and her fair charge. His shortest way in such nocturnal walks lay, for a considerable space, through a line of street which had as yet merely been laid out, and little more than the foundations of the houses constructed. One night, shortly after his engagement with Miss Montague had commenced, he happened to remain unusually late, in company with her and Lady L. The conversation had turned upon the evidences of revelation, which he had disputed with the callous skepticism of a confirmed infidel. What were called French principles had in those days found their way a good deal into fashionable society, especially that portion of it which professed allegiance to Whiggism, and neither the old lady nor her charge were so perfectly free from the taint as to look upon Mr. Barton's views as any serious objection to the proposed union. The discussion had degenerated into one upon the supernatural and the marvelous, in which he had pursued precisely the same line of argument and ridicule. In all this, it is but truth to state, Captain Barton was guilty of no affectation. The doctrines upon which he insisted were, in reality, but too truly the basis of his own fixed belief, if so it might be called. And perhaps not the least strange of the many strange circumstances connected with my narrative was the fact that the subject of the fearful influences I am about to describe was himself, from the deliberate conviction of years, an utter disbeliever in what are usually termed preternatural agencies. It was considerably past midnight when Mr. Barton took his leave and set out upon his solitary walk homeward. He had now reached the lonely road, with its unfinished dwarf walls tracing the foundations of the projected row of houses on either side. The moon was shining mistily, and its imperfect light made the road he trod but additionally dreary. That utter silence which has in it something indefinably exciting reigned there, and made the sound of his steps, which alone broke it, unnaturally loud and distinct. He had proceeded thus some way, when he, on a sudden, heard other footfalls, pattering at a measured pace, and, as it seemed, about 20 steps behind him. The suspicion of being dogged is at all times unpleasant. It is, however, especially so in a spot so lonely, and this suspicion became so strong in the mind of Captain Barton that he abruptly turned about to confront his pursuer, but, though there was quite sufficient moonlight to disclose any object upon the road he had traversed, no form of any kind was visible there. The steps he had heard could not have been the reverberation of his own, for he stamped his foot upon the ground and walked briskly up and down, in the vain attempt to awake an echo. Though by no means a fanciful person, therefore he was at last fain to charge the sounds upon his imagination and treat them as an illusion. Thus satisfying himself, he resumed his walk, and before he had proceeded a dozen paces, the mysterious footfall was again audible from behind, and this time, as if with the special design of showing that the sounds were not the responses of an echo, the steps sometimes slackened nearly to a halt, and sometimes hurried for 6 or 8 strides to a run, and again abated to a walk. Captain Barton, as before, turned suddenly round, and with the same result. No object was visible above the deserted level of the road. He walked back over the same ground, determined that, whatever might have been the cause of the sounds which had so disconcerted him, it should not escape his search. The endeavor, however, was unrewarded. In spite of all his skepticism, he felt something like a superstitious fear stealing fast upon him, and with these unwanted and uncomfortable sensations, he once more turned and pursued his way. There was no repetition of these haunting sounds, until he had reached the point where he had last stopped to retrace his steps. Here they were resumed, and with sudden starts of running, which threatened to bring the unseen pursuer up to the alarmed pedestrian. Captain Barton arrested his course as formerly. The unaccountable nature of the occurrence filled him with vague and disagreeable sensations, and yielding to the excitement that was gaining upon him, he shouted sternly, "Who goes there?" The sound of one's own voice, thus exerted, in utter solitude, and followed by total silence, has in it something unpleasantly dismaying, and he felt a degree of nervousness which, perhaps, from no cause had he ever known before. To the very end of this solitary street, the steps pursued him, and it required a strong effort of stubborn pride on his part to resist the impulse that prompted him every moment to run for safety at the top of his speed. It was not until he had reached his lodging, and sat by his own fireside, that he felt sufficiently reassured to rearrange and reconsider in his own mind the occurrences which had so discomposed him. So little a matter, after all, is sufficient to upset the pride of skepticism and vindicate the old simple laws of nature within us. Roman 2. The watcher Mr. Barton was next morning sitting at a late breakfast, reflecting upon the incidents of the previous night, with more of inquisitiveness than awe. So speedily do gloomy impressions upon the fancy disappear under the cheerful influence of day, when a letter just delivered by the postman was placed upon the table before him. There was nothing remarkable in the address of this missive, except that it was written in a hand which he did not know. Perhaps it was disguised, for the tall narrow characters were sloped backward, and with the self-inflicted suspense which we often see practiced in such cases, he puzzled over the inscription for a full minute before he broke the seal. When he did so, he read the following words, written in the same hand: Mr. Barton, late captain of the Dolphin, is warned of danger. He will do wisely to avoid street. Here the locality of his last night's adventure was named. If he walks there as usual, he will meet with something unlucky. Let him take warning, once for all, for he has reason to dread the watcher. Captain Barton read and reread this strange effusion. In every light and in every direction he turned it over and over. He examined the paper on which it was written, and scrutinized the handwriting once more. Defeated here, he turned to the seal. It was nothing but a patch of wax, upon which the accidental impression of a thumb was imperfectly visible. There was not the slightest mark, or clue of any kind, to lead him to even a guess as to its possible origin. The writer's object seemed a friendly one, and yet he subscribed himself as one whom he had reason to dread. Altogether the letter, its author, and its real purpose were to him an inexplicable puzzle, and one, moreover, unpleasantly suggestive in his mind of other associations connected with his last night's adventure. In obedience to some feeling, perhaps of pride, Mr. Barton did not communicate, even to his intended bride, the occurrences which I have just detailed. Trifling as they might appear, they had in reality most disagreeably affected his imagination, and he cared not to disclose, even to the young lady in question, what she might possibly look upon as evidences of weakness. The letter might very well be but a hoax, and the mysterious footfall but a delusion or a trick. But although he affected to treat the whole affair as unworthy of a thought, it yet haunted him pertinaciously, tormenting him with perplexing doubts, and depressing him with undefined apprehensions. Certain it is, that for a considerable time afterwards, he carefully avoided the street indicated in the letter as the scene of danger. It was not until about a week after the receipt of the letter which I have transcribed, that anything further occurred to remind Captain Barton of its contents, or to counteract the gradual disappearance from his mind of the disagreeable impressions then received. He was returning one night, after the interval I have stated, from the theatre, which was then situated in Crow Street, and having there seen Miss Montague and Lady L. into their carriage, he loitered for some time with 2 or 3 acquaintances. With these, however, he parted close to the college and pursued his way alone. It was now fully 1 o'clock, and the streets were quite deserted. During the whole of his walk with the companions from whom he had just parted, he had been at times painfully aware of the sound of steps, as it seemed, dogging them on their way. Once or twice he had looked back, in the uneasy anticipation that he was again about to experience the same mysterious annoyances which had so disconcerted him a week before, and earnestly hoping that he might see some form to account naturally for the sounds. But the street was deserted. No one was visible. Proceeding now quite alone upon his homeward way, he grew really nervous and uncomfortable, as he became sensible, with increased distinctness, of the well-known and now absolutely dreaded sounds. By the side of the dead wall which bounded the college park, the sounds followed, recommencing almost simultaneously with his own steps. The same unequal pace, sometimes slow, sometimes for a score yards or so, quickened almost to a run, was audible from behind him. Again and again he turned. Quickly and stealthily he glanced over his shoulder, almost at every half-dozen steps, but no one was visible. The irritation of this intangible and unseen pursuit became gradually all but intolerable, and when at last he reached his home, his nerves were strung to such a pitch of excitement that he could not rest, and did not attempt even to lie down until after the daylight had broken. He was awakened by a knock at his chamber door, and his servant, entering, handed him several letters which had just been received by the penny post. One among them instantly arrested his attention. A single glance at the direction aroused him thoroughly. He at once recognized its character, and read as follows: "You may as well think, Captain Barton, to escape from your own shadow as from me. Do what you may, I will see you as often as I please, and you shall see me, for I do not want to hide myself, as you fancy. Do not let it trouble your rest. Captain Barton, for with a good conscience, what need you fear from the eye of the watcher? It is scarcely necessary to dwell upon the feelings that accompanied a perusal of this strange communication. Captain Barton was observed to be unusually absent and out of spirits for several days afterwards, but no one divined the cause. Whatever he might think as to the phantom steps which followed him, there could be no possible illusion about the letters he had received, and, to say the least, their immediate sequence upon the mysterious sounds which had haunted him was an odd coincidence. The whole circumstance was, in his own mind, vaguely and instinctively connected with certain passages in his past life, which, of all others, he hated to remember. It happened, however, that in addition to his own approaching nuptials, Captain Barton had just then, fortunately, perhaps, for himself, some business of an engrossing kind, connected with the adjustment of a large and long-litigated claim upon certain properties. The hurry and excitement of business had its natural effect in gradually dispelling the gloom which had for a time occasionally oppressed him, and in a little while his spirits had entirely recovered their accustomed tone. During all this time, however, he was, now and then, dismayed by indistinct and half-heard repetitions of the same annoyance, and that in lonely places, in the daytime as well as after nightfall. These renewals of the strange impressions from which he had suffered so much were, however, desultory and faint, insomuch that often he really could not, to his own satisfaction, distinguish between them and the mere suggestions of an excited imagination. One evening he walked down to the House of Commons with a member, an acquaintance of his and mine. This was one of the few occasions upon which I have been in company with Captain Barton. As we walked down together, I observed that he became absent and silent, and to a degree that seemed to argue the pressure of some urgent and absorbing anxiety. I afterwards learned that during the whole of our walk, he had heard the well-known footsteps tracking him as we proceeded. This, however, was the last time he suffered from this phase of the persecution, of which he was already the anxious victim. A new and a very different one was about to be presented. Roman 3, an advertisement of the new series of impressions which were afterwards gradually to work out his destiny. I that evening witnessed the first, and but for its relation to the train of events which followed, the incident would scarcely have been now remembered by me. As we were walking in at the passage from College Green, a man, of whom I remember only that he was short in stature, looked like a foreigner, and wore a kind of fur traveling cap, walked very rapidly, and as if under fierce excitement, directly towards us, muttering to himself, fast and vehemently the while. This odd-looking person walked straight toward Barton, who was foremost of the three, and halted, regarding him for a moment or two with a look of maniacal menace and fury, and then turning about as abruptly, he walked before us at the same agitated pace, and disappeared at a side passage. I do distinctly remember being a good deal shocked at the countenance and bearing of this man, which indeed irresistibly impressed me with an undefined sense of danger, such as I have never felt before or since from the presence of anything human. But these sensations were, on my part, far from amounting to anything so disconcerting as to flurry or excite me. I had seen only a singularly evil countenance, agitated, as it seemed, with the excitement of madness. I was absolutely astonished, however, at the effect of this apparition upon Captain Barton. I knew him to be a man of proud courage and coolness in real danger, a circumstance which made his conduct upon this occasion the more conspicuously odd. He recoiled a step or two as the stranger advanced, and clutched my arm in silence, with what seemed to be a spasm of agony or terror. And then, as the figure disappeared, shoving me roughly back, he followed it for a few paces, stopped in great disorder, and sat down upon a form. I never beheld a countenance more ghastly and haggard. "For God's sake, Barton, what is the matter?" said our companion, really alarmed at his appearance. "You're not hurt, are you, or unwell? What is it?" "What did he say? I did not hear it. What was it?" asked Barton, wholly disregarding the question. "Nonsense," said, greatly surprised. "Who cares what the fellow said? You are unwell, Barton, decidedly unwell. Let me call a coach." "Unwell? No, not unwell," he said, evidently making an effort to recover his self-possession. "But to say the truth, I am fatigued, a little overworked, and perhaps over-anxious. You know I have been in Chancery, and the winding up of a suit is always a nervous affair. I have felt uncomfortable all this evening, but I am better now. Come, shall we go on?" "No, take my advice, Barton, and go home. You really do need rest. You are looking quite ill. I really do insist on your allowing me to see you home," replied his friend. I seconded advice, the more readily as it was obvious that Barton was not himself disinclined to be persuaded. He left us, declining our offered escort. I was not sufficiently intimate with him to discuss the scene we had both just witnessed. I was, however, convinced from his manner in the few commonplace comments and regrets we exchanged that he was just as little satisfied as I with the extempore plea of illness with which he had accounted for the strange exhibition, and that we were both agreed in suspecting some lurking mystery in the matter. I called next day at Barton's lodgings to inquire for him, and learned from the servant that he had not left his room since his return the night before, but that he was not seriously indisposed and hoped to be out in a few days. That evening he sent for Dr. A, then in large and fashionable practice in Dublin, and their interview was, it is said, an odd one. He entered into a detail of his own symptoms in an abstracted and desultory way, which seemed to argue a strange want of interest in his own cure, and at all events made it manifest that there was some topic engaging his mind of more engrossing importance than his present ailment. He complained of occasional palpitations and headache. Dr. A asked him, among other questions, whether there was any irritating circumstance or anxiety then occupying his thoughts. This he denied quickly and almost peevishly, and the physician thereupon declared his opinion that there was nothing amiss except some slight derangement of the digestion, for which he accordingly wrote a prescription and was about to withdraw, when Mr. Barton, with the air of a man who recollects a topic which had nearly escaped him, recalled him. "I beg your pardon, doctor, but I really almost forgot. Will you permit me to ask you 2 or 3 medical questions? Rather odd ones, perhaps, but a wager depends upon their solution. You will, I hope, excuse my unreasonableness." The physician readily undertook to satisfy the inquirer. Barton seemed to have some difficulty about opening the proposed interrogatories, for he was silent for a minute, then walked to his bookcase, and returned as he had gone. At last he sat down and said, "You'll think them very childish questions, but I can't recover my wager without a decision, so I must put them. I want to know first about lockjaw. If a man actually has had that complaint and appears to have died of it, so much so that a physician of average skill pronounces him actually dead, may he, after all, recover?" The physician smiled and shook his head. But a blunder may be made," resumed Barton. "Suppose an ignorant pretender to medical skill. May he be so deceived by any stage of the complaint as to mistake what is only a part of the progress of the disease for death itself?" "No one who had ever seen death," answered he, "could mistake it in a case of lockjaw." Barton mused for a few minutes. "I am going to ask you a question perhaps still more childish, but first tell me, are the regulations of foreign hospitals, such as that of, let us say, Naples, very lax and bungling? May not all kinds of blunders and slips occur in their entries of names and so forth?" Dr. A professed his incompetence to answer that query. "Well then, doctor, here is the last of my questions. You will, probably, laugh at it, but it must out, nevertheless. Is there any disease, in all the range of human maladies, which would have the effect of perceptibly contracting the stature and the whole frame, causing the man to shrink in all his proportions, and yet to preserve his exact resemblance to himself in every particular, with the one exception, his height and bulk? Any disease, no matter how rare, how little believed in, generally, which could possibly result in producing such an effect?" The physician replied with a smile and a very decided negative. "Tell me, then," said Barton, abruptly, "if a man be in reasonable fear of assault from a lunatic who is at large, can he not procure a warrant for his arrest and detention?" "Really, that is more a lawyer's question than one in my way," replied Dr. A, "but I believe, on applying to a magistrate, such a course would be directed." The physician then took his leave, but just as he reached the hall door, remembered that he had left his cane upstairs, and returned. His reappearance was awkward, for a piece of paper, which he recognized as his own prescription, was slowly burning upon the fire, and Barton sitting close by with an expression of settled gloom and dismay. Dr. A had too much tact to observe what presented itself, but he had seen quite enough to assure him that the mind, and not the body, of Captain Barton was in reality the seat of suffering. A few days afterwards, the following advertisement appeared in the Dublin newspapers. "If Sylvester Yelland, formerly a foremast-man on board His Majesty's frigate Dolphin, or his nearest of kin, will apply to Mr. Hubert Smith, attorney, at his office, Dame Street, he or they may hear of something greatly to his or their advantage." Admission may be had at any hour up to 12 o'clock at night, should parties desire to avoid observation, and the strictest secrecy as to all communications intended to be confidential shall be honorably observed. The Dolphin, as I have mentioned, was the vessel which Captain Barton had commanded, and this circumstance, connected with the extraordinary exertions made by the circulation of handbills, etc., as well as by repeated advertisements, to secure for this strange notice the utmost possible publicity, suggested to Dr. R. the idea that Captain Barton's extreme uneasiness was somehow connected with the individual to whom the advertisement was addressed, and he himself the author of it. This, however, it is needless to add, was no more than a conjecture. No information whatsoever as to the real purpose of the advertisement was divulged by the agent, nor yet any hint as to who his employer might be. Roman 4, he talks with a clergyman, Mr. Barton, although he had latterly begun to earn for himself the character of an hypochondriac, was yet very far from deserving it. Though by no means lively, he had yet, naturally, what are termed even spirits, and was not subject to undue depressions. He soon, therefore, began to return to his former habits, and one of the earliest symptoms of this healthier tone of spirits was his appearing at a grand dinner of the Freemasons, of which worthy fraternity he was himself a brother. Barton, who had been at first gloomy and abstracted, drank much more freely than was his wont, possibly with the purpose of dispelling his own secret anxieties, and under the influence of good wine and pleasant company, became gradually, unlike himself, talkative, and even noisy. It was under this unwonted excitement that he left his company at about 10:30 o'clock, and as conviviality is a strong incentive to gallantry, it occurred to him to proceed forthwith to Lady L.'s and pass the remainder of the evening with her and his destined bride. Accordingly, he was soon in the street, and chatting gaily with the ladies. It is not to be supposed that Captain Barton had exceeded the limits which propriety prescribes to good fellowship. He had merely taken enough wine to raise his spirits, without, however, in the least degree unsteadying his mind or affecting his manners. With this undue elevation of spirits had supervened an entire oblivion or contempt of those undefined apprehensions which had for so long weighed upon his mind, and to a certain extent estranged him from society. But as the night wore away, and his artificial gaiety began to flag, these painful feelings gradually intruded themselves again, and he grew abstracted and anxious as heretofore. He took his leave at length, with an unpleasant foreboding of some coming mischief, and with a mind haunted with 1,000 mysterious apprehensions, such as, even while he acutely felt their pressure, he nevertheless inwardly strove or affected to contemn. It was this proud defiance of what he regarded as his own weakness, which prompted him upon the present occasion to that course which brought about the adventure I am now about to relate. Mr. Barton might have easily called a coach, but he was conscious that his strong inclination to do so proceeded from no cause other than what he desperately persisted in representing to himself to be his own superstitious tremors. He might also have returned home by a route different from that against which he had been warned by his mysterious correspondent, but for the same reason he dismissed this idea also, and with a dogged and half-desperate resolution to force matters to a crisis of some kind, if there were any reality in the causes of his former suffering, and if not, satisfactorily to bring their delusiveness to the proof, he determined to follow precisely the course which he had trodden upon the night so painfully memorable in his own mind as that on which his strange persecution commenced. Though, sooth to say, the pilot who for the first time steers his vessel under the muzzles of a hostile battery never felt his resolution more severely tasked than did Captain Barton as he breathlessly pursued this solitary path, a path which, spite of every effort of skepticism and reason, he felt to be infested by some, as respected him, malignant being. He pursued his way steadily and rapidly, scarcely breathing from intensity of suspense. He, however, was troubled by no renewal of the dreaded footsteps, and was beginning to feel a return of confidence, as more than 3/4 of the way being accomplished with impunity, he approached the long line of twinkling oil lamps which indicated the frequented streets. This feeling of self-congratulation was, however, but momentary. The report of a musket at some 100 yards behind him, and the whistle of a bullet close to his head, disagreeably and startlingly dispelled it. His first impulse was to retrace his steps in pursuit of the assassin, but the road on either side was, as we have said, embarrassed by the foundations of a street, beyond which extended waste fields, full of rubbish and neglected lime and brick kilns, and all now as utterly silent as though no sound had ever disturbed their dark and unsightly solitude. The futility of single-handed attempting, under such circumstances, a search for the murderer was apparent, especially as no sound, either of retreating steps or any other kind, was audible to direct his pursuit. With the tumultuous sensations of one whose life has just been exposed to a murderous attempt, and whose escape has been the narrowest possible, Captain Barton turned again, and without, however, quickening his pace actually to a run, hurriedly pursued his way. He had turned, as I have said, after a pause of a few seconds, and had just commenced his rapid retreat, when on a sudden he met the well-remembered little man in the fur cap. The encounter was but momentary. The figure was walking at the same exaggerated pace, and with the same strange air of menace as before, and as it passed him, he thought he heard it say, in a furious whisper, "Still alive, still alive." The state of Mr. Barton's spirits began now to work a corresponding alteration in his health and looks, and to such a degree that it was impossible that the change should escape general remark. For some reasons, known but to himself, he took no step whatsoever to bring the attempt upon his life, which he had so narrowly escaped, under the notice of the authorities. On the contrary, he kept it jealously to himself, and it was not for many weeks after the occurrence that he mentioned it, and then in strict confidence, to a gentleman, whom the torments of his mind at last compelled him to consult. Spite of his blue devils, however, poor Barton, having no satisfactory reason to render to the public for any undue remissness in the attentions exacted by the relations subsisting between him and Miss Montague, was obliged to exert himself, and present to the world a confident and cheerful bearing. The true source of his sufferings, and every circumstance connected with them, he guarded with a reserve so jealous, that it seemed dictated by at least a suspicion that the origin of his strange persecution was known to himself, and that it was of a nature which, upon his own account, he could not or dared not disclose. The mind thus turned in upon itself, and constantly occupied with a haunting anxiety which it dared not reveal or confide to any human breast, became daily more excited, and of course, more vividly impressible, by a system of attack which operated through the nervous system. And in this state, he was destined to sustain, with increasing frequency, the stealthy visitations of that apparition which from the first had seemed to possess so terrible a hold upon his imagination. It was about this time that Captain Barton called upon the then celebrated preacher, Doctor, with whom he had a slight acquaintance, and an extraordinary conversation ensued. The divine was seated in his chambers in college, surrounded with works upon his favorite pursuit, and deep in theology, when Barton was announced. There was something at once embarrassed and excited in his manner, which, along with his wan and haggard countenance, impressed the student with the unpleasant consciousness that his visitor must have recently suffered terribly indeed to account for an alteration so striking, almost shocking. After the usual interchange of polite greeting and a few commonplace remarks, Captain Barton, who obviously perceived the surprise which his visit had excited, and which Doctor was unable wholly to conceal, interrupted a brief pause by remarking, "This is a strange call, Doctor, perhaps scarcely warranted by an acquaintance so slight as mine with you. I should not under ordinary circumstances have ventured to disturb you, but my visit is neither an idle nor impertinent intrusion. I am sure you will not so account it when I tell you how afflicted I am." Doctor interrupted him with assurances such as good breeding suggested, and Barton resumed, "I am come to task your patience by asking your advice. When I say your patience, I might, indeed, say more, I might have said your humanity, your compassion, for I have been and am a great sufferer." "My dear sir," replied the churchman, "it will indeed afford me infinite gratification if I can give you comfort in any distress of mind, but you know—" "I know what you would say," resumed Barton, quickly. "I am an unbeliever and therefore incapable of deriving help from religion, but don't take that for granted. At least you must not assume that, however unsettled my convictions may be, I do not feel a very deep, interest in the subject. Circumstances have lately fostered upon my attention, in such a way as to compel me to review the whole question in a more candid and teachable spirit, I believe, than I ever studied it in before. Your difficulties, I take it for granted, refer to the evidences of revelation," suggested the clergyman. "Why, no, not altogether. In fact, I am ashamed to say, I have not considered even my objections sufficiently to state them connectedly, but there is one subject on which I feel a peculiar interest." He paused again, and Doctor pressed him to proceed. "The fact is," said Barton, "whatever may be my uncertainty as to the authenticity of what we are taught to call revelation, of one fact I am deeply and horribly convinced, that there does exist beyond this a spiritual world, a system whose workings are generally in mercy hidden from us, a system which may be, and which is sometimes, partially and terribly revealed. I am sure, I know," continued Barton with increasing excitement, "that there is a God, a dreadful God, and that retribution follows guilt in ways the most mysterious and stupendous, by agencies the most inexplicable and terrific. There is a spiritual system, great God, how I have been convinced, a system malignant and implacable and omnipotent, under whose persecutions I am, and have been, suffering the torments of the damned. Yes, sir, yes, the fires and frenzy of hell." As Barton spoke, his agitation became so vehement that the divine was shocked and even alarmed. The wild and excited rapidity with which he spoke, and above all, the indefinable horror that stamped his features, afforded a contrast to his ordinary cool and unimpassioned self-possession striking and painful in the last degree. "Mr. Barton states his case, my dear sir," said Doctor, after a brief pause. "I fear you have been very unhappy indeed, but I venture to predict that the depression under which you labor will be found to originate in purely physical causes, and that with a change of air and the aid of a few tonics, your spirits will return, and the tone of your mind be once more cheerful and tranquil as heretofore." There was, after all, more truth than we are quite willing to admit in the classic theories, which assign the undue predominance of any one affection of the mind to the undue action or torpidity of one or other of our bodily organs. Believe me, that a little attention to diet, exercise, and the other essentials of health, under competent direction, will make you as much yourself as you can wish. "Doctor," said Barton, with something like a shudder, "I cannot delude myself with such a hope. I have no hope to cling to but one, and that is, that by some other spiritual agency more potent than that which touches me, it may be combated, and I delivered. If this may not be, I am lost, now and forever lost." "But, Mr. Barton, you must remember," urged his companion, "that others have suffered as you have done, and—" "No, no, no," interrupted he, with irritability. "No, sir, I am not a credulous, far from a superstitious man. I have been, perhaps, too much the reverse, too skeptical, too slow of belief. But unless I were one whom no amount of evidence could convince, unless I were to contemn the repeated, the perpetual evidence of my own senses, I am now at last constrained to believe. I have no escape from the conviction, the overwhelming certainty, that I am haunted and dogged, go where I may, by a demon." There was a preternatural energy of horror in Barton's face, as, with its damp and death-like lineaments turned towards his companion, he thus delivered himself. "God help you, my poor friend," said Doctor, much shocked. "God help you, for indeed you are a sufferer, however your sufferings may have been caused." Aye, God help me," echoed Barton sternly. "But will he help me? Will he help me?" "Pray to him, pray in an humble and trusting spirit," said he. Pray, echoed he again. "I can't pray. I could as easily move a mountain by an effort of my will. I have not belief enough to pray. There is something within me that will not pray. You prescribe impossibilities, literal impossibilities. You will not find it so if you will but try," said Doctor. "Try, I have tried, and the attempt only fills me with confusion, and sometimes terror. I have tried in vain, and more than in vain. The awful, unutterable idea of eternity and infinity oppresses and maddens my brain. Whenever my mind approaches the contemplation of the Creator, I recoil from the effort scared. I tell you, Doctor, if I am to be saved, it must be by other means. The idea of an eternal Creator is to me intolerable. My mind cannot support it." "Say then, my dear sir," urged he, "say how you would have me serve you, what you would learn of me, what I can do or say to relieve you." "Listen to me first," replied Captain Barton, with a subdued air and an effort to suppress his excitement. "Listen to me while I detail the circumstances of the persecution under which my life has become all but intolerable. A persecution which has made me fear death and the world beyond the grave as much as I have grown to hate existence." Barton then proceeded to relate the circumstances which I have already detailed, and then continued, "This has now become habitual, an accustomed thing. I do not mean the actual seeing him in the flesh, thank God, that at least is not permitted daily. Thank God, from the ineffable horrors of that visitation, I have been mercifully allowed intervals of repose, though none of security, but from the consciousness that a malignant spirit is following and watching me wherever I go, I have never, for a single instant, a temporary respite. I am pursued with blasphemies, cries of despair, and appalling hatred. I hear those dreadful sounds called after me as I turn the corners of the streets. They come in the night-time, while I sit in my chamber alone. They haunt me everywhere, charging me with hideous crimes, and, great God, threatening me with coming vengeance and eternal misery. Hush, do you hear that? He cried with a horrible smile of triumph. There, will that convince you? The clergyman felt a chill of horror steal over him while, during the wail of a sudden gust of wind, he heard, or fancied he heard, the half-articulate sounds of rage and derision mingling in the sough. Well, what do you think of that? At length Barton cried, drawing a long breath through his teeth. I heard the wind, said Doctor. What should I think of it? What is there remarkable about it? The prince of the powers of the air, muttered Barton with a shudder. Tut, tut, my dear sir, said the student with an effort to reassure himself, for though it was broad daylight, there was nevertheless something disagreeably contagious in the nervous excitement under which his visitor so miserably suffered. You must not give way to those wild fancies. You must resist these impulses of the imagination. I resist the devil and he will flee from thee, said Barton in the same tone. But how resist him? There it is, there is the rub. What am I to do? What can I do? My dear sir, this is fancy, said the man of folios. You are your own tormentor. No, sir, fancy has no part in it, answered Barton, somewhat sternly. Fancy, was it that made you as well as me here, but this moment, those accents of hell? Fancy, indeed? No. But you have seen this person frequently, said the ecclesiastic. Why have you not accosted or secured him? Is it not a little precipitate, to say no more, to assume, as you have done, the existence of preternatural agency when, after all, everything may be easily accountable, if only proper means were taken to sift the matter? There are circumstances connected with this appearance, said Barton, which it is needless to disclose, but which to me are proof of its horrible nature. I know that the being that follows me is not human. I say I know this. I could prove it to your own conviction. He paused for a minute and then added, and as to accosting it, I dare not, I could not. When I see it I am powerless. I stand in the gaze of death, in the triumphant presence of infernal power and malignity. My strength and faculties and memory all forsake me. O God, I fear, sir, you know not what you speak of. Mercy, heaven have pity on me. He leaned his elbow on the table and passed his hand across his eyes, as if to exclude some image of horror, muttering the last words of the sentence he had just concluded, again and again. Doctor, he said, abruptly raising himself and looking full upon the clergyman with an imploring eye, I know you will do for me whatever may be done. You know now fully the circumstances and the nature of my affliction. I tell you I cannot help myself. I cannot hope to escape. I am utterly passive. I conjure you, then, to weigh my case well, and if anything may be done for me by vicarious supplication, by the intercession of the good, or by any aid or influence whatsoever, I implore of you, I adjure you in the name of the Most High, give me the benefit of that influence. Deliver me from the body of this death. Strive for me, pity me. I know you will. You cannot refuse this. It is the purpose and object of my visit. Send me away with some hope, however little, some faint hope of ultimate deliverance, and I will nerve myself to endure, from hour to hour, the hideous dream into which my existence has been transformed. Doctor assured him that all he could do was to pray earnestly for him, and that so much he would not fail to do. They parted with a hurried and melancholy valediction. Barton hastened to the carriage that awaited him at the door, drew down the blinds, and drove away, while Doctor returned to his chamber to ruminate at leisure upon the strange interview which had just interrupted his studies. Seen again, it was not to be expected that Captain Barton's changed and eccentric habits should long escape remark and discussion. Various were the theories suggested to account for it. Some attributed the alteration to the pressure of secret pecuniary embarrassments, others to a repugnance to fulfill an engagement into which he was presumed to have too precipitately entered, and others, again, to the supposed incipiency of mental disease, which latter, indeed, was the most plausible as well as the most generally received of the hypotheses circulated in the gossip of the day. From the very commencement of this change, at first so gradual in its advances, Miss Montague had of course been aware of it. The intimacy involved in their peculiar relation, as well as the near interest which it inspired, afforded, in her case, a like opportunity and motive for the successful exercise of that keen and penetrating observation peculiar to her sex. His visits became, at length, so interrupted, and his manner, while they lasted, so abstracted, strange, and agitated, that Lady L., after hinting her anxiety and her suspicions more than once, at length distinctly stated her anxiety, and pressed for an explanation. The explanation was given, and although its nature at first relieved the worst solicitudes of the old lady and her niece, yet the circumstances which attended it, and the really dreadful consequences which it obviously indicated, as regarded the spirits, and indeed the reason of the now wretched man, who made the strange declaration, were enough, upon little reflection, to fill their minds with perturbation and alarm. General Montague, the young lady's father, at length arrived. He had himself slightly known Barton, some 10 or 12 years previously, and being aware of his fortune and connections, was disposed to regard him as an unexceptionable, and indeed a most desirable match for his daughter. He laughed at the story of Barton's supernatural visitations, and lost no time in calling upon his intended son-in-law. "My dear Barton," he continued gaily, after a little conversation, "my sister tells me that you are a victim to blue devils, in quite a new and original shape." Barton changed countenance and sighed profoundly. "Come, come, I protest this will never do," continued the general. "You are more like a man on his way to the gallows than to the altar. These devils have made quite a saint of you." Barton made an effort to change the conversation. "No, no, it won't do," said his visitor, laughing. "I am resolved to say what I have to say upon this magnificent mock mystery of yours. You must not be angry, but really it is too bad to see you at your time of life, absolutely frightened into good behavior, like a naughty child by a bugaboo, and as far as I can learn, a very contemptible one. Seriously, I have been a good deal annoyed at what they tell me, but at the same time thoroughly convinced that there is nothing in the matter that may not be cleared up, with a little attention and management, within a week at furthest." "Ah, General, you do not know," he began. "Yes, but I do know quite enough to warrant my confidence," interrupted the soldier. "Don't I know that all your annoyance proceeds from the occasional appearance of a certain little man in a cap and greatcoat, with a red vest and a bad face, who follows you about, and pops upon you at corners of lanes, and throws you into ague fits? Now, my dear fellow, I'll make it my business to catch this mischievous little mountebank, and either beat him to a jelly with my own hands, or have him whipped through the town at the Cottsdale before a month passes." "If you knew what I knew," said Barton, with gloomy agitation, "you would speak very differently. Don't imagine that I am so weak as to assume, without proof the most overwhelming, the conclusion to which I have been forced. The proofs are here, locked up here." As he spoke he tapped upon his breast, and with an anxious sigh continued to walk up and down the room. "Well, well, Barton," said his visitor, "I'll wager a rump and a dozen I collar the ghost, and convince even you before many days are over." He was running on in the same strain when he was suddenly arrested, and not a little shocked, by observing Barton, who had approached the window, stagger slowly back, like one who had received a stunning blow, his arm extended toward the street, his face and his very lips white as ashes, while he muttered, "There, by heaven? There." General Montague started mechanically to his feet, and from the window of the drawing-room, saw a figure corresponding as well as his hurry would permit him to discern, with the description of the person, whose appearance so persistently disturbed the repose of his friend. The figure was just turning from the rails of the area upon which it had been leaning, and without waiting to see Ma, the old gentleman snatched his cane and hat, and rushed down the stairs and into the street, in the furious hope of securing the person, and punishing the audacity of the mysterious stranger. He looked round him, but in vain, for any trace of the person he had himself distinctly seen. He ran breathlessly to the nearest corner, expecting to see from thence the retiring figure, but no such form was visible. Back and forward, from crossing to crossing, he ran, at fault, and it was not until the curious gaze and laughing countenances of the passers-by reminded him of the absurdity of his pursuit that he checked his hurried pace, lowered his walking cane from the menacing altitude which he had mechanically given it, adjusted his hat, and walked composedly back again, inwardly vexed and flurried. He found Barton pale and trembling in every joint. They both remained silent, though under emotions very different. At last Barton whispered, "You saw it?" "Him? Someone, you mean, to be sure I did," replied Montague testily. "But where is the good or the harm of seeing him? The fellow runs like a lamplighter. I wanted to catch him, but he had stole away before I could reach the hall door. However, it is no great matter. Next time, I dare say, I'll do better, and egad, if I once come within reach of him, I'll introduce his shoulders to the weight of my cane." Notwithstanding General Montague's undertakings and exhortations, however, Barton continued to suffer from the selfsame unexplained cause. Go how, when, or where he would, he was still constantly dogged or confronted by the being who had established over him so horrible an influence. Nowhere and at no time was he secure against the odious appearance which haunted him with such diabolic perseverance. His depression, misery, and excitement became more settled and alarming every day, and the mental agonies that ceaselessly preyed upon him began at last so sensibly to affect his health, that Lady L. and General Montague succeeded, without, indeed, much difficulty, in persuading him to try a short tour on the continent, in the hope that an entire change of scene would, at all events, have the effect of breaking through the influences of local association, which the more skeptical of his friends assumed to be by no means inoperative in suggesting and perpetuating what they conceived to be a mere form of nervous illusion. General Montague, indeed, was persuaded that the figure which haunted his intended son-in-law was by no means the creation of his imagination, but, on the contrary, a substantial form of flesh and blood, animated by a resolution, perhaps with some murderous object in perspective, to watch and follow the unfortunate gentleman. Even this hypothesis was not a very pleasant one, yet it was plain that if Barton could ever be convinced that there was nothing preternatural in the phenomenon, which he had hitherto regarded in that light, the affair would lose all its terrors in his eyes, and wholly cease to exercise upon his health and spirits the baleful influence which it had hitherto done. He therefore reasoned that if the annoyance were actually escaped by mere locomotion and change of scene, it obviously could not have originated in any supernatural agency. Roman 7 flight yielding to their persuasions, Barton left Dublin for England, accompanied by General Montague. They posted rapidly to London, and thence to Dover, whence they took the packet with a fair wind for Calais. The general's confidence in the result of the expedition on Barton's spirits had risen day by day since their departure from the shores of Ireland. For to the inexpressible relief and delight of the latter, he had not since then so much as even once fancied a repetition of those impressions which had, when at home, drawn him gradually down to the very depths of despair. This exemption from what he had begun to regard as the inevitable condition of his existence, and the sense of security which began to pervade his mind, were inexpressibly delightful, and in the exultation of what he considered his deliverance, he indulged in 1,000 happy anticipations for a future into which so lately he had hardly dared to look. And in short, both he and his companions secretly congratulated themselves upon the termination of that persecution which had been to its immediate victim a source of such unspeakable agony. It was a beautiful day, and a crowd of idlers stood upon the jetty to receive the packet and enjoy the bustle of the new arrivals. Montague walked a few paces in advance of his friend, and as he made his way through the crowd, a little man touched his arm and said to him, in a broad provincial patois, "Monsieur is walking too fast. He will lose his sick comrade in the throng, for, by my faith, the poor gentleman seems to be fainting." Montague turned quickly, and observed that Barton did indeed look deadly pale. He hastened to his side. "My dear fellow, are you ill?" he asked anxiously. The question was unheeded and twice repeated ere Barton stammered, I saw him, him, the wretch who, where is he?" cried Montague, looking around him. "I saw him, but he is gone," repeated Barton faintly. "But where, for God's sake speak," urged Montague vehemently. "It is but this moment here," said he. "But what did he look like? What had he on? What did he wear? Quick, quick," urged his excited companion, ready to dart among the crowd and collar the delinquent on the spot. "He touched your arm. He spoke to you. He pointed to me." "God be merciful to me, there is no escape," said Barton, in the low, subdued tones of despair. Montague had already bustled away in all the flurry of mingled hope and rage, but though the singular personnel of the stranger who had accosted him was vividly impressed upon his recollection, he failed to discover among the crowd even the slightest resemblance to him. After a fruitless search, in which he enlisted the services of several of the bystanders, who aided all the more zealously, as they believed he had been robbed, he at length, out of breath and baffled, gave over the attempt. "Ah, my friend, it won't do?" said Barton, with the faint voice and bewildered, ghastly look of one who had been stunned by some mortal shock. "There is no use in contending. Whatever it is, the dreadful association between me and it is now established. I shall never escape, never." "Nonsense, nonsense, my dear Barton, don't talk so," said Montague with something at once of irritation and dismay. "You must not, I say, will jockey the scoundrel yet. Never mind, I say, never mind." It was, however, but labour lost to endeavour henceforward to inspire Barton with one ray of hope. He became desponding. This intangible, and, as it seemed, utterly inadequate influence was fast destroying his energies of intellect, character, and health. His first object was now to return to Ireland there, as he believed, and now almost hoped, speedily to die. To Ireland, accordingly, he came, and one of the first faces he saw upon the shore was again that of his implacable and dreaded attendant. Barton seemed at last to have lost not only all enjoyment and every hope in existence, but all independence of will besides. He now submitted himself passively to the management of the friends most nearly interested in his welfare. With the apathy of entire despair, he implicitly assented to whatever measures they suggested and advised, and as a last resource, it was determined to remove him to a house of Lady L.'s in the neighbourhood of Clontarf, where, with the advice of his medical attendant, who persisted in his opinion that the whole train of consequences resulted merely from some nervous derangement, it was resolved that he was to confine himself strictly to the house, and to make use only of those apartments which commanded a view of an enclosed yard, the gates of which were to be kept jealously locked. Those precautions would certainly secure him against the casual appearance of any living form that his excited imagination might possibly confound with the spectre which, as it was contended, his fancy recognized in every figure that bore even a distant or general resemblance to the peculiarities with which his fancy had at first invested it. A month or 6 weeks' absolute seclusion under these conditions, it was hoped might, by interrupting the series of these terrible impressions, gradually dispel the predisposing apprehensions, and the associations which had confirmed the supposed disease, and rendered recovery hopeless. Cheerful society and that of his friends was to be constantly supplied, and on the whole, very sanguine expectations were indulged in, that under the treatment thus detailed, the obstinate hypochondria of the patient might at length give way. Accompanied, therefore, by Lady L., General Montague and his daughter, his own affianced bride, poor Barton, himself never daring to cherish a hope of his ultimate emancipation from the horrors under which his life was literally wasting away, took possession of the apartments, whose situation protected him against the intrusions, from which he shrank with such unutterable terror. After a little time, a steady persistence in this system began to manifest its results, in a very marked though gradual improvement, alike in the health and spirits of the invalid. Not, indeed, that anything at all approaching complete recovery was yet discernible. On the contrary, to those who had not seen him since the commencement of his strange sufferings, such an alteration would have been apparent as might well have shocked them. The improvement, however, such as it was welcomed with gratitude and delight, especially by the young lady, whom her attachment to him, as well as her now singularly painful position, consequent on his protracted illness, rendered an object scarcely 1 degree less to be commiserated than himself. A week passed, a fortnight, a month, and yet there had been no recurrence of the hated visitation. The treatment had so far forth been followed by complete success. The chain of associations was broken. The constant pressure upon the overtasked spirits had been removed, and under these comparatively favorable circumstances, the sense of social community with the world about him, and something of human interest, if not of enjoyment, began to reanimate him. It was about this time that Lady L., who, like most old ladies of the day, was deep in family receipts and a great pretender to medical science, dispatched her own maid to the kitchen garden with a list of herbs, which were there to be carefully culled, and brought back to her housekeeper for the purpose stated. The handmaiden, however, returned with her task scarce half completed, and a good deal flurried and alarmed. Her mode of accounting for her precipitate retreat and evident agitation was odd, and, to the old lady, startling. Roman 8 softened it appeared that she had repaired to the kitchen garden, pursuant to her mistress's directions, and had there begun to make the specified election among the rank and neglected herbs which crowded one corner of the enclosure, and while engaged in this pleasant labor, she carelessly sang a fragment of an old song, as she said, to keep herself company. She was, however, interrupted by an ill-natured laugh, and looking up, she saw through the old thorn hedge, which surrounded the garden, a singularly ill-looking little man, whose countenance wore the stamp of menace and malignity, standing close to her, at the other side of the hawthorn screen. She described herself as utterly unable to move or speak, while he charged her with a message for Captain Barton, the substance of which she distinctly remembered to have been to the effect that he, Captain Barton, must come abroad as usual, and show himself to his friends out of doors, or else prepare for a visit in his own chamber. On concluding this brief message, the stranger had, with a threatening air, got down into the outer ditch, and seizing the hawthorn stems in his hands, seemed on the point of climbing through the fence, a feat which might have been accomplished without much difficulty. Without, of course, awaiting this result, the girl, throwing down her treasures of thyme and rosemary, had turned and run with the swiftness of terror to the house. Lady L. commanded her, on pain of instant dismissal, to observe an absolute silence respecting all that passed of the incident which related to Captain Barton, and at the same time directed instant search to be made by her men, in the garden and the fields adjacent. This measure, however, was as usual unsuccessful, and, filled with undefinable misgivings, Lady L. communicated the incident to her brother. The story, however, until long afterwards, went no further, and of course it was jealously guarded from Barton, who continued to amend, though slowly. Barton now began to walk occasionally in the courtyard which I have mentioned, and which, being enclosed by a high wall, commanded no view beyond its own extent. Here he, therefore, considered himself perfectly secure, and, but for a careless violation of orders by one of the grooms, he might have enjoyed, at least for some time longer, his much-prized immunity. Opening upon the public road, this yard was entered by a wooden gate, with a wicket in it, and was further defended by an iron gate upon the outside. Strict orders had been given to keep both carefully locked, but spite of these, it had happened that one day, as Barton was slowly pacing this narrow enclosure, in his accustomed walk, and reaching the further extremity, was turning to retrace his steps, he saw the boarded wicket ajar, and the face of his tormentor immovably looking at him through the iron bars. For a few seconds he stood riveted to the earth, breathless and bloodless, in the fascination of that dreaded gaze, and then fell helplessly insensible upon the pavement. There he was found a few minutes afterwards, and conveyed to his room, the apartment which he was never afterwards to leave alive. Henceforward a marked and unaccountable change was observable in the tone of his mind. Captain Barton was now no longer the excited and despairing man he had been before. A strange alteration had passed upon him. An unearthly tranquillity reigned in his mind. It was the anticipated stillness of the grave. "Montague, my friend, this struggle is nearly ended now," he said, tranquilly, but with a look of fixed and fearful awe. "I have, at last, some comfort from that world of spirits, from which my punishment has come. I now know that my sufferings will soon be over." Montague pressed him to speak on. "Yes," said he, in a softened voice, "my punishment is nearly ended. From sorrow, perhaps I shall never in time or eternity escape, but my agony is almost over. Comfort has been revealed to me, and what remains of my allotted struggle I will bear with submission, even with hope." "I am glad to hear you speak so tranquilly, my dear Barton," said Montague. "Peace and cheer of mind are all you need to make you what you were." No, I never can be that," said he mournfully. "I am no longer fit for life. I am soon to die. I am to see him but once again, and then all is ended." "He said so, then?" suggested Montague. No. Good tidings could scarcely come through him, and these were good and welcome, and they came so solemnly and sweetly, with unutterable love and melancholy, such as I could not, without saying more than is needful or fitting of other long-past scenes and persons, fully explain to you. As Barton said this, he shed tears. Come, said Montague, mistaking the source of his emotions, you must not give way. What is it, after all, but a pack of dreams and nonsense, or, at worst, the practices of a scheming rascal that enjoys his power of playing upon your nerves, and loves to exert it, a sneaking vagabond that owes you a grudge, and pays it off this way, not daring to try a more manly one. A grudge, indeed, he owes me, you say rightly, said Barton, with a sudden shudder. A grudge, as you call it. Oh, my God! When the justice of heaven permits the evil one to carry out a scheme of vengeance, when its execution is committed to the lost and terrible victim of sin, who owes his own ruin to the very man, whom he is commissioned to pursue, then, indeed, the torments and terrors of hell are anticipated on earth. But heaven has dealt mercifully with me, hope has opened to me at last, and if death could come without the dreadful sight I am doomed to see, I would gladly close my eyes this moment upon the world. But though death is welcome, I shrink with an agony you cannot understand, an actual frenzy of terror, from the lost encounter with that demon, who has drawn me thus to the verge of the chasm, and who is himself to plunge me down? I am to see him again, once more, but under circumstances unutterably more terrific than ever. As Barton thus spoke, he trembled so violently that Montague was really alarmed at the extremity of his sudden agitation, and hastened to lead him back to the topic which had before seemed to exert so tranquilizing an effect upon his mind. "It was not a dream," he said, after a time. "I was in a different state. I felt differently and strangely, and yet it was all as real, as clear and vivid as what I now see and hear. It was a reality." "And what did you see and hear?" urged his companion. "When I wakened from the swoon I fell into on seeing him," said Barton, continuing as if he had not heard the question. "It was slowly, very slowly. I was lying by the margin of a broad lake with misty hills all round, and a soft, melancholy, rose-colored light illuminated it all. It was unusually sad and lonely, and yet more beautiful than any earthly scene. My head was leaning on the lap of a girl, and she was singing a song that told, I know not how, whether by words or harmonies, of all my life, all that is past and all that is still to come. And with the song the old feelings that I thought had perished within me came back, and tears flowed from my eyes, partly for the song and its mysterious beauty, and partly for the unearthly sweetness of her voice. And yet I knew the voice, oh, how well! And I was spellbound as I listened and looked at the solitary scene, without stirring, almost without breathing, and alas, alas, without turning my eyes toward the face that I knew was near me, so sweetly powerful was the enchantment that held me. And so slowly the song and scene grew fainter and fainter to my senses, till all was dark and still again. And then I awoke to this world, as you saw, comforted, for I knew that I was forgiven much." Barton wept again long and bitterly. From this time, as we have said, the prevailing tone of his mind was one of profound and tranquil melancholy. This, however, was not without its interruptions. He was thoroughly impressed with the conviction that he was to experience another and a final visitation, transcending in horror all he had before experienced. From this anticipated and unknown agony, he often shrank in such paroxysms of abject terror and distraction as filled the whole household with dismay and superstitious panic. Even those among them who affected to discredit the theory of preternatural agency were often in their secret souls visited during the silence of night with qualms and apprehensions, which they would not have readily confessed, and none of them attempted to dissuade Barton from the resolution on which he now systematically acted, of shutting himself up in his own apartment. The window blinds of this room were kept jealously down, and his own man was seldom out of his presence, day or night, his bed being placed in the same chamber. This man was an attached and respectable servant, and his duties, in addition to those ordinarily imposed upon valets, but which Barton's independent habits generally dispensed with, were to attend carefully to the simple precautions by means of which his master hoped to exclude the dreaded intrusion of the watcher. And, in addition to attending to those arrangements, which amounted merely to guarding against the possibility of his master's being, through any unscreened window or open door, exposed to the dreaded influence, the valet was never to suffer him to be alone. Total solitude, even for a minute, had become to him now almost as intolerable as the idea of going abroad into the public ways. It was an instinctive anticipation of what was coming. Roman 9 requiescat. It is needless to say that under these circumstances, no steps were taken toward the fulfillment of that engagement into which he had entered. There was quite disparity enough in point of years, and indeed of habits, between the young lady and Captain Barton, to have precluded anything like very vehement or romantic attachment on her part. Though grieved and anxious, therefore, she was very far from being heartbroken. Miss Montague, however, devoted much of her time to the patient but fruitless attempt to cheer the unhappy invalid. She read for him and conversed with him, but it was apparent that whatever exertions he made, the endeavor to escape from the one ever-waking fear that preyed upon him was utterly and miserably unavailing. Young ladies are much given to the cultivation of pets, and among those who shared the favor of Miss Montague was a fine old owl, which the gardener, who caught him napping among the ivy of a ruined stable, had dutifully presented to that young lady. The caprice which regulates such preferences was manifested in the extravagant favor with which this grim and ill-favored bird was at once distinguished by his mistress. And trifling as this whimsical circumstance may seem, I am forced to mention it, inasmuch as it is connected, oddly enough, with the concluding scene of the story. Barton, so far from sharing in this liking for the new favorite, regarded it from the first with an antipathy as violent as it was utterly unaccountable. Its very vicinity was unsupportable to him. He seemed to hate and dread it with a vehemence absolutely laughable, and which to those who have never witnessed the exhibition of antipathies of this kind would seem all but incredible. With these few words of preliminary explanation, I shall proceed to state the particulars of the last scene in this strange series of incidents. It was almost 2 o'clock one winter's night, and Barton was, as usual at that hour, in his bed. The servant we have mentioned occupied a smaller bed in the same room, and a light was burning. The man was on a sudden aroused by his master, who said, "I can't get it out of my head that accursed bird has got out somehow, and is lurking in some corner of the room. I have been dreaming about him. Get up, Smith, and look about, search for him. Such hateful dreams." The servant rose and examined the chamber, and while engaged in so doing, he heard the well-known sound, more like a long-drawn gasp than a hiss, with which these birds from their secret haunts affright the quiet of the night. This ghostly indication of its proximity, for the sound proceeded from the passage upon which Barton's chamber door opened, determined the search of the servant, who, opening the door, proceeded a step or two forward for the purpose of driving the bird away. He had, however, hardly entered the lobby, when the door behind him slowly swung to under the impulse, as it seemed, of some gentle current of air. But as immediately over the door there was a kind of window, intended in the daytime to aid in lighting the passage, and through which at present the rays of the candle were issuing, the valet could see quite enough for his purpose. As he advanced he heard his master, who, lying in a well-curtained bed, had not, as it seemed, perceived his exit from the room, call him by name, and direct him to place the candle on the table by his bed. The servant, who was now some way in the long passage, and not liking to raise his voice for the purpose of replying, lest he should startle the sleeping inmates of the house, began to walk hurriedly and softly back again, when, to his amazement, he heard a voice in the interior of the chamber answering calmly, and actually saw, through the window which overtopped the door, that the light was slowly shifting, as if carried across the room in answer to his master's call. Palsied by a feeling akin to terror, yet not unmingled with curiosity, he stood breathless and listening at the threshold, unable to summon resolution to push open the door and enter. Then came a rustling of the curtains, and a sound like that of one who in a low voice hushes a child to rest, in the midst of which he heard Barton say, in a tone of stifled horror, "Oh, God, oh my God," and repeat the same exclamation several times. Then ensued a silence, which again was broken by the same strange soothing sound, and at last there burst forth, in one swelling peal, a yell of agony so appalling and hideous, that under some impulse of ungovernable horror, the man rushed to the door, and with his whole strength strove to force it open. Whether it was that, in his agitation, he had himself but imperfectly turned the handle, or that the door was really secured upon the inside, he failed to effect an entrance, and as he tugged and pushed, yell after yell rang louder and wilder through the chamber, accompanied all the while by the same hushed sounds. Actually freezing with terror, and scarce knowing what he did, the man turned and ran down the passage, wringing his hands in the extremity of horror and irresolution. At the stairhead he was encountered by General Montague, scared and eager, and just as they met the fearful sounds had ceased. "What is it? Where is your master?" said Montague with the incoherence of extreme agitation. "Has anything, for God's sake, is anything wrong?" "Lord have mercy on us, it's all over," said the man, staring wildly towards his master's chamber. "He's dead, sir, I'm sure he's dead." Without waiting for inquiry or explanation, Montague, closely followed by the servant, hurried to the chamber door, turned the handle, and pushed it open. As the door yielded to his pressure, the ill-omened bird of which the servant had been in search, uttering its spectral warning, started suddenly from the far side of the bed, and flying through the doorway close over their heads, and extinguishing, in his passage, the candle which Montague carried, crashed through the skylight that overlooked the lobby, and sailed away into the darkness of the outer space. "There it is, God bless us," whispered the man after a breathless pause. "Curse that bird," muttered the general, startled by the suddenness of the apparition, and unable to conceal his discomposure. "The candle is moved," said the man, after another breathless pause, pointing to the candle that still burned in the room. "See, they put it by the bed." "Draw the curtains, fellow, and don't stand gaping there," whispered Montague sternly. The man hesitated. "Hold this, then," said Montague, impatiently thrusting the candlestick into the servant's hand, and himself advancing to the bedside. He drew the curtains apart. The light of the candle, which was still burning at the bedside, fell upon a figure huddled together, and half upright, at the head of the bed. It seemed as though it had slunk back as far as the solid paneling would allow, and the hands were still clutched in the bedclothes. "Barton, Barton, Barton," cried the general with a strange mixture of awe and vehemence. He took the candle and held it so that it shone full upon the face. The features were fixed, stern, and white, the jaw was fallen, and the sightless eyes, still open, gazed vacantly forward toward the front of the bed. "God Almighty, he's dead," muttered the general as he looked upon this fearful spectacle. They both continued to gaze upon it in silence for a minute or more. "And cold, too," whispered Montague, withdrawing his hand from that of the dead man. "And see, may I never have life, sir," added the man after another pause with a shudder, but there was something else on the bed with him. Look there, see that, sir." As the man thus spoke, he pointed to a deep indenture, as if caused by a heavy pressure, near the foot of the bed. Montague was silent. "Come, sir, come away, for God's sake," whispered the man, drawing close up to him, and holding fast by his arm, while he glanced fearfully round. "What good can be done here now? Come away, for God's sake." At this moment they heard the steps of more than one approaching, and Montague, hastily desiring the servant to arrest their progress, endeavored to loose the rigid grip with which the fingers of the dead man were clutched in the bedclothes, and drew, as well as he was able, the awful figure into a reclining posture. Then, closing the curtains carefully upon it, he hastened himself to meet those persons that were approaching. It is needless to follow the personages so slightly connected with this narrative into the events of their after-life. It is enough to say that no clue to the solution of these mysterious occurrences was ever after discovered. And so long an interval having now passed since the event which I have just described concluded this strange history, it is scarcely to be expected that time can throw any new lights upon its dark and inexplicable outline. Until the secrets of the earth shall be no longer hidden, therefore, these transactions must remain shrouded in their original obscurity. The only occurrence in Captain Barton's former life to which reference was ever made, as having any possible connection with the sufferings with which his existence closed, and which he himself seemed to regard as working out a retribution for some grievous sin of his past life, was a circumstance which not for several years after his death was brought to light. The nature of this disclosure was painful to his relatives, and discreditable to his memory. It appeared that some 6 years before Captain Barton's final return to Dublin, he had formed, in the town of Plymouth, a guilty attachment, the object of which was the daughter of one of the ship's crew under his command. The father had visited the frailty of his unhappy child with extreme harshness and even brutality, and it was said that she had died heartbroken. Presuming upon Barton's implication in her guilt, this man had conducted himself toward him with mocked insolence, and Barton retaliated this, and what he resented with still more exasperated bitterness, his treatment of the unfortunate girl, by a systematic exercise of those terrible and arbitrary severities which the regulations of the Navy placed at the command of those who are responsible for its discipline. The man had at length made his escape, while the vessel was in port at Naples, but died, as it was said, in an hospital in that town, of the wounds inflicted in one of his recent and sanguinary punishments. Whether these circumstances in reality bear, or not, upon the occurrences of Barton's afterlife, it is, of course, impossible to say. It seems, however, more than probable that they were at least, in his own mind, closely associated with them. But however the truth may be, as to the origin and motives of this mysterious persecution, there can be no doubt that, with respect to the agencies by which it was accomplished, absolute and impenetrable mystery is like to prevail until the day of doom. Postscript by the editor. The preceding narrative is given in the ipsissima verba of the good old clergyman, under whose hand it was delivered to Dr. Hesselius. Notwithstanding the occasional stiffness and redundancy of his sentences, I thought it better to reserve to myself the power of assuring the reader that in handing to the printer the MS. of a statement so marvelous, the editor has not altered one letter of the original text. Ed. Papers of Dr. Hesselius, the room in the Dragon Volant prologue, the curious case which I am about to place before you, is referred to, very pointedly, and more than once, in the extraordinary essay upon the drugs of the Dark and the Middle Ages, from the pen of Dr. Hesselius. This essay he entitles Mortis Imago, and he therein discusses the Vinum Letiferum, the Beatifica, the Somnus Angelorum, the Hypnus Sagarum, the Aqua Thessalii, and about 20 other infusions and distillations, well known to the sages of 800 years ago, and 2 of which are still, he alleges, known to the fraternity of thieves, and among them, as police office inquiries sometimes disclose to this day, in practical use. The essay, Marty's Imago, will occupy as nearly as I can at present calculate 2 volumes, the 9th and 10th of the collected papers of Dr. Martin Hesselius. This essay, I may remark in conclusion, is very curiously enriched by citations, in great abundance, from medieval verse and prose romance, some of the most valuable of which, strange to say, are Egyptian. I have selected this particular statement from among many cases equally striking, but hardly, I think, so effective as mere narratives. In this irregular form of publication, it is simply as a story that I present it. On the road in the eventful year, 1815, I was exactly 23, and had just succeeded to a very large sum in consols and other securities. The first fall of Napoleon had thrown the continent open to English excursionists, anxious, let us suppose, to improve their minds by foreign travel. And I, the slight check of the 100 days removed by the genius of Wellington on the field of Waterloo, was now added to the philosophic throng. I was posting up to Paris from Bruxelles, following, I presume, the route that the Allied army had pursued but a few weeks before. More carriages than you could believe were pursuing the same line. You could not look back or forward, without seeing into far perspective the clouds of dust which marked the line of the long series of vehicles. We were, perpetually, passing relays of return horses, on their way, jaded and dusty, to the inns from which they had been taken. They were arduous times for those patient public servants. The whole world seemed posting up to Paris. I ought to have noted it more particularly, but my head was so full of Paris and the future that I passed the intervening scenery with little patience and less attention. I think, however, that it was about 4 miles to the frontier side of a rather picturesque little town, the name of which, as of many more important places through which I posted in my hurried journey, I forget, and about 2 hours before sunset, that we came up with a carriage in distress. It was not quite an upset, but the 2 leaders were lying flat. The booted postilions had got down, and 2 servants who seemed very much at sea in such matters were by way of assisting them. A pretty little bonnet and head were popped out of the window of the carriage in distress. Its tournure, and that of the shoulders that also appeared for a moment, was captivating. I resolved to play the part of a good Samaritan, stopped my chaise, jumped out, and with my servant lent a very willing hand in the emergency. Alas, the lady with the pretty bonnet wore a very thick black veil. I could see nothing but the pattern of the Bruxelles lace as she drew back. A lean old gentleman, almost at the same time, stuck his head out of the window. An invalid he seemed, for although the day was hot, he wore a black muffler which came up to his ears and nose, quite covering the lower part of his face, an arrangement which he disturbed by pulling it down for a moment, and poured forth a torrent of French thanks as he uncovered his black wig, and gesticulated with grateful animation. One of my very few accomplishments besides boxing, which was cultivated by all Englishmen at that time, was French, and I replied, I hope and believe, grammatically. Many bows being exchanged, the old gentleman's head went in again, and the demure, pretty little bonnet once more appeared. The lady must have heard me speak to my servant, for she framed her little speech in such pretty, broken English, and in a voice so sweet that I more than ever cursed the black veil that balked my romantic curiosity. The arms that were emblazoned on the panel were peculiar. I remember especially one device. It was the figure of a stork, painted in carmine, upon what the heralds call a field-aw. The bird was standing upon one leg, and in the other claw held a stone. This is, I believe, the emblem of vigilance. Its oddity struck me and remained impressed upon my memory. There were sapatas besides, but I forget what they were. The courtly manners of these people, the style of their servants, the elegance of their travelling carriage, and the sapatas to their arms, satisfied me that they were noble. The lady, you may be sure, was not the less interesting on that account. What a fascination a title exercises upon the imagination! I do not mean on that of snobs or moral flunkies. Superiority of rank is a powerful and genuine influence in love. The idea of superior refinement is associated with it. The careless notice of the squire tells more upon the heart of the pretty milkmaid than years of honest Dobbin's manly devotion, and so on and up. It is an unjust world, but in this case there was something more. I was conscious of being good-looking. I really believe I was, and there could be no mistake about my being nearly 6 feet high. Why need this lady have thanked me? Had not her husband, for such I assumed him to be, thanked me quite enough, and for both? I was instinctively aware that the lady was looking on me with no unwilling eyes, and through her veil, I felt the power of her gaze. She was now rolling away, with a train of dust behind her wheels, in the golden sunlight, and a wise young gentleman followed her with ardent eyes, and sighed profoundly as the distance increased. I told the postilions on no account to pass the carriage, but to keep it steadily in view, and to pull up at whatever posting house it should stop at. We were soon in the little town, and the carriage we followed drew up at the Belle Étoile, a comfortable old inn. They got out of the carriage and entered the house. At a leisurely pace we followed. I got down and mounted the steps listlessly, like a man quite apathetic and careless. Audacious as I was, I did not care to inquire in what room I should find them. I peeped into the apartment to my right, and then into that on my left. My people were not there. I ascended the stairs. A drawing-room door stood open. I entered with the most innocent air in the world. It was a spacious room, and beside myself, contained but one living figure, a very pretty and ladylike one. There was the very bonnet with which I had fallen in love. The lady stood with her back toward me. I could not tell whether the envious veil was raised. She was reading a letter. I stood for a minute in fixed attention, gazing upon her, in the vague hope that she might turn about, and give me an opportunity of seeing her features. She did not, but with a step or two she placed herself before a little cabriole table, which stood against the wall, from which rose a tall mirror in a tarnished frame. I might indeed have mistaken it for a picture, for it now reflected a half-length portrait of a singularly beautiful woman. She was looking down upon a letter which she held in her slender fingers, and in which she seemed absorbed. The face was oval, melancholy, sweet. It had in it, nevertheless, a faint and undefinably sensual quality also. Nothing could exceed the delicacy of its features, or the brilliancy of its tints. The eyes, indeed, were lowered, so that I could not see their color. Nothing but their long lashes and delicate eyebrows. She continued reading. She must have been deeply interested. I never saw a living form so motionless. I gazed on a tinted statue. Being at that time blessed with long and keen vision, I saw this beautiful face with perfect distinctness. I saw even the blue veins that traced their wanderings on the whiteness of her full throat. I ought to have retreated as noiselessly as I came in, before my presence was detected, but I was too much interested to move from the spot for a few moments longer, and while they were passing, she raised her eyes. Those eyes were large, and of that hue which modern poets term violet. These splendid melancholy eyes were turned upon me from the glass, with a haughty stare, and hastily the lady lowered her black veil and turned about. I fancied that she hoped I had not seen her. I was watching every look and movement, the minutest, with an attention as intense as if an ordeal involving my life depended on them. Roman II, the inn yard of the Belle Étoile, the face was, indeed, one to fall in love with at first sight. Those sentiments that take such sudden possession of young men were now dominating my curiosity. My audacity faltered before her, and I felt that my presence in this room was probably an impertinence. This point she quickly settled, for the same very sweet voice I had heard before now said coldly, and this time in French, "Monsieur cannot be aware that this apartment is not public." I bowed very low, faltered some apologies, and backed to the door. I suppose I looked penitent and embarrassed. I certainly felt so, for the lady said, by way it seemed of softening matters, "I am happy, however, to have an opportunity of again thanking Monsieur for the assistance, so prompt and effectual, which he had the goodness to render us today." It was more the altered tone in which it was spoken than the speech itself that encouraged me. It was also true that she need not have recognized me, and even if she had, she certainly was not obliged to thank me over again. All this was indescribably flattering, and all the more so that it followed so quickly on her slight reproof. The tone in which she spoke had become low and timid, and I observed that she turned her head quickly towards a second door of the room. I fancied that the gentleman in the black wig, a jealous husband, perhaps, might reappear through it. Almost at the same moment, a voice at once reedy and nasal was heard snarling some directions to a servant, and evidently approaching. It was the voice that had thanked me so profusely from the carriage windows about an hour before. "Monsieur will have the goodness to retire," said the lady, in a tone that resembled entreaty, at the same time gently waving her hand toward the door through which I had entered. Bowing again, very low, I stepped back and closed the door. I ran down the stairs, very much elated. I saw the host of the Belle Étoile, which, as I said, was the sign and designation of my inn. I described the apartment I had just quitted, said I liked it, and asked whether I could have it. He was extremely troubled, but that apartment and 2 adjoining rooms were engaged. By whom? People of distinction. But who are they? They must have names or titles. Undoubtedly, monsieur, but such a stream is rolling into Paris that we have ceased to inquire the names or titles of our guests. We designate them simply by the rooms they occupy. What stay do they make? Even that, monsieur, I cannot answer. It does not interest us. Our rooms, while this continues, can never be for a moment disengaged. I should have liked those rooms so much. Is one of them a sleeping apartment? Yes, sir, and monsieur will observe that people do not usually engage bedrooms, unless they mean to stay the night. Well, I can, I suppose, have some rooms, any, I don't care in what part of the house. Certainly, monsieur can have 2 apartments, they are the last at present disengaged. I took them instantly. It was plain these people meant to make a stay here, at least they would not go till morning. I began to feel that I was all but engaged in an adventure. I took possession of my rooms and looked out of the window, which I found commanded the inn-yard. Many horses were being liberated from the traces, hot and weary, and others fresh from the stables, being put to. A great many vehicles, some private carriages, others, like mine, of that public class, which is equivalent to our old English postchaises, were standing on the pavement, waiting their turn for relays. Fussy servants were to-ing and fro-ing, and idle ones lounging, all laughing, and the scene, on the whole, was animated and amusing. Among these objects, I thought I recognized the traveling carriage, and one of the servants of the persons of distinction about whom I was, just then, so profoundly interested. I therefore ran down the stairs, made my way to the back door, and so, behold me, in a moment, upon the uneven pavement, among all these sights and sounds which in such a place attend upon a period of extraordinary crush and traffic. By this time the sun was near its setting, and threw its golden beams on the red brick chimneys of the offices, and made the 2 barrels, that figured as pigeon-houses, on the tops of poles, look as if they were on fire. Everything in this light becomes picturesque, and things interest us which, in the sober grey of morning, are dull enough. After a little search, I lighted upon the very carriage, of which I was in quest. A servant was locking one of the doors, for it was made with the security of lock and key. I paused near, looking at the panel of the door. A very pretty device that read stock, I observed, pointing to the shield on the door, and no doubt indicates a distinguished family. The servant looked at me for a moment as he placed the little key in his pocket, and said with a slightly sarcastic bow and smile, "Monsieur is at liberty to conjecture." Nothing daunted, I forthwith administered that laxative which, on occasion, acts so happily upon the tongue, I mean a tip. The servant looked at the Napoleon in his hand and then in my face with a sincere expression of surprise. "Monsieur is very generous. Not worth mentioning. Who are the lady and gentleman who came here in this carriage, and whom, you may remember, I and my servant assisted today in an emergency when their horses had come to the ground? They are the Count, and the young lady we call the Countess. But I know not. She may be his daughter. Can you tell me where they live?" "Upon my honor, monsieur, I am unable, I know not." "Not know where your master lives? Surely you know something more about him than his name?" "Nothing worth relating, monsieur. In fact, I was hired in Bruxelles on the very day they started. Monsieur Picard, my fellow servant, monsieur the Comte's gentleman, he has been years in his service and knows everything, but he never speaks except to communicate an order. From him I have learned nothing. We are going to Paris, however, and there I shall speedily pick up all about them. At present I am as ignorant of all that as monsieur himself." "And where is Monsieur Picard?" "He has gone to the cutler's to get his razors set, but I do not think he will tell anything." This was a poor harvest for my golden sowing. The man, I think, spoke truth, and would honestly have betrayed the secrets of the family, if he had possessed any. I took my leave politely, and mounting the stairs, again I found myself once more in my room. Forthwith I summoned my servant. Though I had brought him with me from England, he was a native of France. A useful fellow, sharp, bustling, and of course, quite familiar with the ways and tricks of his countrymen. "St. Clair, shut the door, come here. I can't rest till I have made out something about those people of rank who have got the apartments under mine. Here are 15 francs. Make out the servants we assisted today. Have them to a petit souper and come back and tell me their entire history. I have this moment seen one of them who knows nothing and has communicated it. The other, whose name I forget, is the unknown nobleman's valet, and knows everything. Him you must pump. It is, of course, the venerable peer, and not the young lady who accompanies him, that interests me, you understand. Begone, fly, and return with all the details I sigh for, and every circumstance that can possibly interest me." It was a commission which admirably suited the tastes and spirits of my worthy Saint Claire, to whom, you will have observed, I had accustomed myself to talk with the peculiar familiarity which the old French comedy establishes between master and valet. I am sure he laughed at me in secret, but nothing could be more polite and deferential. With several wise looks, nods, and shrugs, he withdrew, and looking down from my window, I saw him, with incredible quickness, enter the yard, where I soon lost sight of him among the carriages. Roman 3 Death and love together mated when the day drags, when a man is solitary, and in a fever of impatience and suspense, when the minute hand of his watch travels as slowly as the hour hand used to do, and the hour hand has lost all appreciable motion, when he yawns and beats the devil's tattoo, and flattens his handsome nose against the window, and whistles tunes he hates, and in short, does not know what to do with himself, it is deeply to be regretted that he cannot make a solemn dinner of 3 courses more than once in a day. The laws of matter, to which we are slaves, deny us that resource, but in the times I speak of, supper was still a substantial meal, and its hour was approaching. This was consolatory. 3/4 of an hour, however, still interposed. How was I to dispose of that interval? I had 2 or 3 idle books, it is true, as traveling companions, but there are many moods in which one cannot read. My novel lay with my rug and walking stick on the sofa, and I did not care if the heroine and the hero were both drowned together in the water barrel that I saw in the inn-yard under my window. I took a turn or 2 up and down my room, and sighed, looking at myself in the glass, adjusted my great white choker, folded and tied after Brummel, the immortal bow, put on a buff waistcoat and my blue swallow-tailed coat with gilt buttons. I deluged my pocket handkerchief with eau de cologne. We had not then the variety of bouquets with which the genius of perfumery has since blessed us. I arranged my hair, on which I piqued myself, and which I loved to groom in those days. That dark brown chevelure, with a natural curl, is now represented by a few dozen perfectly white hairs, and its place? A smooth, bald, pink head knows it no more, but let us forget these modifications. It was then rich, thick, and dark brown. I was making a very careful toilet. I took my unexceptionable hat from its case and placed it lightly on my wise head, as nearly as memory and practice enabled me to do so, at that very slight inclination which the immortal person I have mentioned was wont to give to his. A pair of light French gloves and a rather club-like knotted walking stick, such as just then came into vogue, for a year or 2 again in England, in the phraseology of Sir Walter Scott's romances, completed my equipment. All this attention to effect, preparatory to a mere lounge in the yard, or on the steps of the Belle Étoile, was a simple act of devotion to the wonderful eyes which I had that evening beheld for the first time, and never, never could forget. In plain terms, it was all done in the vague, very vague hope that those eyes might behold the unexceptionable get-up of a melancholy slave, and retain the image, not altogether without secret approbation. As I completed my preparations, the light failed me, the last level streak of sunlight disappeared, and a fading twilight only remained. I sighed in unison with the pensive hour, and threw open the window, intending to look out for a moment before going downstairs. I perceived instantly that the window underneath mine was also open, for I heard 2 voices in conversation, although I could not distinguish what they were saying. The male voice was peculiar. It was, as I told you, reedy and nasal. I knew it, of course, instantly. The answering voice spoke in those sweet tones which I recognized only too easily. The dialogue was only for a minute. The repulsive male voice laughed, I fancied, with a kind of devilish satire, and retired from the window, so that I almost ceased to hear it. The other voice remained nearer the window, but not so near as at first. It was not an altercation. There was evidently nothing the least exciting in the colloquy. What would I not have given that it had been a quarrel, a violent one, and I the redresser of wrongs, and the defender of insulted beauty? Alas, so far as I could pronounce upon the character of the tones I heard, they might be as tranquil a pair as any in existence. In a moment, Ma the lady began to sing an odd little chanson. I need not remind you how much farther the voice is heard singing than speaking. I could distinguish the words. The voice was of that exquisitely sweet kind which is called, I believe, a semi-contralto. It had something pathetic, and something, I fancied, a little mocking in its tones. I venture a clumsy but adequate translation of the words. Death and love, together mated, watch and wait in ambuscade, at early morn or else belated. They meet and mock the man or maid. Burning sigh, or breath that freezes, numbs or maddens man or maid, Death all of the victim seizes, breathing from their ambuscade. Enough, madam, said the old voice with sudden severity. We do not desire, I believe, to amuse the grooms and hostlers in the yard with our music. The lady's voice laughed gaily. You desire to quarrel, madam? And the old man, I presume, shut down the window. Down it went, at all events, with a rattle that might easily have broken the glass. Of all thin partitions, glass is the most effectual excluder of sound. I heard no more, not even the subdued hum of the colloquy. What a charming voice this countess had, how it melted, swelled, and trembled, how it moved and even agitated me. What a pity that a hoss old jackdaw should have power to crow down such a philomel. Alas, what a life it is! I moralized wisely. That beautiful countess, with the patience of an angel and the beauty of a Venus and the accomplishments of all the muses, a slave? She knows perfectly who occupies the apartments over hers. She heard me raise my window. One may conjecture pretty well for whom that music was intended, I, old gentleman, and for whom you suspected it to be intended. In a very agreeable flutter, I left my room, and descending the stairs, passed the Count's door very much at my leisure. There was just a chance that the beautiful songstress might emerge. I dropped my stick on the lobby, near their door, and you may be sure it took me some little time to pick it up. Fortune, nevertheless, did not favor me. I could not stay on the lobby all night picking up my stick, so I went down to the hall. I consulted the clock, and found that there remained but a quarter of an hour to the moment of supper. Everyone was roughing it now, every inn in confusion. People might do at such a juncture what they never did before. Was it just possible that, for once, the Count and Countess would take their chairs at the table d'hôte? Roman for Monsieur Droqville, full of this exciting hope, I sauntered out, upon the steps of the Belle Étoile. It was now night, and a pleasant moonlight over everything. I had entered more into my romance since my arrival, and this poetic light heightened the sentiment. What a drama, if she turned out to be the Count's daughter, and in love with me? What a delightful tragedy, if she turned out to be the Count's wife? In this luxurious mood, I was accosted by a tall and very elegantly made gentleman, who appeared to be about 50. His air was courtly and graceful, and there was in his whole manner and appearance something so distinguished, that it was impossible not to suspect him of being a person of rank. He had been standing upon the steps, looking out, like me, upon the moonlight effects that transformed, as it were, the objects and buildings in the little street. He accosted me, I say, with the politeness, at once easy and lofty, of a French nobleman of the old school. He asked me if I were not Mr. Beckett. I assented, and he immediately introduced himself as the Marquis de Harmonville. This information he gave me in a low tone, and asked leave to present me with a letter from Lord A, who knew my father slightly, and had once done me also a trifling kindness. This English peer, I may mention, stood very high in the political world, and was named as the most probable successor to the distinguished post of English minister at Paris. I received it with a low bow, and read, My dear Beckett, I beg to introduce my very dear friend, the Marquis de Harmonville, who will explain to you the nature of the services it may be in your power to render him and us. He went on to speak of the Marquis as a man whose great wealth, whose intimate relations with the old families, and whose legitimate influence with the court rendered him the fittest possible person for those friendly offices which, at the desire of his own sovereign and of our government, he has so obligingly undertaken. It added a great deal to my perplexity when I read further. By the by, Walton was here yesterday, and told me that your seat was likely to be attacked. Something, he says, is unquestionably going on at Domwell. You know there is an awkwardness in my meddling ever so cautiously, but I advise, if it is not very officious, your making Haxton look after it and report immediately. I fear it is serious. I ought to have mentioned that, for reasons that you will see when you have talked with him for 5 minutes, the Marquis, with the concurrence of all our friends, drops his title for a few weeks, and is at present plain Monsieur Droqville. I am this moment going to town and can say no more. Yours faithfully, I was utterly puzzled. I could scarcely boast of Lord S. acquaintance. I knew no one named Haxton, and except my hatter, no one called Walton, and this peer wrote as if we were intimate friends. I looked at the back of the letter, and the mystery was solved. And now, to my consternation, for I was plain Richard Beckett, I read, to George Stanhope Beckett, Esq., MP. I looked with consternation in the face of the Marquis. What apology can I offer to Monsieur to Monsieur Droqville? It is true my name is Beckett. It is true I am known, though very slightly, to Lord A, but the letter was not intended for me. My name is Richard Beckett. This is to Mr. Stanhope Beckett, the member for Shillingsworth. What can I say, Audu, in this unfortunate situation? I can only give you my honor as a gentleman that, for me, the letter, which I now return, shall remain as unviolated a secret as before I opened it. I am so shocked and grieved that such a mistake should have occurred. I dare say my honest vexation and good faith were pretty legibly written in my countenance, for the look of gloomy embarrassment which had for a moment settled on the face of the Marquis brightened. He smiled kindly and extended his hand. I have not the least doubt that Monsieur Beckett will respect my little secret. As a mistake was destined to occur, I have reason to thank my good stars that it should have been with a gentleman of honor. Monsieur Beckett will permit me, I hope, to place his name among those of my friends. I thank the Marquis very much for his kind expressions. He went on to say, if, Monsieur, I can persuade you to visit me at Clarenville, in Normandy, where I hope to see, on the 15th of August, a great many friends, whose acquaintance it might interest you to make, I shall be too happy. I thanked him, of course, very gratefully for his hospitality. He continued, I cannot, for the present, see my friends, for reasons which you may surmise, at my house in Paris. But Monsieur will be so good as to let me know the hotel he means to stay at in Paris, and he will find that although the Marquis de Harmonville is not in town, that Monsieur Droqueville will not lose sight of him. With many acknowledgments, I gave him the information he desired. And in the meantime, he continued, if you think of any way in which Monsieur Droqueville can be of use to you, our communication shall not be interrupted, and I shall so manage matters that you can easily let me know. I was very much flattered. The Marquis had, as we say, taken a fancy to me. Such likings at first sight often ripen into lasting friendships. To be sure, it was just possible that the Marquis might think it prudent to keep the involuntary depository of a political secret, even so vague a one, in good humor. Very graciously the Marquis took his leave, going up the stairs of the Belle Étoile. I remained upon the steps, for a minute lost in speculation upon this new theme of interest. But the wonderful eyes, the thrilling voice, the exquisite figure of the beautiful lady who had taken possession of my imagination, quickly reasserted their influence. I was again gazing at the sympathetic moon, and descending the steps, I loitered along the pavements among strange objects, and houses that were antique and picturesque, in a dreamy state, thinking. In a little while, I turned into the inn yard again. There had come a lull. Instead of the noisy place it was an hour or two before, the yard was perfectly still and empty, except for the carriages that stood here and there. Perhaps there was a servant's table d'hôte just then. I was rather pleased to find solitude, and undisturbed I found out my Lady Love's carriage in the moonlight. I mused, I walked round it. I was as utterly foolish and maudlin as very young men, in my situation, usually are. The blinds were down, the doors, I suppose, locked. The brilliant moonlight revealed everything, and cast sharp, black shadows of wheel, and bar, and spring, on the pavement. I stood before the escutcheon painted on the door, which I had examined in the daylight. I wondered how often her eyes had rested on the same object. I pondered in a charming dream. A harsh, loud voice over my shoulder said suddenly, "A red stork, good, the stork is a bird of prey, it is vigilant, greedy, and catches gudgeons. Red too, blood red, ha, ha, the symbol is appropriate." I had turned about and beheld the palest face I ever saw. It was broad, ugly, and malignant. The figure was that of a French officer, in undress, and was 6 feet high. Across the nose and eyebrow there was a deep scar, which made the repulsive face grimmer. The officer elevated his chin and his eyebrows with a scoffing chuckle and said, "I have shot a stork with a rifle bullet when he thought himself safe in the clouds, for mere sport." He shrugged and laughed malignantly. "See, monsieur, when a man like me, a man of energy, you understand, a man with all his wits about him, a man who has made the tour of Europe under canvas, and parbleu, often without it, resolves to discover a secret, expose a crime, catch a thief, spit a robber on the point of his sword, it is odd if he does not succeed. Ha, 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 adieu, monsieur." He turned with an angry whisk on his heel and swaggered with long strides out of the gate. Supper at the Belle Étoile. The French army were in a rather savage temper just then. The English, especially, had but scant courtesy to expect at their hands. It was plain, however, that the cadaverous gentleman who had just apostrophized the heraldry of the Count's carriage, with such mysterious acrimony, had not intended any of his malevolence for me. He was stung by some old recollection, and had marched off, seething with fury. I had received one of those unacknowledged shocks which startle us, when, fancying ourselves perfectly alone, we discover on a sudden that our antics have been watched by a spectator, almost at our elbow. In this case, the effect was enhanced by the extreme repulsiveness of the face, and I may add, its proximity, for, as I think, it almost touched mine. The enigmatical harangue of this person, so full of hatred and implied denunciation, was still in my ears. Here at all events was new matter for the industrious fancy of a lover to work upon. It was time now to go to the table d'hôte. Who could tell what lights the gossip of the supper table might throw upon the subject that interested me so powerfully? I stepped into the room, my eyes searching the little assembly, about 30 people, for the persons who specially interested me. It was not easy to induce people, so hurried and overworked as those of the Belle Étoile just now, to send meals up to one's private apartments in the midst of this unparalleled confusion, and therefore, many people who did not like it might find themselves reduced to the alternative of supping at the table d'hôte or starving. The Count was not there, nor his beautiful companion, but the Marquis de Harmonville, whom I hardly expected to see in so public a place, signed, with a significant smile, to a vacant chair beside himself. I secured it, and he seemed pleased, and almost immediately entered into conversation with me. "This is probably your first visit to France," he said. I told him it was, and he said, "You must not think me very curious and impertinent, but Paris is about the most dangerous capital a high-spirited and generous young gentleman could visit without a mentor. If you have not an experienced friend as a companion during your visit—" He paused. I told him I was not so provided, but that I had my wits about me, that I had seen a good deal of life in England, and that, I fancied, human nature was pretty much the same in all parts of the world. The Marquis shook his head, smiling. "You will find very marked differences, notwithstanding," he said. "Peculiarities of intellect and peculiarities of character, undoubtedly, do pervade different nations, and this results, among the criminal classes, in a style of villainy no less peculiar. In Paris, the class who live by their wits is 3 or 4 times as great as in London, and they live much better, some of them even splendidly. They are more ingenious than the London rogues, they have more animation and invention, and the dramatic faculty, in which your countrymen are deficient, is everywhere. These invaluable attributes place them upon a totally different level. They can affect the manners and enjoy the luxuries of people of distinction. They live, many of them, by play. So do many of our London rogues. Yes, but in a totally different way. They are the habitués of certain gaming tables, billiard rooms, and other places, including your races, where high play goes on. And by superior knowledge of chances, by masking their play, by means of confederates, by means of bribery, and other artifices, varying with the subject of their imposture, they rob the unwary. But here it is more elaborately done, and with a really exquisite finesse. There are people whose manners, style, conversation are unexceptionable, living in handsome houses in the best situations, with everything about them in the most refined taste and exquisitely luxurious, who impose even upon the Parisian bourgeois, who believe them to be, in good faith, people of rank and fashion, because their habits are expensive and refined, and their houses are frequented by foreigners of distinction, and, to a degree, by foolish young Frenchmen of rank. At all these houses play goes on. The ostensible host and hostess seldom join in it. They provide it simply to plunder their guests, by means of their accomplices, and thus wealthy strangers are inveigled and robbed. But I have heard of a young Englishman, a son of Lord Rooksbury, who broke 2 Parisian gaming tables only last year. "I see," he said, laughing. "You are come here to do likewise. I myself, at about your age, undertook the same spirited enterprise. I raised no less a sum than 500,000 francs to begin with. I expected to carry all before me by the simple expedient of going on doubling my stakes. I had heard of it, and I fancied that the sharpers, who kept the table, knew nothing of the matter. I found, however, that they not only knew all about it, but had provided against the possibility of any such experiments, and I was pulled up before I had well begun, by a rule which forbids the doubling of an original stake more than 4 times consecutively." "And is that rule in force still?" I inquired, chapfallen. He laughed and shrugged. "Of course it is, my young friend. People who live by an art always understand it better than an amateur. I see you had formed the same plan, and no doubt came provided." I confessed I had prepared for conquest upon a still grander scale. I had arrived with a purse of 30,000 pounds sterling. Any acquaintance of my very dear friend, Lord A, interests me, and besides my regard for him, I am charmed with you, so you will pardon all my, perhaps, too officious questions and advice. I thanked him most earnestly for his valuable counsel, and begged that he would have the goodness to give me all the advice in his power. Then if you take my advice, said he, you will leave your money in the bank where it lies. Never risk a Napoleon in a gaming house. The night I went to break the bank, I lost between 7 and 8,000 pounds sterling of your English money. And my next adventure, I had obtained an introduction to one of those elegant gaming houses which affect to be the private mansions of persons of distinction, and was saved from ruin by a gentleman, whom, ever since, I have regarded with increasing respect and friendship. It oddly happens he is in this house at this moment. I recognized his servant, and made him a visit in his apartments here, and found him the same brave, kind, honorable man I always knew him. But that he is living so entirely out of the world now, I should have made a point of introducing you. 15 years ago he would have been the man of all others to consult. The gentleman I speak of is the Comte de Saint Alia. He represents a very old family. He is the very soul of honor, and the most sensible man in the world, except in one particular. And that particular, I hesitated, I was now deeply interested, is that he has married a charming creature at least 45 years younger than himself, and is, of course, although I believe absolutely without cause, horribly jealous. And the lady? The Countess is, I believe, in every way worthy of so good a man, he answered a little dryly. I think I heard her sing this evening. Yes, I dare say, she is very accomplished. After a few moments' silence, he continued, I must not lose sight of you, for I should be sorry, when next you meet my friend Lord R, that you had to tell him you had been pigeoned in Paris. A rich Englishman as you are, with so large a sum at his Paris bankers, young, gay, generous, 1,000 ghouls and harpies will be contending who shall be first to seize and devour you. At this moment, I received something like a jerk from the elbow of the gentleman at my right. It was an accidental jog, as he turned in his seat. On the honor of a soldier, there is no man's flesh in this company heals so fast as mine. The tone in which this was spoken was harsh and stentorian, and almost made me bounce. I looked round and recognized the officer, whose large white face had half scared me in the inn-yard, wiping his mouth furiously, and then with a gulp of Masson he went on. No one, it's not blood, it is Ica, it's miracle. Set aside stature, thew, bone, and muscle, set aside courage, and by all the angels of death, I'd fight a lion naked and dash his teeth down his jaws with my fist, and flog him to death with his own tail. Set aside, I say, all those attributes, which I am allowed to possess, and I am worth 6 men in any campaign, for that one quality of healing as I do. Rip me up, punch me through, tear me to tatters with bombshells, and nature has me whole again, while your tailor would find draw an old coat. Pablo, gentlemen, if you saw me naked, you would laugh. Look at my hand, a saber cut across the palm, to the bone, to save my head, taken up with 3 stitches, and 5 days afterwards I was playing ball with an English general, a prisoner in Madrid, against the wall of the convent of the Santa Maria de la Castita, at Arcola, by the great devil himself. That was an action. Every man there, gentlemen, swallowed as much smoke in 5 minutes as would smother you all in this room. I received, at the same moment, 2 musket balls in the thighs, a grape shot through the calf of my leg, a lance through my left shoulder, a piece of a shrapnel in the left deltoid, a bayonet through the cartilage of my right ribs, a saber cut that carried away a pound of flesh from my chest, and the better part of a Congreve rocket on my forehead. Pretty well, ha, ha, and all while you'd say bah. And in 8 days and a half I was making a fast march, without shoes, and only 1 gaiter, the life and soul of my company, and as sound as a roach. Bravo, bravissimo, perbacco, ungallant uomo, exclaimed in a martial ecstasy a fat little Italian who manufactured toothpicks and wicker cradles on the island of Notre Dame. Your exploits shall resound through Europe, and the history of those wars should be written in your blood. Never mind a trifle, exclaimed the soldier. At Ligny the other day, where we smashed the Prussians into 10,000 milliards of atoms, a bit of a shell cut me across the leg and opened an artery. It was spouting as high as the chimney, and in half a minute I had lost enough to fill a pitcher. I must have expired in another minute if I had not whipped off my sash like a flash of lightning, tied it round my leg above the wound, whipped a bayonet out of the back of a dead Prussian, and passing it under, made a tourniquet of it with a couple of twists, and so stayed the hemorrhage and saved my life. But sacré bleu, gentlemen, I lost so much blood, I have been as pale as the bottom of a plate ever since. No matter, a trifle. Blood well spent, gentlemen. He applied himself now to his bottle of vin ordinaire. The Marquis had closed his eyes and looked resigned and disgusted while all this was going on. Garçon, said the officer, for the first time, speaking in a low tone over the back of his chair to the waiter, who came in that traveling carriage, dark yellow and black, that stands in the middle of the yard, with arms and sapatas emblazoned on the door, and a red stock as red as my facings? The waiter could not say. The eye of the eccentric officer, who had suddenly grown grim and serious, and seemed to have abandoned the general conversation to other people, lighted, as it were, accidentally on me. "Pardon me, monsieur," he said. "Did I not see you examining the panel of that carriage at the same time that I did so, this evening? Can you tell me who arrived in it?" "I rather think the Count and Countess de St. Alia." "And are they here, in the Belle Étoile?" he asked. "They have got apartments upstairs," I answered. He started up and half pushed his chair from the table. He quickly sat down again, and I could hear him sacré-ing and muttering to himself, and grinning and scowling. I could not tell whether he was alarmed or furious. I turned to say a word or two to the Marquis, but he was gone. Several other people had dropped out also, and the supper party soon broke up. 2 or 3 substantial pieces of wood smoldered on the hearth, for the night had turned out chilly. I sat down by the fire in a great armchair, of carved oak, with a marvelously high back that looked as old as the days of Henry Roman IV. "Garçon," said I, "do you happen to know who that officer is?" "That is Colonel Gaylord, monsieur." "Has he been often here?" "Once before, monsieur, for a week. It is a year since." "He is the palest man I ever saw." "That is true, monsieur. He has been often taken for a revenant." "Can you give me a bottle of really good Burgundy?" "The best in France, monsieur." "Place it and a glass by my side on this table, if you please. I may sit here for half an hour?" "Certainly, monsieur." I was very comfortable, the wine excellent, and my thoughts glowing and serene. Beautiful Countess? Beautiful Countess? Shall we ever be better acquainted? Vi the naked sought a man who has been posting all day long, and changing the air he breathes every half hour, who is well pleased with himself, and has nothing on earth to trouble him, and who sits alone by a fire in a comfortable chair, after having eaten a hearty supper, may be pardoned if he takes an accidental nap. I had filled my 4th glass when I fell asleep. My head, I dare say, hung uncomfortably, and it is admitted that a variety of French dishes is not the most favorable precursor to pleasant dreams. I had a dream as I took mine ease and mine in on this occasion. I fancied myself in a huge cathedral, without light, except from 4 tapers that stood at the corners of a raised platform hung with black, on which lay, draped also in black, what seemed to me the dead body of the Countess de St. Alia. The place seemed empty, it was cold, and I could see only, in the halo of the candles, a little way round. The little I saw bore the character of Gothic gloom, and helped my fancy to shape and furnish the black void that yawned all round me. I heard a sound like the slow tread of 2 persons walking up the flagged aisle. A faint echo told of the vastness of the place. An awful sense of expectation was upon me, and I was horribly frightened when the body that lay on the catafalque said, without stirring, in a whisper that froze me, "They come to place me in the grave alive, save me." I found that I could neither speak nor move. I was horribly frightened. The 2 people who approached now emerged from the darkness. One, the Count de St. Alia, glided to the head of the figure and placed his long, thin hands under it. The white-faced colonel, with the scar across his face, and a look of infernal triumph, placed his hands under her feet, and they began to raise her. With an indescribable effort, I broke the spell that bound me, and started to my feet with a gasp. I was wide awake, but the broad, wicked face of Colonel Gaylord was staring, white as death, at me from the other side of the hearth. "Where is she?" I shuddered. "That depends on who she is, monsieur," replied the colonel curtly. "Good heavens!" I gasped, looking about me. The colonel, who was eyeing me sarcastically, had had his demitasse of café noir, and now drank his tasse, diffusing a pleasant perfume of brandy. "I fell asleep and was dreaming," I said, lest any strong language, founded on the role he played in my dream, should have escaped me. I did not know for some moments where I was. "You are the young gentleman who has the apartments over the Count and Countess de St. Alia?" he said, winking one eye, close in meditation, and glaring at me with the other. "I believe so, yes," I answered. "Well, Younka, take care you have not worse dreams than that some night," he said enigmatically, and wagged his head with a chuckle. "Worse dreams," he repeated. "What does Monsieur the Colonel mean?" I inquired. "I am trying to find that out myself," said the Colonel, "and I think I shall. When I get the first inch of the thread fast between my finger and thumb, it goes hard, but I follow it up, bit by bit, little by little, tracing it this way and that, and up and down and round about, until the whole clue is wound up on my thumb, and the end and its secret fast in my fingers. Ingenious, crafty as 5 foxes, wide awake as a weasel, Pablo, if I had descended to that occupation I should have made my fortune as a spy. Good wine here? He glanced interrogatively at my bottle. Very good, said I. Will Monsieur the Colonel try a glass? He took the largest he could find and filled it, raised it with a bow, and drank it slowly. Bah, that is not it, he exclaimed, with some disgust, filling it again. You ought to have told me to order your Burgundy, and they would not have brought you that stuff. I got away from this man as soon as I civilly could, and, putting on my hat, I walked out with no other company than my sturdy walking stick. I visited the inn-yard, and looked up to the windows of the Countess's apartments. They were closed, however, and I had not even the unsubstantial consolation of contemplating the light in which that beautiful lady was at that moment writing, or reading, or sitting and thinking of anyone you please. I bore this serious privation as well as I could, and took a little saunter through the town. I shan't bore you with moonlight effects, nor with the maunderings of a man who has fallen in love at first sight with a beautiful face. My ramble, it is enough to say, occupied about half an hour, and, returning by a slight detour, I found myself in a little square, with about 2 high-gabled houses on each side, and a rude stone statue, worn by centuries of rain, on a pedestal in the center of the pavement. Looking at this statue was a slight and rather tall man, whom I instantly recognized as the Marquis de Harmonville. He knew me almost as quickly. He walked a step towards me, shrugged and laughed. You are surprised to find Monsieur Droqueville staring at that old stone figure by moonlight. Anything to pass the time. You, I see, suffer from ennui, as I do. These little provincial towns. Heavens, what an effort it is to live in them. If I could regret having formed in early life a friendship that does me honor, I think it's condemning me to a sojourn in such a place would make me do so. You go on towards Paris, I suppose, in the morning? I have ordered horses. As for me, I await a letter, or an arrival. Either would emancipate me, but I can't say how soon either event will happen. Can I be of any use in this matter? I began. None, monsieur, I thank you 1,000 times. No, this is a piece in which every role is already cast. I am but an amateur, and induced solely by friendship to take a part. So he talked on for a time as we walked slowly toward the Belle Étoile, and then came a silence, which I broke by asking him if he knew anything of Colonel Gaylord. Oh, yes, to be sure. He is a little mad, he has had some bad injuries of the head. He used to plague the people in the War Office to death. He has always some delusion. They contrived some employment for him, not regimental, of course, but in this campaign Napoleon, who could spare nobody, placed him in command of a regiment. He was always a desperate fighter, and such men were more than ever needed. There is, or was, a second inn in this town, called l'Écu de France. At its door the Marquis stopped, bade me a mysterious good night, and disappeared. As I walked slowly toward my inn, I met, in the shadow of a row of poplars, the garçon who had brought me my Burgundy a little time ago. I was thinking of Colonel Gaylord, and I stopped the little waiter as he passed me. You said, I think, that Colonel Gaylord was at the Belle Étoile for a week at one time. Yes, monsieur. Is he perfectly in his right mind? The waiter stared. Perfectly, monsieur. Has he been suspected at any time of being out of his mind? Never, monsieur. He is a little noisy, but a very shrewd man. What is a fellow to think? I muttered as I walked on. I was soon within sight of the lights of the Belle Étoile. A carriage with 4 horses stood in the moonlight at the door, and a furious altercation was going on in the hall, in which the yell of Colonel Gaylord out-topped all other sounds. Most young men like, at least, to witness a row. But intuitively, I felt that this would interest me in a very special manner. I had only 50 yards to run, when I found myself in the hall of the Old Inn. The principal actor in this strange drama was indeed the colonel, who stood facing the old Count de St. Alia, who, in his traveling costume, with his black silk scarf covering the lower part of his face, confronted him. He had evidently been intercepted in an endeavor to reach his carriage. A little in the rear of the Count stood the Countess, also in traveling costume, with her thick black veil down, and holding in her delicate fingers a white rose. You can't conceive a more diabolical effigy of hate and fury than the colonel. The knotted veins stood out on his forehead. His eyes were leaping from their sockets. He was grinding his teeth, and froth was on his lips. His sword was drawn in his hand, and he accompanied his yelling denunciations with stamps upon the floor and flourishes of his weapon in the air. The host of the Belle Étoile was talking to the colonel in soothing terms utterly thrown away. 2 waiters, pale with fear, stared uselessly from behind. The colonel screamed and thundered and whirled his sword. I was not sure of your red birds of prey. I could not believe you would have the audacity to travel on high roads, and to stop at honest inns, and lie under the same roof with honest men. You, both vampires, wolves, ghouls, summon the gendarmes, I say, by St. Peter and all the devils, if either of you try to get out of that door, I'll take your heads off. For a moment I had stood aghast. Here was a situation. I walked up to the lady. She laid her hand wildly upon my arm. "Oh, monsieur," she whispered, in great agitation, "that dreadful madman, what are we to do? He won't let us pass. He will kill my husband." "Fear nothing, madam," I answered with romantic devotion, and stepping between the Count and Gaylord as he shrieked his invective, "Hold your tongue and clear the way, you ruffian, you bully, you coward." I roared. A faint cry escaped the lady, which more than repaid the risk I ran, as the sword of the frantic soldier, after a moment's astonished pause, flashed in the air to cut me down. Romans 7, the white rose. I was too quick for Colonel Gaylord. As he raised his sword, reckless of all consequences but my condign punishment, and quite resolved to cleave me to the teeth, I struck him across the side of his head with my heavy stick. And while he staggered back, I struck him another blow, nearly in the same place, that felled him to the floor, where he lay as if dead. I did not care one of his own regimental buttons, whether he was dead or not. I was, at that moment, carried away by such a tumult of delightful and diabolical emotions. I broke his sword under my foot, and flung the pieces across the street. The old Count de St. Alia skipped nimbly, without looking to the right or left, or thanking anybody, over the floor, out of the door, down the steps, and into his carriage. Instantly I was at the side of the beautiful Countess, thus left to shift for herself. I offered her my arm, which she took, and I led her to her carriage. She entered, and I shut the door, all this without a word. I was about to ask if there were any commands with which she would honor me. My hand was laid upon the lower edge of the window, which was open. The lady's hand was laid upon mine timidly and excitedly. Her lips almost touched my cheek as she whispered hurriedly, "I may never see you more, and oh, that I could forget you. Go, farewell, for God's sake, go." I pressed her hand for a moment. She withdrew it, but tremblingly pressed into mine the rose which she had held in her fingers during the agitating scene she had just passed through. All this took place while the Count was commanding, entreating, cursing his servants, tipsy and out of the way during the crisis. My conscience afterwards insinuated, by my clever contrivance. They now mounted to their places with the agility of a lamb. The postilions' whips cracked, the horses scrambled into a trot, and away rolled the carriage, with its precious freightage, along the quaint main street, in the moonlight, toward Paris. I stood on the pavement till it was quite lost to eye and ear in the distance. With a deep sigh, I then turned, my white rose folded in my handkerchief, the little pot engaged, the favor secret, sweet, and precious, which no mortal eye but hers and mine had seen conveyed to me. The care of the host of the Belle Étoile and his assistants had raised the wounded hero of 100 fights partly against the wall, and propped him at each side with portmanteaus and pillows, and poured a glass of brandy, which was duly placed to his account, into his big mouth, where, for the first time, such a godsend remained unswallowed. A bald-headed little military surgeon of 60, with spectacles, who had cut off 87 legs and arms to his own share, after the Battle of Eylau, having retired with his sod and his saw, his laurels and his sticking-plaster to this, his native town, was called in, and rather thought the gallant colonel's skull was fractured. At all events there was concussion of the seat of thought, and quite enough work for his remarkable self-healing powers to occupy him for a fortnight. I began to grow a little uneasy. A disagreeable surprise, if my excursion, in which I was to break banks and hots and, as you see, heads, should end upon the gallows or the guillotine. I was not clear, in those times of political oscillation, which was the established apparatus. The colonel was conveyed, snorting apoplectically, to his room. I saw my host in the apartment in which we had supped. Wherever you employ a farce of any sort to carry a point of real importance, reject all nice calculations of economy. Better to be 1,000% over the mark than the smallest fraction of a unit under it. I instinctively felt this. I ordered a bottle of my landlord's very best wine, made him partake with me, in the proportion of 2 glasses to 1, and then told him that he must not decline a trifling souvenir from a guest who had been so charmed with all he had seen of the renowned Belle Étoile. Thus saying, I placed 35 Napoleons in his hand, at touch of which his countenance, by no means encouraging before, grew sunny, his manners thawed, and it was plain, as he dropped the coins hastily into his pocket, that benevolent relations had been established between us. I immediately placed the colonel's broken head upon the tapis. We both agreed that if I had not given him that rather smart tap of my walking cane, he would have beheaded half the inmates of the Belle Étoile. There was not a waiter in the house who would not verify that statement on oath. The reader may suppose that I had other motives, beside the desire to escape the tedious inquisition of the law, for desiring to recommence my journey to Paris with the least possible delay. Judge what was my horror then to learn that for love or money, horses were nowhere to be had that night. The last pair in the town had been obtained from the Écu de France by a gentleman who dined and supped at the Belle Étoile, and was obliged to proceed to Paris that night. Who was the gentleman? Had he actually gone? Could he possibly be induced to wait till morning? The gentleman was now upstairs getting his things together, and his name was Monsieur Droqueville. I ran upstairs. I found my servant St. Clair in my room. At sight of him, for a moment, my thoughts were turned into a different channel. "Well, St. Clair, tell me this moment who the lady is?" I demanded. "The lady is the daughter or wife, it matters not which, of the Count de St. Alia, the old gentleman who was so near being sliced like a cucumber tonight, I am informed, by the sod of the general whom monsieur, by a turn of fortune, has put to bed of an apoplexy." "Hold your tongue, fool. The man's beastly drunk, he's sulking. He could talk if he liked, who cares? Pack up my things." "Which are Monsieur Droqueville's apartments?" He knew, of course, he always knew everything. Half an hour later, Monsieur Droqueville and I were traveling towards Paris in my carriage, and with his horses. I ventured to ask the Marquis de Harmonville, in a little while, whether the lady who accompanied the Count was certainly the Countess. "Has he not a daughter?" "Yes, I believe a very beautiful and charming young lady. I cannot say, it may have been she, his daughter by an earlier marriage. I saw only the Count himself today." The Marquis was growing a little sleepy, and in a little while, he actually fell asleep in his corner. I dozed and nodded, but the Marquis slept like a top. He awoke only for a minute or two at the next posting-house, where he had fortunately secured horses by sending on his man, he told me. "You will excuse my being so dull a companion," he said, "but till tonight I have had but 2 hours' sleep for more than 60 hours. I shall have a cup of coffee here. I have had my nap. Permit me to recommend you to do likewise. Their coffee is really excellent." He ordered 2 cups of café noir and waited, with his head from the window. "We will keep the cups," he said, as he received them from the waiter. "And the tray?" "Thank you." There was a little delay as he paid for these things, and then he took in the little tray and handed me a cup of coffee. I declined the tray, so he placed it on his own knees to act as a miniature table. "I can't endure being waited for and hurried," he said. "I like to sip my coffee at leisure." I agreed. It really was the very perfection of coffee. I, like Monsieur le Marquis, have slept very little for the last 2 or 3 nights and find it difficult to keep awake. This coffee will do wonders for me, it refreshes one so. Before we had half done, the carriage was again in motion. For a time our coffee made us chatty, and our conversation was animated. The Marquis was extremely good-natured as well as clever, and gave me a brilliant and amusing account of Parisian life, schemes, and dangers, all put so as to furnish me with practical warnings of the most valuable kind. In spite of the amusing and curious stories which the Marquis related, with so much point and color, I felt myself again becoming gradually drowsy and dreamy. Perceiving this, no doubt, the Marquis good-naturedly suffered our conversation to subside into silence. The window next him was open. He threw his cup out of it, and did the same kind office for mine, and finally the little tray flew after, and I heard it clank on the road, a valuable waif, no doubt, for some early wayfarer in wooden shoes. I leaned back in my corner. I had my beloved souvenir, my white rose, close to my heart, folded now in white paper. It inspired all manner of romantic dreams. I began to grow more and more sleepy. But actual slumber did not come. I was still viewing, with my half-closed eyes from my corner, diagonally, the interior of the carriage. I wished for sleep, but the barrier between waking and sleeping seemed absolutely insurmountable, and instead I entered into a state of novel and indescribable indolence. The Marquis lifted his dispatch box from the floor, placed it on his knees, unlocked it, and took out what proved to be a lamp which he hung with 2 hooks, attached to it, to the window opposite to him. He lighted it with a match, put on his spectacles, and taking out a bundle of letters, began to read them carefully. We were making way very slowly. My impatience had hitherto employed 4 horses from stage to stage. We were in this emergency, only too happy to have secured 2, but the difference in pace was depressing. I grew tired of the monotony of seeing the spectacled Marquis reading, folding, and docketing, letter after letter. I wished to shut out the image which wearied me, but something prevented my being able to shut my eyes. I tried again and again, but positively I had lost the power of closing them. I would have rubbed my eyes, but I could not stir my hand, my will no longer acted on my body. I found that I could not move one joint or muscle, no more than I could, by an effort of my will, have turned the carriage about. Up to this I had experienced no sense of horror. Whatever it was, simple nightmare was not the cause. I was awfully frightened. Was I in a fit? It was horrible to see my good-natured companion pursue his occupation so serenely, when he might have dissipated my horrors by a single shake. I made a stupendous exertion to call out, but in vain. I repeated the effort again and again, with no result. My companion now tied up his letters and looked out of the window, humming an air from an opera. He drew back his head and said, turning to me, "Yes, I see the lights. We shall be there in 2 or 3 minutes." He looked more closely at me, and with a kind smile and a little shrug, he said, "Poor child, how fatigued he must have been, how profoundly he sleeps. When the carriage stops he will waken." He then replaced his letters in the dispatch box, locked it, put his spectacles in his pocket, and again looked out of the window. We had entered a little town. I suppose it was past 2 o'clock by this time. The carriage drew up. I saw an inn door open and a light issuing from it. "Here we are," said my companion, turning gaily to me, but I did not awake. "Yes, how tired he must have been," he exclaimed after he had waited for an answer. My servant was at the carriage door and opened it. "Your master sleeps soundly, he is so fatigued. It would be cruel to disturb him. You and I will go in while they change the horses and take some refreshment, and choose something that Monsieur Beckett will like to take in the carriage, for when he awakes by and by, he will, I am sure, be hungry." He trimmed his lamp, poured in some oil, and taking care not to disturb me, with another kind smile and another word of caution to my servant, he got out, and I heard him talking to St. Clair as they entered the inn door, and I was left in my corner, in the carriage, in the same state. Roman 8. A 3 minutes visit. I have suffered extreme and protracted bodily pain, at different periods of my life, but anything like that misery, thank God, I never endured before or since. I earnestly hope it may not resemble any type of death to which we are liable. I was indeed a spirit in prison, and unspeakable was my dumb and unmoving agony. The power of thought remained clear and active. Dull terror filled my mind. How would this end? Was it actual death? You will understand that my faculty of observing was unimpaired. I could hear and see anything as distinctly as ever I did in my life. It was simply that my will had, as it were, lost its hold of my body. I told you that the Marquis de Harmonville had not extinguished his carriage lamp on going into this village inn. I was listening intently, longing for his return, which might result, by some lucky accident, in awaking me from my catalepsy. Without any sound of steps approaching, to announce an arrival, the carriage door suddenly opened, and a total stranger got in silently and shut the door. The lamp gave about as strong a light as a wax candle, so I could see the intruder perfectly. He was a young man, with a dark gray, loose surtout, made with a sort of hood, which was pulled over his head. I thought, as he moved, that I saw the gold band of a military undress cap under it, and I certainly saw the lace and buttons of a uniform on the cuffs of the coat that were visible under the wide sleeves of his outside wrapper. This young man had thick mustaches and an imperial, and I observed that he had a red scar running upward from his lip across his cheek. He entered, shut the door softly, and sat down beside me. It was all done in a moment. Leaning toward me, and shading his eyes with his gloved hand, he examined my face closely, for a few seconds. This man had come as noiselessly as a ghost, and everything he did was accomplished with the rapidity and decision that indicated a well-defined and prearranged plan. His designs were evidently sinister. I thought he was going to rob and, perhaps, murder me. I lay, nevertheless, like a corpse under his hands. He inserted his hand in my breast pocket, from which he took my precious white rose and all the letters it contained, among which was a paper of some consequence to me. My letters he glanced at. They were plainly not what he wanted. My precious rose, too, he laid aside with them. It was evidently about the paper I have mentioned that he was concerned, for the moment he opened it, he began with a pencil, in a small pocket-book, to make rapid notes of its contents. This man seemed to glide through his work with a noiseless and cool celerity which argued, I thought, the training of the police department. He rearranged the papers, possibly in the very order in which he had found them, replaced them in my breast pocket, and was gone. His visit, I think, did not quite last 3 minutes. Very soon after his disappearance, I heard the voice of the Marquis once more. He got in, and I saw him look at me, and smile, half envying me, I fancied, my sound repose. If he had but known all. He resumed his reading and docketing, by the light of the little lamp which had just subserved the purposes of a spy. We were now out of the town, pursuing our journey at the same moderate pace. We had left the scene of my police visit, as I should have termed it, now 2 leagues behind us, when I suddenly felt a strange throbbing in one ear, and a sensation as if air passed through it into my throat. It seemed as if a bubble of air, formed deep in my ear, swelled and burst there. The indescribable tension of my brain seemed all at once to give way. There was an odd humming in my head, and a sort of vibration through every nerve of my body, such as I have experienced in a limb that has been, in popular phraseology, asleep. I uttered a cry and half rose from my seat, and then fell back trembling, and with a sense of mortal faintness. The Marquis stared at me, took my hand, and earnestly asked if I was ill. I could answer only with a deep groan. Gradually the process of restoration was completed, and I was able, though very faintly, to tell him how very ill I had been, and then to describe the violation of my letters during the time of his absence from the carriage. "Good heaven!" he exclaimed, "the miscreant did not get at my dispatch box." I satisfied him so far as I had observed on that point. He placed the box on the seat beside him, and opened and examined its contents very minutely. "Yes, undisturbed, all safe, thank heaven," he murmured. "There are half a dozen letters here that I would not have some people read, for a great deal." He now asked with a very kind anxiety all about the illness I complained of. When he had heard me, he said, "A friend of mine once had an attack as like yours as possible. It was on board ship, and followed a state of high excitement. He was a brave man like you, and was called on to exert both his strength and his courage suddenly. An hour or two after, fatigue overpowered him, and he appeared to fall into a sound sleep. He really sank into a state which he afterwards described so, that I think it must have been precisely the same affection as yours. I am happy to think that my attack was not unique. Did he ever experience a return of it? I knew him for years after, and never heard of any such thing. What strikes me is a parallel in the predisposing causes of each attack. Your unexpected and gallant hand-to-hand encounter, at such desperate odds, with an experienced swordsman, like that insane colonel of dragoons, your fatigue, and finally, your composing yourself, as my other friend did, to sleep. I wish," he resumed, "one could make out who that Coquin was who examined your letters. It is not worth turning back, however, because we should learn nothing. Those people always manage so adroitly. I am satisfied, however, that he must have been an agent of the police. A rogue of any other kind would have robbed you." I talked very little, being ill and exhausted, but the Marquis talked on agreeably. "We grow so intimate," said he at last, "that I must remind you that I am not, for the present, the Marquis de Harmonville, but only Monsieur Droqville. Nevertheless, when we get to Paris, although I cannot see you often, I may be of use. I shall ask you to name to me the hotel at which you mean to put up, because the Marquis being, as you are aware, on his travels, the Hotel de Harmonville is, for the present, tenanted only by 2 or 3 old servants, who must not even see Monsieur Droqville. That gentleman will, nevertheless, contrive to get you access to the box of Monsieur le Marquis, at the Opera, as well possibly, as to other places more difficult. And so soon as the diplomatic office of the Marquis de Harmonville is ended, and he at liberty to declare himself, he will not excuse his friend, Monsieur Beckett, from fulfilling his promise to visit him this autumn at the Château de Harmonville. You may be sure I thanked the Marquis. The nearer we got to Paris, the more I valued his protection. The countenance of a great man on the spot, just then, taking so kind an interest in the stranger whom he had, as it were, blundered upon, might make my visit ever so many degrees more delightful than I had anticipated. Nothing could be more gracious than the manner and looks of the Marquis, and, as I still thanked him, the carriage suddenly stopped in front of the place where a relay of horses awaited us, and where, as it turned out, we were to part. Roman 9 gossip and counsel, my eventful journey was over, at last. I sat in my hotel window looking out upon brilliant Paris, which had, in a moment, recovered all its gaiety, and more than its accustomed bustle. Everyone has read of the kind of excitement that followed the catastrophe of Napoleon and the second restoration of the Bourbons. I need not, therefore, even if, at this distance, I could, recall and describe my experiences and impressions of the peculiar aspect of Paris in those strange times. It was, to be sure, my first visit. But often as I have seen it since, I don't think I ever saw that delightful capital in a state, pleasurably, so excited and exciting. I had been 2 days in Paris and had seen all sorts of sights and experienced none of that rudeness and insolence of which others complained from the exasperated officers of the defeated French army. I must say this also. My romance had taken complete possession of me, and the chance of seeing the object of my dream gave a secret and delightful interest to my rambles and drives in the streets and environs, and my visits to the galleries and other sights of the metropolis. I had neither seen nor heard of Count or Countess, nor had the Marquis de Harmonville made any sign. I had quite recovered the strange indisposition under which I had suffered during my night journey. It was now evening, and I was beginning to fear that my patrician acquaintance had quite forgotten me when the waiter presented me the card of Monsieur Droqueville. And with no small elation and hurry, I desired him to show the gentleman up. In came the Marquis de Harmonville, kind and gracious as ever. "I am a night bird at present," said he, so soon as we had exchanged the little speeches which are usual. "I keep in the shade during the daytime, and even now I hardly ventured to come in a close carriage. The friends for whom I have undertaken a rather critical service have so ordained it. They think all is lost if I am known to be in Paris. First let me present you with these orders for my box. I am so vexed that I cannot command it oftener during the next fortnight. During my absence, I had directed my secretary to give it for any night to the first of my friends who might apply, and the result is that I find next to nothing left at my disposal." I thanked him very much. "And now, a word in my office of mentor. You have not come here, of course, without introductions." I produced half a dozen letters, the addresses of which he looked at. "Don't mind these letters," he said. "I will introduce you. I will take you myself from house to house. One friend at your side is worth many letters. Make no intimacies, no acquaintances until then. You young men like best to exhaust the public amusements of a great city before embarrassing yourself with the engagements of society. Go to all these. It will occupy you, day and night, for at least 3 weeks. When this is over, I shall be at liberty and will myself introduce you to the brilliant but comparatively quiet routine of society. Place yourself in my hands, and in Paris, remember, when once in society, you are always there." I thanked him very much and promised to follow his counsels implicitly. He seemed pleased and said, "I shall now tell you some of the places you ought to go to. Take your map and write letters or numbers upon the points I will indicate, and we will make out a little list. All the places that I shall mention to you are worth seeing." In this methodical way, and with a great deal of amusing and scandalous anecdote, he furnished me with a catalogue and a guide, which, to a seeker of novelty and pleasure, was invaluable. "In a fortnight, perhaps in a week," he said, "I shall be at leisure to be of real use to you. In the meantime, be on your guard. You must not play. You will be robbed if you do. Remember, you are surrounded here by plausible swindlers and villains of all kinds who subsist by devouring strangers. Trust no one but those you know." I thanked him again, and promised to profit by his advice. But my heart was too full of the beautiful lady of the Belle Étoile to allow our interview to close without an effort to learn something about her. I therefore asked for the Count and Countess de Saint Alia, whom I had had the good fortune to extricate from an extremely unpleasant row in the hall of the inn. Alas, he had not seen them since. He did not know where they were staying. They had a fine old house only a few leagues from Paris, but he thought it probable that they would remain for a few days at least in the city, as preparations would, no doubt, be necessary, after so long an absence, for their reception at home. "How long have they been away?" "About 8 months, I think." "They are poor, I think you said." "What you would consider poor. But, monsieur, the Count has an income which affords them the comforts and even the elegancies of life, living as they do, in a very quiet and retired way, in this cheap country. Then they are very happy. One would say they ought to be happy. And what prevents? He is jealous. But his wife, she gives him no cause? I am afraid she does." "How, monsieur?" "I always thought she was a great deal too." "Too what, monsieur?" "Too handsome. But although she has remarkably fine eyes, exquisite features, and the most delicate complexion in the world, I believe that she is a woman of probity. You have never seen her." "There was a lady, muffled up in a cloak with a very thick veil on, the other night, in the hall of the Belle Étoile, when I broke that fellow's head who was bullying the old Count. But her veil was so thick I could not see a feature through it." My answer was diplomatic, you observe. "She may have been the Count's daughter. Do they quarrel?" "Who, he and his wife?" "Yes, a little." "Oh, and what do they quarrel about?" "It is a long story, about the lady's diamonds. They are valuable, they are worth, La Perouse says, about 1,000,000 of francs. The Count wishes them sold and turned into revenue, which he offers to settle as she pleases." The Countess, whose they are, resists, and for a reason which I rather think she can't disclose to him. And pray what is that? I asked, my curiosity a good deal piqued. She is thinking, I conjecture, how well she will look in them when she marries her second husband. Oh, yes, to be sure, but the Count de St. Alyre is a good man, admirable, and extremely intelligent. I should wish so much to be presented to the Count. You tell me he's so agreeably married. But they are living quite out of the world. He takes her now and then to the opera, or to a public entertainment, but that is all. And he must remember so much of the old regime and so many of the scenes of the Revolution. Yes, the very man for a philosopher, like you, and he falls asleep after dinner, and his wife don't. But, seriously, he has retired from the gay and the great world, and has grown apathetic, and so has his wife. And nothing seems to interest her now, not even her husband? The Marquis stood up to take his leave. Don't risk your money, said he. You will soon have an opportunity of laying out some of it to great advantage. Several collections of really good pictures, belonging to persons who have mixed themselves up in this Bonapartist restoration, must come within a few weeks to the Hammer. You can do wonders when these sales commence. There will be startling bargains. Reserve yourself for them. I shall let you know all about it. By the by, he said, stopping short as he approached the door, I was so near forgetting. There is to be next week the very thing you would enjoy so much because you see so little of it in England. I mean a bal masqué conducted, it is said, with more than usual splendor. It takes place at Versailles. All the world will be there. There is such a rush for cards. But I think I may promise you one. Good night. Adieu. The Black Veil, speaking the language fluently and with unlimited money, there was nothing to prevent my enjoying all that was enjoyable in the French capital. You may easily suppose how 2 days were passed. At the end of that time, and at about the same hour, Monsieur Droqville called again. Courtly, good-natured, gay, as usual, he told me that the masquerade ball was fixed for the next Wednesday, and that he had applied for a card for me. How awfully unlucky. I was so afraid I should not be able to go. He stared at me for a moment with a suspicious and menacing look, which I did not understand, in silence, and then inquired, rather sharply, And will Monsieur Beckett be good enough to say, why not? I was a little surprised, but answered the simple truth. I had made an engagement for that evening with 2 or 3 English friends, and did not see how I could. Just so. You English, wherever you are, always look out for your English bars, your beer and beefsteak, and when you come here, instead of trying to learn something of the people you visit, and pretend to study, you are guzzling and swearing and smoking with one another, and no wiser or more polished at the end of your travels than if you had been all the time carousing in a booth at Greenwich. He laughed sarcastically, and looked as if he could have poisoned me. There it is, said he, throwing the card on the table. Take it or leave it, just as you please. I suppose I shall have my trouble for my pains, but it is not usual when a man, such as I, takes trouble, asks a favor, and secures a privilege for an acquaintance, to treat him so. This was astonishingly impertinent. I was shocked, offended, penitent. I had possibly committed unwittingly a breach of good breeding, according to French ideas, which almost justified the brusque severity of the Marquis's undignified rebuke. In a confusion, therefore, of many feelings, I hastened to make my apologies, and to propitiate the chance friend who had showed me so much disinterested kindness. I told him that I would, at any cost, break through the engagement in which I had unluckily entangled myself, that I had spoken with too little reflection, and that I certainly had not thanked him at all in proportion to his kindness, and to my real estimate of it. Pray say not a word more. My vexation was entirely on your account, and I expressed it, I am only too conscious, in terms a great deal too strong, which, I am sure, your good nature will pardon. Those who know me a little better are aware that I sometimes say a good deal more than I intend, and am always sorry when I do. Monsieur Beckett will forget that his old friend, Monsieur Droqville, has lost his temper in his cause, for a moment, and we are as good friends as before. He smiled like the Monsieur Droqville of the Belle Étoile, and extended his hand, which I took very respectfully and cordially. Our momentary quarrel had left us only better friends. The Marquis then told me I had better secure a bed in some hotel at Versailles, as a rush would be made to take them, and advised my going down next morning for the purpose. I ordered horses accordingly for 11 o'clock, and after a little more conversation, the Marquis de Harmonville bid me good night, and ran down the stairs with his handkerchief to his mouth and nose, and, as I saw from my window, jumped into his close carriage again, and drove away. Next day I was at Versailles. As I approached the door of the Hôtel de France, it was plain that I was not a moment too soon, if, indeed, I were not already too late. A crowd of carriages were drawn up about the entrance, so that I had no chance of approaching except by dismounting and pushing my way among the horses. The hall was full of servants and gentlemen screaming to the proprietor, who, in a state of polite distraction, was assuring them, one and all, that there was not a room or a closet disengaged in his entire house. I slipped out again, leaving the hall to those who were shouting, expostulating, wheedling, in the delusion that the host might, if he pleased, manage something for them. I jumped into my carriage and drove, at my horse's best pace, to the Hôtel du Reservoir. The blockade about this door was as complete as the other. The result was the same. It was very provoking, but what was to be done? My postilion had, a little officiously, while I was in the hall talking with the hotel authorities, got his horses, bit by bit, as other carriages moved away, to the very steps of the inn door. This arrangement was very convenient so far as getting in again was concerned. But this accomplished, how were we to get on? There were carriages in front and carriages behind, and no less than 4 rows of carriages of all sorts outside. I had at this time remarkably long and clear sight, and if I had been impatient before, guess what my feelings were when I saw an open carriage pass along the narrow strip of roadway left open at the other side, a barouche in which I was certain I recognized the veiled countess and her husband. This carriage had been brought to a walk by a cot which occupied the whole breadth of the narrow way, and was moving with the customary tardiness of such vehicles. I should have done more wisely if I had jumped down on the trottoir and run round the block of carriages in front of the barouche. But unfortunately, I was more of a muret than a molk, and preferred a direct charge upon my object to relying on tactique. I dashed across the back seat of a carriage which was next mine, I don't know how, tumbled through a sort of gig, in which an old gentleman and a dog were dozing, stepped with an incoherent apology over the side of an open carriage, in which were 4 gentlemen engaged in a hot dispute, tripped at the far side in getting out, and fell flat across the backs of a pair of horses, who instantly began plunging and threw me head foremost in the dust. To those who observed my reckless charge, without being in the secret of my object, I must have appeared demented. Fortunately, the interesting barouche had passed before the catastrophe, and covered as I was with dust, and my hat blocked, you may be sure I did not care to present myself before the object of my quixotic devotion. I stood for a while amid a storm of sacréing, tempered disagreeably with laughter, and in the midst of these, while endeavoring to beat the dust from my clothes with my handkerchief, I heard a voice with which I was acquainted call, "Monsieur Beckett." I looked and saw the Marquis peeping from a carriage window. It was a welcome sight. In a moment I was at his carriage side. "You may as well leave Versailles," he said. "You have learned, no doubt, that there is not a bed to hire in either of the hotels, and I can add that there is not a room to let in the whole town, but I have managed something for you that will answer just as well. Tell your servant to follow us, and get in here and sit beside me." Fortunately, an opening in the closely packed carriages had just occurred, and mine was approaching. I directed the servant to follow us, and the Marquis having said a word to his driver, we were immediately in motion. "I will bring you to a comfortable place, the very existence of which is known to but few Parisians, where, knowing how things were here, I secured a room for you. It is only a mile away, and an old comfortable inn, called Le Dragon Volant. It was fortunate for you that my tiresome business called me to this place so early." I think we had driven about a mile and a half to the further side of the palace, when we found ourselves upon a narrow old road, with the woods of Versailles on one side, and much older trees, of a size seldom seen in France, on the other. We pulled up before an antique and solid inn, built of keen stone, in a fashion richer and more florid than was ever usual in such houses, and which indicated that it was originally designed for the private mansion of some person of wealth, and probably, as the wall bore many carved shields and sappatas, of distinction also. A kind of porch, less ancient than the rest, projected hospitably with a wide and florid arch, over which, cut in high relief in stone, and painted and gilded, was the sign of the inn. This was the flying dragon, with wings of brilliant red and gold, expanded, and its tail, pale green and gold, twisted and knotted into ever so many rings, and ending in a burnished point bobbed like the dot of death. I shan't go in, but you will find it a comfortable place, at all events better than nothing. I would go in with you, but my incognito forbids. You will, I dare say, be all the better pleased to learn that the inn is haunted. I should have been in my young days, I know. But don't allude to that awful fact in hearing of your host, for I believe it is a sore subject. Adieu. If you want to enjoy yourself at the ball, take my advice and go in a domino. I think I shall look in, and certainly, if I do, in the same costume. How shall we recognize one another? Let me see, something held in the fingers. A flower won't do, so many people will have flowers. Suppose you get a red cross a couple of inches long. You're an Englishman, stitched or pinned on the breast of your domino, and I a white one. Yes, that will do very well, and whatever room you go into, keep near the door till we meet. I shall look for you at all the doors I pass, and you, in the same way, for me, and we must find each other soon. So that is understood. I can't enjoy a thing of that kind with any but a young person. A man of my age requires the contagion of young spirits and the companionship of someone who enjoys everything spontaneously. Farewell, we meet tonight. By this time I was standing on the road. I shut the carriage door, bid him goodbye, and away he drove. Roman 11, the Dragon Volant. I took one look about me. The building was picturesque. The trees made it more so. The antique and sequestered character of the scene contrasted strangely with the glare and bustle of the Parisian life, to which my eye and ear had become accustomed. Then I examined the gorgeous old sign for a minute or two. Next, I surveyed the exterior of the house more carefully. It was large and solid, and squared more with my ideas of an ancient English hostelry, such as the Canterbury Pilgrims might have put up at, than a French house of entertainment. Except, indeed, for a round turret that rose at the left flank of the house, and terminated in the extinguisher-shaped roof that suggests a French chateau. I entered and announced myself as Monsieur Beckett, for whom a room had been taken. I was received with all the consideration due to an English mylord, with, of course, an unfathomable purse. My host conducted me to my apartment. It was a large room, a little sombre, panelled with dark wainscoting, and furnished in a stately and sombre style, long out of date. There was a wide hearth, and a heavy mantelpiece, carved with shields, in which I might, had I been curious enough, have discovered a correspondence with the heraldry on the outer walls. There was something interesting, melancholy, and even depressing in all this. I went to the stone-shafted window and looked out upon a small park with a thick wood forming the background of a chateau, which presented a cluster of such conical-topped turrets as I have just now mentioned. The wood and chateau were melancholy objects. They showed signs of neglect and almost of decay, and the gloom of fallen grandeur and a certain air of desertion hung oppressively over the scene. I asked my host the name of the chateau. That, monsieur, is the Chateau de la Coque, he answered. It is a pity it is so neglected, I observed. I should say, perhaps, a pity that its proprietor is not more wealthy? Perhaps so, monsieur. Perhaps, I repeated and looked at him. Then I suppose he is not very popular. Neither one thing nor the other, monsieur, he answered. I meant only that we could not tell what use he might make of riches. And who is he? I inquired. The Count de St. Alia. Oh, the Count, you are quite sure? I asked very eagerly. It was now the innkeeper's turn to look at me. Quite sure, monsieur, the Count de St. Alia. Do you see much of him in this part of the world? Not a great deal, monsieur. He is often absent for a considerable time. And is he poor? I inquired. I pay rent to him for this house. It is not much, but I find he cannot wait long for it, he replied, smiling satirically. From what I have heard, however, I should think he cannot be very poor, I continued. They say, monsieur, he plays, I know not. He certainly is not rich. About 7 months ago, a relation of his died in a distant place. His body was sent to the Count's house here, and by him buried in Père Lachaise, as the poor gentleman had desired. The Count was in profound affliction, although he got a handsome legacy, they say, by that death. But money never seems to do him good for any time. He is old, I believe. Old? We call him the Wandering Jew, except, indeed, that he has not always the 5 sous in his pocket. Yet, monsieur, his courage does not fail him. He has taken a young and handsome wife. And she, I urged, is the Countess de St. Alia. Yes, but I fancy we may say something more. She has attributes? 3, monsieur, 3, at least most amiable. Ah, and what are they? Youth, beauty, and diamonds. I laughed. The sly old gentleman was foiling my curiosity. I see, my friend, said I, you are reluctant to quarrel with the Count, he concluded. True, you see, monsieur, he could vex me in 2 or 3 ways, so could I him. But on the whole, it is better each to mind his business and to maintain peaceful relations, you understand. It was, therefore, no use trying, at least for the present. Perhaps he had nothing to relate. Should I think differently by and by, I could try the effect of a few Napoleons. Possibly he meant to extract them. The host of the Dragon Volant was an elderly man, thin, bronzed, intelligent, and with an air of decision, perfectly military. I learned afterwards that he had served under Napoleon in his early Italian campaigns. One question I think you may answer, I said. Without risking a quarrel, is the Count at home? He has many homes, I conjecture, said the host evasively. But I think I may say, monsieur, that he is, I believe, at present staying at the Château de la Coque. I looked out of the window, more interested than ever, across the undulating grounds to the Château, with its gloomy background of foliage. I saw him today in his carriage at Versailles, I said. Very natural. Then his carriage and horses and servants are at the Château? The carriage he puts up here, monsieur, and the servants are hired for the occasion. There is but one who sleeps at the Château. Such a life must be terrifying for Madame the Countess, he replied. The old screw? I thought. By this torture he hopes to extract her diamonds. What a life! What fiends to contend with jealousy and extortion! The knight, having made this speech to himself, cast his eyes once more upon the enchanter's castle, and heaved a gentle sigh, a sigh of longing, of resolution, and of love. What a fool I was! And yet, in the sight of angels, are we any wiser as we grow older? It seems to me only that our illusions change as we go on, but still we are madmen all the same. Well, St. Clair, said I, as my servant entered, and began to arrange my things. You have got a bed. In the cockloft, monsieur, among the spiders, and, pa ma foi, the cats and the owls, but we agree very well. Vive la bagatelle. I had no idea it was so full. Chiefly the servants, monsieur, of those persons who were fortunate enough to get apartments at Versailles. And what do you think of the dragon volant? The dragon volant? Monsieur, the old fiery dragon, the devil himself, if all is true, on the faith of a Christian. Monsieur, they say that diabolical miracles have taken place in this house. What do you mean? Revenants? Not at all, sir. I wish it was no worse. Revenants, no? People who have never returned, who vanished before the eyes of half a dozen men, all looking at them. What do you mean, St. Clair? Let us hear the story, or miracle, or whatever it is. It is only this, monsieur, that an ex-master of the house of the late king, who lost his head, monsieur will have the goodness to recollect in the Revolution, being permitted by the emperor to return to France, lived here in this hotel for a month, and at the end of that time vanished, visibly, as I told you, before the faces of half a dozen credible witnesses. The other was a Russian nobleman, 6 feet high and upwards, who, standing in the center of the room, downstairs, describing to 7 gentlemen of unquestionable veracity the last moments of Peter the Great, and having a glass of eau de vie in his left hand, and his tasse de café, nearly finished, in his right, in like manner vanished. His boots were found on the floor where he had been standing, and the gentleman at his right found, to his astonishment, his cup of coffee in his fingers, and the gentleman at his left, his glass of eau de vie, which he swallowed in his confusion, I suggested, which was preserved for 3 years among the curious articles of this house, and was broken by the curé while conversing with Mademoiselle Fidone in the housekeeper's room. But of the Russian nobleman himself, nothing more was ever seen or heard. Pablo? When we go out of the dragon volant, I hope it may be by the door. I heard all this, monsieur, from the postilion who drove us. Then it must be true, said I, jocularly, but I was beginning to feel the gloom of the view, and of the chamber in which I stood. There had stolen over me, I know not how, a presentiment of evil, and my joke was with an effort, and my spirit flagged. Roman 12, the magician, no more brilliant spectacle than this masked ball could be imagined. Among other salons and galleries, thrown open, was the enormous perspective of the Grand Gallery des Glaces, lighted up on that occasion with no less than 4,000 wax candles, reflected and repeated by all the mirrors, so that the effect was almost dazzling. The grand suite of salons was thronged with masks, in every conceivable costume. There was not a single room deserted. Every place was animated with music, voices, brilliant colors, flashing jewels, the hilarity of extemporized comedy, and all the spirited incidents of a cleverly sustained masquerade. I had never seen before anything, in the least, comparable to this magnificent fete. I moved along, indolently, in my domino and mask, loitering, now and then, to enjoy a clever dialogue, a farcical song, or an amusing monologue, but at the same time keeping my eyes about me, lest my friend in the black domino, with the little white cross on his breast, should pass me by. I had delayed and looked about me specially at every door I passed, as the Marquis and I had agreed, but he had not yet appeared. While I was thus employed, in the very luxury of lazy amusement, I saw a gilded sedan chair, or, rather, a Chinese palanquin, exhibiting the fantastic exuberance of celestial decoration, borne forward on gilded poles by 4 richly dressed Chinese. One with a wand in his hand marched in front, and another behind. And a slight and solemn man, with a long black beard, a tall fez, such as a dervish is represented as wearing, walked close to its side. A strangely embroidered robe fell over his shoulders, covered with hieroglyphic symbols. The embroidery was in black and gold, upon a variegated ground of brilliant colors. The robe was bound about his waist with a broad belt of gold, with Kabbalistic devices traced on it, in dark red and black. Red stockings and shoes embroidered with gold, and pointed and curved upward at the toes, in Oriental fashion, appeared below the skirt of the robe. The man's face was dark, fixed, and solemn, and his eyebrows black and enormously heavy. He carried a singular-looking book under his arm, a wand of polished black wood in his other hand, and walked with his chin sunk on his breast, and his eyes fixed upon the floor. The man in front waved his wand right and left to clear the way for the advancing palanquin, the curtains of which were closed, and there was something so singular, strange, and solemn about the whole thing that I felt at once interested. I was very well pleased when I saw the bearers set down their burden within a few yards of the spot on which I stood. The bearers and the men with the gilded wands forthwith clapped their hands, and in silence danced round the palanquin a curious and half-frantic dance, which was yet, as to figures and postures, perfectly methodical. This was soon accompanied by a clapping of hands and a ha-haing, rhythmically delivered. While the dance was going on, a hand was lightly laid on my arm, and looking round, a black domino with a white cross stood beside me. "I am so glad I have found you," said the Marquis, and at this moment, "this is the best group in the rooms, you must speak to the wizard. About an hour ago I lighted upon them in another salon, and consulted the oracle by putting questions. I never was more amazed. Although his answers were a little disguised, it was soon perfectly plain that he knew every detail about the business, which no one on earth had heard of but myself, and 2 or 3 other men, about the most cautious persons in France. I shall never forget that shock. I saw other people who consulted him, evidently as much surprised and more frightened than I. I came with the Count St. Alyre and the Countess. He nodded toward a thin figure, also in a domino. It was the Count. "Come," he said to me, "I'll introduce you." I followed, you may suppose, readily enough. The Marquis presented me with a very prettily turned allusion to my fortunate intervention in his favor at the Belle Étoile, and the Count overwhelmed me with polite speeches, and ended by saying, what pleased me better still, "The Countess is near us, in the next salon but one, chatting with her old friend the Duchess d'Argensac. I shall go for her in a few minutes, and when I bring her here, she shall make your acquaintance. And thank you, also, for your assistance, rendered with so much courage when we were so very disagreeably interrupted. You must, positively, speak with the magician," said the Marquis to the Count de St. Alyre. "You will be so much amused." I did so, and I assure you I could not have anticipated such answers. I don't know what to believe. "Really? Then, by all means, let us try," he replied. We 3 approached together the side of the palanquin, at which the black-bearded magician stood. A young man, in a Spanish dress, who, with a friend at his side, had just conferred with the conjurer, was saying, as he passed us by, ingenious mystification, "Who is that in the palanquin? He seems to know everybody." The Count, in his mask and domino, moved along stiffly with us toward the palanquin. A clear circle was maintained by the Chinese attendants, and the spectators crowded round in a ring. One of these men, he who with a gilded wand had preceded the procession, advanced, extending his empty hand, palm upward. "Money?" inquired the Count. "Gold," replied the usher. The Count placed a piece of money in his hand, and I and the Marquis were each called on in turn to do likewise as we entered the circle. We paid accordingly. The conjurer stood beside the palanquin, its silk curtain in his hand, his chin sunk with its long, jet-black beard on his chest, the outer hand grasping the black wand on which he leaned. His eyes were lowered, as before, to the ground. His face looked absolutely lifeless. Indeed, I never saw face or figure so moveless, except in death. The first question the Count put was, "Am I married or unmarried?" The conjurer drew back the curtain quickly and placed his ear toward a richly dressed Chinese who sat in the litter, withdrew his head and closed the curtain again, and then answered, "Yes." The same preliminary was observed each time, so that the man with the black wand presented himself, not as a prophet but as a medium, and answered, as it seemed, in the words of a greater than himself. 2 or 3 questions followed, the answers to which seemed to amuse the Marquis very much, but the point of which I could not see, for I knew next to nothing of the Count's peculiarities and adventures. "Does my wife love me?" asked he, playfully. "As well as you deserve." "Whom do I love best in the world?" "Self." "Oh, that I fancy is pretty much the case with everyone, but putting myself out of the question, do I love anything on earth better than my wife?" Her diamonds. Oh, said the Count. The Marquis, I could see, laughed. Is it true, said the Count, changing the conversation peremptorily, that there has been a battle in Naples? No, in France. Indeed, said the Count satirically with a glance round. And may I inquire between what powers and on what particular quarrel? Between the Count and Countess de Saint Alia, and about a document they subscribed on the 25th July, 1811. The Marquis afterwards told me that this was the date of their marriage settlement. The Count stood stock still for a minute or so, and one could fancy that they saw his face flushing through his mask. Nobody, but we two, knew that the inquirer was the Count de Saint Alia. I thought he was puzzled to find a subject for his next question, and perhaps repented having entangled himself in such a colloquy. If so, he was relieved, for the Marquis, touching his arm, whispered, "Look to your right and see who is coming." I looked in the direction indicated by the Marquis, and I saw a gaunt figure stalking toward us. It was not a mask. The face was broad, scarred, and white. In a word, it was the ugly face of Colonel Gaylord, who, in the costume of a corporal of the Imperial Guard, with his left arm so adjusted as to look like a stump, leaving the lower part of the coat sleeve empty, and pinned up to the breast. There were strips of very real sticking plaster across his eyebrow and temple, where my stick had left its mark, to scar, hereafter, among the more honorable scars of war. Roman 13, the oracle tells me wonders I forgot for a moment how impervious my mask and domino were to the hard stare of the old campaigner, and was preparing for an animated scuffle. It was only for a moment, of course, but the Count cautiously drew a little back as the gasconading corporal, in blue uniform, white vest, and white gaiters. For my friend, Gaylord was as loud and swaggering in his assumed character as in his real one of a colonel of dragoons, drew near. He had already twice all but got himself turned out of doors for vaunting the exploits of Napoleon le Grand in terrific mock heroics, and had very nearly come to hand grips with a Prussian hussar. In fact, he would have been involved in several sanguinary rows already, had not his discretion reminded him that the object of his coming there at all, namely, to arrange a meeting with an affluent widow, on whom he believed he had made a tender impression, would not have been promoted by his premature removal from the festive scene, of which he was an ornament, in charge of a couple of gendarmes. Money? Gold? Bah! What money can a wounded soldier like your humble servant have amassed, with but his sod hand left, which, being necessarily occupied, places not a finger at his command with which to scrape together the spoils of a routed enemy? No gold from him, said the magician. His scars frank him. Bravo, Monsieur le Prophète, bravissimo. Here I am. Shall I begin, mon saucier, without further loss of time to question you? Without waiting for an answer, he commenced in stentorian tones. After half a dozen questions and answers, he asked, "Whom do I pursue at present?" "Two persons." "Ha, two? Well, who are they?" "An Englishman whom, if you catch, he will kill you, and a French widow whom, if you find, she will spit in your face." Monsieur le magician calls a spade, and knows that his cloth protects him. "No matter. Why do I pursue them?" "The widow has inflicted a wound on your heart, and the Englishman a wound on your head. They are each separately too strong for you. Take care your pursuit does not unite them." "Bah, how could that be?" "The Englishman protects ladies. He has got that fact into your head. The widow, if she sees, will marry him. It takes some time, she will reflect, to become a colonel, and the Englishman is unquestionably young. I will cut his coxcomb for him," he ejaculated with an oath and a grin, and in a softer tone he asked, "Where is she?" "Near enough to be offended if you fail." "So she ought, by my faith." "You are right, Monsieur le Prophète. 100,000 thanks. Farewell." And staring about him, and stretching his lank neck as high as he could, he strode away with his scars and white waistcoat and gaiters, and his bearskin shako. I had been trying to see the person who sat in the palanquin. I had only once an opportunity of a tolerably steady peep. What I saw was singular. The oracle was dressed, as I have said, very richly, in the Chinese fashion. He was a figure altogether on a larger scale than the interpreter, who stood outside. The features seemed to me large and heavy, and the head was carried with a downward inclination. The eyes were closed, and the chin rested on the breast of his embroidered pelisse. The face seemed fixed, and the very image of apathy. Its character and pose seemed an exaggerated repetition of the immobility of the figure who communicated with the noisy outer world. This face looked blood-red, but that was caused, I concluded, by the light entering through the red silk curtains. All this struck me almost at a glance. I had not many seconds in which to make my observation. The ground was now clear, and the Marquis said, "Go forward, my friend." I did so. When I reached the magician, as we called the man with the black wand, I glanced over my shoulder to see whether the Count was near. No, he was some yards behind, and he and the Marquis, whose curiosity seemed to be, by this time, satisfied, were now conversing generally upon some subject of course quite different. I was relieved, for the sage seemed to blurt out secrets in an unexpected way, and some of mine might not have amused the Count. I thought for a moment. I wished to test the prophet. A Church of England man was a rarer avis in Paris. "What is my religion?" I asked. "A beautiful heresy," answered the oracle instantly. "A heresy? And pray how is it named?" "Love." "Oh, then I suppose I am a polytheist and love a great many." "One." "But seriously," I asked, intending to turn the course of our colloquy a little out of an embarrassing channel, "have I ever learned any words of devotion by heart?" "Yes." "Can you repeat them?" "Approach." I did, and lowered my ear. The man with the black wand closed the curtains and whispered, slowly and distinctly, these words, which, I need scarcely tell you, I instantly recognized. "I may never see you more," and, "Oh, that I could forget you. Go, farewell, for God's sake, go." I started as I heard them. They were, you know, the last words whispered to me by the Countess. Good heaven, how miraculous! Words heard, most assuredly, by no ear on earth but my own and the lady's who uttered them till now. I looked at the impassive face of the spokesman with the wand. There was no trace of meaning, or even of a consciousness that the words he had uttered could possibly interest me. "What do I most long for?" I asked, scarcely knowing what I said. "Paradise." "And what prevents my reaching it?" "A black veil." Stronger and stronger, the answers seemed to me to indicate the minutest acquaintance with every detail of my little romance, of which not even the Marquis knew anything, and I, the questioner, masked and robed so that my own brother could not have known me. "You said I loved someone. Am I loved in return?" I asked. "Try." I was speaking lower than before, and stood near the dark man with the beard to prevent the necessity of his speaking in a loud key. "Does anyone love me?" I repeated. "Secretly," was the answer. "Much or little?" I inquired. "Too well." "How long will that love last?" "Till the rose casts its leaves." "The rose another illusion?" "Then darkness," I sighed. "But till then I live in light." The light of violet eyes. Love, if not a religion, as the oracle had just pronounced it, is at least a superstition. How it exalts the imagination, how it enervates the reason, how credulous it makes us. All this which, in the case of another, I should have laughed at, most powerfully affected me in my own. It inflamed my ardor, and half crazed my brain, and even influenced my conduct. The spokesman of this wonderful trick, if trick it were, now waved me backward with his wand, and as I withdrew, my eyes still fixed upon the group, by this time encircled with an aura of mystery in my fancy. Backing toward the ring of spectators, I saw him raise his hand suddenly, with a gesture of command, as a signal to the usher who carried the golden wand in front. The usher struck his wand on the ground, and in a shrill voice proclaimed, "The great Kung Fu is silent for an hour." Instantly the bearers pulled down a sort of blind of bamboo, which descended with a sharp clatter, and secured it at the bottom. And then the man in the tall fez, with the black beard and wand, began a sort of dervish dance. In this the men with the gold wands joined, and finally, in an outer ring, the bearers, the palanquin being the center of the circles described by these solemn dancers, whose pace, little by little, quickened, whose gestures grew sudden, strange, frantic, as the motion became swifter and swifter, until at length the whirl became so rapid that the dances seemed to fly by with the speed of a mill wheel, and amid a general clapping of hands and universal wonder, these strange performers mingled with the crowd, and the exhibition, for the time at least, ended. The Marquis de Harmonville was standing not far away, looking on the ground as one could judge by his attitude and musing. I approached, and he said, "The Count has just gone away to look for his wife. It is a pity she was not here to consult the prophet. It would have been amusing, I dare say, to see how the Count bore it. Suppose we follow him. I have asked him to introduce you." With a beating heart, I accompanied the Marquis de Harmonville. Roman 14 Mademoiselle de la Vallière, we wandered through the salons, the Marquis and I. It was no easy matter to find a friend in rooms so crowded. "Stay here," said the Marquis. "I have thought of a way of finding him. Besides, his jealousy may have warned him that there is no particular advantage to be gained by presenting you to his wife. I had better go and reason with him, as you seem to wish an introduction so very much." This occurred in the room that is now called the Salon d'Apollon. The paintings remained in my memory, and my adventure of that evening was destined to occur there. I sat down upon a sofa and looked about me. 3 or 4 persons beside myself were seated on this roomy piece of gilded furniture. They were chatting all very gaily, all, except the person who sat next me, and she was a lady. Hardly 2 feet interposed between us. The lady sat apparently in a reverie. Nothing could be more graceful. She wore the costume perpetuated in Collignan's full-length portrait of Mademoiselle de la Valliere. It is, as you know, not only rich but elegant. Her hair was powdered, but one could perceive that it was naturally a dark brown. One pretty little foot appeared, and could anything be more exquisite than her hand? It was extremely provoking that this lady wore her mask, and did not, as many did, hold it for a time in her hand. I was convinced that she was pretty. Availing myself of the privilege of a masquerade, a microcosm in which it is impossible, except by voice and allusion, to distinguish friend from foe, I spoke. "It is not easy, mademoiselle, to deceive me," I began. "So much the better for monsieur," answered the mask quietly. "I mean," I said, determined to tell my fib, "that beauty is a gift more difficult to conceal than mademoiselle supposes." "Yet monsieur has succeeded very well," she said in the same sweet and careless tones. "I see the costume of this, the beautiful Mademoiselle de la Valliere, upon a form that surpasses her own. I raise my eyes, and I behold a mask, and yet I recognize the lady. Beauty is like that precious stone in the Arabian Nights which emits, no matter how concealed, a light that betrays it." "I know the story," said the young lady. "The light betrayed it not in the sun but in darkness. Is there so little light in these rooms, monsieur, that a poor glowworm can show so brightly? I thought we were in a luminous atmosphere wherever a certain countess moved. Here was an awkward speech. How was I to answer? This lady might be, as they say some ladies are, a lover of mischief, or an intimate of the Countess de Saint Alia. Cautiously, therefore, I inquired, "What countess? If you know me, you must know that she is my dearest friend. Is she not beautiful?" "How can I answer, there are so many countesses? Everyone who knows me knows who my best beloved friend is. You don't know me?" "That is cruel. I can scarcely believe I am mistaken. With whom were you walking just now?" she asked. "A gentleman, a friend," I answered. "I saw him, of course, a friend, but I think I know him and should like to be certain. Is he not a certain marquis?" Here was another question that was extremely awkward. There are so many people here, and one may walk at one time with one, and at another with a different one, that an unscrupulous person has no difficulty in evading a simple question like mine. Know then, once for all, that nothing disgusts a person of spirit so much as suspicion. You, monsieur, are a gentleman of discretion. I shall respect you accordingly. Mademoiselle would despise me, were I to violate a confidence. But you don't deceive me. You imitate your friend's diplomacy. I hate diplomacy. It means fraud and cowardice. Don't you think I know him? The gentleman with the cross of white ribbon on his breast. I know the Marquis de Harmonville perfectly. You see to what good purpose your ingenuity has been expended. To that conjecture I can answer neither yes nor no. You need not. But what was your motive in modifying a lady? It is the last thing on earth I should do. You affected to know me, and you don't. Through caprice or listlessness or curiosity you wish to converse, not with a lady, but with a costume. You admired, and you pretend to mistake me for another. But who is quite perfect? Is truth any longer to be found on earth? Mademoiselle has formed a mistaken opinion of me. And you also of me. You find me less foolish than you supposed. I know perfectly whom you intend amusing with compliments and melancholy declamation, and whom, with that amiable purpose, you have been seeking. Tell me whom you mean, I entreated. Upon one condition. What is that? That you will confess if I name the lady? You describe my object unfairly. I objected. I can't admit that I proposed speaking to any lady in the tone you describe. Well, I shan't insist on that. Only if I name the lady, you will promise to admit that I am right. Must I promise? Certainly not, there is no compulsion, but your promise is the only condition on which I will speak to you again. I hesitated for a moment, but how could she possibly tell? The Countess would scarcely have admitted this little romance to anyone, and the mask in the La Valliere costume could not possibly know who the masked domino beside her was. I consent, I said. I promise. You must promise on the honor of a gentleman. Well, I do, on the honor of a gentleman. Then this lady is the Countess de Saint Alia. I was unspeakably surprised, I was disconcerted, but I remembered my promise and said, the Countess de Saint Alia is, unquestionably, the lady to whom I hoped for an introduction tonight, but I beg to assure you also on the honor of a gentleman that she has not the faintest imaginable suspicion that I was seeking such an honor, nor, in all probability, does she remember that such a person as I exists. I had the honor to render her and the Count a trifling service, too trifling, I fear, to have earned more than an hour's recollection. The world is not so ungrateful as you suppose, or if it be there are, nevertheless, a few hearts that redeem it. I can answer for the Countess de St. Alia, she never forgets a kindness. She does not show all she feels, for she is unhappy and cannot. Unhappy? I feared indeed that might be, but for all the rest that you are good enough to suppose, it is but a flattering dream. I told you that I am the Countess's friend, and being so I must know something of her character. Also, there are confidences between us, and I may know more than you think of those trifling services of which you suppose the recollection is so transitory. I was becoming more and more interested. I was as wicked as other young men, and the heinousness of such a pursuit was as nothing, now that self-love and all the passions that mingle in such a romance were roused. The image of the beautiful Countess had now again quite superseded the pretty counterpart of La Valliere, who was before me. I would have given a great deal to hear, in solemn earnest, that she did remember the champion who, for her sake, had thrown himself before the sabre of an enraged dragoon, with only a cudgel in his hand, and conquered. You say the Countess is unhappy, said I. What causes her unhappiness? Many things. Her husband is old, jealous, and tyrannical. Is not that enough? Even when relieved from his society, she is lonely. But you are her friend, I suggested. And you think one friend enough? She answered. She is one alone to whom she can open her heart. Is there room for another friend? Try. How can I find a way? She will aid you. How? She answered by a question. Have you secured rooms in either of the hotels of Versailles? No, I could not. I am lodged in the Dragon Volant, which stands at the verge of the grounds of the Château de la Coque. That is better still. I need not ask if you have courage for an adventure. I need not ask if you are a man of honor. A lady may trust herself to you, and fear nothing. There are few men to whom the interview, such as I shall arrange, could be granted with safety. You shall meet her at 2 o'clock this morning in the park of the Château de la Coque. What room do you occupy in the Dragon Volant? I was amazed at the audacity and decision of this girl. Was she, as we say in England, hoaxing me? I can describe that accurately, said I. As I look from the rear of the house in which my apartment is, I am at the extreme right, next the angle, and one pair of stairs up from the hall. Very well, you must have observed, if you looked into the park, 2 or 3 clumps of chestnut and lime trees, growing so close together as to form a small grove. You must return to your hotel, change your dress, and, preserving a scrupulous secrecy as to why or where you go, leave the Dragon Volant and climb the park wall, unseen. You will easily recognize the grove I have mentioned. There you will meet the Countess, who will grant you an audience of a few minutes, who will expect the most scrupulous reserve on your part, and who will explain to you, in a few words, a great deal which I could not so well tell you here. I cannot describe the feeling with which I heard these words. I was astounded. Doubt succeeded. I could not believe these agitating words. Mademoiselle will believe that if I only dared assure myself that so great a happiness and honor were really intended for me, my gratitude would be as lasting as my life. But how dare I believe that Mademoiselle does not speak, rather from her own sympathy or goodness, than from a certainty that the Countess de St. Alia would concede so great an honor. Monsieur believes either that I am not, as I pretend to be, in the secret which he hitherto supposed to be shared by no one but the Countess and himself, or else that I am cruelly mystifying him. That I am in her confidence, I swear by all that is dear in a whispered farewell. By the last companion of this flower, and she took for a moment in her fingers the nodding head of a white rosebud that was nestled in her bouquet. By my own good star, and hers, or shall I call it our belle étoile, have I said enough? Enough, I repeated, more than enough, 1,000 thanks. And being thus in her confidence, I am clearly her friend, and being a friend would it be friendly to use her dear name so, and all for sake of practicing a vulgar trick upon you, a stranger? Mademoiselle will forgive me. Remember how very precious is the hope of seeing and speaking to the Countess. Is it wonderful, then, that I should falter in my belief? You have convinced me, however, and will forgive my hesitation. You will be at the place I have described, then, at 2 o'clock. Assuredly, I answered. And Monsieur, I know, will not fail through fear. No, he need not assure me, his courage is already proved. No danger, in such a case, will be unwelcome to me. Had you not better go now, Monsieur, and rejoin your friend? I promised to wait here for my friend's return. The Count de St. Alia said that he intended to introduce me to the Countess. And Monsieur is so simple as to believe him. Why should I not? Because he is jealous and cunning, you will see. He will never introduce you to his wife. He will come here and say he cannot find her, and promise another time. I think I see him approaching with my friend. No, there is no lady with him. I told you so. You will wait a long time for that happiness, if it is never to reach you except through his hands. In the meantime, you had better not let him see you so near me. He will suspect that we have been talking of his wife, and that will whet his jealousy and his vigilance." I thanked my unknown friend in the mosque and withdrawing a few steps, came, by a little circumbendibus, upon the flank of the Count. I smiled under my mask, as he assured me that the Duchess de la Roqueim had changed her place, and taken the Countess with her. But he hoped, at some very early time, to have an opportunity of enabling her to make my acquaintance. I avoided the Marquis de Harmonville, who was following the Count. I was afraid he might propose accompanying me home, and had no wish to be forced to make an explanation. I lost myself quickly, therefore, in the crowd, and moved, as rapidly as it would allow me, toward the Galerie des Glaces, which lay in the direction opposite to that in which I saw the Count and my friend the Marquis moving. Roman 15 strange story of the Dragon Volant. These fêtes were earlier in those days, and in France, than our modern balls are in London. I consulted my watch. It was a little past 12. It was a still and sultry night. The magnificent suite of rooms, vast as some of them were, could not be kept at a temperature less than oppressive, especially to people with masks on. In some places the crowd was inconvenient, and the profusion of lights added to the heat. I removed my mask, therefore, as I saw some other people do, who were as careless of mystery as I. I had hardly done so, and began to breathe more comfortably, when I heard a friendly English voice call me by my name. It was Tom Whistlewick, of the Th Dragoons. He had unmasked, with a very flushed face, as I did. He was one of those Waterloo heroes, new from the mint of glory, whom, as a body, all the world except France revered, and the only thing I knew against him was a habit of allaying his thirst, which was excessive, at balls, fêtes, musical parties, and all gatherings, where it was to be had, with champagne, and as he introduced me to his friend, Monsieur Carmaignac, I observed that he spoke a little thick. Monsieur Carmaignac was little, lean, and as straight as a ramrod. He was bald, took snuff, and wore spectacles, and, as I soon learned, held an official position. Tom was facetious, sly, and rather difficult to understand in his present pleasant mood. He was elevating his eyebrows and screwing his lips oddly, and fanning himself vaguely with his mask. After some agreeable conversation, I was glad to observe that he preferred silence, and was satisfied with the role of listener, as I and Monsieur Carmaignac chatted, and he seated himself, with extraordinary caution and indecision, upon a bench beside us, and seemed very soon to find a difficulty in keeping his eyes open. "I heard you mention," said the French gentleman, "that you had engaged an apartment in the Dragon Volant about half a league from this. When I was in a different police department, about 4 years ago, 2 very strange cases were connected with that house. One was of a wealthy émigré, permitted to return to France by Napoleon. He vanished. The other, equally strange, was the case of a Russian of rank and wealth. He disappeared just as mysteriously. My servant," I said, "gave me a confused account of some occurrences, and as well as I recollect he described the same persons. I mean a returned French nobleman and a Russian gentleman, but he made the whole story so marvelous, I mean in the supernatural sense, that, I confess, I did not believe a word of it." "No, there was nothing supernatural, but a great deal inexplicable," said the French gentleman. "Of course there may be theories, but the thing was never explained, nor, so far as I know, was a ray of light ever thrown upon it." "Pray let me hear the story," I said. "I think I have a claim as it affects my quarters. You don't suspect the people of the house?" "Oh, it has changed hands since then, but there seemed to be a fatality about a particular room." "Could you describe that room?" "Certainly. It is a spacious, paneled bedroom, up one pair of stairs in the back of the house, and at the extreme right as you look from its windows." "Oh, really? Why, then, I have got the very room," I said, beginning to be more interested, perhaps the least bit in the world, disagreeably. "Did the people die, or were they actually spirited away?" "No, they did not die. They disappeared very oddly. I'll tell you the particulars. I happen to know them exactly, because I made an official visit, on the first occasion, to the house, to collect evidence, and although I did not go down there, upon the second, the papers came before me, and I dictated the official letter dispatched to the relations of the people who had disappeared. They had applied to the government to investigate the affair. We had letters from the same relations more than 2 years later, from which we learned that the missing men had never turned up. He took a pinch of snuff and looked steadily at me. "Never. I shall relate all that happened, so far as we could discover. The French noble, who was the Chevalier Chateau-Blasimer, unlike most émigrés, had taken the matter in time, sold a large portion of his property before the Revolution had proceeded so far as to render that next to impossible, and retired with a large sum. He brought with him about 500,000 francs, the greater part of which he invested in the French funds. A much larger sum remained in Austrian land and securities. You will observe then that this gentleman was rich, and there was no allegation of his having lost money, or being in any way embarrassed. You see? I assented. This gentleman's habits were not expensive in proportion to his means. He had suitable lodgings in Paris, and for a time, society, the theatres, and other reasonable amusements engrossed him. He did not play. He was a middle-aged man, affecting youth, with the vanities which are usual in such persons, but for the rest, he was a gentle and polite person who disturbed nobody, a person, you see, not likely to provoke an enmity. Certainly not, I agreed. Early in the summer of 1811, he got an order permitting him to copy a picture in one of these salons and came down here to Versailles for the purpose. His work was getting on slowly. After a time he left his hotel here and went, by way of change, to the Dragon Volant. There he took, by special choice, the bedroom which has fallen to you by chance. From this time, it appeared, he painted little, and seldom visited his apartments in Paris. One night he saw the host of the Dragon Volant and told him that he was going into Paris, to remain for a day or two on very particular business, that his servant would accompany him, but that he would retain his apartments at the Dragon Volant and return in a few days. He left some clothes there, but packed a portmanteau, took his dressing-case and the rest, and with his servant behind his carriage, drove into Paris. You observe all this, monsieur? Most attentively, I answered. Well, monsieur, as soon as they were approaching his lodgings, he stopped the carriage on a sudden, told his servant that he had changed his mind, that he would sleep elsewhere that night, that he had very particular business in the north of France, not far from Rouen, that he would set out before daylight on his journey and return in a fortnight. He called a fiacre, took in his hand a leather bag which, the servant said, was just large enough to hold a few shirts and a coat, but that it was enormously heavy, as he could testify, for he held it in his hand, while his master took out his purse to count 36 Napoleons, for which the servant was to account when he should return. He then sent him on, in the carriage, and he, with the bag I have mentioned, got into the fiacre. Up to that, you see, the narrative is quite clear. Perfectly, I agreed. Now comes the mystery, said Monsieur Cominac. After that, the Count Chateau-Blasimer was never more seen, so far as we can make out, by acquaintance or friend. We learned that the day before the Count's stockbroker had, by his direction, sold all his stock in the French funds, and handed him the cash it realized. The reason he gave him for this measure tallied with what he said to his servant. He told him that he was going to the north of France to settle some claims, and did not know exactly how much might be required. The bag, which had puzzled the servant by its weight, contained, no doubt, a large sum in gold. Will monsieur try my snuff? He politely tendered his open snuff-box, of which I partook, experimentally. A reward was offered, he continued, when the inquiry was instituted, for any information tending to throw a light upon the mystery, which might be afforded by the driver of the fiacre employed on the night of so-and-so, at about the hour of 10:30, by a gentleman, with a black leather travelling bag in his hand, who descended from a private carriage, and gave his servant some money, which he counted twice over. About 150 drivers applied, but not one of them was the right man. We did, however, elicit a curious and unexpected piece of evidence in quite another quarter. What a racket that plaguey Harlequin makes with his sword. Intolerable, I chimed in. The Harlequin was soon gone, and he resumed. The evidence I speak of came from a boy, about 12 years old, who knew the appearance of the Count perfectly, having been often employed by him as a messenger. He stated that about 12:30, on the same night upon which you are to observe, there was a brilliant moon. He was sent, his mother having been suddenly taken ill, for the sage femme who lived within a stone's throw of the Dragon Volant. His father's house, from which he started, was a mile away, or more, from that inn, in order to reach which he had to pass round the park of the Château de la Coque, at the site most remote from the point to which he was going. It passes the old churchyard of St. Aubin, which is separated from the road only by a very low fence, and 2 or 3 enormous old trees. The boy was a little nervous as he approached this ancient cemetery, and under the bright moonlight, he saw a man whom he distinctly recognized as the Count, whom they designated by a sobriquet which means the man of smiles. He was looking rueful enough now, and was seated on the side of a tombstone, on which he had laid a pistol, while he was ramming home the charge of another. The boy got cautiously by, on tiptoe, with his eyes all the time on the Count Chateau-Blasimer, or the man he mistook for him, His dress was not what he usually wore, but the witness swore that he could not be mistaken as to his identity. He said his face looked grave and stern, but though he did not smile, it was the same face he knew so well. Nothing would make him swerve from that. If that were he, it was the last time he was seen. He has never been heard of since. Nothing could be heard of him in the neighborhood of Rowan. There has been no evidence of his death, and there is no sign that he is living. That certainly is a most singular case, I replied, and was about to ask a question or two, when Tom Whistlewick, who, without my observing it, had been taking a ramble, returned, a great deal more awake, and a great deal less tipsy. "I say, Carmaignac, it is getting late, and I must go. I really must, for the reason I told you, and, Beckett, we must soon meet again. I regret very much, monsieur, my not being able at present to relate to you the other case, that of another tenant of the very same room, a case more mysterious and sinister than the last, and which occurred in the autumn of the same year. Will you both do a very good-natured thing, and come and dine with me at the Dragon Volant tomorrow?" So, as we pursued our way along the Galerie des Glaces, I extracted their promise. "By Jove," said Whistlewick, when this was done, "look at that pagoda, or sedan chair, or whatever it is, just where those fellows set it down, and not one of them near it. I can't imagine how they tell fortunes so devilish well. Jack Nuffles, I met him here tonight, says they are gypsies. Where are they, I wonder? I'll go over and have a peep at the prophet. I saw him plucking at the blinds, which were constructed something on the principle of Venetian blinds. The red curtains were inside, but they did not yield, and he could only peep under one that did not come quite down. When he rejoined us, he related, 'I could scarcely see the old fellow, it's so dark. He is covered with gold and red, and has an embroidered hat on like a mandarin's. He's fast asleep, and by Jove, he smells like a polecat. It's worth going over only to have it to say. Phew, pooh, oh, it is a perfume.' Faw, not caring to accept this tempting invitation, we got along slowly toward the door. I bid them good night, reminding them of their promise, and so found my way at last to my carriage, and was soon rolling slowly toward the Dragon Volant, on the loneliest of roads, under old trees, and the soft moonlight. What a number of things had happened within the last 2 hours! What a variety of strange and vivid pictures were crowded together in that brief space! What an adventure was before me! The silent, moonlighted, solitary road, how it contrasted with the many-edged whirl of pleasure from whose roar and music, lights, diamonds, and colors, I had just extricated myself. The sight of lonely nature at such an hour acts like a sudden sedative. The madness and guilt of my pursuit struck me with a momentary compunction and horror. I wished I had never entered the labyrinth which was leading me, I knew not whither. It was too late to think of that now, but the bitter was already stealing into my cup, and vague anticipations lay, for a few minutes, heavy on my heart. It would not have taken much to make me disclose my unmanly state of mind to my lively friend, Alfred Ogle, nor even to the milder ridicule of the agreeable Tom Whistlewick. Romans 16, the Pock of the Château de la Coque. There was no danger of the Dragon Volant's closing its doors on that occasion till 3 or 4 in the morning. There were quartered there many servants of great people, whose masters would not leave the ball till the last moment, and who could not return to their corners in the Dragon Volant till their lost services had been rendered. I knew, therefore, I should have ample time for my mysterious excursion without exciting curiosity by being shut out. And now we pulled up under the canopy of boughs, before the sign of the Dragon Volant, and the light that shone from its hall door. I dismissed my carriage, ran up the broad staircase, mask in hand, with my domino fluttering about me, and entered the lodge bedroom. The black wainscoting and stately furniture, with the dark curtains of the very tall bed, made the night there more sombre. An oblique patch of moonlight was thrown upon the floor from the window to which I hastened. I looked out upon the landscape slumbering in those silvery beams. There stood the outline of the Château de la Coque, its chimneys, and many turrets with their extinguisher-shaped roofs black against the soft gray sky. There, also, more in the foreground, about midway between the window where I stood, and the château, but a little to the left, I traced the tufted masses of the grove which the lady in the mosque had appointed as the trysting place, where I and the beautiful countess were to meet that night. I took the bearings of this gloomy bit of wood, whose foliage glimmered softly at top in the light of the moon. You may guess with what a strange interest and swelling of the heart I gazed on the unknown scene of my coming adventure. But time was flying, and the hour already near. I threw my robe upon a sofa. I groped out a pair of boots, which I substituted for those thin heelless shoes, in those days called pumps, without which a gentleman could not attend an evening party. I put on my hat, and lastly, I took a pair of loaded pistols which I had been advised were satisfactory companions in the then unsettled state of French society. Swarms of disbanded soldiers, some of them alleged to be desperate characters, being everywhere to be met with. These preparations made, I confess I took a looking-glass to the window to see how I looked in the moonlight, and being satisfied, I replaced it and ran downstairs. In the hall I called for my servant. "St. Clair," said I mean to take a little moonlight ramble, only 10 minutes or so. You must not go to bed until I return. If the night is very beautiful, I may possibly extend my ramble a little. So down the steps I lounged, looking first over my right, and then over my left shoulder, like a man uncertain which direction to take, and I sauntered up the road, gazing now at the moon, and now at the thin white clouds in the opposite direction, whistling, all the time, an air which I had picked up at one of the theatres. When I had got a couple of 100 yards away from the Dragon Volant, my minstrelsy totally ceased, and I turned about, and glanced sharply down the road that looked as white as Hoffrost under the moon, and saw the gable of the old inn, and a window, partly concealed by the foliage, with a dusky light shining from it. No sound of footstep was stirring, no sign of human figure in sight. I consulted my watch, which the light was sufficiently strong to enable me to do. It now wanted but 8 minutes of the appointed hour. A thick mantle of ivy at this point covered the wall and rose in a clustering head at top. It afforded me facilities for scaling the wall and a partial screen for my operations, if any eye should chance to be looking that way. And now it was done. I was in the park of the Château de la Coque, as nefarious a poacher as ever trespassed on the grounds of unsuspicious laud. Before me rose the appointed grove, which looked as black as a clump of gigantic hearse blooms. It seemed to tower higher and higher at every step, and cast a broader and blacker shadow toward my feet. On I marched, and was glad when I plunged into the shadow which concealed me. Now I was among the grand old lime and chestnut trees. My heart beat fast with expectation. This grove opened, a little, near the middle, and in the space thus cleared, there stood with a surrounding flight of steps, a small Greek temple or shrine, with a statue in the center. It was built of white marble with fluted Corinthian columns, and the crevices were tufted with grass. Moss had shown itself on pedestal and cornice, and signs of long neglect and decay were apparent in its discolored and weather-worn marble. A few feet in front of the steps a fountain, fed from the great ponds at the other side of the Château, was making a constant tinkle and plashing in a wide marble basin, and the jet of water glimmered like a shower of diamonds in the broken moonlight. The very neglect and half-ruinous state of all this made it only the prettier, as well as sadder. I was too intently watching for the arrival of the lady, in the direction of the Château, to study these things, but the half-noted effect of them was romantic, and suggested somehow the grotto and the fountain, and the apparition of Egeria. As I watched, a voice spoke to me a little behind my left shoulder. I turned, almost with a start, and the mask in the costume of Mademoiselle de la Vallière stood there. "The Countess will be here presently," she said. The lady stood upon the open space, and the moonlight fell unbroken upon her. Nothing could be more becoming. Her figure looked more graceful and elegant than ever. In the meantime, I shall tell you some peculiarities of her situation. She is unhappy, miserable in an ill-assorted marriage, with a jealous tyrant who now would constrain her to sell her diamonds, which are worth 30,000 pounds sterling. I heard all that from a friend. Can I aid the Countess in her unequal struggle? Say but how, and the greater the danger or the sacrifice, the happier will it make me. Can I aid her? If you despise a danger, which yet is not a danger, if you despise, as she does, the tyrannical canons of the world, and if you are chivalrous enough to devote yourself to a lady's cause, with no reward but her poor gratitude, if you can do these things you can aid her, and earn a foremost place, not in her gratitude only, but in her friendship. At those words the lady in the mask turned away, and seemed to weep. I vowed myself the willing slave of the Countess. But, I added, you told me she would soon be here. That is, if nothing unforeseen should happen, but with the eye of the Count de Saint, ally in the house and open, it is seldom safe to stir. Does she wish to see me? I asked with a tender hesitation. First say, have you really thought of her more than once since the adventure of the Belle Étoile? She never leaves my thoughts. Day and night her beautiful eyes haunt me, her sweet voice is always in my ear. Mine is said to resemble hers, said the mask. So it does, I answered, but it is only a resemblance. Oh, then mine is better? Pardon me, mademoiselle, I did not say that. Yours is a sweet voice, but I fancy a little higher. A little shriller, you would say? answered the de la Valliere, I fancied a good deal vexed. No, not shriller. Your voice is not shrill, it is beautifully sweet, but not so pathetically sweet as her. That is prejudice, monsieur, it is not true? I bowed, I could not contradict a lady. I see, monsieur, you laugh at me, you think me vain, because I claim in some points to be equal to the Countess de Saint Alia. I challenge you to say, my hand, at least, is less beautiful than hers. As she thus spoke, she drew her glove off, and extended her hand back upward in the moonlight. The lady seemed really nettled. It was undignified and irritating, for in this uninteresting competition the precious moments were flying, and my interview leading apparently to nothing. You will admit, then, that my hand is as beautiful as hers. I cannot admit it, mademoiselle, said I, with the honesty of irritation. I will not enter into comparisons, but the Countess de Saint Alia is, in all respects, the most beautiful lady I ever beheld. The mask laughed coldly and then, more and more softly, said with a sigh, I will prove all I say. And as she spoke she removed the mask, and the Countess de Saint Alia, smiling, confused, bashful, more beautiful than ever, stood before me. Good heavens, I exclaimed, how monstrously stupid I have been, and it was to Madame la Comtesse that I spoke for so long in the salon. I gazed on her in silence, and with a low sweet laugh of good nature she extended her hand. I took it and carried it to my lips. No, you must not do that, she said quietly. We are not old enough friends yet. I find, although you were mistaken, that you do remember the Countess of the Belle Étoile, and that you are a champion true and fearless. Had you yielded to the claims just now pressed upon you by the rivalry of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, in her masque, the Countess de Saint Alia should never have trusted or seen you more. I now am sure that you are true as well as brave. You now know that I have not forgotten you, and also, that if you would risk your life for me, I, too, would brave some danger, rather than lose my friend forever. I have but a few moments more. Will you come here again tomorrow night, at 11:15? I will be here at that moment. You must exercise the most scrupulous care to prevent suspicion that you have come here, monsieur. You owe that to me. She spoke these last words with the most solemn entreaty. I vowed again and again that I would die rather than permit the least rashness to endanger the secret which made all the interest and value of my life. She was looking, I thought, more and more beautiful every moment. My enthusiasm expanded in proportion. You must come tomorrow night by a different route, she said. And if you come again, we can change it once more. At the other side of the château, there is a little churchyard with a ruined chapel. The neighbors are afraid to pass it by night. The road is deserted there, and a stile opens a way into these grounds. Cross it and you can find a covert of thickets to within 50 steps of this spot. I promised, of course, to observe her instructions implicitly. I have lived for more than a year in an agony of irresolution. I have decided at last. I have lived a melancholy life, a lonelier life than is passed in the cloister. I have had no one to confide in, no one to advise me, no one to save me from the horrors of my existence. I have found a brave and prompt friend at last. Shall I ever forget the heroic tableau of the Hall of the Belle Étoile? Have you really kept the rose I gave you as we parted? Yes, you swear it, you need not, I trust you. Richard, how often have I in solitude repeated your name, learned from my servant. Richard, my hero? Oh, Richard, oh, my king, I love you. I would have folded her to my heart, thrown myself at her feet, but this beautiful and, shall I say it, inconsistent woman repelled me. No, we must not waste our moments in extravagances. Understand my case. There is no such thing as indifference in the married state. Not to love one's husband, she continued, is to hate him. The Count, ridiculous in all else, is formidable in his jealousy. In mercy, then, to me, observe caution. Affect to all you speak to the most complete ignorance of all the people in the Château de la Coque, and if anyone in your presence mentions the Count or Countess de Saint Alia, be sure you say you never saw either. I shall have more to say to you tomorrow night. I have reasons that I cannot now explain for all I do and all I postpone. Farewell, go, leave me. She waved me back peremptorily. I echoed her farewell and obeyed. This interview had not lasted, I think, more than 10 minutes. I scaled the park wall again and reached the Dragon Volant before its doors were closed. I lay awake in my bed, in a fever of elation. I saw, till the dawn broke, and chased the vision, the beautiful Countess de Saint Alia, always in the dock, before me. Roman 17, the tenant of the palanquin, the Marquis called on me next day. My late breakfast was still upon the table. He had come, he said, to ask a favor. An accident had happened to his carriage in the crowd on leaving the ball, and he begged, if I were going into Paris, a seat in mine. I was going in, and was extremely glad of his company. He came with me to my hotel. We went up to my rooms. I was surprised to see a man seated in an easy chair, with his back towards us, reading a newspaper. He rose. It was the Count de St. Alia, his gold spectacles on his nose, his black wig, in oily curls, lying close to his narrow head, and showing, like carved ebony over a repulsive visage of boxwood. His black muffler had been pulled down. His right arm was in a sling. I don't know whether there was anything unusual in his countenance that day, or whether it was but the effect of prejudice arising from all I had heard in my mysterious interview in his park, but I thought his countenance was more strikingly forbidding than I had seen it before. I was not callous enough in the ways of sin to meet this man, injured at least in intent, thus suddenly, without a momentary disturbance. He smiled. "I called Monsieur Beckett, in the hope of finding you here," he croaked. "And I meditated, I fear, taking a great liberty, but my friend the Marquis de Harmonville, on whom I have perhaps some claim, will perhaps give me the assistance I require so much." "With great pleasure," said the Marquis, "but not till after 6 o'clock. I must go this moment to a meeting of 3 or 4 people whom I cannot disappoint, and I know, perfectly, we cannot break up earlier." "What am I to do?" exclaimed the Count. "An hour would have done it all. Was ever contretemps so unlucky?" "I'll give you an hour." "With pleasure," said I. "How very good of you, monsieur. I hardly dare to hope it. The business, for so gay and charming a man as Monsieur Beckett, is a little funest. Pray read this note which reached me this morning." It certainly was not cheerful. It was a note stating that the body of the Count's cousin, Monsieur de Saint-Amand, who had died at his house, the Château Clery, had been, in accordance with his written directions, sent for burial at Père Lachaise, and, with the permission of the Count de St. Alia, would reach his house, the Château de la Coque, at about 10 o'clock on the night following, to be conveyed thence in a hearse, with any member of the family who might wish to attend the obsequies. "I did not see the poor gentleman twice in my life," said the Count, "but this office, as he has no other kinsman, disagreeable as it is, I could scarcely decline, and so I want to attend at the office to have the book signed, and the order entered. But here is another misery. By ill luck I have sprained my thumb, and can't sign my name for a week to come. However, one name answers as well as another. Yours as well as mine, and as you are so good as to come with me, all will go right." Away we drove. The Count gave me a memorandum of the Christian and surnames of the deceased, his age, the complaint he died of, and the usual particulars, also a note of the exact position in which a grave, the dimensions of which were described, of the ordinary simple kind, was to be dug, between 2 vaults belonging to the family of St. Amand. The funeral, it was stated, would arrive at 1:30 a.m., the next night but one, and he handed me the money, with extra fees, for a burial by night. It was a good deal, and I asked him, as he entrusted the whole affair to me, in whose name I should take the receipt. "Not in mine, my good friend. They wanted me to become an executor, which I, yesterday, wrote to decline, and I am informed that if the receipt were in my name, it would constitute me an executor in the eye of the law, and fix me in that position. Take it, pray, if you have no objection, in your own name." This, accordingly, I did. You will see by and by why I am obliged to mention all these particulars. The Count, meanwhile, was leaning back in the carriage with his black silk muffler up to his nose, and his hat shading his eyes, while he dozed in his corner, in which state I found him on my return. Paris had lost its charm for me. I hurried through the little business I had to do, longed once more for my quiet room in the Dragon Volant, the melancholy woods of the Château de la Coque, and the tumultuous and thrilling influence of proximity to the object of my wild but wicked romance. I was delayed some time by my stockbroker. I had a very large sum, as I told you, at my banker's, uninvested. I cared very little for a few days' interest, very little for the entire sum, compared with the image that occupied my thoughts and beckoned me with a white arm, through the dock, toward the spreading lime trees and chestnuts of the Château de la Coque. But I had fixed this day to meet him, and was relieved when he told me that I had better let it lie in my banker's hands for a few days longer, as the funds would certainly fall immediately. This accident, too, was not without its immediate bearing on my subsequent adventures. When I reached the Dragon Volant, I found, in my sitting-room, a good deal to my chagrin, my 2 guests, whom I had quite forgotten. I inwardly cursed my own stupidity for having embarrassed myself with their agreeable society. It could not be helped now, however, and a word to the waiters put all things in train for dinner. Tom Whistlewick was in great force, and he commenced almost immediately with a very odd story. He told me that not only Versailles, but all Paris was in a ferment in consequence of a revolting and all but sacrilegious practical joke played off on the night before. The pagoda, as he persisted in calling the palanquin, had been left standing on the spot where we last saw it. Neither conjurer, nor usher, nor bearers had ever returned. When the ball closed and the company at length retired, the servants who attended to put out the lights and secure the doors found it still there. It was determined, however, to let it stand where it was until next morning, by which time, it was conjectured, its owners would send messengers to remove it. None arrived. The servants were then ordered to take it away, and its extraordinary weight, for the first time, reminded them of its forgotten human occupant. Its door was forced, and judge what was their disgust when they discovered, not a living man, but a corpse. 3 or 4 days must have passed since the death of the burly man in the Chinese tunic and painted cap. Some people thought it was a trick designed to insult the Allies, in whose honor the ball was got up. Others were of opinion that it was nothing worse than a daring and cynical jocularity, which, shocking as it was, might yet be forgiven to the high spirits and irrepressible buffoonery of youth. Others, again, fewer in number, and mystically given, insisted that the corpse was bona fide necessary to the exhibition, and that the disclosures and allusions which had astonished so many people were distinctly due to necromancy. The matter, however, is now in the hands of the police, observed Monsieur Carmaignac, and we are not the body they were 2 or 3 months ago, if the offenders against propriety and public feeling are not traced, and convicted, unless, indeed, they have been a great deal more cunning than such fools generally are. I was thinking within myself how utterly inexplicable was my colloquy with the conjurer, so cavalierly dismissed by Monsieur Carmaignac as a fool, and the more I thought the more marvelous it seemed. It certainly was an original joke, though not a very clear one, said Whistlewick. Not even original, said Carmaignac. Very nearly the same thing was done, 100 years ago or more, at a state ball in Paris, and the rascals who played the trick were never found out. In this Monsieur Carmaignac, as I afterwards discovered, spoke truly, for among my books of French anecdote and memoirs, the very incident is marked by my own hand. While we were thus talking, the waiter told us that dinner was served, and we withdrew accordingly, my guests more than making amends for my comparative taciturnity. Roman 18 The churchyard our dinner was really good, so were the wines, better, perhaps, at this out-of-the-way inn than at some of the more pretentious hotels in Paris. The moral effect of a really good dinner is immense. We all felt it. The serenity and good nature that follow are more solid and comfortable than the tumultuous benevolences of Bacchus. My friends were happy, therefore, and very chatty, which latter relieved me of the trouble of talking, and prompted them to entertain me and one another incessantly with agreeable stories and conversation, of which, until suddenly a subject emerged, which interested me powerfully, I confess, so much were my thoughts engaged elsewhere, I heard next to nothing. Yes, said Carmaignac, continuing a conversation which had escaped me, there was another case beside that Russian nobleman, odder still. I remembered it this morning, but cannot recall the name. He was a tenant of the very same room. By the by, monsieur, might it not be as well, he added, turning to me with a laugh, half-joke, whole earnest, as they say, if you were to get into another apartment, now that the house is no longer crowded. That is, if you mean to make any stay here. 1,000 thanks, no, I'm thinking of changing my hotel, and I can run into town so easily at night, and though I stay here, for this night at least, I don't expect to vanish like those others. But you say there is another adventure of the same kind, connected with the same room. Do let us hear it. But take some wine first. The story he told was curious. It happened, said Carmaignac, as well as I recollect before either of the other cases. A French gentleman, I wish I could remember his name, the son of a merchant, came to this inn, the Dragon Volant, and was put by the landlord into the same room of which we have been speaking. Your apartment, monsieur. He was by no means young, past 40, and very far from good-looking. The people here said that he was the ugliest man, and the most good-natured, that ever lived. He played on the fiddle, sang, and wrote poetry. His habits were odd and desultory. He would sometimes sit all day in his room writing, singing, and fiddling, and go out at night for a walk. An eccentric man, he was by no means a millionaire, but he had a modicum bonum, you understand, a trifle more than 500,000 francs. He consulted his stockbroker about investing this money in foreign stocks, and drew the entire sum from his banker. You now have the situation of affairs when the catastrophe occurred. Pray fill your glass, I said. Dutch courage, monsieur, to face the catastrophe? Said Whistlewick, filling his own. Now that was the last that ever was heard of his money, resumed Kamenak. You shall hear about himself. The night after this financial operation, he was seized with a poetic frenzy. He sent for the then landlord of this house, and told him that he long meditated an epic, and meant to commence that night, and that he was on no account to be disturbed until 9 o'clock in the morning. He had 2 pairs of wax candles, a little cold supper on a side table, his desk open, paper enough upon it to contain the entire Henriade, and a proportionate store of pens and ink. Seated at this desk, he was seen by the waiter who brought him a cup of coffee at 9 o'clock, at which time the intruder said he was writing fast enough to set fire to the paper. That was his phrase. He did not look up, he appeared too much engrossed. But when the waiter came back, half an hour afterwards, the door was locked, and the poet from within answered that he must not be disturbed. Away went the garçon, and next morning at 9 o'clock knocked at his door, and receiving no answer, looked through the keyhole. The lights were still burning, the window shutters were closed as he had left them. He renewed his knocking, knocked louder, no answer came. He reported this continued and alarming silence to the innkeeper, who, finding that his guest had not left his key in the lock, succeeded in finding another that opened it. The candles were just giving up the ghost in their sockets, but there was light enough to ascertain that the tenant of the room was gone. The bed had not been disturbed. The window shutter was barred. He must have let himself out and, locking the door on the outside, put the key in his pocket, and so made his way out of the house. Here, however, was another difficulty. The Dragon Volant shut its doors and made all fast at 12 o'clock. After that hour, no one could leave the house, except by obtaining the key and letting himself out, and of necessity leaving the door unsecured, or else by collusion and aid of some person in the house. Now it happened that, some time after the doors were secured, at 12:30, a servant who had not been apprised of his order to be left undisturbed, seeing a light shine through the keyhole, knocked at the door to inquire whether the poet wanted anything. He was very little obliged to his disturber, and dismissed him with a renewed charge that he was not to be interrupted again during the night. This incident established the fact that he was in the house after the doors had been locked and barred. The innkeeper himself kept the keys, and swore that he found them hung on the wall above his head, in his bed, in their usual place, in the morning, and that nobody could have taken them away without awakening him. That was all we could discover. The Count de St. Alia, to whom this house belongs, was very active and very much chagrined, but nothing was discovered. And nothing heard since of the epic poet? I asked. Nothing, not the slightest clue. He never turned up again. I suppose he is dead. If he is not, he must have got into some devilish bad scrape of which we have heard nothing, that compelled him to abscond with all the secrecy and expedition in his power. All that we know for certain is that, having occupied the room in which you sleep, he vanished, nobody ever knew how, and never was heard of since. You have now mentioned 3 cases, I said, and all from the same room? 3? Yes, all equally unintelligible. When men are murdered, the great and immediate difficulty the assassins encounter is how to conceal the body. It is very hard to believe that 3 persons should have been consecutively murdered, in the same room, and their bodies so effectually disposed of that no trace of them was ever discovered. From this, we passed to other topics, and the grave Monsieur Kamenak amused us with a perfectly prodigious collection of scandalous anecdote, which his opportunities in the police department had enabled him to accumulate. My guests happily had engagements in Paris, and left me about 10. I went up to my room, and looked out upon the grounds of the Château de la Coque. The moonlight was broken by clouds, and the view of the park in this desultory light acquired a melancholy and fantastic character. The strange anecdotes recounted of the room in which I stood, by Monsieur Kamenak, returned vaguely upon my mind, drowning in sudden shadows the gaiety of the more frivolous stories with which he had followed them. I looked round me on the room that lay in ominous gloom, with an almost disagreeable sensation. I took my pistols now, with an undefined apprehension that they might be really needed before my return tonight. This feeling, be it understood, in no wise chilled my ardor. Never had my enthusiasm mounted higher. My adventure absorbed and carried me away, but it added a strange and stern excitement to the expedition. I loitered for a time in my room. I had ascertained the exact point at which the little churchyard lay. It was about a mile away. I did not wish to reach it earlier than necessary. I stole quietly out and sauntered along the road to my left, and thence entered a narrower track, still to my left, which, skirting the park wall and describing a circuitous route, all the way, under grand old trees, passes the ancient cemetery. That cemetery is embowered in trees and occupies little more than half an acre of ground, to the left of the road, interposing between it and the park of the Château de la Carque. Here, at this haunted spot, I paused and listened. The place was utterly silent. A thick cloud had darkened the moon so that I could distinguish little more than the outlines of near objects, and that vaguely enough. And sometimes, as it were, floating in black fog, the white surface of a tombstone emerged. Among the forms that met my eye against the iron gray of the horizon were some of those shrubs or trees that grow like our junipers, some 6 feet high, in form like a miniature poplar, with the darker foliage of the yew. I do not know the name of the plant, but I have often seen it in such funereal places. Knowing that I was a little too early, I sat down upon the edge of a tombstone to wait, as, for aught I knew, the beautiful countess might have wise reasons for not caring that I should enter the grounds of the château earlier than she had appointed. In the listless state induced by waiting, I sat there, with my eyes on the object straight before me, which chanced to be that faint black outline I have described. It was right before me, about 6 steps away. The moon now began to escape from under the skirt of the cloud that had hid her face for so long, and as the light gradually improved, the tree on which I had been lazily staring began to take a new shape. It was no longer a tree, but a man standing motionless. Brighter and brighter grew the moonlight, clearer and clearer the image became, and at last stood out perfectly distinctly. It was Colonel Gaylord. Luckily, he was not looking toward me. I could only see him in profile, but there was no mistaking the white moustache, the fair-ouch visage, and the gaunt 6-foot stature. There he was, his shoulder toward me, listening and watching, plainly, for some signal or person expected, straight in front of him. If he were, by chance, to turn his eyes in my direction, I knew that I must reckon upon an instantaneous renewal of the combat only commenced in the hall of the Belle Étoile. In any case, could malignant fortune have posted, at this place and hour, a more dangerous watcher? What ecstasy to him, by a single discovery, to hit me so hard, and blast the Countess de St. Alia, whom he seemed to hate. He raised his arm, he whistled softly. I heard an answering whistle as low, and to my relief, the colonel advanced in the direction of this sound, widening the distance between us at every step, and immediately I heard talking, but in a low and cautious key. I recognized, I thought, even so, the peculiar voice of Gaylord. I stole softly forward in the direction in which those sounds were audible. In doing so, I had, of course, to use the extremest caution. I thought I saw a hat above a jagged piece of ruined wall, and then a second, yes, I saw 2 hats conversing. The voices came from under them. They moved off, not in the direction of the park, but of the road, and I lay along the grass, peeping over a grave, as a skirmisher might, observing the enemy. One after the other, the figures emerged full into view as they mounted the stile at the roadside. The colonel, who was lost, stood on the wall for a while, looking about him, and then jumped down on the road. I heard their steps and talk as they moved away together, with their backs toward me, in the direction which led them farther and farther from the Dragon Volant. I waited until these sounds were quite lost in distance before I entered the park. I followed the instructions I had received from the Countess de St. Alia and made my way among brushwood and thickets to the point nearest the ruinous temple, and crossed the short intervening space of open ground rapidly. I was now once more under the gigantic boughs of the old lime and chestnut trees. Softly, and with a hot throbbing fast, I approached the little structure. The moon was now shining steadily, pouring down its radiance on the soft foliage, and here and there mottling the verdure under my feet. I reached the steps. I was among its wan marble shafts. She was not there, nor in the inner sanctuary, the arched windows of which were screened almost entirely by masses of ivy. The lady had not yet arrived. Roman 19, the key. I stood now upon the steps, watching and listening. In a minute or two I heard the crackle of withered sticks trod upon, and looking in the direction, I saw a figure approaching among the trees, wrapped in a mantle. I advanced eagerly. It was the Countess. She did not speak, but gave me her hand, and I led her to the scene of our last interview. She repressed the ardor of my impassioned greeting with a gentle but peremptory firmness. She removed her hood, shook back her beautiful hair, and gazing on me with sad and glowing eyes, sighed deeply. Some awful thought seemed to weigh upon her. "Richard, I must speak plainly. The crisis of my life has come. I am sure you would defend me. I think you pity me. Perhaps you even love me." At these words I became eloquent as young madmen in my plight do. She silenced me, however, with the same melancholy firmness. "Listen, dear friend, and then say whether you can aid me. How madly I am trusting you, and yet my heart tells me how wisely. To meet you here as I do, what insanity it seems. How poorly you must think of me, but when you know all, you will judge me fairly. Without your aid I cannot accomplish my purpose. That purpose unaccomplished, I must die. I am chained to a man whom I despise, whom I abhor. I have resolved to fly. I have jewels, principally diamonds, for which I am offered 30,000 pounds of your English money. They are my separate property by my marriage settlement. I will take them with me. You are a judge, no doubt, of jewels. I was counting mine when the hour came, and brought this in my hand to show you. Look. It is magnificent, I exclaimed, as a collar of diamonds twinkled and flashed in the moonlight, suspended from her pretty fingers. I thought, even at that tragic moment, that she prolonged the show, with a feminine delight in these brilliant toys. Yes, she said, I shall part with them all. I will turn them into money and break, forever, the unnatural and wicked bonds that tied me in the name of a sacrament to a tyrant. A man young, handsome, generous, brave as you can hardly be rich. Richard, you say you love me, you shall share all this with me. We will fly together to Switzerland, we will evade pursuit, my powerful friends will intervene and arrange a separation, and I shall, at length, be happy and reward my hero. You may suppose the style, florid and vehement, in which I poured forth my gratitude, vowed the devotion of my life, and placed myself absolutely at her disposal. Tomorrow night, she said, my husband will attend the remains of his cousin, Monsieur de Saint-Amand, to Père-Lachaise. The hearse, he says, will leave this at 9:30. You must be here, where we stand, at 9 o'clock. I promised punctual obedience. I will not meet you here, but you see a red light in the window of the tower at that angle of the château? I assented. I placed it there, that tomorrow night when it comes, you may recognize it. So soon as that rose-colored light appears at that window, it will be a signal to you that the funeral has left the château, and that you may approach safely. Come then to that window, I will open it, and admit you. 5 minutes after a traveling carriage with 4 horses shall stand ready in the pot-cocher. I will place my diamonds in your hands, and so soon as we enter the carriage, our flight commences. We shall have at least 5 hours' start, and with energy, stratagem, and resource, I fear nothing. Are you ready to undertake all this for my sake? Again I vowed myself her slave. My only difficulty, she said, is how we shall quickly enough convert my diamonds into money. I dare not remove them while my husband is in the house. Here was the opportunity I wished for. I now told her that I had in my banker's hands no less a sum than 30,000 pounds, with which, in the shape of gold and notes, I should come furnished, and thus the risk and loss of disposing of her diamonds in too much haste would be avoided. Good heaven! She exclaimed, with a kind of disappointment. You are rich, then, and I have lost the felicity of making my generous friend more happy. Be it so. Since so it must be, let us contribute each in equal shares to our common fund. Bring you your money, I my jewels. There is a happiness to me even in mingling my resources with yours. On this there followed a romantic colloquy, all poetry and passion, such as I should, in vain, endeavor to reproduce. Then came a very special instruction. I have come provided, too, with a key, the use of which I must explain. It was a double key, a long, slender stem, with a key at each end, one about the size which opens an ordinary room door, the other, as small, almost, as the key of a dressing case. You cannot employ too much caution tomorrow night. An interruption would murder all my hopes. I have learned that you occupy the haunted room in the Dragon Volant. It is the very room I would have wished you in. I will tell you why. There is a story of a man who, having shut himself up in that room one night, disappeared before morning. The truth is, he wanted, I believe, to escape from creditors, and the host of the Dragon Volant at that time, being a rogue, aided him in absconding. My husband investigated the matter, and discovered how his escape was made. It was by means of this key. Here is a memorandum and a plan describing how they ought to be applied. I have taken them from the Count's escritoire, and now, once more, I must leave to your ingenuity how to mystify the people at the Dragon Volant. Be sure you try the keys first, to see that the locks turn freely. I will have my jewels ready. You, whatever we divide, had better bring your money, because it may be many months before you can revisit Paris, or disclose our place of residence to anyone, and our passports, arrange all that, in what names and whither you please. And now, dear Richard, she leaned her arm fondly on my shoulder, and looked with ineffable passion in my eyes, with her other hand clasped in mine. My very life is in your hands. I have staked all on your fidelity. As she spoke the last word, she, on a sudden, grew deadly pale, and gasped, Good God, who is here? At the same moment she receded through the door in the marble screen, close to which she stood, and behind which was a small roofless chamber, as small as the shrine, the window of which was darkened by a clustering mass of ivy so dense that hardly a gleam of light came through the leaves. I stood upon the threshold which she had just crossed, looking in the direction in which she had thrown that one terrified glance. No wonder she was frightened. Quite close upon us, not 20 yards away, and approaching at a quick step, very distinctly lighted by the moon, Colonel Gaylord and his companion were coming. The shadow of the cornice and a piece of wall were upon me. Unconscious of this, I was expecting the moment when, with one of his frantic yells, he should spring forward to assail me. I made a step backward, drew one of my pistols from my pocket and cocked it. It was obvious he had not seen me. I stood, with my finger on the trigger, determined to shoot him dead if he should attempt to enter the place where the Countess was. It would, no doubt, have been a murder, but in my mind, I had no question or qualm about it. When once we engage in secret and guilty practices, we are nearer other and greater crimes than we at all suspect. "There's the statue," said the colonel, in his brief discordant tones. "That's the figure." "Alluded to in the stanzas?" inquired his companion. "The very thing. We shall see more next time. Forward, monsieur, let us march." And much to my relief, the gallant colonel turned on his heel and marched through the trees with his back toward the chateau, striding over the grass, as I quickly saw, to the park wall, which they crossed not far from the gables of the Dragon Volant. I found the Countess trembling in no affected, but a very real terror. She would not hear of my accompanying her toward the chateau, but I told her that I would prevent the return of the mad colonel, and upon that point, at least, that she need fear nothing. She quickly recovered, again bid me a fond and lingering good night, and left me, gazing after her, with the key in my hand, and such a phantasmagoria floating in my brain as amounted very nearly to madness. There was I, ready to brave all dangers, all right and reason, plunge into murder itself, on the first summons, and entangle myself in consequences inextricable and horrible. What cared I? For a woman of whom I knew nothing, but that she was beautiful and reckless, I have often thanked heaven for its mercy in conducting me through the labyrinths in which I had all but lost myself. Roman 20, a high-called cap. I was now upon the road, within 200 or 300 yards of the Dragon Volant. I had undertaken an adventure with a vengeance, and by way of prelude, there not improbably awaited me, at my inn, another encounter, perhaps this time, not so lucky, with the grotesque sabreur. I was glad I had my pistols. I certainly was bound by no law to allow a ruffian to cut me down, unresisting. Stooping boughs from the old park, gigantic poplars on the other side, and the moonlight over all, made the narrow road to the inn-door picturesque. I could not think very clearly just now. Events were succeeding one another so rapidly, and I, involved in the action of a drama so extravagant and guilty, hardly knew myself or believed my own story, as I slowly paced towards the still open door of the Flying Dragon. No sign of the colonel, visible or audible, was there. In the hall I inquired. No gentleman had arrived at the inn for the last half-hour. I looked into the public room. It was deserted. The clock struck 12, and I heard the servant barring the great door. I took my candle. The lights in this rural hostelry were by this time out, and the house had the air of one that had settled to slumber for many hours. The cold moonlight streamed in at the window on the landing, as I ascended the broad staircase, and I paused for a moment to look over the wooded grounds to the turreted chateau, to me, so full of interest. I bethought me, however, that prying eyes might read a meaning in this midnight gazing, and possibly the Count himself might, in his jealous mood, surmise a signal in this unwanted light in the stair window of the Dragon Volant. On opening my room door, with a little start, I met an extremely old woman with the longest face I ever saw. She had what used to be termed a high-called cap on, the white border of which contrasted with her brown and yellow skin and made her wrinkled face more ugly. She raised her curved shoulders and looked up in my face with eyes unnaturally black and bright. "I have lighted a little wood, monsieur, because the night is chill." I thanked her, but she did not go. She stood with her candle in her tremulous fingers. "Excuse an old woman, monsieur," she said, "but what on earth can a young English milord, with all Paris at his feet, find to amuse him in the Dragon Volant? Had I been at the age of fairy tales, and in daily intercourse with the delightful Countess d'Aulnoy, I should have seen in this withered apparition, the genius loci, the malignant fairy, at the stamp of whose foot, the ill-fated tenants of this very room had from time to time vanished. I was past that, however, but the old woman's dark eyes were fixed on mine, with a steady meaning that plainly told me that my secret was known. I was embarrassed and alarmed. I never thought of asking her what business that was of hers. These old eyes saw you in the park of the Chateau tonight. I began, with all the scornful surprise I could affect. It avails nothing, monsieur. I know why you stay here, and I tell you to begone. Leave this house tomorrow morning and never come again. She lifted her disengaged hand, as she looked at me with intense horror in her eyes. There is nothing on earth. I don't know what you mean, I answered. And why should you care about me? I don't care about you, monsieur. I care about the honor of an ancient family, whom I served in their happier days when to be noble was to be honored. But my words are thrown away, monsieur. You are insolent. I will keep my secret and you, yours, that is all. You will soon find it hard enough to divulge it. The old woman went slowly from the room and shut the door, before I had made up my mind to say anything. I was standing where she had left me, nearly 5 minutes later. The jealousy of Monsieur the Count, I assumed, appears to this old creature about the most terrible thing in creation. Whatever contempt I might entertain for the dangers which this old lady so darkly intimated, it was by no means pleasant, you may suppose, that a secret so dangerous should be so much as suspected by a stranger, and that stranger a partisan of the Count de Saint Alia. Ought I not, at all risks, to apprise the Countess, who had trusted me so generously, or as she said herself, so madly, of the fact that our secret was, at least, suspected by another? But was there not greater danger in attempting to communicate? What did the beldame mean by saying, "Keep your secret, and I'll keep mine"? I had 1,000 distracting questions before me. My progress seemed like a journey through the spessart, where at every step some new goblin or monster starts from the ground or steps from behind a tree. Peremptorily, I dismissed these harassing and frightful doubts. I secured my door, sat myself down at my table, and with a candle at each side, placed before me the piece of vellum which contained the drawings and notes on which I was to rely for full instructions as to how to use the key. When I had studied this for a while, I made my investigation. The angle of the room at the right side of the window was cut off by an oblique turn in the wainscot. I examined this carefully, and on pressure, a small bit of the frame of the woodwork slid aside and disclosed a keyhole. On removing my finger, it shot back to its place again, with a spring. So far I had interpreted my instructions successfully. A similar search next the door, and directly under this, was rewarded by a like discovery. The small end of the key fitted this, as it had the upper keyhole, and now, with 2 or 3 hard jerks at the key, a door in the panel opened, showing a strip of the bare wall, and a narrow, arched doorway, piercing the thickness of the wall, and within which I saw a screw staircase of stone. Candle in hand, I stepped in. I do not know whether the quality of air, long undisturbed, is peculiar. To me it has always seemed so, and the damp smell of the old masonry hung in this atmosphere. My candle faintly lighted the bare stone wall that enclosed the stair, the foot of which I could not see. Down I went, and a few turns brought me to the stone floor. Here was another door, of the simple, old oak kind, deep sunk in the thickness of the wall. The large end of the key fitted this. The lock was stiff. I set the candle down upon the stair and applied both hands. It turned with difficulty, and as it revolved, uttered a shriek that alarmed me for my secret. For some minutes I did not move. In a little time, however, I took courage and opened the door. The night air floating in puffed out the candle. There was a thicket of holly and underwood, as dense as a jungle, close about the door. I should have been in pitch darkness were it not that through the topmost leaves there twinkled, here and there, a glimmer of moonshine. Softly, lest anyone should have opened his window, at the sound of the rusty bolt, I struggled through this, till I gained a view of the open grounds. Here I found that the brushwood spread a good way up the park, uniting with the wood that approached the little temple I have described. A general could not have chosen a more effectually covered approach from the Dragon Volant to the trysting place where hitherto I had conferred with the idol of my lawless adoration. Looking back upon the old inn, I discovered that the stair I descended was enclosed in one of those slender turrets that decorate such buildings. It was placed at that angle, which corresponded with the part of the paneling of my room indicated in the plan I had been studying. Thoroughly satisfied with my experiment, I made my way back to the door, with some little difficulty, remounted to my room, locked my secret door again, kissed the mysterious key that her hand had pressed that night, and placed it under my pillow, upon which, very soon after, my giddy head was laid, not for some time, to sleep soundly. Roman 21. I see 3 men in a mirror. I awoke very early next morning, and was too excited to sleep again. As soon as I could, without exciting remark, I saw my host. I told him that I was going into town that night, and thence to where I had to see some people on business, and requested him to mention my being there to any friend who might call, that I expected to be back in about a week, and that in the meantime my servant, St. Clair, would keep the key of my room and look after my things. Having prepared this mystification for my landlord, I drove into Paris, and there transacted the financial part of the affair. The problem was to reduce my balance, nearly £30,000, to a shape in which it would be not only easily potable, but available wherever I might go, without involving correspondence or any other incident which would disclose my place of residence, for the time being. All these points were as nearly provided for as they could be. I need not trouble you about my arrangements for passports. It is enough to say that the point I selected for our flight was, in the spirit of romance, one of the most beautiful and sequestered nooks in Switzerland. Luggage, I should start with none. The first considerable town we reached next morning would supply an extemporized wardrobe. It was now 2 o'clock. Only 2? How on earth was I to dispose of the remainder of the day? I had not yet seen the Cathedral of Notre Dame, and thither I drove. I spent an hour or more there, and then to the Conciergerie, the Palais de Justice, and the beautiful Sainte-Chapelle. Still there remained some time to get rid of, and I strolled into the narrow streets adjoining the cathedral. I recollect seeing, in one of them, an old house with a mural inscription stating that it had been the residence of Canon Fulbert, the uncle of Abelard's Alois. I don't know whether these curious old streets, in which I observed fragments of ancient Gothic churches fitted up as warehouses, are still extant. I lighted, among other dingy and eccentric shops, upon one that seemed that of a broker of all sorts of old decorations, armor, china, furniture. I entered the shop. It was dark, dusty, and low. The proprietor was busy scouring a piece of inlaid armor and allowed me to poke about his shop and examine the curious things accumulated there, just as I pleased. Gradually I made my way to the farther end of it, where there was but one window with many panes, each with a bull's-eye in it, and in the dirtiest possible state. When I reached this window, I turned about, and in a recess, standing at right angles with the side wall of the shop, was a large mirror in an old-fashioned dingy frame. Reflected in this I saw, what in old houses I have heard termed an alcove, in which, among lumber and various dusty articles hanging on the wall, there stood a table at which 3 persons were seated, as it seemed to me, in earnest conversation. 2 of these persons I instantly recognized. One was Colonel Gaylord, the other was the Marquis de Harmonville. The third, who was fiddling with a pen, was a lean, pale man, pitted with the smallpox, with lank black hair, and about as mean-looking a person as I had ever seen in my life. The Marquis looked up, and his glance was instantaneously followed by his 2 companions. For a moment I hesitated what to do. But it was plain that I was not recognized, as indeed I could hardly have been, the light from the window being behind me, and the portion of the shop immediately before me being very dark indeed. Perceiving this, I had presence of mind to affect being entirely engrossed by the objects before me, and strolled slowly down the shop again. I paused for a moment to hear whether I was followed, and was relieved when I heard no step. You may be sure I did not waste more time in that shop, where I had just made a discovery so curious and so unexpected. It was no business of mine to inquire what brought Colonel Gaylord and the Marquis together, in so shabby, and even dirty a place, or who the mean person, biting the feather end of his pen, might be. Such employments as the Marquis had accepted sometimes make strange bedfellows. I was glad to get away, and just as the sun set, I had reached the steps of the Dragon Volant, and dismissed the vehicle in which I arrived, carrying in my hand a strong box, of marvelously small dimensions considering all it contained, strapped in a leather cover, which disguised its real character. When I got to my room, I summoned St. Clair. I told him nearly the same story I had already told my host. I gave him £50, with orders to expend whatever was necessary on himself, and in payment for my rooms till my return. I then ate a slight and hasty dinner. My eyes were often upon the solemn old clock over the chimney-piece, which was my sole accomplice in keeping tryst in this iniquitous venture. The sky favored my design, and darkened all things with a sea of clouds. The innkeeper met me in the hall to ask whether I should want a vehicle to Paris. I was prepared for this question, and instantly answered that I meant to walk to Versailles and take a carriage there. I called St. Clair. "Go," said I, "and drink a bottle of wine with your friends. I shall call you if I should want anything. In the meantime, here is the key of my room. I shall be writing some notes, so don't allow anyone to disturb me for at least half an hour. At the end of that time you will probably find that I have left this for Versailles, And should you not find me in the room, you may take that for granted. And you take charge of everything and lock the door, you understand? St. Clair took his leave, wishing me all happiness and no doubt promising himself some little amusement with my money. With my candle in my hand, I hastened upstairs. It wanted now but 5 minutes to the appointed time. I do not think there is anything of the coward in my nature, but I confess, as the crisis approached, I felt something of the suspense and awe of a soldier going into action. Would I have receded? Not for all this earth could offer. I bolted my door, put on my great coat, and placed my pistols, one in each pocket. I now applied my key to the secret locks, drew the wainscot door a little open, took my strong box under my arm, extinguished my candle, unbolted my door, listened at it for a few moments to be sure that no one was approaching, and then crossed the floor of my room swiftly, entered the secret door, and closed the spring lock after me. I was upon the screw stair in total darkness, the key in my fingers. Thus far the undertaking was successful. Roman 22, rapture down the screw stair, I went in utter darkness, and having reached the stone floor, I discerned the door and groped out the keyhole. With more caution, and less noise than upon the night before, I opened the door, and stepped out into the thick brushwood. It was almost as dark in this jungle. Having secured the door, I slowly pushed my way through the bushes, which soon became less dense. Then, with more ease, but still under thick cover, I pursued in the track of the wood, keeping near its edge. At length, in the darkened air, about 50 yards away, the shafts of the marble temple rose like phantoms before me, seen through the trunks of the old trees. Everything favored my enterprise. I had effectually mystified my servant and the people of the Dragon Volant, and so dark was the night that even had I alarmed the suspicions of all the tenants of the inn, I might safely defy their united curiosity, though posted at every window of the house. Through the trunks, over the roots of the old trees, I reached the appointed place of observation. I laid my treasure, in its leathern case, in the embrasure, and leaning my arms upon it, looked steadily in the direction of the chateau. The outline of the building was scarcely discernible, blending dimly, as it did, with the sky. No light in any window was visible. I was plainly to wait, but for how long? Leaning on my box of treasure, gazing toward the massive shadow that represented the chateau, in the midst of my ardent and elated longings, there came upon me an odd thought, which you will think might well have struck me long before. It seemed on a sudden, as it came, that the darkness deepened, and a chill stole into the air around me. Suppose I were to disappear finally, like those other men whose stories I had listened to. Had I not been at all the pains that mortal could, to obliterate every trace of my real proceedings, and to mislead everyone to whom I spoke as to the direction in which I had gone. This icy, snake-like thought stole through my mind, and was gone. It was with me the full-blooded season of youth, conscious strength, rashness, passion, pursuit, the adventure. Here were a pair of double-barreled pistols, 4 lives in my hands. What could possibly happen? The Count, except for the sake of my Dulcinea, what was it to me whether the old coward whom I had seen, in an ague of terror before the brawling colonel, interposed or not? I was assuming the worst that could happen. But with an ally so clever and courageous as my beautiful Countess, could any such misadventure befall? Bah! I laughed at all such fancies. As I thus communed with myself, the signal light sprang up. The rose-colored light, couleur de rose, emblem of sanguine hope and the dawn of a happy day. Clear, soft, and steady, glowed the light from the window. The stone shafts showed black against it. Murmuring words of passionate love as I gazed upon the signal, I grasped my strong box under my arm, and with rapid strides approached the Chateau de la Coque. No sign of light or life, no human voice, no tread of foot, no bark of dog, indicated a chance of interruption. A blind was down, and as I came close to the tall window, I found that 6 steps led up to it, and that a large lattice, answering for a door, lay open. A shadow from within fell upon the blind. It was drawn aside, and as I ascended the steps, a soft voice murmured, "Richard, dearest Richard, come, oh, come. How I have longed for this moment. Never did she look so beautiful." My love rose to passionate enthusiasm. I only wished there were some real danger in the adventure worthy of such a creature. When the first tumultuous greeting was over, she made me sit beside her on a sofa. There we talked for a minute or two. She told me that the Count had gone, and was by that time more than a mile on his way, with the funeral, to Père Lachaise. Here were her diamonds. She exhibited, hastily, an open casket containing a profusion of the largest brilliants. "What is this?" she asked. "A box containing money to the amount of 30,000 pounds, I answered. "What, all that money?" she exclaimed. "Every sou." Was it not unnecessary to bring so much, seeing all these?" she said, touching her diamonds. "It would have been kind of you to allow me to provide for both for a time, at least. It would have made me happier even than I am. Dearest, generous angel," such was my extravagant declamation. "You forget that it may be necessary, for a long time, to observe silence as to where we are, and impossible to communicate safely with anyone. You have then here this great sum, are you certain? Have you counted it?" "Yes, certainly, I received it today," I answered, perhaps showing a little surprise in my face. "I counted it, of course, on drawing it from my bankers. It makes me feel a little nervous, traveling with so much money, but these jewels make as great a danger, that can add but little to it. Place them side by side. You shall take off your great coat when we are ready to go, and with it manage to conceal these boxes. I should not like the drivers to suspect that we were conveying such a treasure. I must ask you now to close the curtains of that window, and bar the shutters." I had hardly done this when a knock was heard at the room door. "I know who this is," she said, in a whisper to me. I saw that she was not alarmed. She went softly to the door, and a whispered conversation for a minute followed. "My trusty maid, who is coming with us. She says we cannot safely go sooner than 10 minutes. She is bringing some coffee to the next room." She opened the door and looked in. "I must tell her not to take too much luggage. She is so odd. Don't follow, stay where you are. It is better that she should not see you." She left the room with a gesture of caution. A change had come over the manner of this beautiful woman. For the last few minutes, a shadow had been stealing over her, an air of abstraction, a look bordering on suspicion. Why was she pale? Why had there come that dark look in her eyes? Why had her very voice become changed? Had anything gone suddenly wrong? Did some danger threaten? This doubt, however, speedily quieted itself. If there had been anything of the kind, she would, of course, have told me. It was only natural that, as the crisis approached, she should become more and more nervous. She did not return quite so soon as I had expected. To a man in my situation, absolute quietude is next to impossible. I moved restlessly about the room. It was a small one. There was a door at the other end. I opened it, rashly enough. I listened. It was perfectly silent. I was in an excited, eager state, and every faculty engrossed about what was coming, and in so far detached from the immediate present. I can't account, in any other way, for my having done so many foolish things that night, for I was, naturally, by no means deficient in cunning. About the most stupid of those was, that instead of immediately closing that door, which I never ought to have opened, I actually took a candle and walked into the room. There I made, quite unexpectedly, a rather startling discovery. Roman 23, a cup of coffee. The room was carpetless. On the floor were a quantity of shavings, and some score of bricks. Beyond these, on a narrow table, lay an object which I could hardly believe I saw aright. I approached and drew from it a sheet which had very slightly disguised its shape. There was no mistake about it. It was a coffin, and on the lid was a plate with the inscription in French, Pierre de la Roche Saint-Amand, Agay de Roman 23 ans. I drew back with a double shock. So then, the funeral after all had not yet left. Here lay the body. I had been deceived. This, no doubt, accounted for the embarrassment so manifest in the Countess's manner. She would have done more wisely had she told me the true state of the case. I drew back from this melancholy room, and closed the door. Her distrust of me was the worst rashness she could have committed. There is nothing more dangerous than misapplied caution. In entire ignorance of the fact I had entered the room, and there I might have lighted upon some of the very persons it was our special anxiety that I should avoid. These reflections were interrupted, almost as soon as begun, by the return of the Countess de Saint Alia. I saw at a glance that she detected in my face some evidence of what had happened, for she threw a hasty look towards the door. "Have you seen anything to disturb you, dear Richard? Have you been out of this room?" I answered promptly, "Yes," and told her frankly what had happened. "Well, I did not like to make you more uneasy than necessary. Besides, it is disgusting and horrible. The body is there, but the Count had departed a quarter of an hour before I lighted the colored lamp and prepared to receive you. The body did not arrive till 8 or 10 minutes after he had set out. He was afraid lest the people at Père Lachaise should suppose that the funeral was postponed. He knew that the remains of poor Pierre would certainly reach this tonight, although an unexpected delay has occurred, and there are reasons why he wishes the funeral completed before tomorrow. The hearse with the body must leave this in 10 minutes. So soon as it is gone, we shall be free to set out upon our wild and happy journey. The horses are to the carriage in the pot-cocher. As for this funnest horror," she shuddered very prettily, "let us think of it no more." She bolted the door of communication, and when she turned, it was with such a pretty penitence in her face and attitude that I was ready to throw myself at her feet. "It is the last time," she said, in a sweet, sad little pleading, "I shall ever practice a deception on my brave and beautiful Richard, my hero. Am I forgiven?" Here was another scene of passionate effusion, and lovers' raptures and declamations, but only murmured, lest the ears of listeners should be busy. At length, on a sudden, she raised her hand, as if to prevent my stirring, her eyes fixed on me, and her ear toward the door of the room in which the coffin was placed, and remained breathless in that attitude for a few moments. Then, with a little nod towards me, she moved on tiptoe to the door, and listened, extending her hand backward as if to warn me against advancing. And after a little time, she returned, still on tiptoe, and whispered to me, "They are removing the coffin, come with me." I accompanied her into the room from which her maid, as she told me, had spoken to her. Coffee and some old china cups, which appeared to me quite beautiful, stood on a silver tray, and some liqueur glasses with a flask, which turned out to be noyau, on a salver beside it. "I shall attend you. I'm to be your servant here. I am to have my own way. I shall not think myself forgiven by my darling if he refuses to indulge me in anything." She filled a cup with coffee, and handed it to me with her left hand. Her right arm she fondly passed over my shoulder, and with her fingers through my curls caressingly, she whispered, "Take this, I shall take some just now." It was excellent, and when I had done she handed me the liqueur, which I also drank. "Come back, dearest, to the next room," she said. "By this time those terrible people must have gone away, and we shall be safer there, for the present, than here. You shall direct and I obey. You shall command me, not only now, but always, and in all things, my beautiful queen." I murmured. My heroics were unconsciously, I dare say, founded upon my ideal of the French school of love-making. I am, even now, ashamed as I recall the bombast to which I treated the Countess de St. Alia. "There, you shall have another miniature glass, a fairy glass of noyau," she said gaily. In this volatile creature, the funereal gloom of the moment before, and the suspense of an adventure on which all her future was staked, disappeared in a moment. She ran and returned with another tiny glass, which, with an eloquent or tender little speech, I placed to my lips and sipped. I kissed her hand, I kissed her lips, I gazed in her beautiful eyes, and kissed her again, unresisting. "You call me Richard, by what name am I to call my beautiful divinity?" I asked. "You call me Eugenie, it is my name. Let us be quite real, that is, if you love as entirely as I do." "Eugenie?" I exclaimed, and broke into a new rapture upon the name. It ended by my telling her how impatient I was to set out upon our journey, and as I spoke, suddenly an odd sensation overcame me. It was not in the slightest degree like faintness. I can find no phrase to describe it, but a sudden constraint of the brain. It was as if the membrane in which it lies, if there be such a thing, contracted, and became inflexible. "Dear Richard, what is the matter?" she exclaimed with terror in her looks. "Good heavens, are you ill? I conjure you, sit down, sit in this chair." She almost forced me into one. I was in no condition to offer the least resistance. I recognized but too truly the sensations that supervend. I was lying back in the chair in which I sat without the power, by this time, of uttering a syllable, of closing my eyelids, of moving my eyes, of stirring a muscle. I had in a few seconds glided into precisely the state in which I had passed so many appalling hours when approaching Paris, in my night drive with the Marquis de Harmonville. Great and loud was the lady's agony. She seemed to have lost all sense of fear. She called me by my name, shook me by the shoulder, raised my arm and let it fall, all the time imploring of me, in distracting sentences, to make the slightest sign of life, and vowing that if I did not, she would make away with herself. These ejaculations, after a minute or two, suddenly subsided. The lady was perfectly silent and cool. In a very businesslike way she took a candle and stood before me, pale indeed, very pale, but with an expression only of intense scrutiny with a dash of horror in it. She moved the candle before my eyes slowly, evidently watching the effect. She then set it down, and rang a handbell 2 or 3 times sharply. She placed the 2 cases, I mean hers containing the jewels, and my strong box, side by side on the table, and I saw her carefully lock the door that gave access to the room in which I had just now sipped my coffee. Roman 24 Hope, she had scarcely set down my heavy box, which she seemed to have considerable difficulty in raising on the table, when the door of the room in which I had seen the coffin opened, and a sinister and unexpected apparition entered. It was the Count de St. Alia, who had been, as I have told you, reported to me to be, for some considerable time, on his way to Père Lachaise. He stood before me for a moment, with the frame of the doorway and a background of darkness enclosing him, like a portrait. His slight, mean figure was draped in the deepest mourning. He had a pair of black gloves in his hand, and his hat with crape round it. When he was not speaking, his face showed signs of agitation. His mouth was puckering and working. He looked damnably wicked and frightened. "Well, my dear Eugenie? Well, child, eh? Well, it all goes admirably." "Yes," she answered in a low, hard tone, "but you and Plainard should not have left that door open." This she said sternly. "He went in there and looked about wherever he liked. It was fortunate he did not move aside the lid of the coffin." "Plainard should have seen to that," said the Count sharply. "Ma foi, I can't be everywhere." He advanced half a dozen short, quick steps into the room toward me and placed his glasses to his eyes. "Monsieur Beckett," he cried sharply, 2 or 3 times. "Hi, don't you know me?" He approached and peered more closely in my face, raised my hand and shook it, calling me again, then let it drop and said, "It is set in admirably, my pretty Mignon." "When did it commence?" The Countess came and stood beside him, and looked at me steadily for some seconds. You can't conceive the effect of the silent gaze of those 2 pairs of evil eyes. The lady glanced to where, I recollected, the mantelpiece stood, and upon it a clock, the regular click of which I sharply heard. 4, 5, 6 minutes and a half," she said slowly, in a cold, hard way. "Brava, bravissima, my beautiful queen, my little Venus, my Joan of Arc, my heroine, my paragon of women." He was gloating on me with an odious curiosity, smiling, as he groped backward with his thin brown fingers to find the lady's hand, but she, not, I dare say, caring for his caresses, drew back a little. "Come, ma chère, let us count these things. What is it, pocketbook? What?" "It is that," said the lady, pointing with a look of disgust to the box which lay in its leather case on the table. "Oh, let us see, let us count, let us see," he said, as he was unbuckling the straps with his tremulous fingers. "We must count them, we must see to it. I have pencil and pocketbook, but where's the key? See this cursed lock. My, what is it? Where's the key?" He was standing before the Countess, shuffling his feet with his hands extended and all his fingers quivering. "I have not got it, how could I?" "It is in his pocket, of course," said the lady. In another instant the fingers of the old miscreant were in my pockets. He plucked out everything they contained, and some keys among the rest. I lay in precisely the state in which I had been during my drive with the Marquis to Paris. This wretch I knew was about to rob me. The whole drama, and the Countess's role in it, I could not yet comprehend. I could not be sure, so much more presence of mind and histrionic resource have women than fall to the lot of our clumsy sex, whether the return of the Count was not, in truth, a surprise to her. And this scrutiny of the contents of my strong box, an extempore undertaking of the Count's, but it was clearing more and more every moment, and I was destined, very soon, to comprehend minutely my appalling situation. I had not the power of turning my eyes this way or that, the smallest fraction of a hair's breadth. But let anyone, placed as I was at the end of a room, ascertain for himself by experiment how wide is the field of sight, without the slightest alteration in the line of vision, he will find that it takes in the entire breadth of a large room, and that up to a very short distance before him, and imperfectly, by a refraction, I believe, in the eye itself, to a point very near indeed. Next to nothing that passed in the room, therefore, was hidden from me. The old man had by this time found the key. The leather case was open. The box cramped round with iron was next unlocked. He turned out its contents upon the table. Rouleau of 100 Napoleons each. 1, 2, 3, yes, quick. Write down 1,000 Napoleons. 1, 2, yes, right. Another 1,000, right? And so, on and on till the gold was rapidly counted. Then came the notes. 10,000 francs, right? 10,000 francs again, is it written? Another 10,000 francs, is it down? Smaller notes would have been better. They should have been smaller. These are horribly embarrassing. Bolt that door again. Plainard would become unreasonable if he knew the amount. Why did you not tell him to get it in smaller notes? No matter now, go on. It can't be helped, right? Another 10,000 francs, another. And so on, till my treasure was counted out before my face, while I saw and heard all that passed with the sharpest distinctness, and my mental perceptions were horribly vivid, but in all other respects I was dead. He had replaced in the box every note and rouleau as he counted it, and now having ascertained the sum total, he locked it, replaced it, very methodically, in its cover, opened a buffet in the wainscoting, and having placed the Countess' jewel case and my strong box in it, he locked it. And immediately on completing these arrangements he began to complain, with fresh acrimony and maledictions of Plainard's delay. He unbolted the door, looked in the dark room beyond, and listened. He closed the door again, and returned. The old man was in a fever of suspense. "I have kept 10,000 francs for Plainard," said the Count, touching his waistcoat pocket. Will that satisfy him? Asked the lady. Why curse him? Screamed the Count. Has he no conscience? I'll swear to him it's half the entire thing. He and the lady again came and looked at me anxiously for a while, in silence, and then the old Count began to grumble again about Plainard, and to compare his watch with the clock. The lady seemed less impatient. She sat no longer looking at me, but across the room, so that her profile was toward me, and strangely changed, dark and witch-like it looked. My last hope died as I beheld that jaded face from which the mask had dropped. I was certain that they intended to crown their robbery by murder. Why did they not dispatch me at once? What object could there be in postponing the catastrophe which would expedite their own safety? I cannot recall, even to myself, adequately the horrors unutterable that I underwent. You must suppose a real nightmare. I mean a nightmare in which the objects and the danger are real, and the spell of corporal death appears to be protractable at the pleasure of the persons who preside at your unearthly torments. I could have no doubt as to the cause of the state in which I was. In this agony, to which I could not give the slightest expression, I saw the door of the room where the coffin had been open slowly, and the Marquis de Harmonville entered the room. Roman 25 despair, a moment's hope, hope violent and fluctuating, hope that was nearly torture, and then came a dialogue, and with it the terrors of despair. Thank heaven, Plainard, you have come at last, said the Count, taking him with both hands by the arm and clinging to it and drawing him toward me. See, look at him. It has all gone sweetly, sweetly, sweetly up to this. Shall I hold the candle for you? My friend de Harmonville, Plainard, whatever he was, came to me, pulling off his gloves, which he popped into his pocket. The candle, a little this way, he said, and stooping over me he looked earnestly in my face. He touched my forehead, drew his hand across it, and then looked in my eyes for a time. Well, doctor, what do you think? Whispered the Count. How much did you give him? Said the Marquis, thus suddenly stunted down to a doctor. 70 drops, said the lady. In the hot coffee? Yes, 60 in a hot cup of coffee and 10 in the liqueur. Her voice, low and hard, seemed to me to tremble a little. It takes a long course of guilt to subjugate nature completely and prevent those exterior signs of agitation that outlive all good. The doctor, however, was treating me as coolly as he might a subject which he was about to place on the dissecting table for a lecture. He looked into my eyes again for a while, took my wrist, and applied his fingers to the pulse. That action suspended, he said to himself. Then again he placed something that, for the moment I saw it, looked like a piece of gold beat as leaf to my lips, holding his head so far that his own breathing could not affect it. Yes, he said in soliloquy, very low. Then he plucked my shirt breast open and applied the stethoscope, shifted it from point to point, listened with his ear to its end, as if for a very far-off sound, raised his head, and said in like manner, softly to himself, all appreciable action of the lungs has subsided. Then turning from the sound, as I conjectured, he said, 70 drops, allowing 10 for waste, ought to hold him fast for 6 hours and a half. That is ample. The experiment I tried in the carriage was only 30 drops and showed a highly sensitive brain. It would not do to kill him, you know. You are certain you did not exceed 70? Perfectly, said the lady. If he were to die, the evaporation would be arrested, and foreign matter, some of it poisonous, would be found in the stomach. Don't you see? If you are doubtful, it would be well to use the stomach pump. Dearest Eugenie, be frank, do be frank, urged the Count. I am not doubtful, I am certain, she answered. How long ago, exactly? I told you to observe the time. I did. The minute hand was exactly there, under the point of that Cupid's foot. It will last, then, probably for 7 hours. He will recover then, the evaporation will be complete, and not one particle of the fluid will remain in the stomach. It was reassuring, at all events, to hear that there was no intention to murder me. No one who has not tried it knows the terror of the approach of death, when the mind is clear, the instincts of life unimpaired, and no excitement to disturb the appreciation of that entirely new horror. The nature and purpose of this tenderness was very, very peculiar, and as yet I had not a suspicion of it. You leave France, I suppose? Said the ex-marquis. Yes, certainly tomorrow, answered the Count. And where do you mean to go? That I have not yet settled, he answered quickly. You won't tell a friend, eh? I can't till I know. This has turned out an unprofitable affair. We shall settle that by and by. It is time we should get him lying down, eh? Said the Count, indicating me with one finger. Yes, we must proceed rapidly now. Are his nightshirt and nightcap, you understand, here? All ready, said the Count. Now, madam, said the doctor, turning to the lady and making her, in spite of the emergency, a bow, it is time you should retire. The lady passed into the room in which I had taken my cup of treacherous coffee, and I saw her no more. The Count took a candle and passed through the door at the further end of the room, returning with a roll of linen in his hand. He bolted first one door, then the other. They now, in silence, proceeded to undress me rapidly. They were not many minutes in accomplishing this. What the doctor had termed my nightshirt, a long garment which reached below my feet, was now on, and a cap that resembled a female nightcap more than anything I had ever seen upon a male head, was fitted upon mine and tied under my chin. And now, I thought, I shall be laid in a bed, to recover how I can, and in the meantime, the conspirators will have escaped with their booty, and pursuit be in vain. This was my best hope at the time, but it was soon clear that their plans were very different. The Count and Plainard now went together into the room that lay straight before me. I heard them talking low, and a sound of shuffling feet, then a long rumble. It suddenly stopped, it recommenced, it continued. Side by side they came in at the door, their backs toward me. They were dragging something along the floor that made a continued boom and rumble, but they interposed between me and it, so that I could not see it until they had dragged it almost beside me, and then, merciful heaven, I saw it plainly enough. It was the coffin I had seen in the next room. It lay now flat on the floor, its edge against the chair in which I sat. Plainard removed the lid. The coffin was empty. Roman 26 catastrophe, those seem to be good horses, and we change on the way, said Plainard. You give the men a Napoleon or two, we must do it within 3 hours and a quarter. Now, come, I'll lift him upright so as to place his feet in their proper berth, and you must keep them together and draw the white shirt well down over them. In another moment I was placed, as he described, sustained in Plainard's arms, standing at the foot of the coffin, and so lowered backward, gradually, till I lay my length in it. Then the man, whom he called Plainard, stretched my arms by my sides, and carefully arranged the frills at my breast, and the folds of the shroud, and after that, taking his stand at the foot of the coffin, made a survey which seemed to satisfy him. The Count, who was very methodical, took my clothes, which had just been removed, folded them rapidly together, and locked them up, as I afterwards heard, in one of the 3 presses which opened by doors in the panel. I now understood their frightful plan. This coffin had been prepared for me. The funeral of St. Amand was a sham to mislead inquiry. I had myself given the order at Père Lachaise, signed it, and paid the fees for the interment of the fictitious Pierre de St. Amand, whose place I was to take, to lie in his coffin, with his name on the plate above my breast, and with a ton of clay packed down upon me, to waken from this catalepsy, after I had been for hours in the grave, there to perish by a death the most horrible that imagination can conceive. If hereafter, by any caprice of curiosity or suspicion, the coffin should be exhumed, and the body it enclosed examined, no chemistry could detect a trace of poison, nor the most cautious examination the slightest mark of violence. I had myself been at the utmost pains to mystify inquiry, should my disappearance excite surmises, and had even written to my few correspondents in England to tell them that they were not to look for a letter from me for 3 weeks at least. In the moment of my guilty elation death had caught me, and there was no escape. I tried to pray to God in my unearthly panic, but only thoughts of terror, judgment, and eternal anguish crossed the distraction of my immediate doom. I must not try to recall what is indeed indescribable, the multiform horrors of my own thoughts. I will relate, simply, what befell, every detail of which remains sharp in my memory as if cut in steel. The undertaker's men are in the hall, said the Count. They must not come till this is fixed, answered Plainard. Be good enough to take hold of the lower part while I take this end. I was not left long to conjecture what was coming, for in a few seconds something slid across, a few inches above my face, and entirely excluded the light and muffled sound, so that nothing that was not very distinct reached my ears henceforward, but very distinctly came the working of a turn-screw, and the crunching home of screws in succession. Than these vulgar sounds, no doom spoken in thunder could have been more tremendous. The rest I must relate, not as it then reached my ears, which was too imperfectly and interruptedly to supply a connected narrative, but as it was afterwards told me by other people. The coffin lid being screwed down, the 2 gentlemen arranged the room, and adjusted the coffin so that it lay perfectly straight along the boards, the Count being specially anxious that there should be no appearance of hurry or disorder in the room, which might have suggested remark and conjecture. When this was done, Dr. Plainard said he would go to the hall to summon the men who were to carry the coffin out and place it in the hearse. The Count pulled on his black gloves, and held his white handkerchief in his hand, a very impressive chief mourner. He stood a little behind the head of the coffin, awaiting the arrival of the persons who accompanied Plainard, and whose fast steps he soon heard approaching. Plainard came first. He entered the room through the apartment in which the coffin had been originally placed. His manner was changed. There was something of a swagger in it. "Monsieur le Comte," he said, as he strode through the door, followed by half a dozen persons, "I am sorry to have to announce to you a most unseasonable interruption. Here is Monsieur Carmaignac, a gentleman holding an office in the police department, who says that information to the effect that large quantities of smuggled English and other goods have been distributed in this neighborhood, and that a portion of them is concealed in your house. I have ventured to assure him, of my own knowledge, that nothing can be more false than that information, and that you would be only too happy to throw open for his inspection, at a moment's notice, every room, closet, and cupboard in your house." "Most assuredly," exclaimed the Count with a stout voice, but a very white face. "Thank you, my good friend, for having anticipated me. I will place my house and keys at his disposal for the purpose of his scrutiny, so soon as he is good enough to inform me of what specific contraband goods he comes in search." "The Count de Saint-Alaya will pardon me," answered Carmaignac, a little dryly. "I am forbidden by my instructions to make that disclosure, and that I am instructed to make a general search. This warrant will sufficiently apprise Monsieur le Comte." "Monsieur Carmaignac, may I hope," interposed Plainard, "that you will permit the Count de Saint-Alaya to attend the funeral of his kinsman, who lies here, as you see?" He pointed to the plate upon the coffin, "and to convey whom to Père Lachaise. A hearse waits at this moment at the door. That, I regret to say, I cannot permit. My instructions are precise, but the delay, I trust, will be but trifling. Monsieur le Comte will not suppose for a moment that I suspect him, but we have a duty to perform, and I must act as if I did. When I am ordered to search, I search. Things are sometimes hid in such bizarre places. I can't say, for instance, what that coffin may contain." "The body of my kinsman, Monsieur Pierre de Saint-Amand," answered the Count loftily. "Oh, then you've seen him." "Seen him? Often, too often." The Count was evidently a good deal moved. "I mean the body?" The Count stole a quick glance at Plainard. "And no, monsieur, that is, I mean only for a moment." Another quick glance at Plainard. "But quite long enough, I fancy, to recognize him?" insinuated that gentleman. Of course, instantly, perfectly. "What, Pierre de Saint-Amand, not know him at a glance? No, no, poor fellow, I know him too well for that." "The things I am in search of," said Monsieur Carmaignac, "would fit in a narrow compass. Servants are so ingenious sometimes. Let us raise the lid." "Pardon me, monsieur," said the Count peremptorily, advancing to the side of the coffin and extending his arm across it. "I cannot permit that indignity, that desecration. There shall be none, sir, simply the raising of the lid. You shall remain in the room. If it should prove as we all hope, you shall have the pleasure of one other look, really the last, upon your beloved kinsman. But, sir, I can't. But, monsieur, I must. But besides, the turn-screw, broke when the last screw was turned, and I give you my sacred honor there is nothing but the body in this coffin. Of course Monsieur le Comte believes all that, but he does not know so well as I the legerdemain in use among servants who are accustomed to smuggling. Here, Philippe, you must take off the lid of that coffin." The Count protested, but Philippe, a man with a bald head and a smirched face looking like a working blacksmith, placed on the floor a leather bag of tools, from which, having looked at the coffin and picked with his nail at the screw heads, he selected a turn-screw, and with a few deft twirls at each of the screws, they stood up like little rows of mushrooms, and the lid was raised. I saw the light, of which I thought I had seen my last, once more, but the axis of vision remained fixed. As I was reduced to the cataleptic state in a position nearly perpendicular, I continued looking straight before me, and thus my gaze was now fixed upon the ceiling. I saw the face of Carmaignac leaning over me with a curious frown. It seemed to me that there was no recognition in his eyes. Oh, heaven! That I could have uttered were it but one cry. I saw the dark, mean mask of the little Count staring down at me from the other side, the face of the pseudo-marquis also peering at me, but not so full in the line of vision. There were other faces also. I see, said Carmaignac, withdrawing. "Nothing of the kind there. You will be good enough to direct your man to readjust the lid of the coffin, and to fix the screws?" said the Count, taking courage. And really the funeral must proceed. It is not fair to the people who have but moderate fees for night work, to keep them hour after hour beyond the time. "Count de Saint-Alaya, you shall go in a very few minutes. I will direct, just now, all about the coffin." The Count looked toward the door, and there saw a gendarme, and 2 or 3 more grave and stalwart specimens of the same force were also in the room. The Count was very uncomfortably excited. It was growing insupportable. As this gentleman makes a difficulty about my attending the obsequies of my kinsman, I will ask you, Plainard, to accompany the funeral in my stead. In a few minutes, answered the incorrigible Kamenak. I must first trouble you for the key that opens that press. He pointed direct at the press in which the clothes had just been locked up. I have no objection, said the Count. None, of course, only they have not been used for an age. I'll direct someone to look for the key. If you have not got it about you, it is quite unnecessary. Philippe, try your skeleton keys with that press. I want it opened. Whose clothes are these? Inquired Kamenak when, the press having been opened, he took out the suit that had been placed there scarcely 2 minutes since. I can't say, answered the Count. I know nothing of the contents of that press. A roguish servant named Lablais, whom I dismissed about a year ago, had the key. I have not seen it open for 10 years or more. The clothes are probably his. Here are visiting cards, see, and here a marked pocket handkerchief A.B. upon it. He must have stolen them from a person named Beckett. Beckett. Mr. Beckett, Berkeley Square, the card says, and my faith? Here's a watch and a bunch of seals, one of them with the initials A.B. upon it. That servant, Lablais, must have been a consummate rogue? So he was, you are right, sir. It strikes me that he possibly stole these clothes, continued Kamenak, from the man in the coffin, who in that case would be Monsieur Beckett and not Monsieur de Saint-Amand. For wonderful to relate, monsieur, the watch is still going. That man in the coffin, I believe, is not dead, but simply drugged. And for having robbed and intended to murder him, I arrest you, Nicolas de la Marque, Count de Saint-Alaya. In another moment the old villain was a prisoner. I heard his discordant voice break quaveringly into sudden vehemence and volubility, now croaking, now shrieking, as he oscillated between protests, threats, and impious appeals to the God who will judge the secrets of men. And thus lying and raving, he was removed from the room, and placed in the same coach with his beautiful and abandoned accomplice, already arrested. And with 2 gendarmes sitting beside them, they were immediately driving at a rapid pace towards the conciergerie. There were now added to the general chorus 2 voices, very different in quality. One was that of the gasconading Colonel Gaylord, who had with difficulty been kept in the background up to this. The other was that of my jolly friend Whistlewick, who had come to identify me. I shall tell you, just now, how this project against my property and life, so ingenious and monstrous, was exploded. I must first say a word about myself. I was placed in a hot bath, under the direction of Plainard, as consummate a villain as any of the gang, but now thoroughly in the interests of the prosecution. Thence I was laid in a warm bed, the window of the room being open. These simple measures restored me in about 3 hours. I should otherwise, probably, have continued under the spell for nearly 7. The practices of these nefarious conspirators had been carried on with consummate skill and secrecy. Their dupes were led, as I was, to be themselves auxiliary to the mystery which made their own destruction both safe and certain. A search was, of course, instituted. Graves were opened in Père Lachaise. The bodies exhumed had lain there too long, and were too much decomposed to be recognized. One only was identified. The notice for the burial, in this particular case, had been signed, the order given, and the fees paid by Gabriel Gaylord, who was known to the official clerk, who had to transact with him this little funereal business. The very trick that had been arranged for me had been successfully practiced in his case. The person for whom the grave had been ordered was purely fictitious, and Gabriel Gaylord himself filled the coffin, on the cover of which that false name was inscribed as well as upon a tombstone over the grave. Possibly, the same honor, under my pseudonym, may have been intended for me. The identification was curious. This Gabriel Gaylord had had a bad fall from a runaway horse, about 5 years before his mysterious disappearance. He had lost an eye and some teeth in this accident, besides sustaining a fracture of the right leg, immediately above the ankle. He had kept the injuries to his face as profound a secret as he could. The result was that the glass eye which had done duty for the one he had lost remained in the socket, slightly displaced, of course, but recognizable by the artist who had supplied it. More pointedly recognizable were the teeth, peculiar in workmanship, which one of the ablest dentists in Paris had himself adapted to the chasms, the cast of which, owing to peculiarities in the accident, he happened to have preserved. This cast precisely fitted the gold plate found in the mouth of the skull. The mark, also, above the ankle, in the bone, where it had reunited, corresponded exactly with the place where the fracture had knit in the limb of Gabriel Gaylord. The colonel, his younger brother, had been furious about the disappearance of Gabriel, and still more so about that of his money, which he had long regarded as his proper keepsake, whenever death should remove his brother from the vexations of living. He had suspected for a long time, for certain adroitly discovered reasons, that the Count de St. Alyre and the beautiful lady, his companion, countess, or whatever else she was, had pigeoned him. To this suspicion were added some others of a still darker kind, but in their first shape, rather the exaggerated reflections of his fury, ready to believe anything than well-defined conjectures. At length, an accident had placed the colonel very nearly upon the right scent. A chance, possibly lucky for himself, had apprised the scoundrel Plainard that the conspirators, himself among the number, were in danger. The result was that he made terms for himself, became an informer, and concerted with the police this visit made to the Château de la Coque, at the critical moment when every measure had been completed that was necessary to construct a perfect case against his guilty accomplices. I need not describe the minute industry or forethought with which the police agents collected all the details necessary to support the case. They had brought an able physician, who, even had Plainard failed, would have supplied the necessary medical evidence. My trip to Paris, you will believe, had not turned out quite so agreeably as I had anticipated. I was the principal witness for the prosecution in this cause célèbre, with all the agréments that attend that enviable position. Having had an escape, as my friend Whistlewick said, with a squeak for my life, I innocently fancied that I should have been an object of considerable interest to Parisian society, but a good deal to my mortification, I discovered that I was the object of a good-natured but contemptuous merriment. I was a Ballard, a Bonnet, un Ain, and figured even in caricatures. I became a sort of public character, a dignity, unto which I was not born, and from which I fled as soon as I conveniently could, without even paying my friend the Marquis de Harmonville a visit at his hospitable château. The Marquis escaped scot-free. His accomplice, the Count, was executed. The fair Eugenie, under extenuating circumstances, consisting, so far as I could discover of her good looks, got off for 6 years' imprisonment. Colonel Gaylord recovered some of his brother's money out of the not very affluent estate of the Count and soi-disant Countess. This, and the execution of the Count, put him in high good humor. So far from insisting on a hostile meeting, he shook me very graciously by the hand, told me that he looked upon the wound on his head, inflicted by the knob of my stick, as having been received in an honorable, though irregular duel, in which he had no disadvantage or unfairness to complain of. I think I have only 2 additional details to mention. The bricks discovered in the room with the coffin had been packed in it, in straw, to supply the weight of a dead body, and to prevent the suspicions and contradictions that might have been excited by the arrival of an empty coffin at the château. Secondly, the Countess's magnificent brilliants were examined by a lapidary, and pronounced to be worth about £5 to a tragedy queen, who happened to be in want of a suite of paste. The Countess had figured some years before as one of the cleverest actresses on the minor stage of Paris, where she had been picked up by the Count and used as his principal accomplice. She it was who, admirably disguised, had rifled my papers in the carriage on my memorable night journey to Paris. She also had figured as the interpreting magician of the palanquin at the ball at Versailles. So far as I was affected by that elaborate mystification, it was intended to reanimate my interest, which, they feared, might flag in the beautiful Countess. It had its design and action upon other intended victims also, but of them there is, at present, no need to speak. The introduction of a real corpse, procured from a person who supplied the Parisian anatomists, involved no real danger, while it heightened the mystery and kept the prophet alive in the gossip of the town and in the thoughts of the noodles with whom he had conferred. I divided the remainder of the summer and autumn between Switzerland and Italy. As the well-worn phrase goes, I was a sadder if not a wiser man. A great deal of the horrible impression left upon my mind was due, of course, to the mere action of nerves and brain, but serious feelings of another and deeper kind remained. My after-life was ultimately formed by the shock I had then received. Those impressions led me, but not till after many years, to happier though not less serious thoughts, and I have deep reason to be thankful to the all-merciful ruler of events for an early and terrible lesson in the ways of sin. In a glass darkly by J. Sheridan Fanu. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, This uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much.